Moments in the past tiffs between them had been very rare, very brief, but there had been enough of them to make up the enduring mosaic. There was the time she stood with her back against a tree trunk, facing a traitor's doom, the time he had refs to show her some silly chose snapshots of punt girls and had torn them up in fury, and she had looked away knitting her brows and slitting her eyes at an invisible view in the window. Or that time she had hesitated, blinking, shaping a soundless word, him of a sudden revolt against her prudishness of speech, when he challenged her brusquely to find a rhyme to patio, and she was not quite sure if he had in mind a certain foul word, and if so what was its correct pronunciation. And whaps, worst of all, that time when she stood fiddling a bunch of ivoled flowers, a gentle half-smile hanging back quite neutrally in her eyes, her lips pursed, her head making imprecise little movements as if punctuating with self-directed secret decisions and silent clauses in some son of contract with herself, with him, with unknown parties hereinafter called comfortless, inutile, unjust, while he indulged in a brutal outburst triggered by her suggesting quite sweetly and casually, as she might suggest walking a little way on the edge of a bog to see if a certain orchid was out, that they visit the late Krolik's grave in a churchyard by which they were passing, and he had suddenly started to shout, "You know I abhor churchyards, I despise, I denounce death, dead bodies are burlesque, I refuse to stare at a stone under which a roly-poly old pole is rotting, let him feed his maggots in peace, the entomologies of death me cold, I detest, I despise too," he went on ranting. That way for a couple of minutes, and then literally fell at her feet, kissing her feet, imploring her pardon, and for a little while longer she kept gazing at him pensively. Those were the fragments of the tessellation, and there were others, even more trivial, but in coming together the harmless parts made a lethal entity, and the girl in yellow slacks and black jacket, standing with her hands her back, slightly rocking her shoulders, leaning her back now closer now less closely against the tree, TMNK, and tossing her hair, a definite picture that he knew he had never seen in reality remained within him, more real than any actual memory. Mana, in kimono and curlers, stood surrounded by servants before the porch, and Ivas asking questions that nobody seemed to answer. Van said, "I'm not eloping with your maid, Marina. It's an optical illusion. Her reasons for leaving you do not concern me. There's a bit of business I had been putting off like a but now must attend to before going to Paris. Ada is causing me a lot of orly," said Marina with a downcast frown and a Russian wobble of the cheeks. "Please come back as you can. You have such a influence upon her. Au revoir." "I'm very cross with everybody." Holding up her robe she ascended the Izerch steps. The tame silver dragon on her back had an anteater's tongue, according to her eldest daughter, a scientist. What did PC or mother know about PS and RS? Next to nothing. Van shook hands with the distressed old butler, thanked Bout for a silver-knobbed cane and a pair of gloves, nodded to the other servants and walked toward the carriage and pair. Blanche, standing by in a long grey skirt and straw hat, with her cheap valise painted mahogany red and secured with a criss-crossing cord, exactly like a young lady setting out to teach school in a Wild West movie. She offered to sit on the box next to the Russian coachman, but he ushered her into the galaxy. They passed undulating fields of wheat speckled with the confetti of poppies and bluets. She talked all the way about the young chatelaine and her too recent in melodious low tones, as if in a trance, as if en rapport with a dead minstrel's spirit. "Only the other day from that row of thick firs, look there, to your right," but he did not look, sitting silent, both hands on the knob of his cane. She and her sister Madeleine, with a bottle of wine between them, watched Monsieur Le Comte courting the young lady on the moss, crushing her like a grunting as he also had crushed many times. Madeleine, who said she, Blanche, should warn him, Van, because she was a wee bit jealous, but she also said, for she had a good heart, put it off until Malbrook SNVAT and Gare, otherwise they would fight. He had been shooting a pistol at a scarecrow all morning, and that's why she evaded so long, and it was in Madeline's hand, not in hers. She rambled on and on until they reached Turbiachari, 2 rows of cottages and a small black church with stained glass windows. Van let her out, the youngest of the 3 sisters, a chestnut-curled little maiden with lewd eyes and bobbing breasts. Where had he seen her recently, but where? Carried Blanche's valise and birdcage into a poor shack smothered in climbing roses, but for the rest, dismal beyond words. He kissed Cendrillan's shy hand and resumed his seat in the carriage, clearing his throat and plucking at his trousers before crossing his legs. Vam van Veen, the express does not stop at Torfranca, does it, Trofim? I'll take you 5 versts across the bog, said Trofim. The nearest is Volozhianka _ his vulgar Russian word for maidenhair. A whistle stop, train probably crowded. Maidenhair. Idiot. Percy boy might have buried by now. Maidenhair. Thus named of the huge spreading Chinese tree at the end of the platform. Once, vaguely, confused the venue hair firm, she walked to the end of the platform in Tolstoy's novel, first exponent of the inner monologue, later exploited by the French and the Irish _ en est verd, en est verd, en est verd. El Arbor auxiliary quarantucus door, at least in the fall never shall I hear Agam her botanical voice fall at Biloba. Sorry, my Latin is showing. Ginkgo, ginkgo, ink, incog _ known also as Salisbury's adiantifolia, Adas in folio, poor Salisburia, sunk, poor stream of consciousness, marine war by now. Who wants Artis Hall? Baron, a baron, said Trofim, turning his blonde-bearded face to his passenger. Dajhiskvas kozani fardik nc stilbi en yatragat a to Franciskuyu devku. Baron, master. D5 Zheshaz Azanaferduk, even through 11 prom ne stilbi en yatragat, I would not think of touching. Ftu, this, that. Franciskuyu, French, adjective, accuse _ dovka wench _ bzhaz, h5 yani, horror, despair. Zh510 st, pity, kinkno, zag 6 jano, raster zano, finished, fouled. Tom to shreds 042 Aqua used to say that only a very cruel or very stupid person, or innocent infants, could be happy on Demima, our splendid planet. Van felt that for him to survive on this terrible anti-terra, in the multicolored and evil world into which he was born, he had to destroy, or at least to maim for life, 2 men. He had to find them immediately. Delay itself might impair his power of survival. The rapture of their destruction would not mend his heart, but would certainly rinse his brain. The 2 men were in 2 different spots, and neither spot represented an exact location, a definite street number, an identifiable billet. He hoped to punish them in an honorable way, if fate helped. He was not prepared for the comically exaggerated zeal fate was to display in leading him on and then muscling in to become an agent. First, he decided to go to Kalugano to settle accounts with Heldrak. Out of sheer misery he fell asleep in a comber of a compartment, full of alien legs and voices, in the crack express tearing non at 100 miles per hour _ he dozed till noon and got off at Lataga, where after an incalculably long wait he took another, even more jerky and crowded train. As he was pushing his unsteady way through one coffeter after another, cursing under his breath the window gazers who did not draw in their bottoms to let him pass, and hopelessly seeking a comfortable nook in one of the first-class cars consisting of 4-seat compartments, he saw Cordula and her mother facing each other on the window side. The 2 other places were by a stout, elderly gentleman in ATL old-fashioned brown wig with a middle parting and a bespectacled boy in a sailor suit sitting next to Cordula, who was in the act of offering him 1/2 of her chocolate bar. Van entered, moved by a sudden very bright thought, but Cordula's mother did not recognize him at once, and the flurry of reintroductions combined a lurch of the train caused Van to step on the prunella shot of the elderly passenger, who uttered a sharp cry and said, indistinctly but not impolitely, "Spare my gout, or take care or out, young man." "I do not like being addressed as young man," Van told the invalid in a completely uncalled for, brutal burst-off voice. "Has he huff you, Grandpa?" inquired the little boy. "He has," said Grandpa, "but I did not mean to offend anybody by my cry of anguish. Hen anguish should civil," continued Van, while the better Van in him tugged at his sleeve, aghast and ashamed. "Cordula said the old actress, with the same apropos with which she once picked up and fondled a fireman's cat that had strayed into fast colors in the middle of her best speech, "Why don't you go with this angry young demon to the car? I think I'll take my 39 Ivinks now. What's wrong?" asked Cordula as they settled down in the very roomy and rococo crumverter, as Kalugano college students used to call it in the 80s and 90s. "Everything," replied Van, "but what makes you ask?" "Well, we know Dr. Platonov slightly, and there was absolutely no reason for you to be so abominably rude to the dear old ma'am." "I apologize," said Vam. "Let us order the traditional tem." "Another queer thing," said Cordula, "is that you actually noticed me today. 2 months ago you snubbed me. You had changed. You had grown lovely and languorous. You are even lovelier now. Cordula is no longer a verm. Tell me, do you happen to have Percy Dupre's address? I mean, we all know he's invading Tartary, but where could a letter reach him? I don't care to ask your Snoopy aunt to forward anything. I dare say the Frasers have it. I'll find out. But where is Van going? Where shall I find Van? At home, 5 Park Lane, in a day or two. Just now I'm going to Kalugano _ that's a gruesome place. Girl. Man. Do you know Kalugano? Dentist. Best hotel? Concert hall? My cousin's music teacher. She shook her Sean curls. No, she went there very seldom. Twice to a concert in a pine forest she had not been, or that Ada music lessons. How was Ada? Lucette, he said. Lucette takes or piano lessons. Okay. Let's dismiss Kalugano _ these crumpets are very poor relatives of the chose ones. You're right, Jai de Ennuyes. But you can make me forget them. Tell me something to distract me, though you distract me as it is, un petit topinambour, as the Teuton said in the story. Tell me your affairs of the heart. She was not a bright little girl, but she was a loquacious and really quite exciting little girl. He started to caress her under the table, but she gently removed his hand, whispering women's as whimsically as another girl had done in some other dream. He cleared his throat loudly and ordered half a bottle of cognac, having the waiter open it in his presence as Demon advised. She talked on, and he lost the thread of her discourse, or rather it got enmeshed in the rapid landscape, which his gaze followed over her shoulder, it a sudden ravine recording what Jack said when his IV phoned, or a lone tree in a clover field impersonating abandoned John, or a romantic stream running down a cliff and reflecting her brief bright affair with Marquis Quizquizina _ a pine forest fizzled out and factory chimneys replaced it. The train clattered past a roundhouse, and slowed down, groaning. A hideous station darkened the day. Good Lord, cried Van, that's my stop. He put money on the table, kissed Cordula's willing lips and made for the exit. Upon reaching the vestibule he glanced back at her with a wave of the glove he held and crashed into somebody who had stooped to pick up a bag. On est pagoi at a CE point, observed the latter, a burly military man with a reddish mustache and a staff captain's insignia. Van brushed past him, and when both had come down on the platform, glove slappered him smartly across the face. The captain picked up his cap and lunged at the white-faced, black-haired young fop. Simultaneously Van felt somebody embrace him from behind in well-meant but unfair restraint. Not bothering to turn his head, he abolished the invisible busybody with a light piston blow delivered by the left elbow, while he sent the captain staggering back into his 01VN luggage with one crack of the right hand. By now free show amateurs had gathered around them, so, breaking their circle, Van took his man by the arm and marched him into the waiting room. A comically gloomy porter with a copiously bleeding nose came in after them, carrying the captain's 3 bags, one of them under his arm. Cubistic labels of remote and fabulous places color-blotted the newer of the valises. Visiting cards were exchanged. "Demon's son," grunted Captain Tapper, "of Wild Violet Lodge, Colugano_Coffix," said Van. "I'll put up, I guess, at the Majestic. If not, a note will be left for your second or seconds." "You'll have to get me one. I can't very well ask the concierge to do it." Ivy High 1E. Speaking thus, Van chose a $20 piece from a palmful of gold, and gave it with a grin to the damaged old porter. "Yellow cotton," Van added, "up each nostril. Sorry, chum." With his hands in his trouser pockets, he crossed the square to the hotel, causing a motor car to swerve stridently on the damp asphalt. He left it standing transomwise in regard to its ordained course, and clawed his way through the revolving door of the hotel, feeling if not happier, at least more buoyant, than he had within the last 12 hours. The Majestic, a huge old pile, all grime outside, all leather inside, engulfed him. He asked for a room with a bath, was told all were booked by a convention of contractors, tipped the desk clerk in the invincible Veen manner, and got a passable suite of 3 rooms with a mahogany-paneled bathtub, an ancient rocking chair, a mechanical piano and a purple canopy over a double bed. After washing his hands, he immediately went down to inquire about racks. The racks had no telephone, they probably rented a room in the suburbs. The concierge looked up at the clock and called some son of address bureau or lost person department. It proved closed till next morning. He suggested Van ask at a music store on Main Street. On the way there he acquired his second walking stick, the Artis Hall silver-knobbed one he had left behind in the Maidenhair Station cafe. This was a nude, stout article with a convenient grip and an alpenstockish point capable of gouging out translucent bulging eyes. In an adjacent store he got a suitcase, and in the next, shifts, shorts, socks, slacks, pajamas, handkerchiefs, a lounging robe, a pullover, and a pair of saffalon fetally folded in a Leithern envelope. His purchases were put into the suitcase and sent at once to the hotel. He was about to enter the music shop when he remembered with a start that he had not left any message for Tapper's seconds, so he retraced his steps. He found them sitting in the lounge and requested them to settle matters rapidly. He had more important business than that. "Any grubit secondantum, never be rude to seconds," said Demon's voice in his mind. Amvin Birdfoot, a lieutenant in the guards, was blond and flabby, moist pink lips and a foot-long cigarette holder. Johnny Rafin, ESQ, was small, dark and dapper and wore blue suede shoes with a dreadful tan suit. Birdfoot disappeared, leaving Van to work out details with Johnny, who, though loyally eager to assist Van, could not conceal that his help belonged to Van's adversary. The captain was a first-rate shot, Johnny said, and member of the Dury Law Country Club. Bloodthirsty brutishness did not come with his Britishness, but his military and academic standing demanded he defend his honor. He was an expert on maps, horses, horticulture. He was a wealthy landlord. The merest adumbration of an apology on Baron Veen's part you'd clinch the matter with a token of gracious finality. "If," said Vans, "the good captain expects that, he can go and stick his pistol up his gracious annally." "That is not a nice way of speaking," said Johnny, wincing. My friend would not approve of it. We must remember he is a very refined person. Was Johnny Van's second, or the captain's? I'm yours, said Johnny with a languid look. Did he or the refined captain know a German bomb pianist, Philip Rack, married, with 3 babies, probably? I'm afraid, said Johnny, with a note of disdain, that I don't know many people with babies in Colugano. Was there a good whorehouse in the vicinity? With increasing disdain Johnny answered he was a confirmed bachelor. Well, all right, said Van. I now to go out again before the shops close. Shall I acquire a brace of dueling pistols, or will the captain lend me an army brugger? We can supply the weapons, said Johnny. When Van arrived in front of the music shop, he found it locked. He stared for a moment at the harps and the guitars and the flowers in silver vases on consoles resetting in the dusk of looking glasses, and recalled the schoolgirl whom he had longed for so keenly half a dozen years ago. Rosa. Was that her Narn? Would he have been happier with her than with his pale fatal sister? He walked for a while along Main Street, one of a million main streets, and then, with a surge of healthy hunger, entered a passably attractive restaurant. He ordered a beefsteak with roast potatoes, apple pie and claret. At the far end of the room, on one of the red of the burning bar, a gracile harlot in black tight bodice, mid-skirt, long black gloves, black picture hat was sucking a golden drink through a straw. In the mirror the bar, amid colored glints, he caught a blurred glimpse of her russety blonde beauty. He thought he might sample her later on, but when he glanced again she had gone. He ate, drank, schemed. He looked forward to the encounter with keen exhilaration. Nothing more invigorating could been imagined. Shooting it out with that incidental clown furnished unhoped for relief, particularly since Racuald no doubt accept a plain thrashmk in lieu of combat. Designing and redesigning various contingencies pertaining to that little duel might be compared to those helpful hobbies which polio patients, lunatics and convicts are taught by generous institutions, by enlightened administrators, by ingenious psychiatrists such as bookbinding, or putting blue beads into the orbits of dolls made by other criminals, cripples and madmen. At first he toyed with the idea of killing his adversary quantitatively. It would afford him the greatest sense of release. Qualitatively, it suggested all sorts of moral and legal complications. Inflicting a wound seemed an inept half measure. He decided to do something anistic and tricky, such as shooting the pistol out of the fellow's hand, or parting for him his thick brushy hair in the middle. On his way back to the gloomy Majestic he acquired various trifles, 3 round cakes of soap in an elongated box, shaving cream in its cold resilient tube, 10 safety razor blades, a large sponge, a smaller soaping sponge of lubber, hair lotion, a comb, Skinner's balsam, a toothbrush in a plastic container, toothpaste, scissors, a fountain pen, a docket diary. What else? Yes, a small alarm whose comforting presence, however, did not prevent him from telling the concierge to have him called at 5 m.m. It was only 9 p.m. in late summer. He would not have been surprised if told it was midnight in October. He had had an unbelievably long day. The mind could hardly grasp the fact that this very moment, at dawn, a fey character out of some Dormilona novel for servant maids had spoken to him, half naked and shivering, in the tool room of Ardis Hall. He wondered if the other girl still stood, arrow straight, adored and ABH01 Ted, heartless and heartbroken, against the trunk of a murmurumg tree. He wondered if in view of tomorrow's party DC Plaisir he should not prepare for her a when you receive this note, flippant, cruel, as sharp as an icicle. No. Better write to Demon. Dear Dad, in consequence of a trivial altercation with a Captain Tapper, of Wild Violet Lodge, whom I happened to step upon in the corridor of a train, I had a pistol duel this morning in the near Calugano and am now no more. Though the manner of my end can regarded as a kind of easy suicide, the encounter and the ineffable captain are in no way connected with the sorrows of young Veen. In ISS 4, during my first summer at Ardor, I seduced your daughter, who was then 12_RT01T. The affair lasted till my return to Rilverlane. It was resumed last June, 4 years later. That happiness has the greatest event in my life, and I have no regrets. Yesterday, though, I discovered she had been unfaithful to me, so we parted. Tapper, I think the chap who was thrown out of one of your gaming clubs for attempting oral intercourse with the washroom attendant, a old cripple, of the First Crimean War. Ints of flowers, please. He carefully reread his letter code pocket was much briefer _dad, your loving son, Van, and carefully tore it up. The note he finally placed in his I had a trivial quarrel with a stranger whose face I slapped and who killed me in a duel near Calugano _sorry. Van was roused by the night porter who put a cup of coffee with a local eggban on his table, and expertly palmed the expected chervonks. He resembled somewhat Boutialan as the latter had been 10 years ago and as he had appeared in a dream, which Van now retrostruct as far as it would go. In it Demon's former valet explained to Van that the dough in the name of an adored river equaled the corruption of hydro in Durophone Van often had word dreams. He shaved, disrexist of 2 safety blades by leaving them in a massive bronze ashtray, had a structurally perfect stool, took a quick bath, briskly dressed, left his bag the concierge, paid his bill and at 6 punctually squeezed himself next to Blue-Chinned and Malurus Johnny into the latter's paradox, a cheap semi-racer. For 2 or 3 miles they skilled the dismal bank of the lake coal piles, shacks, boathouses, a long strip of black airbly mud and, in the distance, over the curving bank of autumnally misted water, the tawny fumes of tremendous factories. Where are we now, Johnny dear? Asked Van as they swung out of the lake's orbit and sped along a suburban avenue with clapboard cottages among laundry-lined pines. Durfee Road, cried the din of the motor. It abuts at the forest. It abutted. Van felt a faint twinge in his knee where he had hit it against a stone when attacked from behind a week ago, in another wood. At the moment his touched the pine needle-strewn earth of the forest road, a transparent white butterfly floated past, and with utter certainty Van knew that he had only a few minutes to live. He tummed to his second and said, "This starned letter, in this handsome majestic hotel in Vellore, is addressed, as you see, to my father. I am transferring it to the back pocket of my pants. Please post it at once. If the captain, who I see has arrived in a rather Amerara-looking limousine, accidentally slaughters, they found a convenient clearing, and the principals, pistol in hand, faced each other at a distance of some 30 paces, in the kind of single combat described by most Russian novelists and by practically all Russian novelists of gentle build as Arwin clapped his hands, informally signaling the permission to fire at will. Van noticed a movement on his right, 2 little spectators, a fat girl and a boy in a sailor suit, wearing glasses, with a basket of between them. It was not the Quillate Muncher in Cordula's compartment, but a boy very much like him, and as this flashed through Van's mind he felt the jolt of the bullet ripping off, or so it felt, the entire left side of his torso. He swayed, but regained his balance, and with nice dignity discharged his pistol in the sun-hazy air. His heart beat steadily, his spit was clear, his lungs felt intact, but a fire of pain raged somewhere in his left armpit, through his clothes and trickled down his trouser leg. He sat down, slowly, cautiously, and leaned on his right arm. He dreaded losing consciousness, but, maybe, did faint briefly. Next moment he became aware that Johnny had relieved him of the letter and was in the act of pocketing it. "Tear it up, "You idiot," said Van with an involuntary groan. The captain strolled up and muttered rather gloomily, "I bet you are in no condition to continue, are you?" "I bet you can't wait," began Van. He intended to say, "You can't wait to have me slap you again," but happened to laugh on weight, and the muscles of men reacted so excruciatingly that he stopped in mid-sentence and bowed his sweating brow. Meanwhile, the limousine was been transformed into an ambulance by Anvin_ newspapers were to protect the upholstery, and the Phi_ captain added to them what looked like a potato bag or something rotting in a locker, and then after rumming again in the TMNK and muttering about the bloody mess, quite a literal statement, decided to sacrifice the ancient and filthy Macintosh on which a decrepit deer dog had once died on the way to the veterinary. For half a minute Van was sure that he still lay in the car, whereas actually he was in the General Ivard of Lakeview Hospital, 2 series of variously bandaged, snoring, raving and moaning men. When he understood this, his first reaction was to demand indignantly that he be transferred to the best private palata in the place and that his suitcase and alpenstock fetched from the Majestic. His next request was that he be told how seriously he was hurt and how long he was expected to remain incapacitated. His third action was to resume what constituted the sole reason of his having to visit Kalugano. His new quarters, where heartbroken kings had tossed in transit, proved to be a replica in white of his hotel apartment. White furniture, white carpet, white spar_inset, so to speak, was Tatiana, a remarkably pretty and proud young nurse, with black hair and diaphanous skin, some of her attitudes and gestures, and that harmony between neck and eyes which is the special, scarcely yet investigated secret of feminine grace, fantastically and agonizingly reminded him of Ada, and he sought escape from that image in a powerful response to the charms of Tatiana, a torturing angel in her own right. Enforced immobility forbade the chase and grab of common cartoons. He begged her to massage his legs, but she tested him with one glance of her grave, dark eyes and delegated the task to Dorothy, a beefy-handed male nurse, strong enough to lift him bodily out of bed, with the sick child clasping the massive nape. When Van managed once to twiddle her breasts, she warned him she would complain if he ever repeated what she more aptly than she thought that soft dangle. An exhibition of his state with a humble appeal for a healing caress resulted in her drily remarking that distinguished gentlemen in public parks got quite lengthy prison terms for that sort of thing. However, much later, she m.t0te him a charming and melancholy letter in red ink on pink paper, but other emotions and events had intervened, and he never met her again. His suitcase promptly arrived from the hotel. The stick, however, could not locate it must be climbing nowadays Wellington Mountain, or perhaps, helping a lady to go brambling in Oregon, so the hospital supplied him with the third cane, a rather nice, naughty, cherry dark THMG with a crook and a solid black rubber heel. Dr. Fitzbishop congratulated him on having escaped with a superficial muscle wound, the bullet having lightly grooved or, if he might say so, grazed the greater serratus. Doc Fitz commented on Van's wonderful recuperational power, which I was already in evidence, and promised to have him out of disinfectants and bandages in 10 days or so if for the first 3 he remained as motionless as a felled tree trunk. Did Van like music? SRX Entsman usually did, didn't they? Would he care to hail a Sonorola by his bed? No, he disliked music, but did the doctor, being a concert-goer, know perhaps where a musician called Rack could be found? Ward 5, answered the promptly. Van this as the title of some piece of music and repeated his question. Would he find Rack's address at Harper's music shop? Well, they used to rent a cottage way down Dorothy Road, near the forest, but now some other people had in. Ward 5 was where hopeless cases were kept. The poor guy had always had a bad liver and a very indifferent heart, but on top of that a poison had layered into his system. The local lab could not identify it and they were now waiting for a report, on those curiously frog-green faces, from the Luga people. If Rak had administered it to himself by his outl hand, he kept mum, it was more likely the work of his wife who dabbled in Hindu and Dian voodoo stuff and had just had a complicated miscarriage in the maternity ward. Yes, triplets, how did he guess? Anyway, if Van was so eager to visit his old pal it would have to as soon as he could be rolled to Ward 5 in a wheelchair by Dorothy, so he'd better apply a bit of voodoo, haha, on his own flesh and blood. That day came soon enough. After a long journey down corridors where pretty little things tripped by, shaking thermometers, and first ATL ascent and then a descent in 2 different lifts, the second of which was very capacious with a metal-handled black lid propped against its wall and bits of holly or laurel here and there on the soap-smelling Dorothy, like Onegin-s coachman, said Pre-Holly, "We have arrived," and gently propelled Van, past 2 screened beds, toward a third one near the window. There he left Van, while he seated himself at a small table in the Comer and leisurely unfolded the Russian-language newspaper Go/OS, Logos. I am Van Veen, in case you are no longer lucid enough to recognize somebody you have seen only twice. Hospital records put your age at 30, I thought you were younger, but even so that is a very early age for a person to die, whatever he been, while you mad half-baked genius or hall-fledged scoundrel, or both. As you may guess by the plain but though dull trappings of this quiet, you are an incurable case in one lingo, a rotting rat in another. No oxygen gadget can help you to eschew the agony of agony. Professor Lammert's felicitous pleonasm. The physical torments you will be, or indeed are, experiencing must be prodigious, but are nothing in comparison to those of a probable hereafter. The mind of man, by nature a monist, cannot accept ovo nothings. He knows there has been one nothing, his biological existence in the infinite past, for his memory is utterly blank, and that nothingness, being, as it were, past, is not too hard to endure. But a second nothingness which perhaps might not be so hard to bear either is logically unacceptable. When speaking of space we can imagine a live speck in the limitless oneness of space, but there is no analogy in such a concept with our brief life in time, because however brief, a 30-year span is really obscenely brief. Our awareness of being is not a dot in eternity, but a slit, a fissure, a chasm running along the entire breadth of metaphysical time, bisecting it and shining no matter how narrowly between the back panel and fore panel. Therefore, Mr. Rack, we can speak of past time. And in a vaguer, but familiar sense, of auteur time, but we simply cannot expect a second nothing, a second void, a second blank. Oblivion is a one-night performance, we have been to it once, there will no repeat. We must face therefore the possibility of some prolonged form of disorganized consciousness, and this brings me to my main point, Mr. Rack. Eternal Rack, infinite Rackness may not be much, but one thing is certain, the only consciousness that persists in the hereafter is the consciousness of pain. The little Rack of today is the infinite Rack of Ich bin ein unverbesserlicher Witzbold. We can imagine, I think we should tomorrow imagine tiny clusters of particles still retaining Rack's personality, gathering here and there in the here and thereafter, clinging to each other, somehow, somewhere, a web of Rack's toothaches here, a bundle of Rack's nightmares there, rather like tiny groups of obscure refugees from some obliterated country huddling together for a little smelly warmth, for dingy charities or shared recollections of nameless tortures in tanner camps. For an old man one special little torture must be to wait in a long queue before a remote urinal. Well, held Rack, I submit that the surviving cells of aging Rackness will foamy such lines of torment, never reaching the coveted filth hole in the panic and pain of infinite night. You may answer, of course, if you are in contemporary novelistics, and if you fancy the jargon of English writers, that a lower middle class, piano tuner who falls in love a fast upper class, girl, thereby destroying his own family, is not committing a crime deserving the castigation which a chance intluder with a not unfamiliar gesture, Van tore up his prepared speech and said, Mr. Rack, open your eyes. I'm Van Veen _a visitor. The hollow-cheeked, long-jawed face, wax-pale, with a fattish nose and a small round chin, remained expressionless for a moment, but the beautiful, amber, liquid, eloquent eyes with pathetically long lashes had C-sharp net _ then a faint smile glimmered about his mouth parts, and he stretched one hand, without raising his head from the oilcloth-covered pillow, oilcloth Van, from his chair, extended the end of his cane, which the weak hand took, and palpated politely, thinking it Ivis a well meant offer of support. No, I are not yet able to walk a few steps, Rack said quite distinctly, with the Gelman accent which would probably constitute his most durable group of ghost cells. Van drew in his useless weapon. Controlling himself, he thumped it against the footboard of his wheelchair. Dorothy glanced up from his paper, then went back to the anacle that engrossed him. A clever piggy, from the memoirs of ATL Animal Trainer or else the Crimean War, Tanner guerrillas help Chinese troops. A diminutive nurse simultaneously stepped out from behind the farther screen and disappeared again. Will he ask me to transmit a message? Shall I refuse? Shall I consent and not transmit? Have they all gone to Hollywood already? Please, tell me, Baron von Veen. I don't know, answered Van. They probably have. I really, because I sent my last flute melody, and a letter for all the family, and no answer has come. I must vomit now. IRMG myself. The nurse on tremendously high white heels pulled forward the screen of Rack's bed, separating him from the melancholy, lightly wounded, stitched up, clean-shaven young dandy, who Ivis rolled out and away by FC and Dorothy upon returning to his cool bright with the rain and the sun mingling in the half-open window. Van walked on rather ephemeral feet to the looking-glass, smiled to himself in welcome, and without Dorothy's assistance went back to bed. Lovely Tatiana glided in, and asked if he wanted some tea. My darling, he said, I haven't you. At this tower of strength. If you knew, she said, over her shoulder, how many prurient patients have insulted me exactly that way. He wrote Cordelia a Sean letter, saying he had met with a little accident, was the suite for fallen princes in Lakeview Hospital, Calugano, and would be at her feet on Tuesday. He also T0TE and even shown her letter to Marina, in French, thanking her for a lovely summer. This, on second thought, he decided to send from Manhattan to the Pisang Palace Hotel in Los Angeles. A third letter he addressed to Bernard Ratner, his closest friend at Chose, the great Ratner's nephew. Your uncle has most honest standards, he wrote, in part, but I am going to demolish him soon. On Monday around noon he was allowed to sit in a deck chair, on the lawn, which he had avidly gazed at for some days from his window. Dr. Fitzbishop had said, rubbing his hands, that the Luga laboratory said it was the not always lethal erythrocytes, but it had no practical importance now, because the unfortunate music teacher, and composer, was not expected to spend another night on Demama, and would be on Taraz in time for evensong. Doc Fitz was what Russians call a poshlyak, pretentious vulgarian, and in some obscure counter-fashion Van was relieved not to be able to gloat over the wretched Rack's martyrdom. A large pine tree cast its shadow upon him and his book. He had borrowed it from a shelf holding a medley of medical manuals, tattered mystery tales, the Riviere de Diamant's collection of Montparnasse stories, and this odd volume of the Journal of Modern Science with a dim cult essay by Ripley, The Structure of Space. He had wrestling with its phony formulas and diagrams for several days now and saw he would not be able to assimilate it completely before his release from Lakeview Hospital on the morrow. A hot sunfleck reached him. And tossing the red volume aside, he got up from his chair. With the rhythm of health the image of Ada kept rising him like a bitter and brilliant wave, ready to swallow him. His bandages had removed. Nothing but a special vet-like affair of flannel enveloped his torso, and though it was tight and thick it did not protect him any longer from the poisoned point of Ardis. Arrowhead Manor. Lecha Toe de la Flèche, flesh. He strolled on the shade-streaked lawn feeling much warm in his black pajamas and dark red dressing gown. A brick wall separated his part of the garden from the street, and a little way off an open gateway allowed an asphalt drive to curve toward the main entrance of the long hospital building. He was on the point of returning to his deck chair when a small, pale gray four-door sedan glided in and stopped before him. The flew open. The chauffeur, an elderly marl in tunic and breeches, had time to hand out Cordula, who now ran like a ballerina toward Van. He hugged her in a frenzy of welcome, kissing her rosy hot face and kneading her soft cat-like body through her black silk dress. What a delicious surprise! She had come all the way from Manhattan, at 100 kilometers an hour, fearing he might have already left, though he said it would be tomorrow. Idea, he cried. Take me back with you, right away. Yes, just as I am. Okay, she said, come and stay at my flat, there's a beautiful guest room for you. She was a good sport, little Cordula Dupre. Next moment he was sitting beside her in the car, which was backing gateward. Two nurses came running and gesturing toward them, and the chauffeur asked in French if the Countess wished him to stop. Non, 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 cried Van in high glee, and they sped away. Panting, Cordula said. My mother rang me up from Malomcano, their country estate at Malbrook, Maine, the local papers said you had fought a duel. You look a tower of health. I'm so glad. I knew something nasty must have happened because little Russell, Dr. Platonov's grandson, remember? Saw you from his side of the train beating up an officer on the station platform. But, first of all, Van, net, pausa/usta, on nas vidit, no, please, he sees us. I have some very bad news for you. Young Fraser, who has just been flown back from Yalta, saw Percy killed on the second day of the invasion, less than a week after they had left Goodson Airport. He will tell you the whole story himself. It accumulates more and more dreadful details with every telling. Fraser does not seem to have shined in the Corficon, that's why, I suppose, he keeps straightening things out. Bill Fraser, the son of Judge Fraser, of Wellington, witnessed Lieutenant Dupre's end from a blessed ditch overgrown with cornel and medlar, but, of course, could do nothing to help the leader of his platoon, and this for a number of reasons which he conscientiously listed in his but which it would be much tedious and embarrassing to itemize here. Percy had been shot in the thigh during a skirmish with Hazar guerrillas in a ravine near Chufut-Calais, as the American troops pronounced Chuot-Kale, the name of a funified rock. He had, immediately assured himself, with the odd relief of that he had got away with a flesh wound. Loss of blood caused him to faint, as we fainted, as soon as he staffed to crawl or rather squirm toward the shelter of the oak scrub and spiny bushes, where another casualty was resting comfortably. A couple of minutes later, Count Percy Dupre regained consciousness. He was no longer alone on his rough bed of gravel and grass. A smiling old Tartar, incongruously but somehow assuagingly wearing American blue jeans with his bishmet, was squatting by his side. Bedney, you poor fellow, muttered the soul, shaking his shaven head and clucking, Borno, it hurts. Percy answered in his equally primitive Russian that he did not feel badly wounded. Karasho any ball no, good, said the kindly old man and, picking up the automatic pistol which Percy had dropped, he examined it with pleasure and then shot him in the temple. One always wonders, what had been the executed individual's brief, rapid series of impressions, as preserved somewhere, somehow, in some vast library of microfilmed last thoughts, between two moments, in the present case, our friends becoming aware of those nice, quasi-red Indian little wrinkles beaming at him out of a serene sky not much different from Lottery's, and then feeling the mouth of steel violently push through tender skin and exploding bone. One supposes it might hail a kind of suite for flute, a series of movements such as, say, I'm alive who's that? Civilian SYMP thirsty daughter with picture that my damned gun don't _ cetera or rather no cetera, while Broken and Bill prayed his Roman deity in a frenzy of fear for the Tartar to finish his job and go. But, of course, an invaluable detail in that strip of thought would have been perhaps, next to the picture Perry a glint, a shadow, a stab of Ardor. How strange, murmured Van when Cordelia had finished her much less elaborate version of the report Van later got from Bill Fraser. Ivy had a strange coincidence. Either Ada's lethal shafts were at work, or he, Van, had somehow managed to dispatch her two tetched lovers in a duel with a dummy. Strange, that he felt nothing special, except, perhaps, a kind of neutral wonder, as he listened to little Cordulma one-track man in matters of soft passion. Strange Van, strange demon's son, was at the moment much more anxious to enjoy Cordelia as soon as humanly and humanely possible, as satanically and viatically feasible, than to keep deploring the fate of a fellow he hardly knew, and although Cordelia's blue eyes flashed with tears once or twice, he knew perfectly well that she had never seen much of her second cousin and, in point of fact, had rather disliked him. Cordelia told Edmund, as proust de what's it called, yes, Albion, le store pour messieurs in Luga, and as Van remonstrated, you can't go back to civilization in pajamas, she said firmly. I shall buy you some clothes. While Edmund has a mug of coffee, she bought him a pair of trousers, and a raincoat. He had been waiting impatiently in the parked car and now, under the pretext of changing into his new clothes, asked her to drive him to some secluded spot, while Edmund, where'er he was, had another mug. As soon as they reached a suitable area he transferred Cordelia to his lap and had her very comfortably, with such howls of enjoyment that she felt touched and flattered. Reckless Cordelia observed, reckless Cordelia cheerfully, this will probably mean another aborti en encore un petit enfant me, as my poor aunt's maid used to wail every time it happened to her. Did I say anything wrong? Nothing wrong, said Van, kissing her tenderly, and they drove back to the diner. 043 Van spent a medicinal month in Cordelia's Manhattan flat on Alexis Avenue. She dutifully visited her mother at their Malbrook Castle 2 or 3 times a week, unescorted by Van either there or to the numerous social flits she attended in town, being a frivolous fin-loving little thing, but some parties she cancelled, and resolutely avoided seeing her latest, the fashionable psychotechnician Dr. F_S_ Fraser, a cousin of the late P.S. Fultonate fellow soldier. Several times Van talked on the Dorophone with his father, who pursued an study of Mexican spas and spices, and did several L-tans for him in town. He often took Cordelia to French restaurants, English movies, and Varangian tragedies, all of which was most satisfying, for she relished every morsel, every sip, every jest, every sob, and he found ravishing the velvety rose of her cheeks, and the azure pure iris of her festively painted eyes, to which indigo black thick lashes, lengthening and at the outer canthus, added what fashion called the harlequin slant. One Sunday, while Cordelia was still lolling in her perfumed bath, a lovely, oddly unfamiliar sight, which he delighted in twice a day. Van in the nude, as his new sweetheart drolly gentilized naked attempted for the first time after a month's abstinence to walk on his hands. He felt strong, and fit, and blithely tumbled over to the first position in the middle of the sun-drenched terrace. Next moment he was sprawling on his back. He tried again and lost his balance at once. He had the terrifying, albeit illusionary, feeling that his left arm was now shorter than his right, and Van wondered wearily if he ever would be able to dance on his hands again. King Wing had warned him that 2 or 3 months without practice might result in an irretrievable loss of the rare art on the same day. The 2 nasty little incidents thus remained linked up in his mind forever. Van happened to answer the phone, a deep hollow which he thought was a man's. I wanted Cordula, but the caller turned out to be an old schoolmate, and Cordula feigned limpid delight, while making big eyes at Van over the receiver, and invented a number of unconvincing engagements. "It's a gruesome girl," she cried after the melodious adieus. "Her name is Vanda Broom, and I learned only recently what I never suspected at school. She's a regular Tribadka. Poor Grace Erminin tells me Vanda used to make constant passes at her and at another girl. There's her picture here," continued Cordula with a quick change of tone, producing a daintily bound and prettily printed graduation album of spring 1887, which Van had seen at Ardor, but in which he had not noticed the beetle-browed unhappy face of that particular girl, and now it did not matter any more, and Cordula quickly popped the back into a drawer, but he very well that among the various more or less coy contributions it contained a pastiche by Ada Veen mimicking Tolstoy's paragraph rhythm and chapter closings. He saw clearly in mind her prim photo under which she had added one of her characteristic jingles in the old manner, "I've parroted every veranda and room, and jacarandas at Arrowhead in supernatural bloom." It did not matter, it did not matter. Destroy and forget. But a butterfly in the park, an orchid in a shop window, would revive everything with a dazzling embarred shake of despair. His main industry consisted of research at the great granite-pillared public library, that admirable and formidable palace a few blocks from Cordula's cozy flat. One is irresistibly tempted to compare the strange longings and nauseous qualms that enter into the complicated ecstasies accompanying the making of a young leader's first book with childbearing. Van had only reached the bridal stage, then, to develop the metaphor, would come the sleeping car of messy defloration, then the first balcony of honeymoon breakfasts, with the first wasp. In no sense could Cordula be compared to a writer's muse, but the evening stroll back to her apartment was pleasantly saturated with the afterglow and afterthought of the accomplished task and the expectation of her caresses. He especially looked forward to those nights when they had an elaborate repast sent up from Monaco, a gin the restaurant in the entresol of the tall building crowned by her penthouse and its spacious terrace. The sweet banality of their little mfinage sustained him much more securely than the company of his constantly agitated and fiery father did at their rare meetings in town, or was to do during a fortnight in Paris the next 10 at shows. Except gossamer gossip, Cordula had no conversation, and that also helped. She had instinctively realized very soon that she should never mention Ada or Ardor. He, on his part, accepted the evident fact that she did not really love him. Her small, clear, soft, well-padded and rounded body was delicious to stroke, and her frank amazement at the variety and vigor of his love-making anointed what still remained of poor Van's crude virile pride. She would doze off between 2 kisses. When he could not sleep, as now often happened, he retired to the sitting room and sat there annotating his authors, or else he would ivec up and down the open terrace, under a haze of stars, in severely restricted meditation, till the first tramcar jangled and screeched in the dawning abyss of the city. When in early September Van Veen left Manhattan for Lute, she was pregnant. Part 2 At the Goodson Airport, in one of the gilt-framed minors of its old-fashioned waiting room, Van glimpsed the silk hat of his father, who sat awaiting him in an armchair of imitation marble wood, behind a newspaper that said in reversed characters, "Crimea capitulates." At the same moment a raincoated man, a pleasant, somewhat porcine, pink face, accosted Van. He represented a famous international agency, known as the, which handled very private letters. After a first flash of surprise, Van reflected that Ada Veen, a recent mistress of his, could not have chosen a smarter, in all senses of the word, way of conveying to him a message whose fantastically priced, and prized, success of transmission ensured an absoluteness of secrecy which neither torture nor mesmerism had been able to break down in the evil days of 1859. It was marred that even Gamaliel on his, no longer frequent, alas, trips to Paris, and King Victor during his still fairly regular visits to Cuba or Hecuba, and, of course, robust Lord Gaulle, Viceroy of France, when enjoying his randonnees all over Canada, preferred the phenomenally discreet, and in fact rather creepy, infallibility of the WL organization to such official facilities as sexually starved potentates have at their disposal for deceiving their the present messenger called himself James Jones, a formula whose complete lack of connotation made an ideal pseudonym despite its happening to be his real name. A flurry and flapping had started in the Mirror, but Van declined to act hastily. In order to gain time, for, on being shown Ada's crest on a separate card, he felt he had to decide whether or not to accept her letter. He closely examined the badge resembling an ace of hearts ivh_ displayed with pardonable pride. He requested Van to open the letter, satisfy himself of its authenticity, and sign the card that then went back into some secret pit or pouch within the young detective's attire or anatomy. Cries of welcome and impatience from Van's father, wearing for the flight to France a scarlet silk-lined black cape, finally caused Van to interrupt his colloquy with James and picket the letter, which he read a few minutes later in the lavatory before boarding the airliner. "Stocks," said Demon, "are on the zoom. Artel Titoria 1 triumphs, etc. An American governor, my friend Besborodko, is to be installed in Bessarabia, and a British one, Armborough, will rule Armenia. I saw you enlaced with your little countess near the parking lot. If you marry her I will disinherit you. They're quite a notch below our set in a couple of years," said Van. "I'll slide into my own little millions," meaning the fortune Aqua had left him. "But you needn't worry, sir, we have interrupted our affair for the time being till the next time I return to live in her girliny Canady slang." Demon, flaunting his flair, desired to be told if Van or his pal had got into trouble with the police, or Jim or John, who having some other delivery to make sat glancing through crime copulate Bess Armenia, _poery, replied Van with the evasive taciturnity of the Roman rabbi shielding Barabbas. "For high grey?" asked Demon, alluding to Van's overcoat. "Ivhy that military cut? It's late to enlist. I couldn't. My draft board would turn me down anyway. How's the wound?" "Kamsa. It now appears that the Kalugano surgeon messed up his job. The rib seam has grown red and raw, without any reason, and there's a lump in my armpit. I'm in for another spell of surgery, this time in London, where butchers carve so much better. Where's the mestecco here? Oh, I see it. Cute, a gentian painted on one, a lady fern on the other. Have to go to the herbarium." He did not answer her letter, and a fortnight later John James, now got up as a German tourist, all pseudo-tweet checks, handed Van a second message, in the Louvre right in front of Bosque Ws Bateau Ivira, the one with the jester drinking in the riggings. Poor old Dan thought it had something to do with Brandt's satirical poem. There would be no answer, though answers were included, the return ticket, in the price, as the honest messenger pointed out. It was snowing, Yet James, in a fit of abstract rakishness, fanning himself with the third letter at the front door of Van's cottage Ornu on Ranta River, near Chose, and Van asked him to stop bringing him messages. In the course of the next 2 years 2 more letters were handed to him, both in London, and both in the hall of the Albania Palace Hotel, by another VPL agent, an elderly gent in a whose matter-of-fact, undertakerish aspect might irritate Mr. Van Veen less, thought modest and sensitive Jim, than that of a Romarlesque private detective. A sixth came by natural means to Park Lane. The lot, minus the last, which dealt exclusively Ada's stage and screen ventures, is given below. Ada ignored dates, but they can be approximately determined. Los Angeles, early 1888. You must pardon me for using such a posh, and also poshlny, means of having a letter reach you, but I'm unable to find any safer serve los_iv hen. I said I could not speak and would write. I meant I could not utter the proper words at short notice. I implore you. I felt that I could not produce them and arrange them orally in the necessary order. I implore you. I felt that one wrong or misplaced word would be fatal. You would simply tum away, as you did, and walk off again, and again, and again. I implore you for breath's sake. Ed of understanding. But now I think that I should have taken the risk of speaking, of stammering, for I see now that it is just as dreadfully hard to put my heart and honor in script. Even more so in speaking one can use a stutter as a shudder, and plead a chance slurring of words, like a bleeding hair one side of its mouth shot off, or twist back, and improve, but against a background of snow, even the blue snow of this notepaper, the blunders are red and final. I implore you. One thing should be established once for all, infeasibly. I loved, love, and shall love only you. I implore you, and you with everlasting pain and passion, my darling. T.N. Tutstoil, you stayed here in this caravanserai, you in the middle of everything, always, when I must have been 7 or 8, didn't you? Los Angeles, mid-September, 1 SSS. This is a second howl is Ada, out of Hades. Strangely, I learned on the same day, from 3 different sources, of your duel in K, of S death, and of your at his cousin S, Kong's, as she and I used to say. I rang her up, but she said that you had left for Paris and that R had also died, not through your intervention, as I had thought for a moment, but through that of his if_ neither he nor P_ was technically my lover, but both are on Terra now, so it CLKRS not matter. Los Angeles, 1889. We are still at the Candy Pink and Pisang Green Albergo where you once stayed with your father. He is awfully nice to me, by the way. I enjoy going places with him. He and I have gamed at Nevada, my rhyme name town, but you are also there, as well as the legendary river of Old Russian DAO. Write me, one tiny note, I'm trying so hard to please you. Want some more, desperate, little topics? Marina's new director of artistic conscience defines infinity as the farthest point from the Carnero which is still in fair focus. She has been cast as the deaf nun Varvara, who, in some ways, is the most interesting of Chekhov's 4 sisters. She sticks to Stan's principle of having lore and role overflow into everyday life, insists on keeping it up at the hotel restaurant, drinks TV percuscu, biting sugar between sips and feigns to misunderstand every question in Varvara's quaint way of feigning stupidity, a double imbroglio, which annoys strangers but which somehow makes me feel I'm her daughter much more distinctly than in the artist ERM. She's a great hit here, on the whole. They gave her, not quite gratis, I'm afraid, a special bungalow, labeled Marina Dermanova, in Universal City. As for me, I'm only an incidental waitress in a 4th-rate Western, hip swinging between table slapping drunks, but I rather enjoy the Husa atmosphere, the dutiful art, the winding hill roads, the reconstructions of streets, and the obligatory square, and a mauve shop sign on an ornate wooden fa-3/8, and around noon all the extras in riad togs queuing before a glass. But I have nobody to call. Speaking of calls, I saw a truly marvelous mythological film the other night with Demon. I had never grasped the fact that the paleotropical sunbirds, look them up, are memotypes of the New World hummingbirds, and all my thoughts, oh, my darling, are memotypes of yours. I know, I know. I even know that you stopped reading at Graz Road as in the old days. California, 1890. I love only you, I'm happy only in dreams of you, you are my joy and my world. This is as certain and real as or of one's being alive, but _ I don't accuse you. But, Van, you are, or fate through you is responsible, ce qui revient au none, of having let loose something mad in me when we were only children, a physical hankering, an insatiable itch. The fire you rubbed left its brand on the most vulnerable, most vicious and tender point of my body. Now I have to pay for your rasping the red rash too strongly, as charred wood has to pay for burning. Veen, I remain without your caresses, I lose all control of my nerves, nothing exists any more than the ecstasy of friction, the abiding effect of your sting, of your delicious. I do not accuse you, but this is why I crave and cannot resist the impact of alien flesh, this is why our joint past radiates ripples of boundless betrayals. All this you are free to diagnose as a case of advanced erotomania, but there is more to it, because there exists a simple cure for all my mal and throes, and that is an extract of scarlet aril, the flesh of you, just only you. Je réalise, as your sweet Cinderella de Torf, now Madame Trofimfennikov, used to say, that I'm being coy and obscene. But it all leads up to an important, certain suggestion. Van, je suis sur la verge, blanche again, of a revolting amorous adventure. I could instantly saved by you. Take the fastest flying machine you can rent straight to El Paso, your Ada will be waiting for you there, waving like mad, and will continue, by the New World Express, in a suite I'll obtain, to the burning tip of Patagonia, Captain Grant's horn, a villa in Vema, my jewel, my agony. Send me an aerogram with one Russian word the end of my name and wit. Arizona, summer, 1890. Mere pity, a Russian girl's Zalost, drew me to R, whom musical critics have now discovered. He knew he would die young and was always, in fact, mostly corpse, never once, I swear, rising to the occasion, even when I showed openly my compassionate non-resistance. I, alas, was brimming van less vitality, and had even considered buying the services of some nude, the ruder the better, young mujik as to P. I could explain my submitting to his kisses, first tender and plain, later growing fiercely expert, and finally tasting of me when he returned to my mouth a vicious circle set spinning. In early Darjeeling, one SSS, by saying that if I stopped seeing him he would divulge my affair with my cousin to my mother. He did say he could produce witnesses, such as the sister of your Blanche, and a stable boy who, I suspect, was impersonated by the youngest of the three demoiselles de Tourbe _ which is all but enough. Van, I could make much of those threats in explaining my conduct to you. I would not mention, naturally, that they were made in a bantering tone, hardly befitting a genuine blackmailer. Nor would I mention that even if he had proceeded to recruit anonymous messengers and informers, it might have ended in his wrecking his own reputation as soon as his motives and actions were exposed, as they were bound to be in the long men sick. NM in her blue stocking. Ed. I would conceal, in a word, that I knew the coarse banter was meant only to drill jar your poor brittle Ada. Despite the coarseness, he had a keen sense of honor, though it may seem to you and me. No, I would concentrate entirely on the effect of the threat upon one ready to submit to any infamy rather than face the shadow of disclosure, for, and this, of course, neither he nor his informers could know, shocking as an affair first cousins might have seemed to a law-abiding family, I refuse to imagine, as you and I have always done, how Marina and Demon would reacted in our case. By the jolts and skids of my syntax you will see that I cannot logically explain my behavior. I do not deny that I a strange weakness during the perilous assignations I granted him, as if his brutal desire kept fascinating not only my inquisitive senses but also my reluctant intellect. I can swear, however, Solomata can swear that in the course of our sylvan trysts I successfully evaded if not pollution, at least possession before and after your return to Ardis, except for one messy hen he me by force the overeager dead. Ma'am, I'm writing from Marina Ranch, not very far from the little gulch in which Aqua died and into which I myself feel like creeping someday. For the time being, I'm returning for a while to the Pisang Hotel. I salute the good auditor. When Van in 1940 this thin batch of 5 letters, each in its WL pink silk paper case, from the safe in his Swiss bank where they had been preserved for exactly 1/2 of a century, he was beamed by their small number. The expansion of the past, the luxuriant growth of memory had magnified that number to at least 50. He recalled that he had also used as a cache the desk in his Park Lane studio, but he knew he had kept there only the innocent 6th letter, Dreams of Drama, of 1891, which had perished, together with her coded notes, of 1884-88, when the irreplaceable little palazzo bumped down in 1919. Rumor attributed the bright deed to the city fathers, 3 elders and a blue-eyed young mayor with a fabulous amount of front teeth, who could no longer endure their craving for the space that the solid dwarfed between 2 alabaster colossi, but instead of selling them the blackened area as expected, Van gleefully erected there his famous Lucinda Villa, a miniature museum just 2 stories high, with a still growing collection of microphotographed paintings from all public and private galleries in the world, not excluding Tartary, on one floor and a honeycomb of projection cells on the other, a most appetizing little Momofiel of Parian marble, administered by a considerable staff guarded by 3 heavily armed stalwarts, and open to the public only on Mondays for a token fee of $1 gold regardless of age or condition. No doubt the singular multiplication of those letters in retrospect could be explained by each of them casting an excruciating shadow, similar to that of a lunar volcano, hour months of his life, and tapering to a point only when the no less panghul precognition of the next message began to daun. But many years later, when working on his Texture of Time, Van found in that phenomenon additional proof of real times being connected with the interval events, not with their passage, not with their blending, not with their shading the gap wherein the pure and impenetrable texture of time transpires. He told himself he would be fin and suffer in silence. Self-esteem was satisfied. The dying duelist dies a happier man than his live foe ever will be. We must not blame Van, however, for failing to persevere in his resolution, for it is not hard to understand why a 7th letter, transmitted to him by Ada's and his half-sister, at Kingston, in 1892, could make him succumb. Because he knew it was the last in the series. Because it had come from the urable arbors of Ardis. Because a sacramental 4-year period equaled that of their first separation. Because Lucette turned out to be, against all reason and will, the impeccable paranymph. 028's letters breathed, writhed, lived. Van's letters from Terra, a philosophical novel, showed no sign of life whatsoever. I disagree, it's a nice little book. Ada's note. He had titten it involuntarily, so to speak, not caring a dry fig for literary fame. Neither did Sydney Mitty tickle him in reverse as it did when he danced on his hands. Though Van Veen's vanity often up in the drawing-room prattle among fan-wafting ladies, this time his long blue pride feathers remained folded. What, then, moved him to can't live a romance around a subject that had been worried to extinction in all kinds of star rats, and space aces? We whoever we are might define the compulsion as a pleasurable urge to express through imagery of certain inexplicably correlated vagaries observed by him in mental patients, on and off, since his first et shows. Van had a passion for the insane as some have for arachnids or orchids. There were good reasons to disregard the technological details involved in delineating intercommunication between Terra the Fair and our terrible Antitle to underscore his knowledge of physics, mechanicalism, and that son of stuff had remained limited to the scratch of a prep school blackboard. He consoled himself with the thought that no censor in America or Great Britain would pass the slightest reference to magnetic gewgaws. Quietly, he borrowed Wathy's greatest forerunners. Counterstone, for example, had imagined in the way of a manned capsule's propulsion, including the clever idea of ATL initial speed of a few thousand miles per hour increasing, under the influence of a counterstonian type of intermediate environment sibling galaxies, to several trillions of light-years per second, before dwindling harmlessly to a parachute's indolent descent. Elaborat canoe, in irrational fabrications, all that Sireniana and physics fiction used have been not only a bore but an absurdity, for nobody knew how far Terra, or other innumerable planets with cottages and cows, might be situated in outer or inner space. Inner because why not assume their microcosmic presence in the golden globules ascending quick in this flute of Mom, or in the corpus clees of my Van Veen S, or my Ada Veen S, bloodstream, or in the pus of a Mr. Necto S ripe boil. Newly lanced in nectar or nectum morkner, although reference works existed on library shelves in available, and redundant, propulsion, no direct access could be obtained to the banned, or burned, books of the three cosmologists, Zertigny, Yates and Zotoff, WI names, who had recklessly started the whole business half a century earlier, causing, and endorsing, panic, demency and execrable Roman chicks. All three scientists had vanished now. X had committed suicide, Y had been kidnapped by a laundryman and to Tartary, and Z, a ruddy, ivy-eye twiskered old sport, was driving his Yakima jailers crazy by means of incomprehensible crepitations, ceaseless invention of invisible inks, chameleonizations, Nemi signals, spirals of outgoing lights and feats of ventriloquism that imitated pistol shots and sirens. Poor Van. In his struggle to keep the writer of the letters from Telta strictly separate from the image of odd as he gilt and carmine Teresa until she became a paragon of banality. This Teresa maddened her messages. A scientist on our easily maddened planet, his anagram-looking Narn, Sig Lamenxi, had been partly derived by Van from that of Aqua's last doctor. When Lamensky's obsession turned into love, and one's sympathy got focused on his enchanting, melancholy, betrayed Iviv, new Antilia Glems, our author found himself confronted with the distressful task of now stamping out in Antilia, a born brunette, all traces of Ada, thus reducing yet another character to a dummy with bleached hair. After beaming to Sig a dozen communications from her planet, Teresa flies over to him, and he, in his laboratory, has to place her on a slide under a powerful microscope in order to make out the tiny, though unvis shape of his Minican sweetheart, a graceful microorganism extending transparent toward his huge humid eye. Alas, the testibulus, test never to be conf said with testiculus, orchid myth Teresa swimming inside like a micromemnade, is accidentally thrown away by Professor Lamens. He had trimmed his name by that time, assistant, Flora, initially an ivory pale, dark-haired honest beauty, whom the author transformed just in time into a third bromidic dummy with a dun bun. Antilia later regained her husband, and Flora was weeded out Ada's addendum. Therese Teresa had been a roving reporter for an American magazine, thus giving Van the opportunity to describe the sibling planet's political aspect. This aspect gave him the least trouble, presenting as it did a mosaic of painstakingly collated notes from his own reports on the transcendental delirium of his patients. Its acoustics were poor, proper names often came out garbled, a chaotic calendar messed up the order of events, but, on the whole, the colored dots did form a geomantic picture of sorts. As earlier experimentators had conjectured, our annals lagged by about half a century behind Terra's along the bridges of time, but overtook some of its undenvator currents. At the moment of our sorry story, the King of Telta's England, yet another George, there had been, apparently, at least half a dozen bearing that name before him, to lead, or had just ceased to mle, over an empire that was somewhat patchier, with alien blanks and blots between the British Islands and South Africa, than the solidly conglomerated one on our antenna_Westem. Europe presented a particularly glaring gap, ever since the 18th century, when a virtually revolution had dethroned the Capetians and repelled all invaders. Telta's France flourished under a couple of emperors and a series of bourgeois presidents, of whom the present one, Daumercy, seemed considerably more lovable than Milord Gaulle, governor of Lud. Eastward, instead of Consaso and his Mfla-Sovietnamur Khanate, a super-Russia, dominating the Volga region and similar watersheds, was governed by a sovereign society of solicitous republics, or so it came through, which had superseded the Tsars, conquerors of Tartary and Trst_last but not least, Adolf the Future, a fair-haired giant in a natty uniform, the secret flame of many a British nobleman, honorary captain of the French police, and benevolent ally of Rus and Rome, was said to be in the act of transforming a gingerbread Germany into a great country of speedways, immaculate soldiers, brass bands, and modernized barracks for misfits and their young. No doubt much of that infonation, gleaned by our therapists, as Van's colleagues were, came in a botched form, but the strain of sweet happiness could be always distinguished as an all-pervading note. Now the purpose of the novel was to suggest that Telta cheated, that all was not paradise there, that perhaps in some ways human minds and human flesh underwent on that sibling planet worse torments than on our much maligned Demima_. In her first letters, before leaving Telta, Teresa had nothing but praise for its rulers, especially Russian and Gelman rulers. In her later messages from space she confessed that she had exaggerated the bliss, had been, in fact, the instrument of cosmic propaganda, a brave thing to admit, as agents on Terra might have yanked her back or destroyed her in flight had they managed to intercept her undissembling Angelas, now mostly gone one way, our way, Don, ask Van by what Matluxel or principle. Unfortunately, not only mechanicalism, but also moralism, could hardly be said to constitute something in which he excelled, and what we have rendered here in a few leisurely phrases him 200 pages to develop and adorn. We must remember that he was only 20, that his young proud soul was in a state of grievous disarray, that he had read too much and invented little, and that the brilliant mirages, which had risen him when he felt the first pangs of book birth on Cordilleras Terras, were now fading under the action of prudence, as did those wonders which medieval explorers back from Cathay were afraid to reveal to the Venetian priest or the Flemish Philistine. He devoted a couple of months at Chose to copying in a clean hand his scarecrow scribblings and then heavily recorrecting the result, so that his final copy looked like a first draft when he took it to an obscure agency in Bedford to have it secretly in triplicate. This he disfigured again during his voyage back to America on board the Queen Guinevere. And in Manhattan the galleys had to be reset twice, owing not only to the number of new alterations but also to the eccentricity of Van's proofreading marks. Letters from Terra, by Volte Mand, came out in 1891 on Van's 21st birthday, under the imprint of two bogus houses, Abe and Siraj in Manhattan, and Z. Gris in London. Had I to see a copy I would have recognized Chateaubriand's Le Paca and hence your little pa, at once. His new lawyer, near Cromwell, whose really beautiful floral name suited somehow his innocent eyes and fair beard, was a nephew of the great Gromchevsky, who for the last 30 years or so had managed some of Demon's affairs with good care and acumen. Cromwell nursed Van's personal fortune no less tenderly, but he had little experience in the intricacies of book publishing matters, and Van was an absolute ignoramus there, not knowing, for example, that review copies were supposed to go to the editors of various periodicals or that advertisements should be purchased and not be to appear by generation in full-page adulthood between similar blurbs boosting the Possessed by Miss Love and the Puffer by Mr. Dukes. For a fat little fee, Gwen, one of Mr. Cromwell-vs employees, was delegated not only to entertain Van, but also to supply Manhattan bookstores with one half of the printed copies whilst an old lover of hers in England was engaged to place the rest in the bookshops of London. The notion that anybody kind enough to sell his book should not keep the $10 or so that every copy had cost to manufacture seemed unfair and illogical to Van. Therefore he felt sorry for all the trouble that underpaid, tired, bare-armed, brunette-pale shopgirls had no doubt taken in trying to tempt dour homosexuals with his stuff. Here's a rather fancy about a girl called Tara when he learned from a Carify_al study of a statement of sales, which his stooges sent him in February, 1892, that in 12 months only 6 copies had been sold, 2 in England and 4 in America. Statistically speaking, no reviews could have been expected, given the unorthodox circumstances in which poor Telta's correspondence had handled. Curiously enough, as many as 2 did appear. 1, by the first clown in Elsinore, a distinguished London weekly, popped up in a survey entitled, A British Journalist's Fondness for This Kind of Phony Wordplay, Tara a Tara, 1891, and dealt with the year's space romances which by that time had begun to fine off. He sniffed Voltaman's contribution as the choicest of the lot, calling it, alas, myth unerring flair, a sumptuously fripped up, trite, tedious, and obscure fable, with a few absolutely marvelous metaphors marring the otherwise total ineptitude of the tale. The only other compliment was paid to poor Voltaire in a little Manhattan magazine, The Village Eyebrow, by the Max Mispel, another name meddler in English member of the German department at Galliaba University. Held Mispel, who liked to air his authors, discerned in letters from Tara the influence of Osberg, Spanish titer of pretentious fairy tales and mystico-allegoric anecdotes, highly esteemed by short-shift thesialists, as well as that of an obscene ancient Arab, expounder of anagrammatic dreams, Ben Siline, thus transliterated by Captain Deroux, according to Burton in his adaptation of Nefzimbi's treatise on the best method of mating with obese or hunchbacked females, The Perfumed Garden. Panther edition, p. 187, a copy given to 93-year-old Baron Van Veen by his ribald physician Professor Lagasse, his critique ended as follows: if Mr. Voltaire, or Voltimand or Mundelatov, is a psychiatrist, as I think he might be, then I pity his patience, while admiring his talent. Upon being cornered, Gwen, a fat little fille de joie, by inclination if not by profession, squealed on one of her new admirers, confessing she had begged him to write that article she could not bear to see Van's crooked little smile at finding his beautifully bound and boxed so badly neglected. She also swore that Max not only did not know who Voltaire really was, but had not read Van's novel. Van toyed with the idea of challenging Mr. Medlar, who, he hoped, would choose swords, to a duel at dawn in a secluded corner of the park whose central green he could see from the penthouse Teltus where he fenced with a French coach twice a week, the only exercise, save riding, that he still indulged in, but to his relief, for he was a little ashamed to defend his novelette and only wished to surprise forget it, just as another, unrelated, Veen might denounce if allowed a longer life his pubescent dream of ideal Bortles, Max Mushmula, Russian for meddler, answered Van's tentative cartel with the warm-hearted promise of sending him his next article, The Wheat Exiles the Flower, Melville and Marvel. A sense of otiose emptiness was all Van from those contacts with literature. Even while writing his book, he had become painfully aware how little he knew his own planet while attempting to piece together another one from jagged bits filched from deranged brains. He decided that after completing his medical studies at Kingston, which he found more congenial than gin, old chose, he would undefic long in South America, Africa, India. As a boy of 15, Eric Veen's age of fluorescence, he had studied with a poet's passion the timetable of 3 great American transcontinental trains that one day he would take, not alone, now alone. From Manhattan, via Mephisto, El Paso, Mexicansk and the Panama Channel, the dark red New World Express reached Brasilia, and which, or Vidma, founded by a Russian admiral. There it split into 2 parts, the east M1 continuing to Grant S. Horn, and the west M resuming north through Valparaiso and Bogota. On alternate days the fabulous Jumi began in Yukon *a 5-way section going to the Atlantic seaboard, while another, via California and Central America, roared into Uruguay. The dark blue African Express began in London and reached the Cape by 3 different routes, through Nigero, Rhodesia or Ethiopia. Finally, the brown Orient Express joined London to Ceylon and Sydney, via Turkey and several channels. It is not clear, when you are falling asleep, why all continents except you with an A. Those 3 admirable trains included at least 2 carriages in which a fastidious traveler could rent a bedroom with bath and water closet, and a drawing with a piano or a harp. The length of the Jumi varied according to Van's predormient mood. When at Eric's age he imagined the Landscars unfolding all along his comfortable, too comfortable, fauteuil through rainforests and mountain canyons and other fascinating places. Oh, darn them! Can't falling asleep. The room moved as slowly as 15 miles per hour, but across desertum or agricultural drearies it attained 70, 97 night 9, 100, Red Dog 03. In the spring of 1869, David Van Veen, a wealthy architect of Flemish extraction, in no way related to the Veens of our rambling romance, escaped uninjured when the motorcar he was driving from Caen to Calais blew a front tire on a frost-blazed road and tore into a parked furniture van. His daughter, sitting beside him, was instantly killed by a suitcase sailing into her from behind and breaking her neck. In his London studio her husband, an unbalanced, unsuccessful painter, 10 years older than his father-in-law whom he envied and despised, shot himself upon receiving the news by cablegram from a village in Normandy called Dredoilly. The momentum of disaster lost none of its speed, for neither did Eric, a boy of 15, despite all the care and adoration which his grandfather surrounded him with, escape a freakish fate, a fate strangely similar to his mother's. After being from no to a small private school in Vaud Canton and then spending a consumptive summer in the Maritime Alps, he was sent to XNVA-1 whose crystal air was supposed at the time to strengthen young lungs, instead of which its worst hurricane hurled a tile at him, fatally fracturing his skull. Among the boy's belongings David Van Veen found of and the draft of an essay entitled Villa Venus, an organized dream. To put it bluntly, the boy had sought to solace his first sexual torments by imagining and detailing a project, derived from reading too many erotic works found in a harnished house his grandfather had bought near Vence from Count Tolstoy, a Russian or Pole, namely, a chain of palatial brothels that his inheritance would allow him to establish all over hemispheres of our Callippian globe. The little chap saw it as a kind of fashionable club, with branches, or, in his poetical phrase, floor amours, in the vicinity of cities and spas. Membership was to be restricted to noblemen, handsome and healthy with an age limit of 50, which must be praised as very broad-minded on the poor kid's part, paying a yearly fee of 3,650 guineas, not counting the cost of bouquets, jewels and other gallant donations. Resident female physicians, and young, of the American secretarial or dentist assistant type, would be there to check the intimate physical condition of the caresser and the caressed, another felicitous formula, as well as their own if the need arose. One clause in the rules of the club seemed to indicate that Eric, though frenziedly heterosexual, had enjoyed some tender ersatz fumblings with schoolmates at Note, a notorious preparatory school in that respect. At least two of the maximum number of 50 inmates in the major floor amours might be pretty boys, wearing frontlets and short smocks, not older than Faunie if fair, and not more than 12 if dark. However, in order to exclude a regular flow of inveterate pederasts, boy love could dabbled in by the jaded guest only between 2 sequences of 3 girls each, all possessed in the course of the same week, a somewhat comical, but not unshrewd, stipulation. The candidates for every floor amour were to selected by a committee of club who would take into consideration the annual accumulation of impressions and desiderata, jotted down by the guests in a special shell: pink beauty and tenderness, grace, and composed the main qualities required of the girls, aged from 15 to 25 in the case of slender Nordic dolls, and from 10 to 20 in that of opulent southern charmers. They would gamble and loll in boudoirs and conservatories, invariably naked and ready for love. Not so their attendants, attractively dressed handmaids of more or less exotic extraction, unavailable to the fancy of members except by special from the board. My favant clause, for I are a photostat of that poor boy's calligraph, is that any girl in her floor amour could lady-in-chief by acclamation during her menstrual period. This of course did not work, and the committee compromised by having a good-looking female homosexual head the staff and adding a bouncer horn Eric had overlooked. Eccentricity is the greatest grief's greatest remedy. The boy's grandfather set at once to render in brick and stone, concrete and marble, flesh and Eric's fantasy. He resolved to the first sampler of the first houri he would hire for his last house, and to live until then in laborious abstinence. It must been a moving and magnificent sight, that of the old but still vigorous Dutchman with his rugged reptilian face and white hair, designing with the assistance of leftist decorators the 1,001 memorial floor amours he resolved to erect all over the world, perhaps even in brutal Tartary, which he thought was mild by Americanized Jews but then art-redeemed politics, profoundly original concepts that we must condone in a lovable old crank. He began with rural England and coastal America, and was engaged in a Robert Adam-like composition, cruelly refaxed to by local wags as the Madam I.M. Adam House not far from Newport, Rhodos Island, in a somewhat senile style, with marble columns dredged from classical seas and still encrusted with Etruscan oyster shells, when he died from a stroke while helping to prop up a propylene underscore. It was only his 100th house. His nephew and heir, an honest but astoundingly stummer clothier in Ruinen, somewhere near Zeuly, I am told with a large family and a small trade, was not cheated out of the millions of guldens, about the apparent squandering of which he had been consulting mental specialists during the last 10 years or so. All the 100 floor amours opened simultaneously on September 20, 1875, and by a delicious coincidence the old Russian word for September, Ryuan, which might spelled Minr, also the name of the ecstatic Nederlander's hometown. By the beginning of the new century the Venus revenues were pouring in, their final gush, it is true. A tattling tabloid reported, around 1890, that out of gratitude and curiosity Velvet, Veen travelled once and only once to the nearest floor amour with his entire family, and it is also said that Guillaume de Montparnasse indignantly rejected an offer from Hollywood to base a screenplay on that dignified and hilarious excursion Mere l'Amours, No doubt Eric's grandfather's range was wide from CLU to Dada, from Low Gothic to Hoc Modem. In his parodies of Paradise he even permitted himself, just a few times, to express the rectilinear chaos of Cubism, with abstract, cast in concrete, by imitating in the senso el invulner back history of English architecture given me by good Dr. Lagasse, such ultra-utilitarian of brick as the Mason's closes of Elfreud in Lübetgen, Austria, or the great necessity houses of Dudok in Friesland. But on the whole it was the idyllic and the romantic that he favored. English gentlemen of parts found many pleasures in Letchworth Lodge, an honest country house plastered up to its bullies, or Itchener Chat with its battered chimney breasts and hipped gables. None could help admiring David Van Veen's knack of making his brand new Regency mansion look like a Renovat farmhouse, or of producing a comated convent on a small offshore island with such miraculous effect that one could not distinguish the arabesque from the arbutus, ardor from art, the soar from the rose. We shall always remember Little Lemon Tree near Rantchester, or the pseudo-therm in the lovely cul-de-sac south of the viaduct of fabulous Palermontavia. We appreciated greatly his blending local banality, that CH-dough girdled with chestnuts, that castello guarded by cypresses, with interior ornaments that pandered to all the orgies reflected in the ceiling mirrors of little Eric's erogenetics. Most effective, in a functional sense, was the protection the architect distilled, as it were, from the ambitus of his houses. Nestling in woodland dells, or surrounded by a many-acred park, or overlooking tell-tacked groves and gardens, access to Venus began by a private road and continued through a labyrinth of hedges and walls with inconspicuous to which only the guests and the guards had keys. Cunningly distributed spotlights followed the wandering of the masked and caped grandees through dark mazes of coppices, for one of the stipulations imagined by Eric was that every establishment should open only at nightfall and close at sunrise, a system of bells that Eric may have thought up all by himself. It was really as old as the Bada and the Vishabala, prevented visitors from running into each other on the premises, so that no matter how many noblemen were waiting or wenching in any part of the Flora Moor, each felt he was the only cirk in the coop, because the silent and courteous person resembling a Manhattan shop walker, did not count. Of course, you sometimes saw him when a hitch occurred in connection with your credentials or credit, but he was seldom obliged to apply vulgar force or call in an assistant. According to Eric's plan, councils of elderly noblemen were responsible for mustering the girls. Delicately fashioned phalanges, teeth, a flawless epiderm, undyed hair, impeccable buttocks and breasts, and the unfeigned vim of avid venery were the absolute prerequisites demanded by the elders, as they had been by Eric. Intactas were tolerated only if very young. On the other hand, no woman who had ever borne a child, even in her own, could be accepted, no matter how free she was of mammillary blemishes. Their social rank had left unspecified, but the committees were inclined, initially and theoretically, to recruit girls of more or less gentle build. Daughters of Anists were preferred, on the whole, to those of Anisons. Quite a number turned out to be the children of peeved peers in cold castles, or of ruined baronesses in shabby hotels. In a list of about 2,000 females working in all the Flora Moors on January 1, 1890, the greatest year in the annals of Villa Venus, I counted as many as 22 directly connected with the royal Farnellies of Europe, but at least 1/4 of all the girls belonged to plebeian groups. Owing to some nice Vstriaska shake-up in the genetic kaleidoscope, or mere poker luck, or no reason at all, the daughters of peasants and peddlers and plumbers were not seldom more stylish than their middle class or upper class compamons, a curious point that will please my non-gentle readers no less than the fact that the servant girls below the Oriental charmers, who assisted in various rituals of silver basins, embroidered towels and dead-end smiles, the client and his cliquies, not seldom descended from emblazoned princely heights. Demon's father, and very soon Demon himself and Lord Erminin, and Anir Ritkov, and Count Peter de Prey, and Meyer de Meyer, ESQ_, and Baronet Surascudo were all members of the first Venus Club Council, but it was bashful, obese, big-nosed Nirulgov's visits that really thrilled the girls and filled the vicinity with detectives who dutifully impersonated hedge cutters, grooms, horses, tall milkmaids, new statues, old chunks, and so forth. While His Majesty dallied, in a special chair built for his weight and whims, with this or that sweet subject of the realm, white, black or brune_ because the particular Flora Moor that I visited for the first time on becoming a member of the Villa Venus Club, not long before my second summer with Maeda in the arbors of Ardis, is today, after many vicissitudes, the charming country house of a chose don whom I researched and his charming family, charming wife and a triplet of charming 12-year-old daughters, Ala L016 and Lalagi, especially El Alaj. I cannot name it though my diarist reader insists I have mentioned it somewhere before. I have frequented bordels since my 16th year, but although some of the better ones, especially in France and Ireland, rated a triple red symbol in Nug's guidebook, nothing about them pre-announced the luxury and mollitude of my first Villa Venus. It was the difference a den and an Eden. 3 Egyptian squaws, dutifully keeping profile, long ebony eye, lovely snub, braided black mane, honey-hued pharaoh frook, thin amber arms, negro bangles, donut earring of gold bisected by a pleat of the mane, red Indian hairband, ornamental bib lovingly borrowed by Eric Veen from a reproduction of a Theban fresco, no doubt pretty banal in 1420b printed in Germany, Kabenzler postcard NR_6034, says cynical Dr. Lagasse prepared me by means of what parched Eric called exquisite manipulations of senane nerves whose position and power are known only to a few ancient sexologists, accompanied by the no less exquisite application of certain ointments, not too specifically mentioned in the pomo lore of Eric's Orientalia, for receiving a scared little virgin, the descendant of an Irish king, as Eric was told in his last dream in X, Switzerland, by a master of funerary rather than fumigatory ceremonies. Those preparations proceeded in such sustained, unendurably delicious rhythms that Eric, dying in his sleep and Van throbbing with foul life on a rococo couch, 3 miles south of Bedford, could not imagine how those 3 young ladies, now suddenly divested of their clothes, a well-known oneirotic device, could manage to draw out a prelude that kept one so long on the very lip of its resolution I lay supine and felt twice the size I had ever been. C'est nascent nonsense, says science, when finally 6 gentle hands attempted to ease Lagos, trembling upon the terrible tool. Silly piteous sentiment I rarely experience caused my desire to droop, and I had her carried away to a feast of peach tarts and cream. The gypsies looked disconcerted, but very perked up. I summoned all the 20 herons of the house, including the sweet-lipped, glossy-chinned darling, into my resurrected presence. After considerable examination, after much flattering of haunches and necks, I chose a golden Gretchen, a pale Andalusian, and a black from New Orleans. The handmaids pounced upon them like pards and, having impasmed them not unlesbian zest, tummed the 3 rather melancholy graces over to me. The towel given me to wipe off the sweat that filmed my face and stung my eyes could have been cleaner. I raised my voice. I had the reluctant accursed casement wrenched wide open. A lorry had got stuck in the mud of a forbidden and unfinished road, and its groans and exonians dissipated the bizarre gloom. Only one of the girls stung me right in the soul, but I went through all 3 of them grimly and leisurely, changing mounts in midstream, Eric's advice, before ending every time in the grip of the ardent Ardeusian, who said as we parted, after one last spasm, although non-erotic chit-chat was against the rules, that her father had constructed the swimming pool on the estate of Demon Veen's cousin. It was now all over. The lorry had gone or had drowned, and Eric was a skeleton in the most expensive Comer of the ex-cemetery, but then, all cemeteries are ex, remarked a jovial Protestant priest between ATL anonymous alpinist and my stillborn double. Cherry, the only lad in our next, American, Flora Moore, a little Salopian of 11 or 12, looked so amusing with his copper curls, dreamy eyes and elfin that two exceptionally sportive courtesans, entertaining Van, prevailed upon him one night to try the boy. Their joint F-01 failed, however, to arouse the pretty catamite, who had exhausted by too many recent engagements. His girlish crupper proved sadly defaced by the varicolored imprints of bestial clawings and flesh twistings, but worst of all, the little fellow could not disguise a state of acute indigestion, marked by unappetizing dysenteric symptoms that coated his lover's shaft with mustard, and the result, no doubt, of eating many green apples. Eventually, he had to be destroyed or given away. Generally speaking, the adjunction of boys had to be discontinued. A famous French Flora Moore was never the same after the Earl of Langbourn, his kidnapped son, a green-eyed frail fawnlet, being examined by a veterinary whom the Earl shot dead by mistake. In 1905 a glancing blow was dealt Villa Venus from another quarter. The personage we have called Ritkov or Vrodik had been induced by the ailings of age to withdraw his patronage. However, one night he suddenly looking again as ruddy as the proverbial fiddle, but after the entire staff of his favourite Flora Moore near Bath had worked in vain on him till an ironic Hesperus rose in a milkman's hummed LTN sky, the wretched sovereign of one half of the globe called for the shell-pink book, wrote in it a line that Seneca had once composed, subsidunt montes est jugus celseruant, and departed, weeping. About the same time a respectable lesbian who conducted a Villa Venus at Summer, the Missouri spot, throttled with her own hands. She had been a Russian weightlifter, two of her most beautiful and valuable charges. It was all rather sad. When the deterioration of the club set in, it proceeded with amazing rapidity along several unconnected lines. Girls of flawless turned out to wanted by the police as the molls of bandits with grotesque jaws, or to have been criminals themselves. Corrupt physicians passed faded blondes who had had half a dozen children, some of them being already prepared to enter remote Flora Moors themselves. Cosmetic eons of genius restored 40-year-old matrons to look and smell like schoolgirls at their first prom. High-born gentlemen, magistrates of radiant integrity, mild-mannered scholars, proved to be such violent copulators that some of their younger victims had to be hospitalized and removed to ordinary lupanars. The anonymous protectors of Coltasans bought medical inspectors, and the Raja of Kashu, an impostor, was infected with a disease by a genuine great-grandniece of Empress Josephine. Simultaneously, economic disasters, beyond the financial or philosophical ken of invulnerable Van and Demon, but affecting many persons of their set, began to restrict the aesthetic assets of Villa Venus. Disgusting pimps with obsequious grins disclosing gaps in their tawny teeth popped out of Rosebushes illustrated pamphlets, and there were fires and earthquakes, and quite suddenly, out of the 100 original palazzos, only a dozen remained, and even those soon sank to the level of stagnant stews, and by 1910 all the dead of the English cemetery at X had to transfer to a common grave. Van never regretted his last visit to one last Villa Venus. A cauliflowered candle was messily burning in its tin cup on the window ledge next to the guitar-shaped paper-wrapped bunch of long roses for which nobody had troubled to find, or could have found, a vase. On a some way off, lay a pregnant woman, smoking, looking up at the smoke mingling its volutes with the shadows on the ceiling, one knee raised, one hand dreamily scratching her brown groin. Far beyond her, a standing ajar gave on what appeared to be a moonlit gallery but was really an abandoned, half-demolished, vast reception room with a broken outer aisle, zigzag fissures in the floor, and the black ghost of a gaping grand piano, emitting, as if all by itself, spooky glissando twangs in the middle of the night through a great rip in the marbleized brick and plaster, the naked sea, not seen but heard as a panting space separated from time, dully its platter of pebbles, and with the crumbling sounds, indolent gusts of warm wind reached the unwalled rooms, disturbing the volutes of shadow above the woman, and a bit of dirty fluff that had drifted down onto her pale belly, and even the reflection oft candle in a cracked parle of the bluish casement beneath it, on a rump-tickling coarse couch, Van reclined, pouting pensively, caressing the pretty head on his chest, flooded by the black hair of a much younger sister or cousin of the tetched Florinda on the tumbled. The child's eyes were closed, and whenever he kissed their moist convex lids the rhythmic motion of her blind breasts changed or stopped altogether, and was presently resumed. He was thirsty, but the champagne he had bought, with the softly rustling roses, remained sealed, and he had not the heart to remove the silky dear head from his breast so as to begin working on the explosive bottle. He had fondled and fouled her many times in the course of the last 10 days, but was not sure if her narn Ivas really Adora, as everybody maintained she, and the other girl, and a third one, a maidservant, Princess Kachurin, who seemed to have born in the faded bathing suit she never changed and would die in, no doubt, before reaching majority, or the first really cold winter on the beach mattress which she was moaning on now in her drugged days. And if the child really was called Adora, then what was she? Not Romanian, not Dalmatian, not Sicilian, not Irish, though an echo of brogue could be dischemed in her broken but not too foreign English. Was she 11 or Faunian, almost 15 perhaps? Was it really her birthday this 21st of July, 1904 or 8, or even several years later, on a Mediterranean peninsula? A very distant church clock, never audible except at night, clanged Fivis, and added a quarter. Smorciamo la candela, mumbled the bawd on the bed in the local dialect that Van better than Italian. The child in his arms stirred, and he pulled his opera cloak over her. In the grease-reeking darkness a faint pattern of moonlight established itself on the stone floor, near his discarded half-mask lying there and his pump-shod foot. It was not Ardis, it was not the library, it was not even a human room, but merely the squalid recess where the bouncer had slept before going back to his rugby coaching job at a public school somewhere in England. The grand piano in the otherwise bare hall seemed to be playing all by itself, but actually was being rippled by rats in quest of the succulent refuse placed there by the maid who fancied a bit of music ivy and her cancered womb roused her before dawn with its first farnilier stab. The ruinous villa no longer bore any resemblance to Eric's organized dream, but the soft little creature in Van's desperate grasp was Ada_04 what Ardor's. A random sequence of scenes, trivial or tragic, viatic or static, fantastic or farnilier, featuring more or less plausible events patched up with grotesque details, and recasting dead people in new settings. In reviewing the more or less memorable dreams I have had during the last 9 decades, I can classify them by subject matter into several categories, among which 2 surpass the others in generic distinctiveness. There are the professional dreams and there are the erotic ones. In my 20s the first kind occurred about as frequently as the second, and both had their introductory counterparts, insomnious conditioned either by the of 10 hours of work or by the memory of artists that a Tom in my day had maddeningly revived. After work I battled against the might of the mindset. The stream of the force of the phrase demanding to be formed could not be stopped for hours of darkness and discomfort, and when some result had, the current still hummed on and on behind the wall, even if I locked up my brain by an act of self-hypnosis, plain will, or pill, could no longer help, some other image or meditation, but not Ardis, not Ada, for that would mean drowning in a cataract of worse wakefulness, with rage and regret. Desire and despair sweeped me into an abyss where sheer physical extenuation stunned me at last with sleep. In the professional dreams that especially obsessed me when I worked on my earliest fiction, and pleaded abjectly with a very frail muse, kneeling and wringing my hands like the dusty-trousered marmlad before his marmlady in Dickens, I might see for example that I was correcting galley proofs, but that somehow, the great somehow of dreams, the book had already come out, had come out literally, being proffered to me by a human hand from thuisty pauper basket in its perfect, and dreadfully imperfect, stage the typo on every page, such as the snide bitterly, instead of butterfly, and the meaningless nuclear, instead of unclear. Or I would, hurrying to a reading I had to give, would feel exasperated by the sight of the traffic and people blocking my way, and then realize with sudden relief that all I had to do was to strike out the phrase crowded street in my manuscript. Had I might designate as skyscape, not skyscrary, as 2/3 of the class will probably take it down. Dreams belongs to a subdivision of my visional visions, or perhaps may represent a preface to them, for it was in my early pubescence that hardly a night would pass without some old or recent wake-time impression, establishing a soft deep link with my still muted gems, for we are van, rhyming with and indeed signifying one in Marina's less deep-voweled Russian pronunciation. The presence, or promise, of art in that kind of dream would come in the image of an overcast sky, a manifold lining of cloud, a motionless but hopeful white, a hopeless but gliding gray, showing artistic signs of clearing, and presently the glow of a pale sun grew through the leaner layer, only to be recalled by the scud, for I was not yet ready. Allied to the professional and vocational dreams are dim doom, visions, photidic sign nightmares, thalamic calamities, menacing riddles. Not infrequently the menace is well concealed, and the innocent incident will turn out to possess, if jotted down and looked up later, the kind of precognitive flavor that Donne has explained by the action of reverse memory. But for the moment I am not going to enlarge upon the uncanny element particular to dreams beyond observing that some law of logic should fix the number of coincidences, in a given domain, after which they cease to coincidences, and form, instead, the living organism. Of a new TMTH, tell me, says Osberg's little Gitana to the Moors, El Modala and Ramara, what is the precise minimum of hairs on a body that allows one to call it hairy? Between the dim-doom and the sensual, I would place melts of erotic tenderness and heart-rending enchantment, chance $$ moments of anonymous girls at vague parties, half-smiles of appeal or submission forerunners or echoes of the agonizing dreams of regret when series of receding adas faded away in silent reproach, and tears, even hotter than those I would shed in waking life, and scalded poor Van, and were remembered at knid moments for days and weeks. Van's sexual dreams are embarrassing to describe in a family chronicle that the very young may perhaps read after a very old man's death. 2 samples, more or less euphemistically worded, should suffice. In an intricate arrangement of thematic recollections and automatic phantasmata, Aqua Marina or Marina made up to look like Aqua, ambs to inform Van, joyfully, that Ada has just been delivered of a girl child whom he is about to know carnally on a hard garden bench while under a nearby pine. His father, or his dress-coated mother, is trying to make a transatlantic call for an ambulance to be sent from Vence at once. Another dream, recurring in its basic, unmentionable phone, since 1888 and well into the century, contained an essentially triple and, in a way, triadic idea. Bad Ada and Lewd Lucette had found a ripe, very ear of Indian calm. Ada held it at both ends as if it were a mouth organ, and now it was an organ, and she moved her parted lips along it, varnishing its shaft, and while she was making it trill and moan, Lucette's mouth engulfed its extremity. The 2 sisters' avid lovely young faces were now close together, doleful and wistful in their slow, almost languid play, their tongues meeting in flicks of fire and curling back again, their tumbled hair, red bronze and black bronze, delightfully commingling, and their sleek hind quarters lifted high as they slaked their thirst in the pool of his blood. I have some notes here on the general character of dreams. One puzzling feature is the multitude of perfect strangers with clear features, but never seen again, accompany MG, meeting, welcomed me, stirring me with long tedious tales about other strangers, all this in lealties familiar to me and in the midst of people, deceased or living, whom I knew well, or the curious tricks of an agent of Chronos, a very exact clock time Avernus, with all thepangs, possibly full bladder pangs in disguise, of not getting somewhere in time, and with that clock hand before me, numerically meaning gal, mechanically plausible, but combined, and that is the curious part, with an extremely hazy, hardly existing passing of time feeling. This theme I will also reserve for a later chapter. All dreams are affected by the experiences and impressions of the present as well as by memories of childhood. All reflect, in images or sensations, a draught, a light, a rich meal, or a grave intimal disorder. Perhaps the most typical trait of practically all dreams, unimportant or portentous, and this despite the presence, in stretches or patches, of fairly logical, within special limits, cogitation and awareness, often absurd, of dream past events, should by my students as a dismal weakening of the intellectual faculties of the dreamer, who is not really shocked to none into a long dead mend. At his best the dreamer wears semi-opaque blinkers, at his worst he's an imbecile. The class, 1891, 1892, 1893, 1894, etc. Ivel Caroli note, Russell of Blue Books, that, owing to their very nature, to that mental mediocrity and bumble, dreams cannot yield any semblance of morality or symbol or allegory or Greek myth, unless, naturally, the dreamer is a Greek or a mythicist. Metamorphoses in dreams are as common as metaphors in poetry. A writer who likens, say, the fact of imagination's weakening less rapidly than memory, to the lead of a pencil getting used up more slowly than its erasing end, is comparing two real, concrete, existing things. Do you want me to repeat that? Cries of yes, yes, to, well, the pencil I'm holding is still conveniently long, though it has eckled me a lot, but its rubber cap is practically erased by the very action it has been performing too many times. My imagination is still strong and serviceable, but my memory is getting shorter and shorter. I compare that real experience to the condition of this real commonplace object. Neither is a symbol of the other. Similarly, when a tea shop humorist says that a little conical titbit with a comical cherry on top resembles this or that, titters in the audience, he is turning a pink cake into a pink breast. Tempestuous laughter, in a phrase like frill or frilled phrase, silence. Both objects are real, they are not interchangeable, not tokens of something else, say, of Walter Raleigh W.'s decapitated trunk still topped by the image of his wet nurse, one lone chuckle. Now the mistake, the ludicrous, and vulgar mistake of the signui mondio analysts consists in their regarding a real object, a pompon, say, or a pumpkin, actually seen in a dream by the patient, as a significant abstraction of the real object, as a bumpkin's bonbon or one half of the bust, if you see what I mean. Scattered giggles. There can be no emblem or parable in a village idiot's hallucinations or in last night's dream of any of us in this hall. In those random visions nothing, grating sound of horizontal strokes, Carl be construed as allowing itself to be deciphered by a witch who can then cure a madman or give comfort to a killer by laying the blame on a fond, too fiendish or too indifferent parent. Secret festerings that the foster quack feigns to heal by expensive confession fests. Laughter and applause. 05 Van spent the fall term of 1892 at Kingston University, Mamie, where there was a first-rate madhouse, as well as a famous department of therapy, and where he now went back to one of his old projects, which turned on the idea of dimension and dementia. You will stub Van, an alliteration on your lips, jest old Ratner, resident pessimist of genius, for whom life was only a disturbance in the Ratnerdurological order of things from Nerderos, not Terra van Veen. As also, in his small way, the editor of Ardor liked to change his at the end of a section or chapter or even paragraph, and he had almost finished a difficult bit dealing with the divorce between time and the contents of time, such as action on matter, in space, and the nature of space itself, and was contemplating moving to Manhattan, that kind of switch being a reflection of mental imbrication rather than a concession to some farcical influence of environment endorsed by Marx Pure, the popular author of historical plays, when he received an unexpected Doro phone call which for a moment affected violently his entire pulmonary and systemic circulation. Nobody, not even his father, knew that Van had recently bought Cordula's penthouse apartment between Manhattan's Library and Park. Besides its being the perfect place to work in, with that terrace of scholarly seclusion suspended in a celestial void, and that noisy but convenient city lapmp below at the base of his mind's invulnerable rock, it was, in fashionable parlance, a bachelor's folly where he could secretly entertain any girl or girls he pleased. One of them dubbed it your wing atera. But he was still in his rather dingy chose like at Kingston when he consented to Lucine's visiting him on that bright afternoon. He had not seen her since 1888. In the fall of 1891 she had sent him from California a rambling, indecent, crazy, almost savage declaration of love in a 10-page letter, which shall not discussed in this memoir. See, however, a little farther. Ed. At present, she was studying the history of Alt, the second-rater's last revenge, she said, in nearby Queenston College for glamorous and glupavatun, dumb, girls. She rang him up and pleaded for an interview, in a new, darker voice, agonizingly resembling Ada as she intimated that she was bringing him an important message. He suspected it would be yet another installment of her unrequited passion, but he also felt that her visit would touch off intimal fires. As he awaited her, walking the ivy whole length of his brown carpeted suite and back again, now contemplating the emblazed trees, that defied the season, through the northeast casement at the end of the passage, then returning to the sitting room which gave on sun-bordered green cloth court, he kept fighting Ardis and its orchards and orchids, bracing himself for the ordeal, wondering if he should not cancel her visit, or have his man convey his apologies for the suddenness of an unavoidable departure, but knowing all the time he would go through it. With Lucette herself, he was only obliquely conceived. She inhabited this or that dapple of drifting sunlight, but could not be wholly dismissed with the rest of sun-flecked Ardis. He recalled, in passing, the sweetness in his lap, her round little bottom, her prisma eyes as she tummed toward him and the receding road. Casually he wondered whether she had fat and freckled, or had joined the graceful Zemsky group of nymphs. He had left the parlor door that opened on the landing slightly ajar, but somehow missed the sound of her high heels on the stairs, or did not distinguish them from his heartbeats, while he was in the middle of his 20th trudge back to the Ardors and Arbors. Eros qui prend son essai. Ans that are marbly eros, the rose and the sore. I am ill at these numbers, but is en rhymery is easier than confuting the past in mute prose. Who wrote that? Voltimand or Voltaimand? Or the burning Sivine? A pest on his anapest. All our old loves are corpses or obs underscore all our sorrows are verms or whores underscore a black with bright misset locks. The sun had reached its first parlor window, stood awaiting him. Yes, the Jean had won. She was slim and strange. Her green eyes had grown. At 16 she looked considerably more dissolute than her sister had seemed at that fatal age. She wore black hairs and no hat. My joy, Moiratus said Lucette just like that. He had extracted more formality. All in all, he had hardly known her before except as an embered embryo. Eyes swimming, coral nostrils distended, red mouth perilously disclosing her tongue and teeth in a preparatory half-open skew, tame animal signaling by that slant the semblance of a soft bite, she advanced in the days of a commencing trance, of an unfolding caress. The aurora, who knows, she knew of a new life for both cheekbone. Van warned the young lady, you prefer skeletiki, little skeletons, she murmured, as Van applied light lips, which had suddenly become even drier than usual, to his half-sister's hot hard pommet. He could not help inhaling briefly her de grace, smart, though decidedly paffish, perfume, and, through it the flame of her little Larousse, as he and the other said when they chose to imprison her in bath water. Yes, very nervous and fragrant. Indian summer too sultry for hers, the cross and est, of the best-groomed redhead, Rouse. It's for bumpkins, because one can't stroke, as he did now, the upper copper without imagining at once the lower fox cub and the paired embers. This is where he lives, she said, looking around, turning around, as he helped her with wonder and sorrow out of her soft, deep, dark coat, sighed thinking, he liked Orsi Bear, Kodak. No, Desmond, Veen Hu Halje. Assistant Van admired her elegant slendy mess, the grey tailor-made suit, the smoky fichu, and as it waned away, her long white neck. Take your jacket off, he said, or thought he said, standing with extended hands, in his charcoal suit, spontaneous combustion, in his bleak parlor, in the bleak house anglophilically named Volte Mand Hall at Kingston University, Fall 10 1892, around 4 p.m. I think I'll take off my jacket, she said with the usual flitting frown of feminine huss that fits the thought. Got central heating, we girls tiny fireplaces. She threw it off, revealing a sleeveless frilly white blouse. She raised her arms to pass her fingers through her bright curls, and he saw the expected bright hollows. Van said, all three casements portant are open and can open wider, but they can do it only westward, and that green yard down below is the evening sun, prime grug, which makes this even warmer. Terrible for a window not to be able to tum its paralyzed embrasure and see what on the other side of the house. Once a veen, always a veen. She unclicked her black silk handbag, fished out a handkerchief and, leaving the gaping bag on the edge of the sideboard, went to the farthest window, and there, her fragile shoulders shaking unbearably, Van noticed a long, blue, violet-sealed envelope protruding from the bag. Lucette, don't cry. That's too easy. She walked back, dabbing her nose, curbing her childishly humid sniffs, still hoping for the decisive embrace. Here's some brandy, he said. Sit down. Where's the rest of the family? She returned the bald handkerchief of many an old romance to her bag. Vich, how you were, remained unclosed. Chows, too, have blue tongues. Mama dwells in her private samsara. Dad has had another stroke. Sis is revisiting Ardor. Sis. Cess, Lucette. We don't want any baby serpents around. This baby serpent does not quite know what tone to take. Ith Dr. VV_sector. You have not changed one bit, my pale darling, except that you look like a ghost in need of a shave without your summer glands. And summer mattle. He noticed that the letter, in its long blue envelope, lay now on the mahogany sideboard. He stood in the middle of the parlor, rubbing his forehead, not daring, because it was Ada's notepaper. Like some tea. She shook her head. I can't stay long. Besides, you said something about a busy day over the phone. One can't help being dread oily busy after 4 absolutely blank years, he would start sobbing too if she did not stop. Yes. I don't know. I have an appointment around 6. Two ideas were locked up in a slow dance, a mechanical minuet, with bows and curtsies. One was we have so much to say, the other was we have absolutely nothing to say. But that son of thing can change in one instant. Yes, I have to see Ratner at 6:30, murmured Van, consulting a calendar he did not. Ratner on Tara, ejaculated Lucette _ Van is reading Ratner on Telta _ Pet must never disturb him and me when we are reading Ratner. I implore, my dear, no impersonations. Let us not transform a pleasant reunion into mutual what was she doing at Queenston? She had told him before. Of course. Tough course? No. Oh. From time to time both kept glancing askance at the letter to see if it was behaving itself, not dangling its legs, not picking its nose. Riddom it sealed? Tell Ratner, she said, gulping down her third brandy as simply as if it were technicolored water. Tell him, the liquor was loosening her pretty viper tongue. Oh, Ipper? Lucette. My dead dear darling. Tell him that when in the old days you and Ada the name yawned like a black doorway, then the banged. Left me for him, and then came back. I knew every time that you vicio stellally, had appeased your lust, had allayed your fire. One remembers those little things much too clearly. Lucette _ please, stop. One remembers, Van, those little things much more clearly than the big fatal ones. As for example the clothes you wore at any given moment, at a generously given moment, with the sun on the chairs and the floor. I was practically naked, of course, being a neutral pure little child. But she wore a boy's shirt and a Sean skirt, and all you had on were those wrinkled, soiled shorts, shoner because tinkled, and they smelled as they always did after you'd been on Terra with Odd, with Ratner on Ada on Anti-Terra in Ardis Forest. Oh, they positively stank, you know, your little shorts of Imandered Ada, and her cat food, and your caked algaroba. Should that letter, now next to the brandy, listen to all this? Was it from Ada after all? There was no address. Because it was Lucette's mad, shocking letter of love that was doing the Van, it will make you smile thus in the Ms. Ed. Van, said Lucette, it will make you smile. It did not, that prediction is seldom fulfilled, but if you posed the famous Van question, I would answer in the affirmative. Ivy had asked little Cordelia in that bookshop behind the revolving paperbacks stand, the Gitanilla, Our Laddies, Clichés, Silpricks, the Bible Unabridged, Murtvago Forever, the Gitanilla. He was known in the beau monde for asking that question the very first time he met a young lady. To sure, it was not easy. In parked automobiles and at rowdy parties, thrusts had to be parried, advances fought off, and only last winter, on the Italian Riviera, there was a youngster of 14 or 15, an awfully precocious but terribly shy and neurotic young violinist, who reminded Manna of her brother. Well, for almost 3 months, every blessed afternoon, I had him touch me, and I reciprocated, and after that I could sleep at last without pills, but otherwise I haven't once kissed male epithelia in all my life. Look, I can swear I never have. By William Shakespeare, extending dramatically one hand toward a shelf with a set of thick red books. Hold it, cried Van. That's the collected works of Faulkner man, dumped by my predecessor. Pa, uttered Lucette and, please, don't use that expletive, forgive me. Oh, I know, oh, I shan't, of course, you know. All the sarn, you are very sweet. I'm glad you came, I'm glad, too, she said. But Van. Don't you dare think I relanced you to reiterate that I'm madly and miserably in love with you and that you Carl do anything you want with me. If it didn't simply press the button and slip that note into the burning slit and cataract away, it was I had to see you, because there is something else you must know, even if it makes you detest and despise Ada and me. Unrotted/no trudno, it is disgustingly hard to explain, especially for a virgin, well, technically, a virgin, a coquettish virgin, half po/e, half pula. I realize the privacy of the subject, mysterious matters that one should not discuss even if a vaginal brother mysterious, not merely in their moral and mystical aspect uterine but close enough. It certainly came from Lucetta's sister. He knew that shade and that shaw, that shade of blue, that shape of you, corny song on the sonorola, _blue in the face from pleading Rs/Q but also in a direct physical sense. Because, darling Van, in that direct physical sense I know as much about our Ada as you. Fire away, said Van, wearily. She never wrote you it? Negative throat sound. Something we used to call pressing the spring. She and I. Do you remember grandmother's skmtoire between the globe and the Guerin? In the library? I don't even know what a skmtoire is, and I do not visualize the Guerin. But you remember the globe. Dusty tartary with Cinderella's finger rubbing the place where the invader would fall. Yes, I do and a kind of stand with golden dragons painted all over it. That's what I meant by Guerin. It was really a Chinese stand japanned in red lacquer, and the scrutoire in between. China or Japan? Make up your mind. And I still don't know how your inscrutable looks. I mean, in ISS 4 or 1888 skmtoire almost as bad as the other with her blumalopias and melospermas _van, vanica _ we are straying from the main point. The point is that the writing desk, or if you like, secret air, I hate both, but it at the opposite end oft black divan. Now mentioned for the first time, though both had been tacitly using it as an orientator or as a right hand painted on a transparent signboard that a philosopher's orbitless eye, a peeled hard-boiled egg cruising free, but sensing which of its ends is proximal to an imaginary nose, sees hanging in infinite space, whereupon, with Germanic grace, the free eye sails around the glass sign and sees a left hand shining through. That's the solution. Bernard said 6:30, but I may be a little late. The mental in Van always rimmed the sensuous unforgettable, roughish, villous, villaviclose of allure. Van, you are deliberately sidetracking the issue. One can't do that with an issue. Because at the other end, at the heel end of the Vanyada divan, remember? There was only the closet in which you two looped me up at least 10 times. Nu us I desire. Exaggeration. Once and never more. It had a keyless hole as big as Kant's I can't was farness for his cucumbicolor iris. Well, that secret air, continued Lucette, considering her left shoe, her very chic patent leather glass shoe, as she crossed her lovely legs, that secret air enclosed a folded card table and a top secret drawer. And you thought, I think, it was crammed with our grandmother's love letters, written Ivy when she was 12 or 13. And our Aiden knew, oh, she knew, the drawer was there, but she had forgotten how to release the orgasm or whatever it is called in card tables and bureaus whatever it is called. She and I challenged you to find the secret Chuvstvilish sensorium, and make it work. It was the summer Belle sprained her backside, and we were left to our own devices, which had long lost the pedicule in your case and Ada's, but were touchingly pure in mine. You groped around, and felt for the little organ, which turned out to be a yielding roundlet in the rosewood under the felt you felt, I mean, under the felt you were feeling. It was a felted thumb spring, and Ada laughed as the drawer shot out and it was empty, said Van. Not quite. It contained a minuscule red porn that HIGW, showing its barleycorn size with her finger of knee ivy hat above Van's wrist. I kept it for luck, I must still have it somewhere. Anyway, the entire incident pre-emblematized, to quote my professor of Omament, the deprivation of your poor Lucette at 14 in Arizona_Bell had returned to Canady, Vrinsky had defigured the doomed children, her successor had eloped with Demon, Papa Ivas in the east, Ma Man hardly ever came home before dawn, the maids joined there at star-rise, and I hated to sleep alone in the Comer room assigned to me, even if I did not put out the pink nightlight of porcelain with the transparency. Picture of a lost lamb, I was afraid of the cougars and snakes. Quite this is not remembered speech but an extract from her letter or letters. Ed, whose cries and rattlings Ada imitated admirably, and, I think, designedly, in the desert's darkness under my first-floor window. Well, here, it would seem, taped speech is retummed on, to make a short story. Son of longish old Countess to praise phrase in praise of a lame mare in her stables in 1884, thence passed on to her son, who passed it on to his girl, who passed it on to her half-sister. Thus instantly reconstructed by Van sitting with tented hands in a red plush chair. I took my pillow to Ada's, where a similar nightlight transparency thing showed a blonde-bearded fattist in a toweling robe embracing the found lamb. The night was oven hot and we were stark naked except for a bit of sticking plaster where a DL router had stroked and pricked my arm, and she was a dream of white and black beauty, poor Connor unphrase, touched myth phrase in 4 places, a symmetrical queen of hearts. Next moment they grappled and had such delicious that they knew they you'd be doing it always together, for hygienic purposes, when boilless and boiling. She taught me practices I had never imagined, confessed Lucette M. Rear on wonder. We interweaved like serpents and sobbed like pumas. We were Mongolian tumblers, monograms, anagrams, autolucindas_. She kissed my Westic while I kissed hers, our heads clamped in such combinations that Bridget, a little chambermaid who blundered in with her candle, thought for a moment, though naughty herself, that we were giving birth simultaneously to baby girls, your Ada bringing out Unrouse and no one's Lucette, Unbroom. Fancy that side-splitting, said Vamo, it you.ent on practically every night at Marina Ranch, and often during siestas, otherwise, in between those vanuisments, her expression, or when she and I had the flow, which, believe it or not I can believe anything, said Van, took place at coincident dates. We were just ordinary sisters, exchanging routine nothings, having little in common, she collecting cactuses or running through her lines for the next audition in STEM A, and I reading a lot, or copying beautiful erotic pictures from an album of forbidden masterpieces that we found, APN Voss, in a box of corsetophai crestomati, corsets and crestomathes, which Bell had left, and I can assure you, they were far more realistic than the scroll painting by Mong Mong. Very active in a millennium before Ada said it illustrated Oriental calisthenics when I found it by chance in the Comer of one of my ambuscades. So the day passed, and then the star rose, and tremendous moths walked on all 6s up the window panes, and we tangled until we fell asleep. And that's when I learned, concluded Lucette, closing her eyes and making Van squirm by reproducing with diabolical accuracy Ada's demure little whimper of ultimate bliss. At this point, as in a well-constructed play larded with comic relief, the brass campophone buzzed, and not only did the radiators start to cluck but the uncapped soda water fizzed in sympathy. Van, crossly, I don't understand the first word _____, what's that? Ardor. Wait a second, to Lucette, please, stay where you are. Lucette, a French child word with 2 ps _ okay, toward the corridor. Sorry, Polly. Well, is it Vaderoo? No. Me the context. Laduru. Laduru is not, sin on what? Synonymous with duration. Sorry again, I must stop her that orgiastic soda. Hold the line. Yells down the corridor as they called the long second floor passage at Ardor. Lucette, let it run over, who cares? He poured himself another glass of brandy and for a ridiculous moment could not remember what the hell he had been. Yes, the polyphone it had died, but buzzed as he recradled the and Lucette knocked discreetly at the same time. Laduru. For sake, come in without knocking. No, Polly, knocking does not concern you, it's my little cousin. All right. Laduric is not synonymous with duration, being saturated, yes, as in Saturday with that particular philosopher's thought. I percent at's wrong now? You don't know if it's Dory or Durac. D-U-R. I thought you knew French. Oh, I see. So long. My typist, a trivial but always available blonde, could not make out Duru in my quite legible hand because, she says, she knows French, but not scientific French. Actually, observed Lucette, wiping the long envelope which a drop of soda had stained, Bergson is only for very young people or very unhappy people, such as this available Rouse. Spotting Bergson, said the assistant lecturer, rates a B- dans ton petit cas, hardly more. Or shall I reward you with a kiss on your crestic, that is? Wincing and rearranging his legs, our young Vandemonian cursed under his breath the condition in which the image of the four embers of a vixen's cross had now solidly put him. One of the synonyms of condition is state, and the adjective human may be construed as manly, since el humanity means mankind and that's how, my dears, Loden recently translated the title of the Malheureux Pompier's cheap novel La Condition Humaine, wherein, incidentally, the term Vandemonian is hilariously glossed as Cowlac Tasmanian d'origine hollandaise. Kick her out before it is too late. If you are serious, said Lucette, passing her tongue over her lips and slitting her darkening eyes, then, my darling, you can do it now. But if you are making fun of me, then you're an abominably cruel Vandemonian. Come, Lucette, it means little cross in Russian, that's all. Ivy hat else? Is it some amulet? You mentioned just now a little red stud or pawn. Is it something you wear, or used to wear, on a chainlet round your neck? A small acorn of coral, the glandulella of Vestals in ancient Rome? S the matter, my dear? Still watching him narrowly, I'll take a chance, she said. I'll explain it, though it's just one of our sister's tender turret words and I thought you were familiar with her. Oh, I know, cried Van, quivering with evil sarcasm, boiling with mysterious rage, taking it out on the red-haired scapegoatling, naive Lucette, whose only crime was to suffuse with the phantasmata of the other's innumerable lips. Of course, I remember now. A foul taint in the singular can be a sacred mark in the plural. You are referring of course to the stigmata, the eyebrows of pure sickly young nuns whom priests had over-anointed there and elsewhere with cross-like strokes of the mirror brush. No, it's much simpler, said patient Lucette let's go back to the library where you found that little thing still erect in its drawer. Z for Zemsky as I had you do resemble Dolly, still in her pretty pantalettes, holding a Flemish pink in the library portrait above her inscrutable. No, said Lucette, that indifferent oil presided over your studies and romps at the other end, next to the closet, above a glazed bookcase. Ivy hen will this torture end? I can't very well open the letter in front of her and read it aloud for the benefit of the audience. I have not alt to reckon my groans. One day, in the library, kneeling on a yellow cushion placed on a Chippendale chair before an oval table on lion claws, the epithetic tone strongly suggests that this speech has an epistolary source. Ed. I got stuck with 6 Book.2 in the last round of a Flavita game. Mind you, I was 8 and had not studied anatomy, but was doing my poor little to keep up with 2 Wunderkinder. You examined and fingered my groove and quickly redistributed the haphazard sequence Joulik made, say, Likrit or Rodical, and Ada flooded us both with her raven silks as she over our heads, and when you had completed the rearrangement, you and she came simultaneously, Sije pouce le metricum sa, Canadi French came falling on the black carpet in a paroxysm of incomprehensible merriment, so finally I quietly wrought 1K, little mouth, and was left with my own cheap initial I hope IQ thoroughly. Got you mixed up, Van, because la plus laetafil au monde put donner beaucoup plus tu lcna, and now let us say adieu, yours ever. Whilst the machine is to him, murmured Van. Hamlet, said the assistant lecturer's brightest student. Okay, replied her and his tormentor, but, you know, a medically minded English scrabbler, having 2 more letters to cope could make, for example, stercoil, a well-known sweat gland stimulant, or citroils, which grooms use for rubbing fillies. Please stop, Vandemonian, she moaned. Read her letter and bring me my coat. But he continued, his features working, I'm amazed. I never imagined that a hand-reared scion of Scandinavian kings, Russian grand princes and Irish barons could use the language of the proverbial gutter. Yes, you're right, you behave as a quad, Lucette _ in sad meditation Lucette said, as a rejected cocotte, Van. Oh moya dushka, my dear darling, cried Van, stmck by his oun coarseness and cruelty. Please, forgive me. I'm a sick man. I've been suffering for these last 4 years from consanguineo canceriformia, a mysterious disease described by Conalieto _ don't put your little cold hand on my paw, that could only hasten your end and mine. On with your story _ well, after teaching me simple exercises for one hand that I could practice alone, cruel Ada abandoned me. True, we never really doing it together, every now and then the ranchito of some acquaintances after a party, in a white she was teaching me to drive, in the sleeping car tearing across the prairie, at sad Ardis where I spent one night her before coming to Queenston _ I her hands, Van, they have the same rodinka, small birthmark because the fingers are so long, because, in fact, they are Vans in a reducing mirror, in tender diminutive, Velasquetal form, the talk as so often happened at emotional moments in the Wienzemski branch of that strange family, the noblest in Estadaland, the grandest on Antidalta was circled Russian, an effect not consistently reproduced in this chapter. The readers are restless tonight. She abandoned me, continued Lucette, chucking on one side of the mouth and smoothing up and down with an abstract palm her flesh-pale stocking. Yes, she started a rather sad little affair with Johnny, a young star from Fuerteventura, C.S. Dans. La Famille, her exact odnalitok. Coeval, practically her twin in appearance, the same year, the same day, the same instant. That was a mistake on silly Lucine's part. Ah, that cannot be, interrupted Moros Van, and after rocking this side and that with clenched hands and orrowed brow, how one would like to apply a boiling water-soaked wadabosh, as poor Rack used to call her limp arpeggiation, to that ripe pimple on his right temple. That simply cannot be. No damn twin can do that, not even those seen by Bridget, a cute little number I imagine, with that candle flame flirting with her exposed nipples. The usual difference in age between twins, he went on in a madman's voice so well controlled that it sounded over-rodantic, is seldom less than a quarter of an hour, the time a working OMB needs to rest and relax with a woman's magazine, before resuming its rather unappetizing contractions. In very rare cases, when the matrix just goes on pegging away automatically, the can take advantage of that and ease out the second brat who then can consider to be, say, 3 minutes younger, which in dynastic happy events doubly happy events with all Egyptagogue may be, and has been, even more important than in a marathon finish. But the creatures, no matter how numerous, never come out a loculeu. Simultaneous twins is a contradiction in terms. Nuus ne neu, well, I don't know, muttered Lucette, echoing faithfully her mother's dreary intonation in that phrase, which seemingly implied a admission of error and ignorance, but tended somehow owing to a hardly perceptible nod of condescension rather than consent to dull and dilute the truth of her scoffective retort. I only meant, she continued, that he was a handsome Hispano-Frisch boy, dark and pale, and people mistook them for twins. I did not say they were really twins. Or driblets. 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 Now who pronounced it that way? 4/ho? 4/ho? A dripping eavesdropper in a dream. Did the orphans live? But we must listen to Lucette _ after a year or so she found out that an old pederast kept him and she dismissed him, and he shot himself on a beach at high tide but surfers and surgeons saved him, and now his brain is damaged, I will never be able to speak. One can always fall back on mutes, said Van gloomily. He could act the speechless eunuch in Stamboul, my bulbul, or the stable boy disguised as a kennel girl who brings a letter. Van, I'm boring you. Oh, nonsense, it's a gripping and palpitating little case history. Because that was really not bad, bringing Douarn 3 in as many years besides winging a found _ jolly gookle shot at Diana. Wonder whom she'll bag next. You must not press me for the details of our sweet torrid and horrid nights together, before and between that poor guy and the next intruder. If my skin were a canvas and her lips a brush, not an inch of me would have remained unpainted and vice versa. Are you horrified, Van? Do you loathe us? On the contrary, replied Van, bringing off a passable imitation of bawdy mirth. Had I not been a heterosexual male, I would have been a lesbian. His trite reaction to her set piece, to her desperate cunning, caused Lucette to give up, to dry up, as it were, a black pit with people dismally coughing here and there in the invisible and eternal audience. He glanced for the 100th time at the blue envelope, its near long edge not quite parallel to that of the glossy mahogany, its left upper corner half hidden the tray with the brandy and soda, its right lower corner pointing at Van's favorite novel, the slat sign that lay on the sideboard. I want to see you again, said Van, biting his thumb, brooding, cursing the pause, yearning for the contents of the blue envelope. You must come and stay with me at a flat I know. Wave on Alex on you _ I have almished the guest room with burgures and tortures and rocking chairs, it looks like your mother's boudoir. Lucette curtsied with the wicks of her sad mouth, I am hurricane. Will you come for a few days? I promise to properly. All right. My notion of propriety may not be the same as yours. And what about Cordula Dupre? She won't mind. The apartment is mine, said Van, and besides, Cordula is now Mrs. Yvonne G. Tobuck _ they are making follies in Florence. Here's her last postcard Ponrate of Vladimir Christian of Denmark, who, she claims, is the dead spit of her Ivan Jovanovich. Have a look. Who cares for Sistermans, observed Lucette, with something of her uterine sister's night move of specious response, or a Latin rovesciata. No, it's an elm. Half a millennium ago. His ancestor, Van pattered on, was the famous or famed Russian admiral who had an epic duel with Jean Nicot and after whom the Tobago Islands, or the Tobakov Islands, are named. I forget which, it was so long ago, half a millennium. I mentioned her only because an old sweetheart is easily annoyed by the tong conclusions she jumps at, like a cat not quite making a fence and then running off without trying again, and stopping to back. Who told you about that lewd interlude? Your father, mon cher. We saw a lot of him in the West. Ada supposed, at first, that Tapper was an invented name, that you fought your duel with another person, but that was anybody heard of the other person's death in Colugano. Demon said you should have simply cudgeled him. I could not, said Van, the rat I was rotting away in a hospital bed. I meant the real Tapper, cried Lucette, who was making a complete mess of her visit, not my poor, poisoned, inelrent teacher of music, whom not even Audaz, unless she fibs, could cure of his impotence. Driblets, said Van. Not necessarily his, said Lucette. His wife's lover played the triple viol enoch. I'll borrow a, scanning on the nearest bookshelf the Gitani/La, clichés, Mertvago forever, the ugly New Englander, and curl up, Comendi, in the next room for a few minutes, while you I adore the slat sign. There's no hurry, said Van. Pause, about 15 minutes to go to the end of the act. At the age often, said Lucette to say something. I was at the View Rose Stop-Chin stage, but using, that day, that year, the unexpected, thronal, authorial, jocular, technically forbidden, possessive plural in speaking of her to him. Sister had read at that age, in 3 languages, many more books than I did at 12. However, after an appalling illness in California, I recouped myself. The pioneers vanquished the Piogenes. I'm not showing off, but do you happen to know a great favorite of mine, Herodotus? Oh yes, answered Van negligently. A ribald contemporary of Justinus, the Roman scholar. Yes, great stuff, blinding blend of subtlety and brilliant coarseness. You read it, dear, in the literal French translation with the Greek en regard, didn't you? But a mend of mine here showed me a scrap of newfound text, which you could not have seen, about 2 children, a brother and sister, who did it so often that they finally died in each other's limbs, and could not be separated. It just stretched, and snapped back in place every time the perplexed parents let go. It is all very obscene, and very tragic, and terribly ftnny. No, I don't know that passage, said Lucette. But Van, why are you hay fever, cried Van, searching pockets at once for a handkerchief. Her stare of compassion and the fruitless search caused such a swell of grief that he preferred to stump out of the snatching the letter, dropping it, picking it up, and retreating to the farthest room, redolent of her de grace, to read it in one gulp. Oh dear Van, this is the last attempt I am making. You may call it a document in madness or the herb of repentance, but I wish to come and live with you, wherever you are, forever and ever. If you scorn the maid at your window, I will aerogram my immediate acceptance of a proposal of marriage that has been made to your poor Ada a month ago in Valentine State. He is an Arizonian Russian, decent and gentle, not overbright and not fashionable. The only thing we have in common is a keen interest in many military-looking desert plants, especially various species of agave, hosts of the larvae, oft most noble animals in America. The giant skippers, Krolik, you see, is burrowing again. He owns horses, and cubistic pictures, and oil wells, whatever they are. Our father in Heli, who has some too, does not tell me, getting awry with off-color allusions as is his wont. I have told my patient Valentinian that I shall give him a definite answer. After consulting the only man I have ever loved or shall/ever love. Try to ring me up tonight. Something is very wrong with the lottery line, but I am assured that the trouble will be grappled with and eliminated before rivertide. Tvoya, thine. Van took a clean handkerchief from a tidy pile in a drawer, an action he analogized at once by plucking a leaf from a writing pad. It is wonderful how helpful _ such repetitive rhythms on the part of coincidental, white, rectangular, objects can be at such chaotic moments. He U.T0te a Sean aerogram and returned to the parlor. There he found Lucette putting on her FTR coat, and 5 uncouth scholars, whom his idiot valet had ushered in, standing in a silent circle around the bland glacial modeling of the coming winter's fashions. Bernard Ratner, a heavily bespectacled black-haired, red-cheeked thick-set young man greeted Van with affable relief. "Good log!" exclaimed Van. "I had understood we were to meet at your uncle's place." With a quick gesture he centrifuged them to waiting-room chairs, and despite his pretty cousin's protests, "It's a 20 minutes walk, don't accompany me," Campo phoned for his car. Then he clattered, in Lucette's wake, down the cataract of the narrow staircase, "Kutra kutra, cotter a cotter." "Please, children, not kutra kutra, Marina, I also know," said Lucette as if continuing their recent exchange, "who he is." She pointed to the inscription Volte Mand Hall on the brow of the building from which they now emerged. Van gave her a quick glance, but she simply meant the courtier in Hamlet. They passed through a dark archway, and as they came out into the colored air of a delicate sunset, he stopped her and gave her the note he had written. It told Ada to charter a plane and be at his Manhattan flat any time to _he Wood Kingston around midnight by car. He still hoped the lottery dorophone would in working order before his departure. Lech toke benate le dorophone. Anyway, he assumed the aerogram would reach her in a couple of hours. Lucette said it would first fly to Montgomery, sorry, lottery, and if marked urgent would arrive at sunrise by dazzled messenger, galloping east on the postmaster's flea-bitten nag, because on Sundays you could not use motorcycles, old local law, vivresta ia vitesse, conceptions dominicus/es, but even so, she would have ample time to pack, find the box of Dutch crayons Lucette wanted her to bring if she came, and be in time for breakfast in Cordula's recent bedroom. Neither half-sibling was at her or his best that day. "By the way," he said, "let's fix the date of your visit. Her letter changes my schedule. Let's have dinner at Ursus next weekend. I'll get in touch with you." "I knew it was hopeless," she said, looking away. "I did my best. I imitated all her stujki, little stunts. I'm a better actress than she, but that's not enough, I know. Go back now, they are getting dread oily drunk on your cognac." He thrust his hands into the warm vulvas of her mole-soft sleeves and held her for a moment on the inside by her thin bare elbows, down with meditative desire at her painted lips. "Unbaser, unsoul," she pleaded. "You promise not to open your mouth? Not to melt? Not to flutter and flick? I on TZ, I swear." He hesitated. "No," said Van, "it is a mad temptation, but I must not succumb. I could not live through another disaster, another sister, even one half of a sister _ Takoa Chayanie, such despair," moaned Lucette, Europing herself closely in the coat she had opened instinctively to receive him. "Might it console you to know that I expect only torture from her rhythm? That I regard you as a bird of paradise?" She shook her head. "That my admiration for you is painfully strong? I want Van," she cried, "and not intangible admiration. Intangible? You may gauge it, you may brush it once very lightly, with the knuckles of your gloved hand." "I said knuckles. I said once. That I will do. I can't kiss you. Not even your bump face. Goodbye, pet. Tell Edmund to take a nap after he returns. I shall need him at 2 in the morning. 06 The matter of that discussion was a comparison of notes regarding a problem that Van was to try to in another way many years later. Cases of acrophobia had closely examined at the Kingston Clinic to determine if they were combined with any traces or aspects of time terror. Tests had yielded completely negative results, but what seemed particularly curious was that the only available case of acute chronophobia differed by its very nature, metaphysical flavor, psychological stamp and so forth, from that of space fear. True, one patient maddened by the touch of time's texture presented too small a sample to compete with a great group of garrulous acrophobes, and readers who have been accusing Van of rashness and folly, in young Ratner's polite terminology, will have a higher opinion of him when they learn that our young investigator did his best not to let Mr. T.T. the chronophobe, cured hastily of his rare and important sickness. Van had satisfied himself that it had nothing to do with clocks or calendars, or any measurements or contents of time, while he suspected and hollered, as only a discoverer, pure and passionate and profoundly inhuman, can hope, that the dread of heights would be found by his colleagues to depend mainly on the misestimation of distances, and that Mr. Arshin, their best acrophobe, who could not step down from a footstool, could be made to step down into space from the top of a tower if persuaded by some optical trick that the fire net spread 50 yards below was a mat 1 inch him. Van had cold cuts brought up for them, and a gallon of gallows ale, but his mind was elsewhere, and he did not shine in the discussion which forever remained in his mind as a grisale of inconclusive tedium. They left around midnight. Their clatter and chatter still came from the stairs when he began ringing up Ardis Hall vainly. He kept it up intermittently till daybreak. Ave up, had a structurally perfect stool, its cruciform symmetry reminding him of the morning before his duel, and, without bothering to put on a tie, all his favorite ones were awaiting him in his new apartment, drove to Manhattan, taking the wheel when he found that Edmund had needed 45 minutes instead of half an hour to cover 1/1000 of the way. All he had wanted to say to Ada over the dumb Dorophone amounted to 3 words in English, contractable to 2 in Russian, to 1.5 in Italian, but Ada was to maintain that his frantic attempts to reach her at Ardis had only resulted in such a violent of eager that finally the basement boiler gave up and there was no hot water, no water at all, in fact, when she got out of bed. So she pulled on her Ivermest coat, and had Budialan, discreetly rejoicing old Budialan, carry her valises down and drive her to the airport. In the meantime Van had arrived at Alexis Avenue, had lain in bed for an hour, then shaved and showered, and almost tom off with the brutality of his pounced the handle of the door leading to the Teltus as there came the sound of a celestial motor. Despite an athletic strength of will, ironization of excessive emotion, and contempt for weepy weaklings, Van was aware of his being apt to suffer uncurbable blubbering fits, rising at times to an epileptic-like pitch, with sudden howls that shook his body, and inexhaustible fluids that stuffed his nose. Ever since his break with Ada had led to agonies, which his self-pride and self-concentration had never foreseen in the hedonistic past. A small monoplane, chartered, if one judged by its nacreous WMGS and illegal but abortive attempts to settle on the central green oval of the park, after which it melted in the moaning TMST to seek a perch elsewhere, wrenched a first sob from Van as he stood in his short terry on the roof terrace, now embellished by shrubs of blue spirea in invincible bloom. He stood in the chill sun until he felt his skin under the robe tumb to an armadillo's pelvic plates. Cursing and shaking both fists at breast level, he retuned into the warmth of his flat and drank a bottle of champagne, and then rang for Rose, the sportive Negro maid whom he shared in more ways than one with the famous, recently decorated cryptogrammatist, Mr. Dean, a perfect gentleman, dwelling on the floor below. With jumbled feelings, with unpardonable lust, Van watched her pretty behind roll and tighten under its lacy bow as she made the bed, while her lower lover could be heard through the radiator pipes humming to himself happily. He had decoded again a Tanner Dorogram telling the Chinese where we planned to land next time. Rose finished putting the room in order, and flirted off, and the Pantheon hum had hardly time to be replaced, rather artlessly for a person of Dean's profession, by a crescendo of intimational creaks that a child could decipher, when the hallway bell dingled, and next moment whiter-faced, redder-mouthed, 4-year-older Ada before a convulsed, already sobbing, ever-adolescent Van's her flowing hair blending with dark ores that were even richer than her sister's. He had prepared one of those phrases that sound right in dreams but larn in lucid life. I saw you circling me on libellula wings. He broke down on Ulla, and fell at her feet at her bare insteps in glossy black glass slippers precisely in the Sarn attitude, the same heap of hopeless tendy mess, self-immolation, denunciation of demoniac life, in which he would drop in back thought, in the innermost bower of his brain every time he remembered her impossible semi-smile as she adjusted her shoulder blades to the frunk of the final tree. An invisible stage hand now slipped a seat under her, and she wept, and stroked his black curls as he went through his fit of grief, gratitude and regret. It might have persisted much longer had not another, physical frenzy, that had been stirring his since the previous day, offered a blessed distraction. As if she had just escaped from a bumming palace and a perishing kingdom, she wore over her rumpled night-dress a deep brown, hoar-glossed coat of sea otter fur, the famous Kamchatskaya bobra of ancient Estotien traders, also known as Lutramarina on the Lyaska coast, my natural fur, as Marina used to say pleasantly of her own cape, inherited from a Zemski grandam, when, at the dispersal of a winter ball, some lady wearing Vysen or Koipu or a lowly manteau de castor, beaver, Nemetsky bobr, would comment with a rapturous moan on the Bob Pavea Shuba. Starankaya, old little thing Marina used to add in fond deprecation, the usual counterpart of the Bostonian lady's koi thank you, ventriloquizing her banal mink or nutria in response to I-11 one-eyed praise which did not prevent her from denouncing afterwards the swank of that stuck-up actress, who, actually, was the least ostentatious of souls. Ada's Bobran, princely plural of Bobr, were a gift from Demon, who as we know, had lately seen in the western states considerably more of her than he had in eastern Estadaland when she was a child. The Bazane enthusiast had developed the same tendresse for her as he had always had for Vamit's new expression in regard to Ada sufficiently fen-id to make watchful suspect that old Demon slept with his niece. Actually, he was getting more and more occupied Spanish girls who were getting more and more youthful every year until by the end of the century, when he was 60, with hair dyed a midnight blue, his flame had become a difficult nymphette often. So little did the world realize the real state of affairs that even Cordelia Tobuck, Dupre, and Grace Wellington, born Erminin, spoke of Demon Veen, with his fashionable goatee and frilled shirt front, as Van's successor. Neither sibling ever could reconstruct, and all this, including the sea otter, must not be regarded as a narrator's evasion. We have done, in our time, much more difficult things. What they said, how they kissed, how they mastered their tears, how he swept her couchward, gallantly proud to manifest his immediate reaction to her being as scantily gowned, under her hot oars, as she had been when carrying her candle through that magic picture eye window. After feasting fiercely on her throat and nipples he was about to proceed to the next stage of demented impatience, but she him, explaining that she must first of all take her morning bath. This, indeed, was a new Ada, and that, moreover, she expected her luggage would be brought up any moment now by the louts of the Monaco lounge. She had taken the wrong entrance, yet Van had bribed Cordelia's devoted janitor to practically carry Ada upstairs. Quick, quick, said Ada, Ada out of the foam in 2 secs. But mad, obstinate Van shed his teary and followed her into the bathroom, where she strained across the low tub to turn on both taps and then bent over to unsin the bronze-chained plug. It got sucked in by itself, however, while he steadied her lovely lyre and next moment was at the suede soft root, was gripped, was deep between the familiar, incomparable, crimson-lined lips. She caught at the twin cock crosses, thus involuntarily increasing the sympathetic volume of the Iveder's noise, and Van emitted a long groan of deliverance, and now their four eyes were looking again into the azure brook of Pinedale, and Lucette pushed the door open with a perfunctory knuckle and stopped, mesmerized by the sight of Van's hairy rear and the dreadful all along his left side. Ada's hands stopped the water. Luggage was being bumped down all over the flat. "I'm not looking," said Lucette idiotically, "I only dropped in for my box." "Please, tip them, pet," said Van, a compulsive tipper, "and pass me that towel," added Ada, but the Ancilla was picking up coins she had spilled in her haste, and Aden now saw in her turn Van's scarlet ladder of sutures. "Oh my poor darling," she cried, and out of sheer compassion allowed him the repeat performance which Lucine's entrance had threatened to. "I'm not sure I did bring her damned Cranach crayons," said Ada a moment later, making a frightened frog face. He watched her with a sense of perfect pine-fragrant bliss, as she squeezed out spurts of gem-like liquid from a tube of Pencil Vestries lotion into the bath water. Lucette had gone, leaving a curt note with her room number at the Winster Hotel for young ladies, when our two lovers, now weak-legged and decently robed, sat down to a breakfast, Ardis crisp bacon. Ardis, translucent honey, brought up in the lift by Valerio, a ginger-haired elderly Roman, always ill-shaven and gloomy, but a dear old boy. He it was who, having procured neat rose last June, was being paid to keep her strictly for Veen and Dean, _Ivy hat laughs. What tears, what sticky kisses, what a tumult of multitudinous plans. And what safety, what freedom of two unrelated gypsy counsins, a wild girl in a gaudy Iolita, poppy-mouthed and black-downed, picked up in a calf between Gros and Nice, and another, a part-time model. You have seen her fondling a virile lipstick in Filata ads aptly nicknamed Civilautale by the patrons of a Norfolk Broads Flora Moore, had both given our hero exactly the same reason, unmentionable in a family chronicle, for considering him absolutely sterile despite his prowesses. Amused by the Hecatian diagnose, Van underwent certain tests, and although pooh-poohing the symptom as coincidental, all the doctors agreed that Van Veen might be a doughty and durable lover but could never whore for an offspring. How merrily little Ada clapped her hands. Would she like to stay in this apartment till spring term, he thought in terms of terms now, and then accompany him to Kingston, or would she prefer to go abroad for a couple of months anywhere, Patagonia, Angola, Gilialu in the New Zealand mountains? Stay in this apartment? So, she liked it? Except some of Cordula's stuff which should be ejected as, for example, that conspicuous Brunhill alma mater of Almer's left open on poor Vanda's portrait. She had been shot dead by the girlfriend of a girlfriend on a starry night, in Ragusa of all places. It Ivas, Van said, sad. Little Lucette no doubt had told him a later escapade. Punning in an Ophelian frenzy on the feminine glands. Raving about the delectations of clitorism. En exagupons pot, tu sayas, said Ada, patting the air down with both palms. Lucette affirmed, he said, that she, Ada, imitated mountain lions. He was omniscient. Better say, omni-incest. That's right, said the other total recaller _and, by the way, Grace. Yes, Grace was Vanda's real favorite, pa petite moi and my little crest. She, Ada, hadn't she, a way of always smoothing out the folds of the past, making the flutist practically impotent, except his wife, and allowing the gentleman farmer only one embrace, with a premature Iakolyatsya, one of those hideous Russian loanwords. Yes, wasn't it hideous, but she'd love to play Scrabble again when they'd settled down for but where, how? Wouldn't Mr. and Mrs. Yvonne Veen do quite nicely anywhere? What about the single in each passport? They go to the nearest consulate and with roars of indignation ANC vor a fabulous bribe it confected to Mafid, forever and ever. I'm a good girl, here are her special pencils. It was very considerate and altogether charming of you to invite her next weekend. I think she's even more madly in love with you than with me, the poor pet. Demon got them in Strasbourg _ after all she's a demi-vierge now, I hear you and Dad too, began Van, but the introduction of a new subject was swamped, and we shan't be afraid of her witnessing Arubats, pronouncing on purpose, with triumphant hooliganism, for which my prose, too, is praised, the first vowel a la Russe. You do the Puma, he said, but she does to perfection. My favorite Viola Sardina. She's a wonderful imitatrix, by the way, and if you are even better we'll speak about my talents and tricks some other time, said ADM. It's a painful subject now, let's at these snapshots. During her dreary stay at Ardor, a considerably changed and enlarged Kim Beauharnais called upon her. He came under his arm an album bound in orange-brown cloth, a dirty hue she had hated all her life. In the last 2 or 3 years she had not seen him, the light-footed, lean lad. The sallow complexion had become a dusky colossus, vaguely resembling a Jamzari in some exotic opera, stomping in to announce an invasion or an execution. Uncle Dan, who just then was being wheeled out by his handsome and haughty nurse into the garden where coppery and leaves were falling, clamored to be given the big book, but Kim said perhaps later, and joined Ada in the reception. Comer oft hall he had brought her a present, a collection of photographs he had taken in the GOKL old days. He had been hoping the good old days would resume their course, but since he that Monsieur votre cousin, he spoke a thick Creole, thinking that its use in solemn circumstances would be more proper than his everyday lottery English, was not expected to revisit the castle soon and thus help bring the album up to date. The best procedure pour tous les cernes, the shadowed ones, the encircled rather than concealed, might be for her to keep, or destroy and forget, so as not to hurt anybody, the illustrated document now in her pretty hands. Wincing angrily at the jolies, Ada opened the album at one of its maroon markers meaningly inserted here and there, glanced once, reclicked the clasp, handed the grinning blackmailer $1,000 note that she happened to have in her bag, summoned Boutialan and told him to throw Kim out. The mud-colored scrapbook remained on a chair, under her Spanish shawl. With a shuffling kick the old retainer expelled a swamp tulip leaf swept in by the draught and closed the front agime. Mademoiselle N. Aurait jamais dbl recevoir ce Greedon, he grumbled on his way back through the hall. That's just what I was on the point of observing, said Van when Ada had finished relating the nasty incident. I veer the photos pretty filthy. ACH. Exhaled Ada _ that money might have or that a won't hire cause achets _ odd, you're saying that why? Home for blind colts or aging, never mind. Anyway, the beastly thing is now safe. I had to pay for it, lest he show poor Marina pictures of Van seducing his little cousin Ada, which would have been bad enough. Actually, as a hawk of genius, he may have suspected the whole truth. So you really think that because you bought his album for a paltry $1,000 all evidence has been disposed of and everything is in order? Why, yes. Do you think the sum was too mean? I might send him more. I know where to reach him. He lectures, if you please, on the art of shooting life at the School of Photography in Colugano _ good place for shooting, said Van. So you are quite sure you own the beastly thing? Of course, I do. It's with me, at the bottom of that trunk. I'll show it to you in a moment. Tell me, what was your so-called IQ when we first met? 200 and something. A sensational figure. Well, by now it has shrunk rather badly. Peking Kim has kept all the negatives plus lots of pictures he will paste or post later. Would you say it has dropped to Cordula's level? Lower. Now let us at those snapshots before settling his monthly salary. The first item in the Evil series had projected one of Van's initial impressions of Ardor's manner at an angle that differed from that of his recollection. Its area lay the shadow of a calche darkening the gravel and the white step of a pillared porch shining in the submarina, one arm still in the sleeve of the dust coat which a footman, Price, was helping her to remove, stood brandishing her free arm in a theatrical gesture of welcome, entirely at variance with the grimace of helpless beatitude twisting her face while Ada in a black hockey blazer belonging really to Vanda spilled her hair over her bare knees as she flexed them and flipped Dak her flowers to check his nervous barks. Then came several preparatory views of the immediate grounds, the Colliatia Circle, an avenue, the grotto's black O, and the hill, and the big chain around the trunk of the rare oak, Quercus ruslandchat. And of other meant to be picturesque by the compiler of the illustrated pamphlet but looking a little shabby owing to inexperienced photography. It improved gradually. Another girl, Blanche, stooping and squatting exactly like Ada, and indeed not unlike her in features, over Van's valise opened on the floor, and eating her eyes the silhouette of Ivory Reveri in a perfumi adr1 ticement then the cross and the shade of boughs above the grave of Marina's dear housekeeper, Anna Pimenovna Neprzlinov, 1797 to 1883. Let's skip nature shots of skunk-like squirrels, of a striped fish in a bubble tank, of a canary its pretty prison. A photograph of an oval painting, considerably diminished, portrayed Princess Sofia Zemsky as she was at 20, in 1775, with her two children, Marina's grandfather Baum in 1772, and Demon's grandmother, born in 1773. I don't seem to remember it, said Van. Where did it hang? In Marina's boudoir. And do you know who this bum in the frock coat is? Looks to me like a poor print cut out of a magazine. Iviho is he? Sumiriknikov. He took sumerographs of Uncle Vanya years ago. The twilight before the Lumras. Hey, and here's Alonzo, the swimming pool expert. I met his sweet sad daughter at a Cyprian party. She felt and smelt and melted like you. The strong charm of coincidence. I'm not interested. Now comes a little boy. Zdraste, Ivan Dementievich, said Van, greeting his 14-year-old self, shirtless, in shorts, aiming a conical missile at the marble foreimage of a Crimean girl doomed to offer an everlasting draught of marble water to a dying marine from her bullet-chipped jar. Skip Lucette skipping rope. Ah, the famous first finch. No, that's a Kataizkaya punica, Chinese wall bunting. It has settled on the threshold of a basement. The door is ajar. There are garden tools and croquet mallets inside. You remember how many exotic, alpine and polar, animals mixed with ordinary ones in our region. Lunchtime. Ada bending low over the dripping peach improperly peeled that she is devouring, shot from the garden through the French window, Drarna and comedy. Blanche struggling with two amorous cigans in the Bagnatier bower. Uncle Dan calmly reading a newspaper in his little red motorcar, stuck in black mud on the lottery row. Two huge common peacock moths, still connected. And gardeners brought Ada that species every blessed year, which, in a way reminds us of you, sweet Marco D'Andrea, or you, red-haired Domenico Bensi, or you, dark and broody Giovanni Dal Blina, who thought they were bats, or the one I dare not mention, because it is Lucette's scholarly contribution so easily botched after the scholar's death, who likewise might have picked up, at the of an orchard wall, not overhung with not yet imported, her half-sister's edition on a May morning in 1542, near Florence, a pair of the pair in copula, the male with the feathery antennae, the female with the plain threads, to depict them faithfully_ally, among wretched, unvisualized insects, on one side of a fenstral niche in the so-called elements room of the Palazzo Vecchio. Sunrise at Ardis Kongs, naked Van still cocooned in his hammock under the lidrons as pun and certainly conducive to the physical expression of a young dreamer's fancy undisguised by the network. Congratulations, repeated Van in male language. The first indecent postcard Bihorny, no doubt, has a blown-up copy in his private Stakata. Examined the pattern of the through a magnifying glass, used by Van for deciphering inane details of his lunatic's drawings. I'm afraid there's more to come, she remarked with a catch in her voice, and taking advantage of their looking at the album in bed, which we now think lacked taste, Ada used the reading on live Van, something she had done many times as a scientifically curious and artistically depraved child in that year of grace, here depicted. I'll find a mush patch to conceal it, she said, returning to the leering caruncula in the unreticent reticulation. By the way, you quite a collection of black masks in your dresser. 4 masked balls, balsmiscus, murmured Vam, a comparison piece. Ada's very much exposed white thighs, her birthday skirt had got entangled twigs and leaves, straddling a black limb of the tree of Eden. Thereafter, several shots of the 1884 picnic, such as Ada and Grace dancing, Elias Scanfling and reversed Van nibbling at pine starwards, conjectural identification. That's finished, said Van, a precious sinistral sinew has stopped functioning _ I can still fence and deliver a fine punch, but hand walking is out. You shall not sniffle, ADM. Ada is not gonged to sniffle and wail. King Wing says that the great Viccholo tummed back into an ordinary key Lovek at the age I'm now, so everything is perfectly non-null _ drunken Ben Wright trying to rape Blanche in the Muse. She has quite a big part in this farrago. He's doing nothing of the sort. You see quite well they are dancing. It's like the Beast and the Belle at the ball where Cinderella loses her garter and the prince his beautiful codpiece of glass. You can also make out Mr. Ward and Mrs. French in a Brugalish Kimbo, peasant prance, at the farther end of the hall. All those moral rapes in our parts have grossly exaggerated. D. Ailkers, it was Mr. Ben Wright's last petard at Ardis. Ada on the balcony, photographed by our acrobatic voyeur from the roof edge, drawing one of her favorite flowers, a lottery satyrion, silky-haired, fleshy, erect. Van thought he recalled that particular sunny evening, the excitement, the softness, and some casual words she had muttered, in connection with an inane comment of his. My flower opens only at dusk. The one she was moistly moving _ a formal photograph, on a separate page, pretty and impure in her flimsy, and Vanica in grey flannel suit, with slant-striped school tie, facing the camera, side by side, at attention, he with the shadow of a forced grin, she, expressionless. Both recalled the time, between the first tiny cross and a whole graveyard of kisses, and the Idivus ordered by Marina, who had it framed and set up in her bedroom next to a picture of her brother at 511 or Faunian clad in a bayanksa, open shirt, and cupping a gumia pig in his gaupen, hollowed hands. The 3 looked like siblings, with the dead boy providing a vivisectional alibi. Another photograph was taken in the same circumstances but for some reason had been rejected by capricious Marina. At a tripod table, Ada sat reading, her half-clenched hand covering the lower part of the page. A very rare, radiant, seemingly uncalled-for smile shone on her practically Moorish lips. Her hair flowed partly across her collarbone and partly down her back. Van inclining his head above her and looked, unseeing, at the opened book in full, deliberate consciousness. At the moment of the hooded click, he bunched the recent past with the imminent _ature and thought to himself that this would remain an objective perception of the real present and that he must remember the flavor, the flesh of the present, as he, indeed, remembered it half a dozen years later and now. In the second half of the next century, but what about the rare radiance on those adored lips? Bright derision can easily grade, through a cline of glee, into a look of rapture. Do you know, Van, what lay there next to Marina's hand mirror and a pair of tweezers? I'll tell you. One of the most tawdry and rougeourissant novels that ever made the front page of the Manhattan Times Book Review. I'm sure your Cordelia still had it in her cozy comber where you sat temple to temple after you jilted me. Cat, said Vamo, much worse. Old Beckstein's Tabby was a masterpiece in comparison to this Love Under the Lindens by one Eelman into English by Thomas Gladstone, who seems to belong to a firm of packers and porters, because on the page which Adovidoka, Helvi's daughter, to be relishing here, automobile is rendered as wagon. And to think, that little Lucette had to study Eelman, and 3 terrible toms in her literature course at Los. You that trash, but I remember our non-stop 3-hour kiss under the larches immediately affine.vards_ see next illustration, said Ada grimly. The scoundrel, cried Van, he must have been creeping after us on his belly with his entire apparatus. I will have to destroy him. No more destruction, Vam, only love. But look, girl, here I'm glutting your tongue, and there I'm glued to your epiglottis, and intermission, begged Ada, quick. I'm ready to oblige till I'm 90, said Van. The vulgarity of the peep show was catchy, 90 times a month, roughly. Make it even more roughly, oh much more, say 150, that would mean, but, in the sudden stun, calculations went to the canicular devils. Well, said Van, when the mind took over again, let's go back to our defaced childhood. I'm anxious, picking up the album from the bedside rug, to get rid of this burden. A new character, the inscription says, Dr. Krolik_Waltasek. It may be the best Vanishing Van, but it's terribly messy all the same. Okay, yes, that's my poor nature teacher. Knickerbikered, Panama hat, lusting for his babaka, Russian for Lepidopteron. A passion, a sickness. Ivy hat. Could Diana know about that chase? How curious. In the state Kim mounted him here, he looks much less furry and fat than I imagined. In fact, darling, he's a big, strong, handsome old March hare. Explain. There's nothing to explain. I asked Kim one day to help me carry some boxes there and back, and here's the visual proof. Besides, that's not my Krolik but his brother, Karol, or Karapars, Krolik_a doctor of philosophy, bomb in Turkey. I love the way your eyes narrow when you tell a lie. The remote mirage in effrontery. I'm not lying. With lovely dignity he is a doctor of philosophy? Van ist auch one, murmured Van, sounding the last word as Wan. Our fondest dream, she continued, Krolik's and my fondest dream, was to describe and depict the early stages, from ova to pupa, of all the new anfritillaries, greater and lesser, beginning with those of the New World. I would have been responsible for building an argonanarium, a pest-proof breeding house, with temperature patterns, and other refinements such as background night smells and night animal calls to create a natural atmosphere in certain difficult cases. A caterpillar needs exquisite care. There are hundreds of species and subspecies in both hemispheres, but, I repeat, we'd begin with America. Live egg-laying females and live plants, such as violets of numerous kinds, air-mailed from Evity, starting, for the heck of it, with Arctic habitats Lyaska, Le Bras d'Or, Victor Island. The Magnanary would be also a violarium, FTLL, of fascinating flourishing plants, From the Endoconensis race of the Northern marsh violet to the minute but magnificent Viola Woloki recently described by Professor Hall from Goodson Bay. I would contribute colored figures of all the instars, and line drawings of the perfect insects' genitalia and other structures. It would be a wonderful a work of love, said Van, and turned the page. Unfortunately, my dear collaborator died in state, and all his collections, including my own little part, were surrendered by a regular warren of collateral Krolix to agents in Germany and dealers in Tartary. Disgracial, unjust, and so sad. We'll find you another director of science. Now what do we have here? 3 Price, and 01 Tis, and Ward dressed up as grotesque fireman. Young Bout devoutly kissing the veined instep of a pretty bear raised and placed on a balustrade. Nocturnal shot of 2 small white ghosts pressing their noses from the inside to the library window. Artistically Juventaled all on one page were 7 photography, diminutive stills, taken within as many minutes from a fairly distant lurk in a setting of tall grass, wild flowers, and overhanging foliage. Its shade, and the folly of peduncles, delicately camouflaged the basic details, suggesting little more than a tussle between 2 incompletely clad children. In the central miniature, ACW's only limb in sight was her thin arm holding aloft, in a static snatch, like a banner, her discarded dress, the daisy-starred grass. The magnifier, now retrieved from under the bed sheet, clearly showed, topping the daisies in an upper picture, the TYRR of tight-capped toadstool called in Scots law, ever since witching was banned, the Lord of Erection another interesting plant, Morel's melon, imitating the backside of an occupied lad, could be made out in the floral horizon of a third photo. In the next 3 stills La Force de Choses, the fever of intercourse, had sufficiently the lush herbage to allow one to distinguish the details of a tangled composition consisting of clumsy Romany clips and illegal Nelsons. Finally, in the last picture, the lower one in the fan-like sequence, Ada was represented by her 2 hands rearranging her hair while her Adam over her, a frond or inflorescence veiling his thigh with the deliberate casualness of an old master's device to keep Eden chaste. In an equally casual tone of voice Van said, "Darling, you smoke much, my belly is covered with your ashes. I suppose Baudelaire knows Professor Beauharnais' exact address in the Athens of graphic aids. You shall not slaughter him," said Adm. He is subnormal, he is, perhaps, blackmailerish, but in his sordidity, there is an istashnistan, visceral moan, of crippled art. Furthermore, this page is the only really naughty one. And let us not forget that a copperhead of 8 was also ambushed in the brush alt my foot. This is the hearse of ours, a toilet roll of the cane du tendre. I'm sorry you showed it to me. That ape has vulgarized our OUTL mind pictures. I will either horsewhip his eyes out or redeem our childhood by making a book of it. Artis, a family chronicle do, said Ada, skipping another abominable glimpse apparently, through a hole in the boards of the attic. Look, here's our little Caliph Island. I don't want to any more. I suspect you find that filth titillating. Some nuts get a kick from Motor Bikini Comics _please, Vans do glance. These are our willows, remember. The castle bathed by the Ardor, the guidebooks recommend that tour. It happens to be the only one in color _ the willows look son of greenish because the twigs are greenish, but actually they are leafless here. It's early spring, and you can see our red boat souvenance through the lushes. And here's the last one, Kim S. of Artis, the entire staff in several rows on the steps of the pillared, the bank president Baroness Veen and the vice president Ida Lanvhre _ those 2 were flanked by the 2 prettiest typists, Blanche de la Tourberie, ethereal, tear-stained, entirely adorable, and a black girl who had been hired, a few days before Van's departure, to help French, who towered rather sullenly above her in the second row, the focal point of which was Book.2, still wearing the costume sport he had on when driving off with Van. That picture had been muffed or omitted. On the butler's right side stood 3 footmen, on his left, Bout, who had valeted Van, the fat, flower-pale cook, Blanche's father, and, next to French, a terribly tweedy gentleman with sightseeing strappings athwart one shoulder, actually, according to Ada, a tourist, who, having come all the way from England to see Bryant's castle, had bicycled up the wrong road and was, in the picture, under the impression of accidentally being conjoined to a group of fellow tourists who were visiting some other old manor quite worth inspecting too. The back rows consisted of less distinguished men servants and scullions, as well as of gardeners, stably boys, coachmen, shadows of columns, maids of maids, aids, laundresses, dresses, recesses getting less and less distinct as in those bank ads where limited little employees dimly delineated by more fortunate shoulders, but still asserting themselves, still smile in the percess of humble dissolve. Isn't that Wheezy Jones in the second row? I always liked the old fellow. No, answered Ada, that's Price. Jones came 4 years later. He is now a prominent policeman in Lower Lottery _ well, that's all. Nonchalantly, Van went back to the willows and said, every shot in the book has been snapped in ISS4, except this one. I never rode you down Lottery River in early spring. Nice to note you have not lost your wonderful ability to blush. It's his error. He must have thrown in a photoca taken later, maybe in 1888. We can rip it out if you like. Sweetheart, said Vans, the whole of 1888 has been ripped out. One need not be a sleuth in a mystery story to see that at least as many pages have been removed as retained. I don't mind, I mean I hail no desire to see the Nebenkrouder and other pendants of your friends botanizing with you, but 1888 has been withheld and he 11 turn up with it when the first grand is SRRNT_ I destroyed 1888 myself, admitted proud Ada, but I swear, I solemnly swear, that the man behind Blanche, in the Perron picture, was, and has always remained, a complete stranger. Good for him, said Van. Really it has no importance. It's our entire past that has been spoofed and condemned. Nickel, on second thoughts, I will not write that family chronicle. By the way, where is my poor little Blanche now? Oh, she's all right, she's still around. You know, she came back after you abducted her. She married our Russian coachman, the one who replaced Bengal Ben, as the servants called. Oh, she did. That's delicious Madame Trofim Fartukov I would never have thought it. They have a blind child, said Adm. Love is blind, said Vam. She tells me you made a pass at her on the first morning of your first arrival. Not documented by Kim, said Van. Will their child remain blind? I mean, did you get them a really first-rate physician? Oh yes, hopelessly blind but reeking of love and its myths. Do you realize, because I never did before talking to her a couple of years ago, that the people around our affair had very good eyes indeed? Forget Kim, he's only the necessary clown, but do you realize that a veritable legend was growing around you and me while we played and made love? She had never realized, she said again and again, as if intent to reclaim the past from the matter-of-fact triviality of the album, that their first summer in the orchards and orchidariums of Ardor had become a sacred secret and creed, throughout the countryside. Romantically inclined handmaids, whose reading consisted of Guinevere and Clara Mervago, adored Van, adored Ada, adored Ardors in arbors _ their swains, plucking ballads on their 7-stringed Russian lyres under the race mosa in bloom or in old rose gardens, while the windows went out one by one in the castle added freshly composed lines, naive, lackey deus eichel, but heartfelt, to cyclic folk songs. Eccentric police officers grew enamored with the glamour of incest. Gardeners paraphrased iridescent Persian poems about irrigation and the 4801 vs of love. Night watchmen fought insomnia and the fire of the clap with the weapons of Vanyada's adventures. Herdsmen, spared by thunderbolts on remote hillsides, used their huge moaning horns as ear trumpets to catch the lilts of lottery_virgin chatelaines in marble-floored manors fondled their lone flames fanned by Van's romance. And another century would pass, and the painted word would be retouched by the still richer blush of time. All of which, said Van, only means that our situation is _08 knowing how fond his sisters were of Russian fare and Russian floor shows. Van them Saturday night to Ursus, the Franco-Estonian restaurant in Manhattan both young ladies wore the very short and open evening gowns that Vas miraged that season in the phrase of that season, Ada, a gauzy black, Lucette, a lustrous cantharid green. Their mouths echoed in tone, but not tint, each other's lipstick. Their eyes were made up in a surprised bird of paradise style that was as fashionable in Los as in Lute. Mixed metaphors and double talk all three Veens, the children of Venus _the Uha, the Shashlik, the AI were facile and familiar successes, but the old songs had a peculiar poignancy owing to the participation of Eliaskan contralto and a Banff bass, renowned of Russian romances with a touch of Hartram Jinksiganchkina vibrating through Grigoriev and Glinka. And there was Flora, a slender, hardly nubile, half-naked music hall dancer of Unsnan origin, Romanian, Ramsian, whose ravishing services Van had availed himself of several times in the fall of that year as a man of the world. Van glanced with bland, perhaps too bland, unconcern at her talented charms, but they certainly added a secret bonus to the state of erotic excitement tingling in him from the moment that his 2 beauties had been unfurled and placed in the colored blaze of the feast hymn, and that thrill was somehow augmented by his awareness, carefully profiled, diaphanely blinkered, of the hardive, jealous, intuitive suspicion with which Ada and Lucette watched, unsmilingly, his facial reactions to the demure look of professional recognition on the part of the pask and repassing Blyadushka, cute Horelet as our young Mrs. Refaxed to, very expensive and altogether delightful, Flora with ill-feigned indifference. Presently, the long sobs of the violins began to affect and almost choke Van and Ada, a juvenile conditioning of romantic appeal, which at one moment forced Tirflada to go and powder her nose while Van stood up with a spasmodic sob, which he cursed but could not control. He went back to whatever he was eating, and cruelly stroked Lucette's apricot-bloomed forearm, and she said in Russian, "I'm chunk, and all that, but I adore, Abazeu, I adore, I adore, I adore more than life you, Tibaya, I ache for you unbearably, Yatoskaya potib nevnosimo, and, please, don't let me swill, Westat, champagne any more, not only because I will jump into Goodson River if I can't to have you, and not only of the physical red thing your heart was almost ripped out, my P.O.Dushin darling, more than darling it looked to me at least 8 inches long 7.5, murmured MC and St. Van, whose hearing the music impaired but because you are Van, all Van, and nothing but Van, skin and scar, the only truth of our only life, of my accursed life, Van, Van, Van. Here Van up again, as Ada, black fan in elegant motion, came back followed by 1,000 eyes, while the opening bars of a romance, on Fees Gloriously Yelena started to run over the keys, and the bass coughed a Larus into his fist before starting. A radiant night, a moon-filled garden. Beams lay at our feet. The drawing room, unlit, wide open, the grand piano, and our hearts throbbed to your song, as throbbed the strings in it. Then Banovsky launched into Glinka's great amphibrax, Mihail Ivanovich had been a summer guest at Ardis when their uncle Iva. Still a green bench existed where the composer was said to have sat under the pseudo-acacias especially often, mopping his ample brow subside, agitation of passion. Then other singers took over with sadder and sadder ballads. The tender kisses are forgotten and the time was early in the spring, the grass was barely sprouting, and many songs have I heard in the land of my birth, some in sorrow were sung, some in gladness, and the spuriously populous there's a crag on the Ross, overgrown with wild moss on all sides, from the lowest to highest, and a series of viatic plaints such as the more modestly anapestic, in a monotone tinkles the yoke bell. And the roadway is dusting a bit. And that obscurely corrupted soldier rot of singular genius Nadezhda, I shall then be back W% and the true batch outboys the knot, and Turgenev's only memorable lyrical poem beginning morning so nebulous, morning grey drowning, reaped fields so sorrowful under snow coverings, and naturally the celebrated pseudo-gypsy guitar piece by Apollon Grigoriev, another friend of Uncle Ivan's. Oh you, at least, do talk to me, seven-stringed companion, such yearning ache invades my soul, such moonlight fills the canyon. I declare we are satiated with moonlight and strawberry souffle. The latter, I fear, has not quite risen to the occasion, remarked Ada in her archiest, Austen maidenish manner. Let's all go to bed. You have seen our huge bed, RRT. Look, our cavalier is yawning fit to declange his masher, vulgar lottery cant. How, ascension of MT yawn, true, uttered Van, ceasing to palpate the velvet cheek of his Cupidon peach, which he had bemissed but not sampled. The captain, the Vinokarpi, the Shushlikman, and a crew of waiters had been utterly entranced by the amount of Zernastea ikra and ai consumed by the Veens, and were now keeping a multiple eye on the tray that had flown back to Van with a load of gold change and bank notes. Why, asked Lucette, kissing Ada's cheek as they both rose, making swimming gestures behind their backs in search of the oars laked up in the vault or somewhere. Why did the first song, Uzgash v Komnata Oni, and the redolent roses, upset you more than your favorite FET? And the other, about the bugler's sharp Van, too, was upset, replied Ada cryptically and grazed with freshly rouged lips tipsy Lucette's fanciest freckle _detachedly, merely tactually, as if he had met those two slow-moving, hip-swaying graces only that night, Van, while steering them through a doorway, to meet the scintilla mantillas that were being rushed toward them by numerous, new, eager, unfairly, inexplicably impecunious, humans. Place one palm, the left, on Ada's long bare back and the other on Lucette's spine, quite as naked and long, had she meant the lad or the latter. Lapse of the lisping lips. Detachedly, he sifted and tasted the sensation, then that. His girl's encellular was hot ivory, Lucette's was downy and damp. He had had just about his last straw of champagne, namely 4 out of half a dozen messerism, as we said at old shows, and now, as he followed their bluish furs, he inhaled like a fool his right hand before gloving it. I say, Veen_whinnied a voice near him, there were lots of lechers around, you don't rally need to, do you? Van veered, ready to cuff the gross speaker, but it was only Flora, a frightful tease and admirable mimic _ he tried to give her a bank note, but she fled, bracelets and breast stars flashing a fond farewell as soon as Edmund, not Edmund, who for security reasons he knew Ada had been sent back to Kingston, brought them home. Ada puffed out her cheeks, making big eyes, and headed for Van's bathroom. Hers had been turned over to the tottering guest. Van, at a geographical point a shade nearer to the elder girl, stood and used in a sustained stream the amenities of a little Vesey, Canady form of W.C_, next to his dressing room. He removed his dinner jacket and tie, undid the collar of his silk shirt and paused in virile hesitation, Ada_beyond their bedroom and sitting room, was running her bath, to its gushy guitar rhythm, recently heard, kept adapting itself aquatically, the rare moments when he remembered her and her quite rational speech at her last sanatorium in Agavia, he licked his lips, cleared his throat and, deciding to kill 2 finches with 1 fir cone, iviced to the other, southern, extremity of the flat. Through a bootery and manger hall, we always tend to talk Kannadi when out. In the guest bedroom, Lucette stood with her back to him, in the process of slipping on her pale green nightdress over her head. Her narrow haunches were bare, and our touched rake could not help being moved by the ideal symmetry of the exquisite twin dimples that only very perfect young bodies have above the buttocks in the sacral belt of beauty_o, they were even more perfect than Ada's. Fortunately, she tumbled around, smoothing her tumbled red curls while her hem dropped to knee level. "My dear," said Van, "do help me. She told me about her Valentien Estanciero, but now the name escapes me and I hate bothering her." "Only she never told you," said loyal Lucette, "so nothing could escape." "Nope_I can't do that to your sweetheart and mine, because we know you could hit that keyhole with a pistol. Please, little vixen. I'll reward you with a very special kiss." "Oh, Van," she said over a deep sigh. "You promise you won't tell her I told you?" "I promise no, no, no," he went on, assuming a Russian accent, as she, with the abandon of mindless love, was about to press her abdomen to his. "Nikakes net, no lips, no philtrum, no nosatip, no swimming eye. Little vixen s just that unless, drawing back in mock uncertainty, you shave there. I stink worse when I do," confided simple Lucette and obediently bared one shoulder arm up. "Point at paradise. Terra. Venus," commanded Van, and for a few synchronized heartbeats, fitted his working mouth to the hot, humid, perilous hollow. She sat down with a bump on a chair, pressing one hand to her brow. "Tum off the footlights," said Vam. "I Ivant the name of that fellow Vinelander," she answered. He heard Ada Vinelander's voice calling for her glass bed slippers, which, as in Cordulenca's princessdom he found hard to distinguish from dance footwear, and a minute later, without the least interruption in the established tension, Van found himself, in a drunken dream, making violent love to to Ada, but in the Rosatian fashion, on a kind of lowboy. She complained he hung her like a tiger Turk. He went to bed and I was about to doze off for good when she left his side. Where was she going? Pet, I wanted to see the album. I'll be back in a rubby, she said. Tribadic schoolgirl slang, so keep awake. From now on, by the way, it's going to be Kurami Fate Morata, play on the generic and specific names of the famous fly, until all their notice. But no Sapphik Vorschmachs, mumbled Van into his pillow. Oh, Van, she said, turning to shake her head, one hand on the opal doorknob at the end of an endless room. We've been through that so many times. You admit yourself that I am only a pale wild girl with gypsy hair in a deathless ballad, in a nulli verse, in Ratner's Manald world where the only principle is random variation. You cannot demand, she continued, somewhere the cheeks of his pillow, for Ada had long vanished with her book, you cannot demand pudicity on the part of a Delphinette. You know that I really love only males and, alas, only one, ma'am. There I was always something colorfully impressionistic, but also infantile, about Ada's allusions to her affairs of the flesh, reminding one of baffle painting, or little glass labyrinths 2Ps, or the artist throwing trap, you remember, which tossed up clay pigeons and pine cones to be shot at, or, Russian bics, played with a toy cue on the billiard cloth of an oblong board with holes and hoops, bells and pins among ivy hitch the ping-pong-sized Ebernian ball zigzagged bics picks concussions. Tropes are the dreams of speech. Through the maze and bagatelle arches of Ardis, Van passed into sleep. IV hen he rec #net his eyes it was 9 mm. She lay curved away from him, with nothing beyond the C# ned parenthesis, its contents not yet ready to be enclosed, and the beloved, beautiful, treacherous, blue-black bronze hair smelled of Ardis, but also of Lucines Oda GRBCE_ had she cabled him. Cancelled or postponed. Mrs. Viner no, Ving Olfer, no, Vinelander first Ruski to taste the Labruska grape. MNC Snitsa SAP Irnich Chosleevoy. Mihail Ivanovich arketing the sand udotith his cane, humped on his bench under the creamy racemes. I dream of a fortunate rival. In the meantime it's Dr. Hangover for me, and his strongest coffee na pill. Ada, being at 20 a long morning sleeper, his usual practice, ever since their new life together had started, was to shower before she awoke and, while shaving, ring from the bathroom for their breakfast to be brought by Valerio, who would roll in the laid table out of the lift into the sitting room next to their bedroom. But on this particular Sunday, not knowing what Lucette might like, he remembered her old craving for cocoa, and being anxious to have an engagement with Ada the day began, even if it meant intruding upon her warm sleep, Van up his ablutions, robustly dried himself, powdered his groin, and without bothering to put anything on re-entered the bedroom in Hull pride, only to find a tousled and sulky Lucette, still in her willow green nightie, sitting on the far edge of the concubittle while fat nippled Ada, already wearing, for ritual and fatidic reasons, his river of diamonds, was inhaling her first smoke of the day and frying to make her little sister decide whether she would like to tly Theminaco's pancakes with Potomac syrup, or, perhaps, their incomparable bacon. Upon seeing Van, who without a flinch in his imposing deportment proceeded to place a rightful knee on the near side of the tremendous bed, Mississippi Rose had once brought there, for progressive visual education purposes, her two small toffee BRMVN sisters, and a doll almost their size but white. Lucette shrugged her shoulders and made as if to leave, but Ada's avid hand restrained her. "Pop in, pet," it all stalled with the little one letting wee wins go free at table, circa 1882, and you, garden god, ring up room service 3 coffees, half a dozen soft-boiled eggs, lots of buttered toast, loads of oh no, interrupted Van. 2 coffees, 4 eggs, etc. I refills to let the staff know that I have 2 girls in my bed. 1, test Flora, is enough for my little needs, snorted Lucette _ let me go, ADC I need a bath, and he needs you. Pet stays right here, cried audacious Ada, and one graceful swoop plucked her sister's nightdress off involuntarily. Lucette bent her head and frail spine, then she lay back on the outer half of Ada's pillow in a martyr's pooty bun swoon, her legs spreading their orange blaze against the black of the padded uncross your arms, silly, ordered Ada, and kicked off the top sheet that partly covered 6 legs. Simultaneously, without turning her head, she freed Van away from her rear, and with her other hand made magic passes over the small but very pretty breasts, gemmed suah, and along the flat palpitating belly of a seasoned nymph, down to the firebird seen by Van once, fully fledged now, and as fascinating in its own way as his favorite's blue raven. Enchantress. Acrasia. IV hat we have now is not so much a Casanovantic situation. That double venture had a definitely monochromatic in keeping with the memoirs of his dingy era, as a much earlier canvas, of the Venetian, sensu largo, school, reproduced, in forbidden masterpieces, expertly enough to stand the scrutiny of a vu d'oiseau. Thus seen from above, as if reflected in the seal mirror that Eric had naively thought up in his Cyprian dreams, actually all is shadowed way up there, for the blinds are still drawn, shutting out the grey morning. We have the large island of the bed illumined from our left, Lucette S. right, by a lamp burning a murmuring incandescence on the west side bed table. The top sheet and quilt are tumbled at the footboardless south of the island where the newly landed eye starts on its non-Hearn trip, up the younger Miss Veen's pried open legs. A dewdrop on Missette Moss eventually finds a stylistic response in the aquamarine tear on her flaming cheekbone. Another trip from the port to the interior reveals the central girl's long white left thigh. We visit souvenir stalls, Ada's red lacquered talons, which lead a man's reasonably recalcitrant, pardonably yielding wrist out of the dim east to the bright russet west, and the sparkle of her diamond necklace, which, for the nonce, is not much more valuable than the aquamarines on the other, west, side of Novelty Lane. The scarred male nude on the island's east coast is half-shaded, and, on the whole, less interesting, though considerably more aroused than is good for him or a certain type of tourist. The recently wall immediately west of the now louder murmuring, et pour cause, Dorocene lamp is ornamented in the central girl's honor with Peruvian honeysuckle visited, not only for its nectar, I'm afraid, but for the animal culls stuck in it, by marvelous Lodigezia hummingbirds, while the bed table on that side a lowly box of matches, a caravankick of cigarettes, a Monaco ashtray, a copy of Voltaman's Poor Thriller, and a lurid oncidium orchid in an amethyst me vaslet the compamon piece on. Van's side supports a similar super-strong but unlit lamp, a dorophone, a box of Wipex, a reading loop, the retombed Artis album, and a separatum soft music as cause of brain tumors, by Dr. Enberry, young Ratner's waggish pen name. Sounds have colors have smells. The fire of Lucette's amber nuns through the night of Ada's odor and ardor, and stops at the threshold of Van's lavender goat. 10 eager, evil, loving, long fingers belonging to two different young demons caress their helpless bed pet. Ada's black hair accidentally tickles the local curio she holds in her left fist, magnanimously demonstrating her acquisition. Unsigned and unframed. That about summed it up, for the magical Gyugal liquefied all at once, and Lucette, snatching up her night-dress, escaped to her room. It was only the son of shop where the jeweler's fingertips have a tender way of enhancing the preciousness of a trinket by something akin to a rubbing of hind wings on the part of a settled lycenid or to the frottage of a conjurer's thumb dissolving a calm, but just in such a shop the anonymous picture attributed to Grillo or Abiato, Caprice, or Purpose, Ober or Unterart, is found by the ferreting artist. "She's terribly nervous, the poor kid," remarked Ada stretching across Van toward the Wipex _ you can order that breakfast now unless _ oh, what a good sight. Orchids. I've never seen a man make such a speedy recovery. Hundreds of whores and scores of cuties more experienced than the Filcherneers Vinelander have told me that, I may not as bright as I used to, sadly said Ada, but I know somebody who is not simply a cat, but a polecat, and that's Cordula Tobacco alias Madame Perwitsky. I read in this morning's paper that in France 90% of cats die of cancer. I don't know what the situation is. M. Palanquel after a while he adored sick. Ed the pancakes _ no Lucette, however, turned up, and when Ada, still wearing her diamonds, in sign of at least one more caravan and a camel before her morning bath, into the guest room, she found the white valise and blue FTRS gone. A note scrawled in Arlen eyelid green was pinned to the pillow. Would go mad if remained one more night, shall ski at Varma with other poor woolly worms for 3 weeks or so. Miserable poor Elvan Ivickt over to a monastic lectem that he had acquired for writing in the vertical position of vertebrate thought and wrote what follows. Poor El, we are sorry you left so soon. We are even sorrier to have inveigled our Esmeralda and mermaid in a naughty prank. That sort of game will never be played again with you, darling Firebird. We apologize. Remembrance, embers, and membranes of beauty make artists and morons lose all self-control. Pilots of tremendous airships and even coarse, smelly coachmen are known to have been driven insane by a pair of green eyes and a copper curl. We wish to admire and amuse you, Bop, bird of paradise. We went too far. Van, went too far. We regret that shameful, though basically innocent scene. These are times of emotional stress and reconditioning. Destroy and forget. Tenderly yours A and V, in alphabetic order. I call this pompous, puritanical rot, said Ada upon scanning Van's letter. Why should we Apollo for her having experienced a delicious spasmoca? I love her and would never allow you to harm her. It's curious, you know, something in the tone of your note makes me really jealous for the first time in my fire thus in the manuscript, for life. Ed. Van, somewhere, someday, after a sunbath or dance, you will sleep with her, Van. Unless you run out of love potions. Do you allow me to send her these lines? I do, but want to add a few words. Her P.S. read. The above declaration is Van's composition, which I sign reluctantly. It is pompous and puritanical. I adore you, mon petit, and would never allow him to hurt you, no matter how gently or madly mean you re. Sick of Queen, why not fly over to Holland or Italy? Now let's go out for a breath of crisp air, suggested Vam. I'll order Pardoes and Peg to be saddled. Last night 2 men recognized me, she said. 2 separate Californians, but they didn't dare bow with that silk tuxedoed brother of mine glaring around. One was Ansgar, the producer, and the other, with a cocotte, Paul W. Hinier, one of your father's London pals. I son of hoped we'd go back to bed. We shall now go for a ride in the park, said Van firmly, and rang, first of all, for a Sunday messenger to take the letter to Lucette's hotel or to the Varmarazon if she had already left. I suppose you know what you're doing, observed Ada. Yes, he answered. You are breaking her heart, said Ada. Ada girl, adored girl. Clyde Van, I'm a radiant void. I'm convalescing after a long and dreadful illness. You cried over my unseemly scar, but now life is going to be nothing but love and laughter, and corn in calls. I cannot brood over broken hearts, mine is too recently mended. You shall wear a blue veil, and I the false mustache that makes me look like Pierre Legrand, my fencing master. Oh fond, said Ada, first cousins have a perfect right to ride together. And even dance or skate, if they want. After all, first cousins are almost brother and sister. It's a blue, icy, breathless day. She was soon ready, and they kissed tenderly in their hallway, between lift and stairs, before separating for a few minutes. Tower, she murmured in reply to his questioning glance, just as she used to do on those honeyed mornings in the past, when checking up on happiness, and you. A regular ziggurat. 09. After some exploration, they tracked down a rem of The Young and the Doomed, 1890, to a tiny theater that specialized in painted westerns, as those deserts of non-Afi used to be called. Thus had MLLE Lanvinras Enfants Maudits, 1887, finally degenerated. She had had 2 adolescents, in a French castle, poison their widowed mother who had seduced a young neighbor, the lover of one of her twins. The author had made many concessions to the freedom of the times, and the foul fancy of script writers, but both she and the leading lady disavowed the final result of Multiple, with the plot that had now become the story of a murder in Arizona, the victim being a widower about to marry an alcoholic prostitute, whom Marina, quite sensibly, refers to impersonate. But poor little Ada had clung to her bit part, a 2-minute scene in a traktir, roadside tavern. During the rehearsals she felt she was doing not badly as a serpentine barmaid until the director blamed her for moving like an angular backfish. She had not deigned to see the final product and was not overeager to have Van see it now, but he reminded her that the same director, Ga_Vrinsky, had told her she was always pretty enough to serve one day as a stand-in for Lenore Colline, who at 20 had been as attractively gauche as she, raising and tensing forward her shoulders in the same way, when crossing a room. Having sat through a preliminary PW_short, they finally got to the young and the doomed, only to discover that the barmaid scene of the barroom sequence had been cut out except for a perfectly distinct shadow of Ada's elbow, as Van kindly maintained. Next day, in their little drawing room, with its black divan, yellow cushions, and draft-proof bay whose new window seemed to magnify the slow steady straight falling snowflakes, coincidentally stylized on the cover of the current issue of the Bow and the Butterfly which lay on the window ledge, Ada discussed her dramatic career. The whole matter secretly nauseated Van, so that, by contrast, her natural history passion acquired a nostalgic splendor. For him the written word existed only in its abstract purity, in its unrepeatable appeal to an equally ideal mind. It belonged solely to its creator and could not be spoken or enacted by a mime, as Ada insisted, without letting the deadly stab of another's mind destroy the artist in the very lair of his art. A written play was intrinsically superior to the best performance of it, even if directed by the author himself. Otherwise, Van agreed with Ada that the talking screen was certainly preferable to the theater for the simple reason that with the former a director could attain, and maintain, his own standards of perfection throughout an unlimited number of performances. Neither of them could imagine the partings that her professional existence on might necessitate, and neither could imagine their traveling together to Argus-eyed destinations and living together in Hollywood, U.S_A_, or Ivydale, England, or the Sugar White Cone Ritz Hotel in Cairo. To tell the truth, they did not imagine any other life at all, their present tableau vivant in the lovely Cloy plus blue Manhattan sky. At 14, Ada had firmly believed she would shoot to stardom and there, with a grand bang, break into prismatic tears of triumph. She studied at special unsuccessful but gifted actresses, as well as Stanislavski, no relation, and not a stage narn, gave her private lessons of drama, despair, hope. Her debut was a quiet little disaster. Her subsequent appearances were sincerely applauded only by close friends. One's first love, she told Van, is one's first standing ovation, and that is what makes great Mist. So Stan and his girlfriend, who played Miss Spangled Triangle in Flying Rings, assured me. Actual recognition may come only with the last wreath. Bosh, said Van. Precisely, he too was hooted by hackhoods in much older Amsterdamels, and look how 300 years later every poppy group pup copies him. I still think I have talent, but then maybe I'm confi using the right podhod approach, with talent, which does not give a dry fig for rules deduced from past art. Well, at least you know that, said Van, and you've dwelt at length upon it in one of your I seem to have always felt, for example, that acting should be focused not on characters, not on types of something or other, not on the focus pocus of a social theme, but exclusively on the subjective and unique poetry of the author. Playwrights, as the greatest among them has shown, are closer to poets than to novelists. In real life we are creatures of chance in an absolute void unless we be pianists ourselves, naturally, but in a play I feel authored, I feel passed by the board of censors, I feel secure, with only a breathing blackness me, instead of our fourth wall time I feel cuddled in the embrace of puzzled will. He thought I was you, or in that of the much more normal Anton Pavlovich, who was always passionately fond of long dark hair that you also wrote to me once. The beginning of Ada's Lyme life in 1891 happened to coincide with the end of her mother's 25-year-long career. What is more, both appeared in Chekhov's Four Sisters. Ada played Irina on the modest stage of the Yakima Academy of Drama in a somewhat abridged version which, for example, kept only the references to Sister Varvara, the garrulous origin Ulka, odd female as Marcia calls her, but eliminated her actual scenes, so that the title of the play might have been The Three Sisters, as indeed it appeared in the Whittier of the local notices. It was the, somewhat expanded, part of The Nun that Marina acted in an elaborate film version of the play, and the picture, and she received a goodly amount of undeserved praise. "Since I planned to go on the stage," said Ada, "we are using her notes. I was haunted by Marina's mediocrity, au dire de la critique, which either ignored her or lumped her in the common grave myth other adequate sustainers, or, if the role had sufficient magnitude, the gamut went from wooden to sensitive, the highest compliment her accomplishments had ever received. And here she was, at the most delicate moment of my career, multiplying and sending out to friends and foes such exasperating comments as Dumlanova is superb as the neurotic nun, having transferred one an essentially static and episodical part into etc., etc., etc. Of course, the cinema has no language problems," continued Ada, while Van swallowed, rather than stifled, a yawn. Mana and three of the men did not need the excellent dubbing which the other members of the cast, who lacked the lingo, were provided with, but our M.Techt Yakima production could rely on only two Russians, Stans Protiga Altschuler in the role of Baron Nikolai Lvovich Tuzenbach Krona A. Wundjoer, and myself as Irina, La Pauvre et Noble Effant, who is a telegraph in one act, a town council employee in another, and a schoolteacher in the NL. All the rest had a mastoin of accents: English, French, Italian. By the way, what's the Italian for window? Finestra, sistra, said Van, mimicking a mad prompter. Irina, sobbing, where has it all gone? Oh, dear, oh, dear. All is forgotten, muddled up my head. I don, remember the Italian for ceiling or, no, window comes first in that speech, said Van, because she looks around, and then up, in the natural movement oft taught. Yes, of course, still wrestling with window, she looks up and is confronted by the equally enigmatic ceiling. In fact, I'm sure I played it your psychological way, but what does it matter? What did it matter? The was my Baron kept fluffing every other line but Marina. Marina was marvelous in her world of shadows. 10 years and one have gone by since I left Moscow. Odd as now playing Varvara, copied the nun's sing-songy devotional tone, Pavuchi tun bogomolki, as indicated by Chekhov and as rendered so irritatingly well by Marina. Nowadays, old Basmanea Street, where you, turning to Irina, were born a score of yearkins, Godkov, ago, is Busman Road, lined on both sides with workshops and garages. Irina tries to control her tears. Why, then, should you even to go back, Aranushka? Irina sobs in reply. Naturally, as would every fine player, Mother improvised quite a bit, bless her soul, and moreover her voice in young tuneful Russian. Substituted for Lenore's corny brogue. Van had seen the picture and had liked it. An Irish girl, the infinitely gracial and melancholy Lenore Colino. Qui me rendre ma colline etle grand ch and my colline. Harrowingly resembled Ada Artis as photographed with her mother in Belladonna, a movie magazine which Greg Ermanin had sent him, thinking it would delight him to see aunt and cousin, together, on a California patio just before the film was released. Varvara, the late General Sergei Prozorov's eldest daughter, comes in Act 1 from her remote nunnery, Tsitsikar Convent, to Penn, also called Permwale, in the backwoods of Akimsk Bay, North Canady, to have tea with Olga, Marcia, and Hna on the latter's name day. Much to the nun's dismay, Her three sisters dream only of one thing: leaving cool, damp, mosquito-infested but otherwise nice and peaceful permanent, as Irina Mix Kingly dubs it, for high life in remote and sinful Moscow, Limited, the former capital of Estadaland. In the first edition of his play, which never quite manages to heave the soft sigh of a masterpiece, Chekhov, as he spelled his name when living that year at the execrable Pension Rus, 9, Miguno, nice, crammed into the 12 pages of a ludicrous expository scene all the information he to get rid of, great lumps of recollections and calendar dates, an impossible burden to place on the fragile shoulders of three unhappy Estada women. Later he redistributed that information through a considerably longer scene in which the arrival of the Monashka Varvara provides all the speeches needed to satisfy the restless curiosity of the audience. This was a neat stroke of stagecraft, but unfortunately, as so often occurs in the case of characters brought in for disingenuous purposes, the nun stayed on, and not until the third, penultimate, act was the author able to bundle her off, back to her convent. "I assume," said Van, knowing his girl, "that you did not want any tips from Marina for your Irina." It would have only resulted in a row. I always resented her suggestions because they were made in a sarcastic, insulting manner. Ve heard mother birds going into neurotic paroxysms of fury and mockery when their poor little tailless ones, bezkvostny bednyakh, were slow in learning to fly. I've had enough of that, by the way. Here's the program of my flop. Van glanced through the list of players and D.P_S and noticed two amusing details: the role of Fedotic, an artillery officer, whose comedy organ consists of a constantly clicking camera, had been assigned to Akim, short for Yakim, Eskimosov, and somebody called John Starling, had been cast as Skvortsov, a secondant in the rather ornithorish duel of the last act, whose name comes from Skvorets, Starling. When he communicated the latter observation to Ada, she blushed as Ivas her old world won't. Yes, she said, he was quite a lovely lad and I sort of flirted with him, but the strain and the split were too much for him. He had been, since pubescence, the purulus of a fat ballet master, Dangle Leaf, and he finally committed suicide. You see, the blush now replaced by a Matovaya pallor. I'm not hiding one stain of what rhymes with pen, I see. And Yakimo, he was nothing. No, I mean, Yakim, at least, did not, as his rhymesake did, take a picture of your brother embracing his girl. Played by Don Delaire. I'm not sure. I seem to recall that our director did not mind some comic relief Don en robe rose et vert, at the end of Act 1. I think there was a click in the wings and some healthy mirth in the house. All poor Starling had to do in the play was to hollow off stage from a rowboat on the Kama River to give the signal for my fiancé to come to the dueling ground. But let us shift to the didactic metaphorism of Chekhov's friend, Count Tolstoy. We all know those old hotels in the old world subalpine zone. At first one opens them with the utmost care, very slowly, in the vein of hushing the excruciating creak, the growing groan that the door emits midway. Before long one discovers, however, that if it is opened or closed with seal righty, in one resolute sweep, the hellish hinge is taken by surprise, and triumphant silence achieved. Van and Ada, for all the exquisite and powerful bliss that engulfed and replete them, and we do not mean here the rose sore of Eros alone, knew that certain memories had to be left closed, lest they wrench every nerve of the soul with their monstrous moan. But if the operation is performed swiftly, if indelible evils are mentioned too quick quips, there is a chance that the anesthetic of life itself may allay unforgettable agony in the process of swinging its door. Now and then she poked Flan at his sexual peccadillos, though generally she tended to ignore them as if demanding, by tacit implication, a similar kind of leniency in regard to her frailty. He was more inquisitive than she, but hardly managed to learn more from her lips than he had from her letters. To her past admirers Ada attributed all the features and faults we have already informed of: incompetence of performance, inanity and nonentity, and to her own self nothing beyond easy feminine compassion and such considerations of hygiene and sanity as hurt Van more than would a defiant avowal of passionate betrayal. Ada had made up her mind to transcend his and her sensual sins, the adjective being a near synonym of senseless and soulless, therefore not represented in the ineffable hereafter that both our young people mutely and shyly believed. Van endeavored to follow the same line of logic but could not forget the shame and the agony even while reaching heights of happiness he had not known at his brightest hour before his darkest one in the past. 010 They took a great many precautions, all absolutely useless, for nothing can change the end, written and filed away, of the present chapter. Only Lucette and the agency that forwarded letters to him and to Aden knew Van's address. Through an amiable lady in waiting at Demon's Bank, Van made sure that his father H. would not turn up in Manhattan before March 30th. They never came out or went in together, arranging a meeting place at the library or in an emporium whence to start the day's excursions, and it so happened that the only time they broke that rule, she having got stuck in the lift for a few panicky moments and he having blithely trotted down stairs from their common summit, they issued right into the visual field of old Nears R4, who happened to be passing by their front with her tiny tan and grey long-silked Yorkshire Terrier. The simultaneous association was immediate and complete. She had known families for years and was now interested to lean from chattering, rather than chatting, Ada, that Van had to be in turn just when she, Ada, had happened to return from the West, that Marina was fine, that Demon was in Mexico or Oxmice, and that Lenore Colline had a similar adorable pet with a similar adorable parting along the middle of the back. That same day, February 3, 1893, Van rebribed the already gorged janitor to have him answer all questions which any visitor, and especially a dentist's widow with a caterpillar dog, might ask about any veins, a brief assertion of utter ignorance. The only personage they had not reckoned with was the old scoundrel usually portrayed as a skeleton or an angel. Van's father had just left one Santiago to view the results of an earthquake in another, when Lottery Hospital cabled that Dan was dying. He set off at once for Manhattan, eyes blazing, wings whistling. He had not many interests in life. At the airport of the moonlit white town we call Tent, and Tobakoff sailors, who built it, called Palatka, in northern Florida, where owing to engine trouble he had to change planes, Demon made a long-distance call and a full account of Dan's death from the inordinately circumstantial Dr. Nikulin, grandson of the great rodentiologist Konikolinov. We can't get rid of the lettuce. Daniel Veen's life had been a mixture of the ready-made and the grotesque, but his death had shown an artistic streak because of its reflecting, as his cousin, not his debtor, instantly the man's latterly conceived passion for the paintings, and faked paintings, associated with the name of Hieronymus Bosch. Next day, February 5, around 9 p.m., Manhattan, winter, time, on the way to Dan's lawyer, Demon noted just as he was about to cross Alexis Avenue, an ancient but insignificant acquaintance, Mrs. A1-4, advancing toward him, with her toy terrier, along his side of the street unhesitatingly. Demon stepped off the curb, and having no hat to raise, hats were not worn with rain cloaks, and besides he had just taken a very exotic and potent pill to face the day's ordeal on top of a sleepless journey, contented himself quite properly with of his slim umbrella, recalled with a paint dab of delight one oft gargle girls of her late husband, and smoothly passed in front of a slow clopping horse-drawn vegetable cart, well out of the way of Mrs. R4_, but precisely in regard to such a contingency, fate had prepared an alternate continuation. As Demon rushed, or, in terms of the pill, sauntered, by the Monaco where he had often lunched, it occurred to him that his son, whom he had been unable to contact, might still be living with dull little Cordula Dupre in the penthouse apartment of that fine building. He had never been up there, or had he? For a business consultation with Van? On a sun-hazed terrace? And a clouded drink? He had, that's right, but Cordula was not dull and had not been present. With the simple and, combinationally speaking, neat, thought that, after all, there was but one sky, white, minute multicolored optical sparks. Demon hastened to enter the lobby and catch the lift. Ivy Hitcham-haired waiter had just entered, with breakfast for two on a UHGLE wheel table and the Manhattan Times among the shining, ever so slightly scratched, silver cupolas. Was his son still living up there? Automatically asked Demon, placing a piece of nobler metal along the dome's si, conceded the grinning imbecile. He had there with his lady all winter. Then we are fellow Tra and Rs, said Demon, inhaling not without gourmand anticipation the smell of Monaco's coffee, exaggerated by the shadows of tropical weeds waving in the breeze of his brain on that memorable morning. Van, after ordering breakfast, had climbed out of his bath and donned a strawberry red terry cloth robe when he thought he heard Valerio's voice from the adjacent parlor. Thither he padded, humming tunelessly, looking forward to another day of increasing happiness, with yet another uncomfortable little edge smoothed away, another raw kink in the past so refashioned as to fit into the new pattern of radiance. Demon, clothed entirely in black, black spatted, black scared his monail on a broader black ribbon than usual, was sitting at the breakfast table, a cup of coffee in one hand, and a conveniently folded financial section of the Times in the other. He gave a slight start and put down his cup rather jerkily on noting the coincidence of color with a persistent detail in an illumined lower left-hand corner of a certain picture reproduced in the copiously illustrated catalogue of his immediate mind. All Van could think of saying was, "I am not alone, je suis pas seul," but Demon was brimming too richly with the bad news he had brought to heed the hint of the fool who should have simply iviced on into the next room and come back one moment later, locking the door, him locking out years and years of lost life, instead of which he remained standing near his father's chair. According to Bess, which is fiend in Russian, Dan's buxom but otherwise disgusting nurse, whom he preferred to all others and had taken to Ardor because she managed to extract orally a few last drops of play zero, as the old whore called it, out of his poor body, he had complaining for some time, even before Ada's sudden departure, that a devil combining the characteristics of a frog and a rodent desired to straddle him and ride him to the tofu house of eternity. To Dr. Niculin, Dan described his rider as black, pale-bellied, with a black dorsal buckler shinmy like a dung-back and with a knife in his raised forelimb. On a very cold morning in late January, Dan had somehow escaped, through a basement maze and a tool room, into the brown shrubbery of Ardor. He was naked except for a red bath towel which trailed from his rump like a kind of caparison, and, despite the rough going, had crawled on all fours, like a crippled steed under an invisible rider, deep into the 00 DED Lanska. On the other hand, had he attempted to warn her, she might have made her big Ada yawn and uttered something irrevocably cozy at the moment he opened the thick protective door. "I beg you, sir," said Van, "go down, and I'll join you in the bar as soon as I'm dressed. I'm in a delicate situation." "Come, come," retorted Demon, dropping and replacing his money R1E_ Cordula won't. It's another, much more impressionable Gervais Cordula. Cordula is now Mrs. Tobuck_ yet another awful umble. Damn. "Oh, of course," cried Demon. "How stupid of me. I remember Ada's fiancé telling me he and young Tobuck worked for a while in the Sarn Phoenix Bank. Of course. Splendid broad-shouldered, blue-eyed, blonde chapter back bay Tobukovish." "I don't care," said clenched Van, "if he looks like a crippled, crucified, albino toad." "Please, Dad, I really must. Funny you're saying that. I've dropped in only to tell you poor cousin Dan has died in Boschian death. He thought a fantastic rodent son of rode him out of the house. They found him too late, he expired in Niculin's clinic, raving about that detail of the picture. I'm having the deuce of a time rounding up the family. The picture is now preserved in the Vienna Academy of Alt. Father, I'm sorry but I'm trying to tell you if I could write Muse Demon, I would in many words no doubt, how passionately, how incandescently, how incestuously cstlemot art and science meet in an insect, in a thmsh, in a thistle of that Tuchel Boscat Ada is marrying an outdoor man's but her mind is a closed museum, and she, and dear Lucette, once drew my attention, by a creepy coincidence, to sultane details of that other triptych, that tremendous garden of tongue-in-cheek delights, circa 1500, and namely, to the butterflies in it a meadow brown, female, in the center of the right panel, and a tortoise shell in the middle panel, placed there as if settled on a flower marked as if for here we have an example of exact knowledge on the part of those two admirable little girls, because they say that actually the wrong side of the bug is shown, it should the underside, if seen, as it is, in profile, but Bosch evidently found a wing or two in the corner cobweb of his casement and showed the prettier upper surface in depicting his incorrectly folded insect. I mean I don't give a hoot for the esoteric meaning, for the myth the moth, for the masterpiece Bader who makes Bosch express some Bosch of his time, I'm allergic to allegory and am quite sure he was just enjoying himself by crossbreeding casual fancies just for the fun of the contour and color, and what we have to study, as I was telling your cousins, is the joy of the eye, the feel and taste of the woman-sized strawberry that you embrace with him, or the exquisite surprise of an unusual orifice. But you are not following me, you want me to go, so that you may interrupt her beauty sleep. Lucky a propos, I have not been able to Alain Lucette, who is somewhere in Italy, but we managed to trace Marina to Tsitsicar flirting there with the Bishop of Belikinsk. She will arrive in the late afternoon, wearing, no doubt, pluriuses, very, and we shall then travel a trois to lottery. I don't think was he perhaps under the influence of some bright Chilean drug. That torrent was simply unstoppable, a crazy spectrum, a talking palette. No really, I don't think we should bother Ada in her Agavia _ he is I mean, Vinelander is the scion, of one of those great Varangians who had conquered the Copper Tartars or Red Mongols or whoever they were who had conquered some earlier Bronze Riders before we are Russian roulette and Irish 100 at a lucky moment in the history of West End casinos. I am hideously sorry, said Van, what with Uncle Dan's death and your state of excitement, sir, but my girlfriend's coffee is getting cold, and I can't very well stumble into our bedroom all that infernal paraphernalia _ I'm leaving. After all we haven't seen each other since when, August. At any rate, I hope she's prettier than the Cordula you had here before, volatile boy. Volatina, perhaps. Or Dragonara. He definitely smelled of ether. Please, please, please go. My gloves. Cloak. Thank you. Can I use your W_C? No. All right. I'll find one elsewhere. Come over as soon as you can, and we 11 meet Marina at the airport around 4 and then whiz to the Vake, and here Ada entered not naked, oh no, in a pink peignoir so as not to shock Valer 10, comfortably combing her hair, sweet and sleepy. She made the mistake of crying out Bajhi moi, and darting back into the dusk of the all was lost in that one chink of a second. Or better come at once, both of you, because I'll cancel my appointment and go home right now. He spoke, or thought he spoke, with the self-control and the clarity of enunciation which so frightened and mesmerized blunderers, blusterers, a voluble broker, a guilty sco oeboe underscore especially so now when everything had G1 to the he 11 curs, K Chertyam Sobakheim, of Jeroen Anthonissen van Aken and the multi aspeti dasinati of his Enigmatica Arte, as Dan explained mytha last side to Dr. Niculin and to Nurse Bellabestia, Bess, to whom he bequeathed a trunk full of museum catalogues and his second best catheter. 011 The dragon drug had WOM off, its after effects are not pleasant, combining as they do physical fatigue with a senane starkness of thought as if all color were drained from the mind. Now clad in a grey dressing gown, Demon lay on a grey couch in his study. His son stood at the window with his back to the silence. In a damask-padded room on the second floor, immediately below the study, waited Ada, who had arrived with Van a couple of minutes ago. In the skyscraper across the lane a window was open exactly opposite the study and an aproned man stood there setting up an easel and cocking his head in search of the right angle. The first thing Demon said was, "I insist that you face me when I'm speaking to you." Van realized that the fatal conversation must already started in his father's brain, for the admonishment had the ring of a self-interruption, and with a slight bow he took a seat. "However, before I advise you of those two facts, I would like to know how long this has been going on, one presumes, or something equally banal, but then all ends are banal hangings, the Nuremberg old maid's iron sting, shooting oneself, last ords in the brand new lottery hospital, mistaking a drop of 30,000 feet for the airplane's Ivishroom, being poisoned by one's wife, expecting a bit of Crimean hospitality, congratulating Mr. and Mr. S. Vinelander. It will be 9 years," replied Van. "I seduced her in the summer of 1884. Except for a single occasion, we did not make love again until the summer of 1888. After a long separation we one winter together. All in all, I suppose I have had her about 1,000 times. She is my whole life." A longish pause, not unlike a fellow actor's dry up, came in response to his well-rehearsed speech. Finally, "Demon, the second fact may $100 you even more than the first. I know it caused me much deeper worry, moral of course, not monetary, than Ada's case, of which eventually her mother informed cousin Dan, so that, in a sense, pause, with an underground trickle. Some other time I 11 tell you about the Black Miller, not now, too trivial. Dr. Lepiner's wife, Baum Countess Alp, not only left him, in 1871, to with Norbert von Miller, amateur poet, Russian translator at the Italian consulate in Geneva, and professional smuggler of neonigrine found only in the Valais, but had imparted to her lover the details of the subterfuge which the kind-hearted physician had considered would prove a boon to one lady and a blessing to the other. Versatile Norbert spoke English with an extravagant accent, hugely admired wealthy people and, Ivy Hen name-dropping, always qualified such a person as enormously rich with odd amorous gusto, throwing himself back in his chair and spreading tensely curved arms to enfold an invisible Fulton underscore. He had a round head as bare as a knee, a corpse's button nose, and very white, very limp, very damp hands adorned luteolent gems. His mistress soon left him. Dr. Lepiner died in 1872. About the same time the Baron married an innkeeper's innocent daughter and began to blackmail Demon Veen. This went on for almost 20 years, when aging Miller was shot dead by an Italian on a little-known border trail, which had seemed to get steeper and muddier every year. Out of sheer kindness, or habit, Demon bade his lawyer continue to send Miller's widow, who mistook it naively for insurance money, the Trim's trial sum, which had been swelling with each pregnancy of the robust Swiss S. Demon used to say that he would publish one day Black Miller's quatrains, which adomed his letters with the jingle of verselets on calendary all lems, "My spouse is thicker, I am leaner. Again it comes, a new bambino. You must be good like I am good. Her stnee is big and wants more wood." We may add, to complete this useful parenthesis, that in early February, 1893, not long after the poet's death, two other less successful blackmailers were waiting in the wings, Kim, who would have Ada Agam had he not been carried out of his cottage with one eye hanging on a red thread and the other drowned in its blood, and the son of one of the Fauner employees of the famous clandestine message agency after it had been closed by the U.S. In 1928, when the past had ceased to matter, and nothing but the straw of a prison cell could reward the optimism of second-generation rogues. The most protracted of the several pauses having run its dark course, Demon's voice emerged to say, a vigor that it had lacked before, "Van, you receive the news I impart incomprehensible calmness. I do not recall any instance, in factual or fictional life, of a father's having to tell his son that particular kind of thing in these particular circumstances. But you play with a pencil and seem as unroomed as if we were discussing your gaming debts or the demands of a wench knocked up in a ditch. Tell him about the herbarium in the attic. About the indiscretions of anonymous servants. About a forged wedding date. About everything that two bright children had so galley gleaned. I will he Dick L. She was 12, Van added, and I was a male primatal of 14 and a half, and we just did not care. And it's too late to care now. Too late, shouted his father, sitting up on his couch. Please, Dad, do not lose your temper, said Vam. Nature, as I informed you once, has been kind to me. We can afford to be careless in every sense of the word. I'm not concerned with semantics or semination. One thing, and only one, matters. It is not too late to stop that ignoble affair. No shouting and no Philistine epithets, interrupted Van. All right, said Demon. I take back the adjective, and I ask you instead, is it too late to prevent your affair with your sister from wrecking her life? Van knew this was coming. He knew, he said, this was coming. Ignoble had taken care of. Would his accuser define wrecking? The conversation now took a neutral tone that was far more telltale than its introductory admission of faults for which our young lovers had long pardoned their parents. How did Van imagine his sisters pursuing a scenic career? Would he admit it would be wrecked if they persisted in their relationship? Did he envisage a life of concealment in luxurious exile? Was he ready to deprive her of normal interests and a normal marriage? Children. Normal amusements. Don't forget normal adultery, remarked Van. How much better that would, said grim Demon, sitting on the edge of the couch with both elbows propped on his knees, and nursing his head in his hands. The awfulness of the situation is an abyss that grows deeper the more I think of it. You force me to bring up the tritest terms such as family honor set right. I have many officials in my wild life, but neither you nor I can bribe a whole culture, a whole country. And the emotional impact of learning that for almost 10 years you and that charming child been deceiving their parents here. Van expected his father to take the "it would kill your mother" line, but Demon was wise enough to keep clear of it. Nothing could kill Vimarin if any murs of incest did come her way. Concern with her inner peace would help her to ignore them, or at least romanticize them out of reality's reach. Both men knew all that her image appeared for a moment and accomplished a facile fade out. Demon spoke on, I cannot disinherit you. Aqua left you enough ridge and real estate to annul the conventional punishment, and I cannot denounce you to the authorities without involving my daughter, whom I mean to protect at all cost. But I can do the next proper thing. I can curse you. I can make this our last. Van, whose finger had been gliding endlessly to and fro along the mute but soothingly smooth edge of the mahogany desk, now heard with horror the sob that Demon's entire frame. And then saw a deluge of tears flowing down those hollow tanned cheeks. In an amateur parody, at Van's birthday party 15 years ago, his father had made himself up as Boris Godunov and shed strange, frightening, jet black tears before rolling down the steps of a burlesque throne in death's total salt ender to gravity. Did those dark streaks, in the present show, come from his blackening his orbits, eyelashes, eyelids, eyebrows? The Honest Gamester, The Pale Fatal Girl, another well-known melodrama. In this one, Van gave him a clean handkerchief to replace the soiled rag. His own marble calm did not surprise Van. The ridicule of a gawky cry with father adequately clogged the usual ducts of emotion. Demon regained his composure, if not his young looks, and said, "I believe you and your common sense. You must not allow an old debaucher to disown an only son. If you wish her to be happy, and she will not be as happy as she could be once you gave her up. You may go. Tell her to come here on your way down. Do-en. My first is a vehicle that fivests dead daisies around its sykes, my second is old Manhattan slang for money, and my hole makes a hole." As he traversed the second-floor landing, he saw, through the archway of rooms, Ada in her black dress standing, her back to him, at the oval window in the boudoir. He told a footman to convey her father's message to her and passed almost at a through the familiar echoes oft stone-flagged vestibule. My second is also the meeting place of two steep slopes. Right-hand lower drawer of my practically unused new desk, which is quite as big as Dad's, with Sig's compliments. He judged it would take him as much time to find a taxi at this hour of the day as to walk with his ordinary swift swing, the 10 blocks to Alex Avenue. He was coatless, tieless, hatless, a strong sharp wind dimmed his sight with salty frost and played Medusean havoc with his black locks. Upon letting himself in for the last time into his idiotically cheerful apartment, he forthwith sat down at that really magnificent desk and wrote the following note: "Do what he tells you." His logic sounds preposterous, presupposing a vague kind of Victorian era, as they have on Terra according to my mad, but in a paroxysm of illegible I suddenly realized he was right. Yes, right, here and there, not neither here, nor there, as most things are. You see, girl, how it is and must be. In the last window we shared we both saw a man painting us, but your second floor level of vision probably prevented your seeing that he wore what like a butcher's apron, badly smeared. Goodbye, girl. Van sealed the letter, found his thunderbolt pistol in the place he had visualized, introduced one cartridge into the magazine and translated it into its chamber. Then, standing a closet mirror, he put the automatic to his head, at the point of the Tyrian, and pressed the comfortably concave trigger. Nothing happened, or perhaps everything happened, and his destiny simply forked at that instant, as it probably does sometimes at night, especially in a strange bed, at stages of great happiness or great desolation, when we happen to die in our sleep, but continue our normal existence, with no perceptible break in the fake serialization, on the following, neatly prepared morning, with a spurious past discreetly but firmly attached anyway. What he held in his right hand was no longer a pistol but a pocket comb which he passed through his hair at the temples. It was to grey by the time that Ada, then in her 30s, said, when they spoke of their voluntary separation, "I would have killed myself too, had I found Rose wailing over your corpse. Seconds penches sunt les bons, as your other, Iviite, Bone used to say in her pretty patois. As to the apron, you are quite right. And what you did not make out was that the artist had about finished a large picture of your meek little palazzo standing between its two giant guards. Perhaps for the cover of a magazine, which rejected that picture. But, you know, there's one thing I regret," she added, "your use of an alpenstock to release a brute's not yours, not my Van's. I should never have told you about the lottery policeman. You should never have taken him into your confidence, never connived with him to burn those files and most of Kal Yugano's pine forest Ito Unizitel no, it is humiliating. Amends have been made, replied Fat Van with a fat man's chuckle. I'm keeping Kim safe and snug a nice home for disabled professional people, where he gets from me loads of nicely brailled books on new processes in chromophotography. There are other possible forkings and continuations that occur to the dream mind, but these will do. Part 3. He traveled, he studied, he taught, he contemplated the pyramids of Ladara, visited mainly of its name, under a whole moon that silvered the sands inlaid with pointed black shadows. He went shooting with the British of Armenia, and his niece, on Lake Vam from a hotel balcony in Sidra. His attention was drawn by the manager to the ivac of an orange sunset that turned the ripples of a sea into goldfish scales and was worth the price of enduring the quaintness of the small striped rooms he shared. His secretary, young Lady Scramble. On another terrace, overlooking another fabled bay, Eben Hella Brown, the Leal Shah's pet dancer, a naive little thing who thought baptism of desire meant something sexual, spilled her morning coffee upon noticing a 6-inch long caterpillar, myth fox ored segments, key rampate, was tramping along the balustrade and curled up in a swoon when picked up by Van, who for hours, after removing the beautiful animal to a bush, kept gloomily plucking itchy bright hairs out of his fingertips with the girl's tweezers. He learned to appreciate the singular little thrill of following dark byways in strange towns, knowing well that he would discover nothing, save filth, and ennui, and discarded Mary cans, billy labels, and the jungle jingles of exported jazz coming from syphilitic calves. He often felt that the famed cities, the museums, the ancient Tolcher house and the surrounded garden, were but places on the map of his own madness. He liked composing his works, illegible signatures, 1895, Clairvoyeurism, 1903, Furnished Space, 1913, The Texture of Time, begun 1922 in mountain riaches, and in the drawing of great expresses, and on the sun decks of white ships, and on the stone tables of Latin public parks. He would uncurl out of an indefinitely lengthy trance, and note with wonder that the ship I was going the other way, or that the order of his left-hand fingers was reversed, now beginning, clockwise, with his thumb as on his right hand, or that the marble Mercury that had been looking over his shoulder had been transformed into an attentive arborvitae. He you'd realize all at once that 3, 7, 13 years, in one cycle of separation, and then 4, 8, 16, in yet another, had elapsed since he had last embraced, held, bewept numbers and rows and series. The nightmare and malediction harrowing pure thought and pure time seemed bent on mechanizing his mind. 3 elements, fire, ivater, and air, destroyed, in that sequence, Marina, Lucette, and Demon. Tara waited. For 7 years, after she had dismissed her life with her husband, a successfully achieved corpse, as irrelevant, and retired to her still dazzling, still magically well-staffed $Te d'Azur villa, the one Demon had once given her. Van's mother had suffering from various obscure illnesses, which everybody thought she made up, or talentedly simulated, and which she contended could be, and partly were, cured by willpower. Van visited her less often than dutiful Lucette, whom he glimpsed there on 2 or 3 occasions, and once, in 1899, he saw, as he entered the arbutus and laurel garden of Villa Armenaz, a bearded old priest of the Greek persuasion, clad in neutral black, leaving on a motor bicycle for his nice parish near the tennis courts. Marina spoke to Van about religion, and Taraz and the theater, but never Ada, and just as he did not suspect she knew everything the H01 tour and Ardor of Artis, none suspected what pain in her bleeding bowels she was trying to allay by incantations, and self-focusing, or its device, self-dissolving. She confessed with an enigmatic and rather smug smile that much as she liked the rhythmic blue puffs of incense, and the diacon's rich growl on the and the oily brown icon cc #D in protective filigree to receive the worshipper's kiss, her soul remained irrevocably consecrated, ne precure, in spite of, Dasha Vinelander to the ultimate wisdom of Hinduism. Early in 1900, a few days he saw Marina, for the last time, at the clinic in Nice, where he learned for the first time the name of her illness. Van had a verbal nightmare, caused, maybe, by the musky smell in the Maramas, Bush's Villa Venus. Two formless fat transparent creatures were engaged in some discussion, one I can't. Meaning can't die, a difficult procedure to carry out voluntarily, without the help of the dagger, the ball, or the bowl, and the other affirming you can, sir. She died a fortnight later, and her body was burnt, according to her instructions. Van, a lucid soul, considered himself less brave morally than physically. He was always, meaning well into the 1960s, to recollect with reluctance, as if wishing to suppress in his mind a petty, timorous, and stupid deed, for, actually, who knows, the later antlers might have been set right then, with green lamps greening green gromfts before the hotel where the Vinelander stayed, his reacting from Kingston to Lucette's cable from Nice. Mother died this morning. The funeral cremation is to be held after tomorrow at sundown, with the request to advise him, please advise, who else would be there, and upon getting her prompt reply that Demon had already arrived with Andre and Ada, his cabling back, de solude ne pouvoir avec vous. He had roared in Kingston's Cascadilla Park, in the active sweet swarming spring dusk, so much more seraphic than that flurry of cables. The last time he had seen Mummy wizened Marina and told her he must return to America, though actually there was no hurry, only the smell in her hospital room that no breeze could dislodge. She had asked, with her new, tender, myopic, because embarred, expression, can't you wait till I'm gone, Z? And his reply had, I'll be back on the 25th to deliver a TL address on the psychology of suicide, and she had said, stressing, now that everything was trippy-taka, safely packed, the exact kinship, do tell them about your silly Aunt Aqua, whereupon he had with a smirk, instead of answering, yes, mother, hunched up in a last band of low sun, on the bench where he had recently fondled and fouled a favorite lanky, awkward, black girl student, Van tortured himself thoughts of insufficient filial affection, a long story of unconcern, amused scorn, physical repulsion, and habitual dismissal. He looked around, making Ivolt amends, willing her spirit to give him an unequivocal, and indeed all-deciding sign, of continued being behind the veil of time, beyond the flesh of space. But no response came, not a petal fell on his bench, not a gnat touched his hand. He wondered what really kept him alive on terrible Anti-Terra, with Terra a myth and all in a game, when nothing mattered any more since the day he slapped Valerio's warm bristly cheek, and whence, from what deep well of how did he still scoop up a shivering star, when everything had an edge of agony and despair, when another man was in every bedroom with ADM-02 on a bleak moming between the spring and summer of 1901, in Paris, as Van's black hat, one hand playing with the warm change in his topcoat pocket and the other, fawn-gloved, up-swinging a Harold English umbrella, strode past a particularly unattractive Sidel Vaucam among the many lining the Avenue Guillaume Pitt. A chubby bald man in a rumpled brown salt with a watch-chained waistcoat stood up and hailed him. Van considered for a moment those red round cheeks, that black goatee and Uznaish. You don't recognize me? Grigory Yakumovic, cried Van, tearing off his glove. I grew a regular Valbart last summer. You'd never known me them beer? Wonder what you do to look so boyish. Vam diet of champagne, not beer, said Professor Veen, putting on his spectacles and signaling to a waiter with the crook of his umber, hardly stops one adding weight, but keeps the scrotum crisp. I'm also very fat, yes. W had about Grace, I can't imagine her getting fat. Once twins, always twins. My wife is pretty portly, too. Tak Tien Hennet, so you are married? Didn't know it? How long? About 2 years. To whom? Maud Sween _ the daughter of the poet? No, no, her mother is a broom. Might have replied Ada Veen, had Mr. Vinelander not been a quicker suitor. I think I met a broom somewhere. Drop the subject. Probably a dreary union, hefty, high-handed wife, he more of a bore than ever. I last saw you 13 years ago, riding a black pony, no, a black silentium _ Bajhemoy. Yes, Bajhemoy, you can well say that. Those lovely agam in lovely artists. Oh, I was absolutely utno bazumno, madly, in love with your cousin. You mean Miss Veen? I did not know it. How long? Neither did she. I was terribly. How long are you staying? Terribly shy. Of course, I realized that I could not compete with her numerous boyfriends. Numerous. 2. 3. Is it possible he never heard about the main one? All the rose hedges knew, all the maids knew, in all 3 manners. The noble reticence of our bed makers. How long will you be staying in Lude? No, Greg, I ordered it. You pay for the next bottle. Tell me, so odd to recall. It was frenzy, it was fantasy, it was reality in the X degree. I'd have consented to be beheaded by a Tartar, I declare, if in exchange I could have kissed her instep. You were her cousin, almost a brother, you can't understand that obsession. Ah, those picnics. And Percy Dupre, who boasted to me about her, and drove me crazy with envy and pity, and Dr. Krolik, who, they said, also loved her, and Phil Rack, a composer of genius, dead, all dead. I really know very little about music, but it was a great pleasure to make your chum howl. I have an appointment in a few minutes, alas Zativoyo Zidarovi, Grigory Yakimovich. Arkady said Greg, who had let it pass once but now mechanically corrected Van. Yes. Stupid slip of the slovenly tongue. How is Arkady Grigorievich? He died. He died just before your aunt. I thought the papers paid a very handsome tribute to her talent. And where is Adelaida Danilovna? Did she marry Christopher Vinelander or his brother? In California or Arizona? Andre's the name, I gather. Perhaps I'm mistaken. In fact, I never knew my cousin very well. I visited Ardor only twice, after all, for a few weeks each time, years ago. Somebody told me she's a movie actress. I've no idea, I've never seen her on the screen. Oh, that would be telltable, I declare, to switch on the Dorotelli, and suddenly see her like a drowning man seeing his whole past, and the trees, and the flowers, and the wreathed dachshund. She must have been terribly affected by her mother's terrible death. Likes the word telltable, I declare, a telltable suit of clothes, a terrible tumor _ why must I stand it? Revolting and yet fascinating in a weird way, my babbling shadow, my burlesque double. Van was about to leave when a smartly uniformed chauffeur came up to inform my lord that his lady was parked at the corner of Misangon and was summoning him to appear _ aha, said Van, I see you are using your British title. Your father preferred to pass for a Chekhovian colonel. Maud is Anglo-Scottish and, well, likes it that way. Thinks a title gets one better service abroad. By the way, somebody told me, yes, Tobak, that Lucette is at the Alphonse IV. I haven't asked you about your father? He's in good health. Van bowed, and how is the gouvernantka Belletristka? Her last novel is called El Ami Luke. She just got the Lebanon Academy Prize for her copious rubbish. They parted laughing a moment later. As happens so often in farces and foreign cities, Van ran into another mend. With a surge of delight he saw Cordelia in a tight scarlet skiff with baby words of comfort over two unhappy poodlets attached to the waiting post of a sausage shop. Van stroked her with his fingertips, and as she straightened up indignantly and turned around, indignation instantly replaced by gay recognition, he quoted the stale but appropriate lines he had known since the days his schoolmates annoyed him with them: "The Veens speak only to toboks, but toboks speak only to dogs." The passage of years had but polished her prettiness, and though many fashions had come and gone since 1889, he happened upon her at a season when hairdos and skirt lines had revelled briefly. Another much more elegant lady was already ahead of her, to the style of a dozen years ago, abolishing the interruption of remembered approval and pleasure. She plunged into AT01 of polite questions, but he had a more important matter to settle at once while the flame still flickered. "Let's not squander," he said, "the tumescence of retrieved time on the gush of small talk. I'm bursting with energy, if that's what you want to know. Now it may sound silly and missolent, but I have an urgent request. Will you cooperate with me in commuting your husband? It's a must." "Really, Van," exclaimed angry Cordelia _ "you go a bit far. I'm a happy wife. My Tobachak adores me. We'd have 10 children by now if I'd not been careful with him and others. You'll be glad to learn that this other has been found utterly sterile. Well, I'm anything but I guess I'd cause a mule to foal by just looking on. Moreover, I'm lunching today with the goals. Say bizarre, Atlantic exciting little girl like you who can be so tender with poodles and yet turns dour a poor paunchy stiff old Veen _ the Veens are much too gay as dogs go. Since you collect adages," persisted Van, "let me quote an Arabian one. Paradise is only one aspas south of a pretty Gervies sesh. Eh bien? You are impossible. Where and when? Where? In that drab little hotel across the street. When? Right now. I've never seen you on a hobby horse yet, because that's what tout comfort promises and not much else. I must home not later than 11:30, it's almost 11 now. It will take minutes. Please." Astraddle, she resembled a child braving her first merry-go-round. She made a rectangular moue as she used that vulgar contraption. Sad, sullen street walkers do it with expressionless faces, lips tightly closed. She rode it twice. Their brisk nub and its repetition lasted 15 minutes in all. Not FME_very pleased with himself, Van walked with her for a stretch through the brown and green Bois de Boulogne in the direction of her Osobniok small mansion. "That reminds me," he said, "I no longer use our Alexis apartment. We had some poor people live there these last 7 or 8 years, the family of an officer who used to be a footman at Uncle Dan's place in the country. My policeman is dead now and his widow and 3 boys have gone back to lottery _ I want to relinquish that flat. Would you like to accept it as a belated wedding present from an admirer? Good. We shall do it again some day. Tomorrow I hail to in London, and on the 3rd my favorite liner, Admiral Tobakov, will take me to Manhattan. Au revoir. Tell him to look out for low lintels. Antlers can be very sensitive when new. Greg M. Linen tells me that Lucette is at the Alphonse 4. That's right. And where's the other? I think we'll part here. It's 50 minutes to 12. You'd better TKX1D1E along. Au revoir. You're a very bad boy and I'm a very bad girl, but at Ivas FTN, even though you've been speaking to me not as you would to a lady friend but as you probably do to little whores _ wait. Here's a top secret address where you can always, fumbling in her handbag, reach me, finding a card with her husband's crest and scribbling a postal cryptograph, at Mamie, where I spend every August. She looked around, rose on her toes like a ballerina, and kissed him on the mouth. Sweet Cordula. 03 The Bourbonian-chinned, dark, sleek-haired, ageless concierge, dubbed by Van in his blazer days Alphonse Cinq, believed he had just seen MLLEvine in the Rookamere where Vivian Vale's Golden were on show. With a flick of coattail and a swing gate click, Alphonse dashed out of his lodge and went to see. Van's eye over his umbrella crook traveled around a carousel of sapsucker paperbacks, with that wee striped woodpecker on every spine. The Gitani/Law, Salesman, 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 Invitation to a Climax, Squirt, The Go-Go Gang, The Threshold of Pain, The Chimes of Chose, The Gitanilla Hero Wall Street, Very Patrician Colleague of Demons, Old Kither K_L_Sween, who wrote verse, and the still older real estate magnate Milton Elliot, went by without recognizing Grateful Van, despite his being betrayed by several mirrors. The concierge resumed shaking his head. Out of the goodness of his heart Van gave him a gold guinea and said he'd call again at 1:30. He walked through the lobby, where the author of Agonic Lines and Mr. Elliot, Dallas, with a great amount of jacket over their shoulders, dans de fauteuils, were comparing cigars, and, leaving the hotel by a side exit, crossed the Mita Junes Martyrs for a drink at Ovenman's. Upon entering, he stopped for a moment to surrender his coat, but he kept his black fedora and stick-slim umbrella as he had seen his father do in that sort of bawdy, albeit smart, place which decent women did not frequent. At least, unescolted he headed for the bar, and as he was in the act of wiping the lenses of his black-framed spectacles, made out, through the optical mist, Space's recent revenge, the girl whose silhouette he recalled having seen now and then, much more distinctly. Ever since his pubescence, passing alone, drinking alone, always alone, like blocks incognita. It was a queer feeling as of something replayed by mistake, part of a sentence misplaced on the proof sheet, a scene run prematurely, a repeated blemish, a wrong turn of time. He hastened to re-equip his ears, the thick black of his glasses, and went up to her in silence. For a minute he stood behind her, sideways to remembrance and reader, as she, too, was in regard to us and the bar, the crook of his silk-swathed cane lifted in profile almost up to his mouth. There she was, against the aureate backcloth of a Sakurama screen next to the bar, toward which she was sliding, still upright, about to be seated, having already placed one white-gloved hand on the counter. She wore a high-necked, long-sleeved romantic black dress with an ample skin, fitted and rougher collar, from the black soft corolla of which her long neck gracefully rose. With a rake's morose gaze we follow the pure proud line of that throat, of that tilted chin. The glossy red lips are parted, avid and fey, offering a side gleam of large upper teeth. We know, we love that high cheekbone, with an atom of powder puff sticking to the hot pink skin and the forward upsweep of black lashes and the painted feline eye, all this in profile. We softly from under the wavy wide brim of her floppy hat of black file, with a great black bow surmounting it, a spiral of intentionally disarranged, expertly curled bright copper descends her flaming cheek, and the light of the bar's gem bulbs plays on her bouffant front hair, which, as seen laterally, convex from the extravagant brim of the picture hat right down to her long thin eyebrow. Her Irish profile sweetened by a touch of Russian softness, which adds a look of mysterious and wistful surprise to her beauty, must seen, I hope, by the friends and admirers of my memories, as a natural masterpiece incomparably finer and younger than the portrait of the similarly postured lousy jade with her Parisian gueule de Ganon on the vile poster painted by that wreck of an artist for Oven. Ma'am, hello there, Ed, said Van to the barman, and she turned at the sound of his dear rasping. Vals_I didn't expect you to glasses. You almost got LE packet, which I was preparing for the man supposedly goggling my hat darling Van. Dushka me. Your hat he said, is positively Lautremontesque I mean, Lautrec no, I can't form the adjective. Ed Barton served Lucette what she called a chambirisette gin and bitter for me. I'm so happy and sad, she murmured in Russian moyo grust no shasta. How long will you be in Old Lute? Van answered he was leaving next day for England, and then on June 3rd, this was May 31st, would be taking the Admiral Tobakov back to the States. She would sail with him, she cried, it was a marvelous idea, she didn't mind whither to drift, really, west, east, Toulouse, Lostox_. He pointed out that it was far too late to obtain a cabin, on that not very grand ship so much shorter than Queen Guinevere, and changed the subject. The last time I saw you, said Van, was 2 years ago, at a railway station. You had just left Villa Annina and I had just arrived. You wore a flowery dress which got mixed with the flowers you carried because you moved so fast jumping out of a green calche and up into the Ausonian Express that had brought me to Nice. Truss expressionist. I did not see you or I would have stopped to tell you what I had just leamed_imagine, mother knew everything your garrulous dad told her everything about Ada and you. But not about you and her. Lucette asked him not to mention that sickening, maddening girl. She was all riotous with Ada and jealous by proxy her André, or rather his sister on his behalf. He was stupid even for that, collected progressive Philistine alt, boot black blotches and excremental smears on canvas, imitations of an imbecile's doodles, primitive idols, aboriginal masks, objets trouvis, or rather troas, the polished log with its polished hole a la Heinrich Heidlankel. His bride found the ranch yard domed with a sculpture, if that's the right word, by old Heinrich himself and his 4 hefty assistants, a huge hideous lump of bourgeois mahogany, 10 feet high, entitled Maternity the Mother, in reverse, of all the plaster gnomes and pig iron toadstools planted by former Vinelanders in front of their daches in Lysk, the barman wiping a glass in endless slow motion as he listened to Lucette's denunciation with the limp smile of utter enchantment. And yet, Odniko, said Van in Russian, you enjoyed your stay there, in 1896, so Marina told me. I did not, Nichigo Podobnigo. I left Agavia minus my luggage in the middle of the night, sobbing Bridget. I've never seen such a household. Ada had tummed into a dumb brune. The table talk was limited to the 3 C's cactuses, cattle, and cooking, with Dorothy adding her comments on Cubist mysticism. He's one of those Russians who shliopayut, slap, to the toilet barefoot, shave in their underwear, wear garters, consider hitching up one's pants indecent, but when fishing out coins hold their right trouser pocket with the left hand or vice versa, which is not only indecent but vulgar. Demon is, perhaps, disappointed they don't have children, but really he engripped the man after the first flush of father-in-law. Hookle Dorothy is a prissy and pious monster who comes to stay for months, orders the meals, and has a private collection of keys to the servants' rooms. Ivy Hitch our bum brunette should have known, and other little keys to open people's hearts. She has tried, by the way, to make a practicing onhodox not only of every American Negro she can catch, but of our sufficiently pravoslavnaya mother, though she only succeeded in mocking the trim altistics go up. One nostalgic night pora/a, said Van, noticing that an English couple had ordered drinks and settled down to some quiet auditing. Kaktanak you, one night, when Andrei was away having his tonsils removed or something, dear Ivachfulderika went to investigate a suspicious noise in my maid's and found poor Bridget fallen asleep in the rooker and Ada and me fryan of Shistarinoi, reshaking old times, on the Beck L. That's when I told Dora I would not stand her attitude, and immediately left for Monarch Bay. Some people are certainly odd, said Vam. If you've finished that sticky stuff, let's go back to your hotel and get some lunch. She wanted fish, he stuck to cold cuts and salad. You know whom I ran into this morning? Old Greg Erminen _ it was he who told me you were around. His Ivif est un peu snob. What? Everybody is un peu snob, said Lucette _ your Cordula _ who is also around, cannot forgive Shura Tobak, the violinist, for being her husband's neighbor in the telephone book immediately after lunch. We'll go to my room, a num 25, my age. I have a fabulous Japanese divan and lots of orchids just supplied by one of my beaux. ACH, Bajhi Moy, it has just occurred to me I shall have to look into this. Maybe they are meant for Bridget, who is marrying after tomorrow, at 3:30, a head waiter at the Alphonstrals, in Auteuil. Anyway, they are greenish, with orange and purple blotches, some kind of delicate Oncidium, cypress frogs, one of those silly commercial names. I'll stretch out upon the divan like a martyr, remember. Are you still half a martyr, I mean half a virgin? Inquired Van. A quarter, answered Lucette _ to me, Van. My divan is black with yellow cushions. You can sit for a minute in my lap. No, unless we undress and you ganch me. My dear, as I've often reminded you, you belong to a princely family, but you talk like the loosest Lucinda imaginable. Is it a fad in your set, Lucette? I have no set, I'm a loner. Once in a while, I go out with two diplomats, a Greek and an Englishman, who are allowed to palmy and play with each other. A corny society painter is working on my portrait, and he and his wife caress me when I'm in the mood. Your friend Dick Cheshire sends me presents and racing tips. It's a dull life, Van. I enjoy loads of things, she continued in a melancholy, musing tone of voice, as she poked with a fork at her blue trout which, to judge by its contorted shape and bulging eyes, had boiled alive, convulsed by a willigum _ I love Flemish and Dutch oils, flowers, food, flabelt, Shakespeare, shopping, sheing, swimming, the kisses of beauties and beasts, but somehow all of it, this sauce and all the riches of Holland, for me only a kind of tonen high tonen key, thin little, layer, under which there is absolutely nothing, except, of course, your image, and that only adds depth and a trout's agonies to the emptiness. I'm like Dolores when she says she's only a picture painted on air. Never could finish that novel, much too pretentious. Pretentious but true. It's exactly my sense of existing, a fragment, a wisp of color _ come and travel with me to some distant place. Here there are frescoes and fountains. Why can't we travel to some distant place? Ancient fountains. By ship? By sleeping car? It's safer and faster by plane, said Van. And for log's sake, speak Russian. Mr. Sween, lunching with a young fellow who sported a bullfighter's side bums and other charms, looked gravely in the direction of their table. Then a naval officer in the azure uniform of the Gulf Stream Guards passed by in the wake of a dark, ivory-pale lady and said, "Hello, Lucette." "Hello, Van." "Hello, Alf," said Van. "Ivy Hills." Lucette acknowledged the greeting with an absent smile. Over her propped-up entwined hands she was following with mocking eyes the receding lady. Van cleared his throat as he gloomily glanced at his half-sister. "Must be at least 35, mum-read Lucette, yet still to become his queen. His father, Alphonse I of Portugal, a puppet potentate manipulated by Uncle Victor, had recently abdicated upon Gamaliel's suggestion in favor of a republican regime, but Lucette spoke of fragile beauty, not fickle politics. "That Ivus Lenore Colline, what's the matter, Van? Cats don't stare at stars, it's not done." The resemblance is much less close than it used to be though, of course, I've not kept up with counterpart changes. Apropos, how's the career progressing? If you mean Ada's career, I hope it's also a flop, the same as her marriage. So my getting you will all demon gams. I don't go often to movies, and I refused to speak to Dora and her when we met at the funeral and haven't the remotest idea of what her stage or screen exploits may have been lately. Did that woman tell her brother about your innocent frolics? Of course not. She draws it, trembles, over his bliss. But I'm sure it was she who forced Ada to write me that I must never try again to wreck a successful marriage, and this I forgive Duryushka, a bomb blackmailer, but not Ada _ I don't care for your Kabuhan _ I mean it's alright on your dear hairy hand, but Papa or one like that on his hatole pink paw. He belonged to the silent explorer type. Once he took me to a girls' hockey match and I had to warn him I'd yell for help if he didn't call off the search. Das ouch knock, sighed Van, and the heavy dark sapphire ring. He would put it into the ashtray had it not Mana's last present. Look, Van, she said, finishing her fourth flute. Why not risk it? Everything is quite simple. You marry me. You get my Ardor. We live there, you right there. I keep melting into the background, never bothering you. We invite Ada alone, of course, to stay for a while on her estate, for I had always expected mother to leave Ardor to her. Ulul, she's there, I go to Aspen or Gstaad or Skitow and you live with her in solid crystal with snow falling as if forever all around pendant quet she in Aspinus _ then I come back like a shot, but she can stay on, she's welcome, I'll hang around in case you want me. And then she goes back to her husband for a couple of dreary months, see? Yes, magnificent plan, said Van. The only trouble is, she will never come. It's now 3 o'clock, I have to see a man who is to renovate Villa Armina which I inherited and which I will house one of my harems. Slapping a wrist that way is not your prettiest mannerism on the Irish side. I shall now escort you to your apartment. You are plainly in need of some rest. I have an important telephone call to make, but I don't want you to listen, said Lucette, searching for the key in her little black handbag. They entered the hall of her suite. There, firmly resolved to leave a moment, he removed his glasses and pressed his mouth to her mouth, and she tasted exactly as Ada at Ardor, in the early afternoon, sweet saliva, salty epithelium, cherries, coffee. Had he not sported so well and so recently, he might not have the temptation, the impardonable thrill she plucked at his as he started to back out of the hallway. Let us kiss again, let us kiss again. Lucette kept repeating, childishly, lispingly, barely moving her parted lips, in a FFSSY incoherent daze, doing her best to prevent him from thinking it over, from saying no. He said that would do. Oh, but why? Oh, please. He brushed away her cold, trembling fingers. Hi, Van? Why? You know perfectly well why. I love her, not you, and I simply refuse to complicate matters by entering into yet another incestuous relationship. That's rich, said Lucette. You've gone far enough with me on several occasions. When I was a kid, your refusing to go further is a mere quibble on your part, and besides you've unfaithful to her with 1,000 girls, you dirty cheat. You shan't talk to me in that tone, said Van, meanly turning her poor words into a pretext for marching away. I'll knee you, she whispered frantically, trying to cry after him in a whisper because the corridor was all door and ears, but he walked on, waving both arms in the air without looking back, quite forgivingly, though, and was gone. 04 A TZ problem demanded Dr. V's presence in England. Old Par of Chose had written him that the clinic would like him to study a singular case of chromesthesia, but that given inane aspects of the case, such as a faint possibility of trickery, Van should come and decide for himself whether he thought it worth the trouble to fly the patient to Kingston for all their observation. One Spencer Muldoon, born eyeless, aged 40, single, friendless, and the third blind character in this chronicle, had been known to hallucinate during fits of violent paranoia, calling out the names of such shapes and substances as he had learned to identify by touch, or thought he recognized through the awfulness of stories about them, falling trees, extinct saurians, and which now pressed on him from all sides, alternating periods of stupor, followed invariably by iridium to his non-null self. When for a week or two he would finger his blind books or listen, in red-lidded bliss, to records of music, bird songs, and Irish poetry. His ability to break space into ranks and files of strong and weak things in what seemed a wallpaper pattern remained a mystery until one evening, when a research student, R.S. he wished to remain that way who intended to trace certain graphs having to do with the metabasis of another patient, to within Muldoon's reach one of those elongated of new, unsharpened, colored chalk whose mere evocation, Dixon pink anidal, make one's memory in the language of rainbows, the tints of their painted and polished woods being graded spectrally in their neat tin container. Poor Muldoon's childhood could not come to him anything like such Heraldian recall, but when his groping fingers C-sharp-ned the box and palpated the pencils, a certain expression of sensual relish on his parchment pale face. Upon observing that the blind man's eyebrows went up slightly at red, higher at orange, still higher at the shrill scream of yellow and then stepped down through the rest of the prismatic spectrum, R.S. casually told him that the woods were dyed differently red, orange, yellow, etc., and quite as casually Muldoon rejoined that they also felt different one from another in the course of several tests conducted by R.S. and his colleagues. Muldoon explained that by stroking the pencils. In turn he perceived a gamut of stingle sensations somehow allied to the tingling after effects of one's skin contact with stinging nettles. He had been raised in the country somewhere Ormoc and Armagh, and had often tumbled, in his adventurous boyhood, the poor thick-booted soul, into ditches and even ravines and spoke eerily of the strong green stingle of a piece of blotting paper or the weak pink tingle of Nurse Langford's nose, these colors being checked by himself against those applied by the researchers to the initial end result of the tests. One was forced to assume that the man's fingertips could convey to his brain a tactile transcription of the prismatic structure as Parr put it in his detailed Relzert to Vam Ivy, the latter Altmical. Muldoon had not quite come out of a state of sterxer more protracted than any preceding one. Van, hoping to examine him on the morrow, spent a delightful day conferring with a bunch of eager psychologists and was interested to spot among the nurses the familiar squint of Elsie Langford, a gaunt girl with a feverish flush and protruding teeth, who had been obscurely involved in a poltergeist affair at another medical institution. He had dinner with old Parr in his rooms at Chose and told him he would like to have the poor fellow transferred to Kingston, with Miss Langford, as soon as he was fit to travel. The poor fellow died that night in his sleep, leaving the entire incident suspended in midair within a nimbus of bright irrelevancy. Van, in whom the pink-blooming chestnuts of Chose always induced an amorous mood, decided to squander the sudden bounty of time before his voyage to America on a 24-hour course of treatment at the most fashionable and efficient of all the Venus villas in Europe. But during the longish trip in the ancient, plushy, faintly perfumed, musk, Turkish tobacco, limousine which he usually got from the Albania, his London hotel, for travels in England, other restless feelings joined, without dispelling it, his sullen lust. Rocking along softly, his slippered on his arm in an arm loop, he recalled his first railway journey to Ardor and tried what he sometimes advised a patient doing in order to exercise the muscles of, namely putting oneself back not merely into the frame of mind that had consciousness preceded a radical change in one's life, but into a state of complete ignorance regarding that change. He knew it could not be done, that not the achievement, but the obstinate attempt was possible, because he would not have remembered the preface to Ada had not life turned the next page, causing now its radiant text to flash through all the tenses of the Mink L. He wondered if he would the present commonplace trip. An English late spring with literary associations lingered in the evening air. The built-in Kinoro, an old-fashioned musical gadget which a joint Anglo-American commission had only recently unbanned, transmitted a heart-wounding Italian song. What was he? Was he? Was he? He thought of his slackness, clumsiness, dereliction of spirit. He thought of his loneliness, of its passions and dangers. He saw through the glass partition the fat, healthy, reliable folds of his neck. Idle images cued by Edmund, simple Cordula, fantastically intricate Lucette, and, by or the mechanical a depraved little girl called Lizette, in con, with breasts like lovely abscesses, whose frail favors were handled by a smelly big brother in an old bathing machine. He tummed off the Kinoro and hilared himself to the brandy stored behind a sliding panel, drinking from the bottle. All 3 glasses were filthy. He felt surrounded by crashing great trees, and the monstrous beasts of unachieved, perhaps unachievable tasks. One such task was Ada, whom he knew he would never give up. To her he would surrender the remnants of his self at the first trumpet blast of destiny. Another was his philosophic work, so oddly impeded by its own viltry by that originality of literary style which constitutes the only real honesty of a writer. He had to do it his own way, but the cognac was frightful, and the history of thought bristled with clichés, and it was that history he had to surmount. He knew he was not quite a savant, but completely an artist. Paradoxically and unnecessarily it had been in his academic career, in his nonchalant and arrogant lectures, in his conduct of seminars, in his published reports on sick minds, that, starting as something of a prodigy before he was 20, he had gained by the age of 31 honors and a position that many unbelievably laborious men do not reach at 50. In his sadder moments, as now, he attributed at least part of his success to his rank, to his wealth, to the numerous donations, which, in a kind of extension of his overtipping the haggard beggars who cleaned manned lifts, smiled in hotel corridors, he kept showering upon worthwhile institutions and students. Van Veen did not err too widely in his wry conjecture, for on our anti-Terra, and on Terra as well, according to his OUN writings, a powerfully plotting administration prefers, unless moved by the sudden erection of a new building or the thunder of torrential funds, the safe drabness of an academic mediocrity to the suspect sparkle of a V_V_Nightingale's sang, Ivy hen he aimed at his fabulous and ignoble destination. As usual, he experienced a surge of beamful elation as the car entered the Oak Avenue between 2 rows of philosphoric statues presenting arms. A welcome habitué of 15 years, standing, he had not to telephone, the new official term. A searchlight lashed him. Alas, he had come on a gala night. Usually had their chauffeurs park in a special enclosure near the guardhouse, where there was a pleasant canteen for servants, with non-alcoholic drinks and a few expensive and homely whores but that night several huge police cars occupied the garage and overflowed into an adjacent arbor telling Kingsley to wait a moment under the oaks. Van donned his bata and went to investigate. His favorite Ivald walk took him to one of the spacious lawns velveting the approach to the manor. The grounds were lividly illuminated and as populous as Park Avenue, an association that came very readily, since the disguises of the astute sleuths belonged to a type which reminded Van of his native land. Some of those men he even knew by sight. They used to patrol his father's club in Manhattan whenever good Gamaliel, not re-elected after his fourth term, happened to dine there in his informal goggly _ they mimed what they were accustomed to mime: fruit vendors, black hawkers of bananas and banjos, obsolete, or at least untimely, copying clerks who hurried in circles to unlikely offices, and peripatetic Russian newspaper readers slowing down to a trance stop and then strolling again behind their wide-open Estotskia vesti. Van remembered that Mr. Alexander Skripach, the new president of the United Americas, a plethoric Russian, had flown over to see King Victor, and he correctly concluded that both were now sunk in molitude. The comic side of the detective's display, perhaps, their dated notion of an American sidewalk, but hardly suiting a weirdly illuminated maze of English hedges, his disappointment as he shuddered squeamishly at the thought of sharing the frolics of historical personages or contenting himself with the brow-faced girlies they had started to use and rejected. Here a statue attempted to challenge Van from its marble pedestal but slipped and landed on its back in the bracken. Ignoring the sprawling god, Van returned to the still throbbing Jules Joyce _purple. Gerald Kingsley, an old tried friend, offered to drive him to another house, 90 miles north, but Van declined upon principle and was taken back to the Albania. 05 at 5 p.m., June 3, his ship had sailed from Le Havre. On the evening of the same day Van embarked at Old. He had spent most of the afternoon playing cold tennis Delorier, the famous Negro coach, and felt very dull and drowsy as he watched the low sun's ardency break into green golden eye spots a few sea serpent yards to starboard, on the far side of the bow wave. Presently he decided to turn in, walked down to the A-deck, devoured some of the still life food prepared for him in his sitting room, attempted to read in the proofs of a TLSA he was contributing to a Festschrift on the occasion of Professor Counterstone's 80th birthday, gave it up, and fell asleep. A tempest went into convulsions around midnight, but despite the lunging and creaking, Tobakov was an embittered old vessel. Van managed to sleep soundly, the only reaction on the part of his dormant mind being the dream image of an aquatic slowly sinking before somersaulting like a diving grebe, near the shore of the lake bearing his name in the ancient kingdom of Arurud. Upon reviewing that bright dream he traced its source to his recent visit to Armenia, where he had gone fowling Armborough and that gentleman's extremely compliant and accomplished make. He wanted to make a note of it and was amused to find that all three had not only left his bed table but had neatly aligned themselves head to tail along the bottom of the outer door of the adjacent room, having covered quite a stretch of blue carpeting in the course of their stopped escape. The steward brought him a continental breakfast, the ship's newspaper, and the list of first-class passengers. Under tourism in Italy, the little newspaper informed him that a farmer had unearthed the bones and trappings of one of Hannibal's elephants, and that 2 American psychiatrists, names not given, had died an odd death in the Bacalito Range, the older fellow from heart failure and his boyfriend by suicide. After pondering the Admiral's morbid interest in Italian mountains, Van clipped the item and picked up the passenger list, pleasingly surmounted by the same crest that adorned Cordula's notepaper, in order to see if there was anybody to be avoided during the next days. The list yielded the Robinson couple, Robert and Rachel, old bores of the family. Bob had retired after directing for many years one of Uncle Dan's offices. His gaze, traveling on, tripod over Dr. Ivan Veen and pulled up at the next name. What constricted his heart? Why did he pass his tongue over his thick lips? Empty formulas befitting the somnambulists of former days who thought they could explain everything. The level of the Ivater slanted and swayed in his bath, imitating the slow seesaw of the bright blue, white flecked sea in the porthole of his. He rang up Miss Lucinda Veen, whose suite was on the main deck amidships, exactly his, but she was absent, wearing a white polo neck sweater and tinted glasses. He went to for her. She was not on the games deck, from where he looked down at some other redhead, in a canvas chair on the sun deck, The girl sat writing a letter at passionate speed, and he thought that if ever he switched from ponderous factitude to light fiction he would have a jealous husband use binoculars to decipher from where he stood that outpour of illicit affection. She was not on the promenade deck where blanket-swathed old people were reading the #1 bestseller Salesman and awaiting with borborygmic for bubbles the 11:00. He betook himself to the grill, where he reserved a table for two. He walked over to the bar and warmly greeted bald fat Toby, who had served on the Queen Guinevere in 1889, and 1890, and 1891, when she was still unmarried and he a resentful fool. They could have eloped to Lopagasa as Mr. and Mrs. Dares or Sardi. He espied their half-sister on the forecastle deck, looking rilisely pretty in a low-cut, brightly flowered, wind-wolted frike, talking to the bronzed but greatly aged Robinsons. She tummed toward him, brushing back the flying hair from her face, a mixture of triumph and embarrassment in her expression, and presently they took leave of Rachel and Robin, who after them, waving similarly raised hands to her, to him, to life, to death, to the happy old days when Demon paid all the gambling debts of their son, just before he was killed in a head-on car collision. She dispatched the Pozerskaya Kotleton with gratitude. He was not scolding her for popping up as some sort of transcendental, rather than transatlantic, stowaway, and in her eagerness to see him she had botched her breakfast after having gone dinnerless on the eve. She who enjoyed the hollows and hills of the sea, when taking part in nautical SRXNTS, or the UPS and COPS, when flying, had ignominiously sick aboard this, her first liner, but the Robinsons had given her a Marcellus medicine. She had slept 10 hours, in Van's arms all the time, and now hoped that he and she were tolerably awake except for the fizzy edge left by the quite kindly he asked where she thought she was going. To Ardis with him came the prompt reply, forever and ever. Robinson's grandfather had died in Araby at the age of 131, so Van had still a whole century. She would build for him, in the park, several pavilions to house his successive harems. They would gradually turn, one after the other, into homes for aged ladies, and then into mausoleums. There hung, she said, a steeplechase picture of pale fire with Tom Cox up, above dear Cordula's and Tobac's bed, in the suite wangled in 1 minute flat, from them, and she wondered how it affected the Tobac's love life during sea voyages. Van interrupted Lucine's nervous patter by asking her if her bath taps bore the same inscriptions as his: hot domestic, cold salt. Yes, she cried, old salt, old salesman, ardent chambermaid, comatose captain. They met again in the afternoon. To most of the Tobakov's first-class passengers the afternoon of June 4, 1901, in the Atlantic, on the meridian of Iceland and the latitude of Ardis, seemed little conducive to open-air frolics. The fervor of its cobalt sky kept being cut by glacial gusts, and the wash of ATL old-fashioned swimming pool rhythmically flushed the green tiles, but Lucette was a hardy girl used to bracing Ivans no less than to the detestable sun. Spring in Fielta and AT01 May on Minnetonka, the famous artificial island, had given a nectarine hue to her limbs, which looked lacquered with it when wet, but re-evolved their natural bloom as the breeze dried her skin with glowing cheekbones and that glint of copper showing from under her tight cap on nape and forehead. She evoked the helmeted angel of the Yukonsk icon, whose magic effect was said to change anemic blonde maidens into Konskiktiti, freckled red-haired lads, children of the sun. Horse. She returned after a brief surreme to the sun terrace where Van lay and said, "You can't imagine." "I can imagine anything," he insisted. "You can imagine, okay, what oceans of lotions and streams of creams I am to use in the privacy of my balconies or in desolate sea caves before I can exhibit myself to the elements. I always teeter on the tender border sunbeam and suntan or bimine lobster and obst as right herb, My beloved painter, I'm reading his diary published by his last Duchess, it's in 3 mixed languages and lovely, I'll lend it to you. You see, darling, I'd consider myself a pied cheat if the small parts I conceal in public were not of the same color as those on show. You looked to me kind of sandy all over when you were inspected in 1892, said Van. I'm a brand new girl now, she whispered. A happy new girl alone with you on an abandoned ship, with 10 days at least till my next flow. I sent you a silly note to Kingston, just in case you didn't turn up. They were now reclining on a poolside mat face to face, in symmetrical attitudes, he leaning his head on his right hand, she propped on her left elbow. The strap of her green breast cups had slipped down her slender arm, disclosing drops and streaks of water at the base of one nipple. An abyss of a few inches separated the jersey he wore from her bare midriff, the black wool of his trunks from her soaked green pubic mask. The sun glazed her hip bone, a shadow dip led to the 5-year-old trace of an appendectomy. Her half-veiled gaze dwelt upon him, heavy, opaque greed, and she was right. They were really quite alone. He had Marion Armborough behind her uncle's back in much more complex circumstances. What if the motorboat jumping like a flying fish and his host keeping a shotgun near the steering wheel? Joylessly, he felt the stout snake of desire weightily unwind. Grimly, he regretted not having exhausted the fiend in Villa Venus. He accepted the touch of her blind hand working its way up his thigh and cursed nature for having planted a gnarled tree bursting with vile sap within a man's crotch. Suddenly Lucette drew away, exhaling a genteel merde. Eden was full of Iropal. 2 half-naked children in shrill glee came running toward the pool. A Negro nurse brandished their diminutive bras in angry pursuit. Out of the water a bald head emerged by spontaneous generation and snorted. The swimming coach appeared from the dressing room. Simultaneously, a tall splendid creature with trim ankles and repulsively fleshy thighs, stalked past the Veens, all but treading on Lucine's emerald-studded cigarette case. Except for a golden ribbon and a bleached mane, her long, ripply, beige back was bare all the way down to the tops of her slowly and lusciously rolling, which divulged, in a lte-made motion, their nether bulges from under the Larnu loincloth. Just behind a rounded white corner, the Titianesque Titaness half-tummed her brown face and greeted Van with a loud hello. Lucette, I wanted to know, Tosi Yapava? Who's that stately dame? I thought she addressed you, answered Van. I did not distinguish her face and do not remember that bottom. She gave you a big jungle smile, said Lucette, readjusting her green helmet, with touchingly graceful movements of her raised wings, and touchingly flashing the russet feathering of her armpits. Come me, she suggested, rising from the mat. He shook his head, looking up at her. You rise, he said, like Aurora, his first compliment, observed Lucette with a little cirk of her head as if circling to an invisible confidant. He put on his tinted glasses and watched her stand on the diving board, her ribs framing the hollow of her intake as she prepared to artist into the amber. He wondered, in a mental footnote that might come handy someday, if sunglasses, or any other varieties of vision, which certainly twist our concept of space, do not also influence our style of speech. The 2 well-formed lassies, the nurse, the prurient mareman, the natatorm master, all on with Van. Second compliment ready, he said as she returned to his side. You're a divine. I go in with a messy plop. But you swim faster, she complained, slipping off her shoulder straps and turning into a prone position. Mesduprokim, by the way, is it true that a sailor in Tobakov's day was not taught to swim so he wouldn't die a nervous wreck if the ship went down? A common sailor, perhaps, said Vam. When Mikeman Tobakov himself got shipwrecked off Gayvale, he swam around comfortably for hours, frightening away sharks with snatches of old songs and that son of thing, until a fishing boat rescued him, one of those miracles that require a minimum of cock #ration from all concerned. I imagine, Demon, she said, had told her, last year at the funeral, that he was buying an island in the Gay Vales. Incorrigible dreamer, drawled Van. He had wept like a fountain in Nice, but had cried with even more abandon in Valentina, at an earlier ceremony, which poor Marina did not attend either. The wedding in the Greek faith style, if you please, looked like a badly faked episode in an old movie. The priest was gaga and the diacon drunk, and perhaps, fortunately, Ada's thick white veil was as impervious to light as a widow's weeds. Van said he would not listen to that. Oh, you must, she rejoined, Hotyabi and Potamu, if only because, one of her chauffeurs, bachelors who take turns holding the wedding crown over the bride's head, looked momentarily, in impassive profile and impertinent attitude. He kept raising the heavy metallic vennets too high, too athletically high, as if trying on purpose to keep it as far as possible from her head, exactly like you, like a pale, ill-shaven twin, delegated by you from where were you, at a place nicely called Agony, in Terra del Fuego _ he felt an uncanny tingle as he recalled that when he received there the invitation to the wedding, airmailed by the groom's sinister sister, he was haunted for several nights by dream after dream, growing fainter each time, much as her movie he was to pursue from flick house to flick house at a later stage of his life, of his holding that crown over her. Your father, added Lucette, paid a man from Belladonna to take pictures, but of course, real fame begins only when one's name appears in that Cinemagazma-esque crossword puzzle. We all know it will never happen, never. Do you hate me now? I don't, he said, passing his hand over her sun-hot back and rubbing her coccyx to make pussy purr. Alas, I don't. I love you with a brother's love, and maybe still more tenderly. Would you like me to order drinks? I'd like you to go on and on, she muttered, her nose buried in the pillow. There's that waiter coming. What shall we have on a lollers? You'll have them with Miss Condor, nasalizing the first syllable, when I go to dress. For the moment I want only tea. Mustn't mix drugs and drinks. Have to take the famous Robinson pill sometime tonight. Sometime tonight, 2 teas, please. And lots of sandalvishes, George foie gras, ham, anything. It's very bad manners, remarked Van, to invent a name for a poor chap who can't answer. Yes, Mademoiselle Condor. Best Franco-English pun I've ever heard, incidentally. But his name is George. He was awfully kind to me yesterday when I threw up in the middle of the tea room. For the sweet all is sweet, murmured Van. And so were the old Robinsons, she rambled on. Not much chance, is there, they might turn up here? They've been son of padding after me, rather pathetically, ever since we happened to lunch at the same table on the boat train, and I realized who they were but was sure they would not recognize the little fat girl seen in 1880 or -6, but they are hypnotically talkative. At first we thought you were French. This salmon is really delicious. What's your hometown? And I'm a weak fool, and one thing led to another. Young people are less misled by the passage of time than the established old, who not much changed lately and are not used to the long unseen young changing. That's very clever, darling, said Van, except that time itself is motionless and changeless. Yes, it's always I in your lap and the receding road. Roads move. Roads move. After tea, Lucette remembered an appointment with the hairdresser and left in a hurry. Van peeled off his jersey and stayed on for a while, brooding, fingering the little green-gemmed case with 5 Rosa cigarettes, trying to enjoy the heat of the platinum sun in its aura of film color, but only managing to fan, with every shiver and heave of the ship, the fire of evil temptation. A moment later, as if having spied on his solitude the pava, peahen, reappeared this time with an apology _ polite Van, scrambling up to his feet and broing his spectacles, started to apologize in his turn, for misleading her innocently, but his little speech petered out in stupefaction as he looked at her face and saw amid a gross and grotesque caricature of unforgettable features. That mulatto skin, that silver blonde hair, those fat purple lips, remarked in coarse negative her ivory, her rawn, her pale pout. I was told, she explained, that a great friend of mine, Vivian Vale, the couturier Ivicos avait entendu, had shaved his beard, in which case he'd look rather like you, right? Logically, no, ma'am, replied Vam. She hesitated for the flirt of a second, licking her lips, not knowing whether he was being rude or ready, and here Lucette returned for her rose petals _cu opry, said Miss Conder. Losine's gaze escorted to a good riddance exit the indolent motion of those gluteal lobes and folds. You deceived me, Van. It is one of your gruesome girls. I swear, said Van, that she's a perfect stranger. I wouldn't deceive you. You deceived me many times when I was a little girl. If you're doing it now to say escoy and vas mounre. You promised me a harem, Van gently rebuked her. Not today, not today. Today is sacred. The cheek he intended to kiss Ivis replaced by her quick mad mouth. Come and see my cabin, she pleaded as he pushed her away with the very spring, as it were, of his animal reaction to the fire of her lips and tongue. I simply must show you their pillows and piano. There's cordial smell in all the drawers. I beseech you. Run along now, said Van. You've no right to excite me like that. I'll hire Miss Conder to chaperone me if you do not behave yourself. We dine at 7:15? In his he found a somewhat belated invitation to the captain's table for dinner. It was addressed to Dr. and Mrs. Yvonne Veen _ he had on the ship once before, in between the Queens, and remembered Captain Cowley as an ignoramus. He called the steward and bade him carry the note back, with the runcled scrawl, no such couple. He lay in his bath for 20 minutes. He attempted to feas on something else besides a hysterical virgin's body. He discovered an insidious omission in his galleys where an entire line was wanting, the vitiated paragraph looking, quite plausible automatic reader since the truncated end of one sentence, and the lowercase beginning of the other, now adjacent, fitted to form a syntactically col-tect passage, the insipidity of which he might never noticed in the present folly of his flesh, had he not recollected, a recollection confirmed by his typescript, that at this point should have come a rather apt. All things considered, quotiam insist, anime meus, et ad tenda fortiter, courage, my soul, and press on strongly, sure you'd not prefer the restaurant, he inquired when Lucette, even more naked in her short evening frock than she had in her bikini, joined him at the door of the grill. It's crowded and gay down there, with a masturbating jazz band no. Tenderly she shook her jeweled head. They had huge succulent gros shrimps, the yellow larvae of a palm weevil, and roast bearlet à la Tobakov. Only half a dozen tables were occupied, and except for a nasty vibration, which they had not noticed at lunch, everything was subdued, soft, and cozy. He advantage of her odd demure silence to tell her in detail about the late pencil palpating Mr. Muldoon, and also about a Kingston case of glossolalia involving a Yukonsko man who spoke several Slavic-like dialects which existed. Maybe, on Taraz, but certainly not in Estadaland _ alas, another case, with a quibble on ka, engaged his attention subverbally. She asked questions with pretty co-ed looks of doe-like devotion, but it did not require much scientific tramming on a professor's part to perceive that her charming embarrassment and the low notes herring her voice were as much as her afternoon effervescence had actually. She thrashed in the throes of ATL emotional disarray which only the heroic self-control of an A Mencan aristocrat could master. Long ago she had made up her mind that by forcing the man whom she absurdly but irrevocably loved to have intercourse with her, even once, she would, somehow, with the help of some prodigious act of nature, transform a brief tactile event into an eternal spiritual tie, but she also knew that if it did not happen on the first night of their voyage, their relationship would slip back into the exhausting, hopelessly familiar pattern of banter and counter-banter, with the erotic edge taken for granted, but kept as raw as ever. He understood her condition, or at least believed, in despair, that he had it, retrospectively, by the time no remedy except Dr. Henry's oil of Atlantic prose could be found in the medicine chest oft passed with its banging door and toppling toothbrush. As he gloomily looked at her thin bare shoulders, so mobile and tensile that one wondered if she could not cross them in front of her like stylized angel wings, he reflected abjectly that he would have to endure, if conforming to his innermost code of honor, 5 such days of mtishake, not only because she was lovely and special but because he could never go without girl pleasure for more than 48 hours. He feared precisely that which she wanted to happen, that once he had tasted her wound and its grip, she would keep him insatiably captive for weeks, maybe months, maybe more, but that a harsh separation would inevitably come, with a new hope and the old despair never able to strike a balance. But worst of all, while aware, and ashamed, of lusting after a sick child, he felt, in an obscure twist of ancient emotions, his lust sharpened by the shame they had sweet, thick Turkish coffee, and surreptitiously he looked at his wristwatch to check how long the torture of self-denial could still be endured. How soon were certain events coming, such as a dance competition? Her age. Lucinda Vane was only 5 hours old if one reversed the human time current. She was such a pathetic darling that, as they proceeded to leave the grill, he could not help, for sensuality is the breeding broth of fatal error, caressing her glossy young shoulder so as to fit for an instant, the happiest in her life, its ideal convexity bilbocquet-wise within the hollow of his palm. Then she walked before him as conscious of his gaze as if she were winning a prize for poise. He could her dress only as Stumthias, if there existed copper-curled ostriches accentuating as it did the swing of her stance, the length of her legs ninon stockings. Objectively speaking, her chic was keener than that of her vaginal sister. As they crossed landings where velvet ropes were hastily stretched by Russian sailors, who glanced sympathy at the handsome pair speaking their incomparable tongue, or walked this or that deck, Lucette made him think of some acrobatic creature immune to the rough seas. He saw gentlemanly displeasure that her tilted chin and black wings, and free stride, attracted not only blue innuent eyes but the bold stare of lewd fellow passengers. He loudly exclaimed that he would slap the next jackanapes, and involuntarily iviced backward with ridiculous truculent gestures into a folded deck chair, he also running the reel of time backward, in a minor way which caused her to emit a yelp of laughter. Feeling now much happier, enjoying his gallant champagne temper, she steered Van away from the mirage of her admirers, back to the lift. They examined without much interest the objects of pleasure in a display window. Lucette sneered at a gold-threaded swimsuit, the presence of a riding crop and a pickaxe puzzled Van. Half a dozen glossy-jacketed copies of Salzmann were impressively between a picture of the handsome, thoughtful, now totally forgotten, author and a Mingo-Bingo vase of immortelles _ he clutched at a red rope and they entered the lounge. Whom did she look like? Asked Lucette _ and Lady T. N. Lard. I don't know, he lied. Skip it, she said. You're mine tonight, mine, mine, mine. She was quoting Kipling, the same phrase that Ada used to address to Dak _ he cast around for a straw of procrastination. Please, said Lucette, I'm tired of walking around, I'm frail, I'm feverish, I hate storms, let's all go to bed. Hey, he cried, pointing to a poster. They're showing something called Don Juan's Last Fling. It's pre-release and for adults only. Topical Tobakov. It's going to be an unmethylated bore, said Lucy, Husa School, 1890, but he had already pushed aside the entrance drapery. They came in at the beginning of an introductory picture, featuring a cruise to Greenland, with heavy seas in gaudy technicolor. It was a rather irrelevant trip since their Tobakov did not contemplate calling at Godavn. Moreover, the cinema theater was swaying in counter-rhythm to the cobalt and emerald swell on the screen. No wonder the place was emtavato, as Lucette observed, and she went on to say that the Robinsons had saved her life by giving her on the eve a bowl of quietus pills. Want one? One a day keeps no shot away. Pum, you can chew it, it's sweet. Jolly good name. No, thank you, my sweet _ besides you have only 5 left. Don't worry, I have it all planned out. There may be less than 5 days more in fact, but no matter. Our measurements of time are meaningless, the most accurate clock is a joke, you'll read all about it someday, you just _ perhaps, not. I mean, perhaps I shan't the patience. I mean, his charwoman could never finish reading Leonardo's poem. I may fall asleep before I get through your next class legend, said Vam. That's the final iceberg, I know by the music. Let us go, Van. Or you want to see as Huowen? She brushed his cheek with her lips in the dark, she took his hand, she kissed his knuckles, and he suddenly thought, after all, why not? Tonight? Tonight he enjoyed her impatience, permitted himself to be stirred by it, the cretin whispered, prolonging the free, new, apricot fire of anticipation, if you're a KVD girl we'll have drinks in my sitting room at midnight. The main picture had now staffed. The 3 leading parts, cadaverous Don Juan, paunchy Leporello on his donkey, and not too irresistible, obviously 40-year-old Donna Anna, were played by solid stars, whose images passed by in semi-stills, or as some say translucencies in a brief intrkx1 action _ contrary to expectations. The picture turned out to be quite on the way to the remote castle where the difficult lady, mythical by his sword, has finally promised him a long night of love in her chaste and chilly chamber. The aging libertine nurses his potency by spuming the advances of a succession of robust bells. A gitana predicts to the gloomy cavalier that reaching the castle he will have succumbed to the wiles of her sister, Dolores, a dancing girl, lifted from Osberg's novella, as was to proved in the Ensum Glossude. She also predicted something to Van, for even before Dolores came out of the circus tent to water Juan's horse, Van knew who she would be. In the magic rays of the camera, in the controlled delirium of ballerina grace, 10 years of her life had glanced off and she was again that slip of a girl qui en porte pas, as he had jest once to annoy her governess by a fictitious Frenchman's mistranslation, a remembered triviality that intruded upon the chill of his present emotion with the jarring stupidity of an innocent stranger's asking an voyeur for directions in a labyrinth of mean lanes. Lucette recognized Ada 3 or 4 seconds later, but then clutched his dentist. Oh, how awful. It was bound to happen. That's she. Let's go, please, let's go. You must not see her debasing herself. She's terribly made up, every gesture is childish and wrong. Just another minute, said Van. Terrible. Wrong. She was absolutely perfect, and strange, and familiar. By some stroke of art, by some enchantment of chance, the few brief scenes she was given formed a perfect compendium of her ISS-4 and 1 SSS and 1892. The Gitanella bends her head over the live table of Leporello's serval back to trace on a scrap of parchment a rough map of the way to the castle. Her neck shows white through her long black hair separated by the motion of her shoulder. It is no longer another man's Dolores, but a little girl twisting an aquarelle brush in the paint of Van's blood, and Donna Anna's castle is now a bogflower. The dawn rides past 3 vine mills, whirling black against an ominous sunset, and saves her from the miller who accuses her of stealing a fistful of flour and tears her thin dress. Wheezy but still game, Juan carries her across a brook, her bare toe acrobatically tickling his face, and sets her down, top up, on the turf of an olive grove. Now they stand facing each other. She fingers voluptuously the jeweled pommel of his sword, she rubs her firm girl belly against his embroidered tights, and all at once the grimace of a premature spasm writhes across the Pcor Don's expressive face. He angrily disentangles himself and staggers back to his steed. Van, however, did not understand until much later, when he had to see, and then see again and again the entire film, its melancholy and grotesque ending in Donna Anna's castle, that what seemed an incidental embrace constituted the stone cuckold's revenge. In fact, being upset beyond measure, he decided to go even before the olive grove sequence to Just then 3 old ladies' stony faces showed their disapproval of the picture by Rism from beyond Lucette, who was slim enough to remain seated, and brushing past Van, who stood up, in 3 jerky shuffles. Simultaneously he noticed 2 people, the long-lost Robinsons, who apparently had separated from Lucette by those 3 women, and were now moving over to her. Beaming and melting in smiles of benevolence and self-effacement, they sidled up and plumped down next to Lucette, who tummed to them with her last free gift of staunch cow lacy that was stronger than failure and death. They were craning already across her, with radiant wrinkles and twittery fingers Tolvard Van when he pounced upon their intention to murmur a humorous bad sailor excuse and leave the cinema hall to its dark lurching. In a series of 60-year-old actions which now I can grind into extinction only by working on a succession of words until the rhythm is right, I, Van, retired to my bathroom, shut the door, it swung open at once, but then closed of its own accord, and using a temporary expedient less far-fetched than that hit upon by Father Sergius, who chops off the wrong member in Count Tolstoy's famous anecdote, vigorously got rid of the prurient pressure as he had done the last time 17 years ago. And how sad, how significant that the picture projected upon the screen of his paroxysm, while the unlockable door swung open again with the movement of a deaf man cupping his ear, was not the recent and pertinent image of Lucette, but the indelible vision of a bent bare neck and a divided flow of black hair and a purple-tipped paintbrush. Then, for the sake of safety, he rated the disgusting but necessary act. He saw the situation dispassionately now and felt he was doing right by going to bed and switching off the electric light, a surrogate creeping back into international use. The blue ghost of the room gradually established itself as his eyes got used to the darkness. He prided himself on his willpower. He welcomed the dull pain in his drained, he welcomed the thought which suddenly seemed so absolutely and new, and as lividly real as the slowly widening gap of the sitting-s doorway, namely, that on the morrow, which was at least, and at 70 years away, he would explain to Lucette, as a philosopher and another girl's brother, that he knew how agonizing and how absurd it was to put all one's spiritual fortune on one physical fancy, and that his plight closely resembled hers, but that he managed, after all, to work, and not pine away because he realized to wreck her life a brief affair and Ada was still a child. At that point the surface of logic began to be affected by a ripple of sleep, but he sprang back into FTLL consciousness at the sound of the telephone. The thing seemed to squat for each renewed burst of ringing, and at first he decided to let it ring itself out, then his nerves surrendered to the insisting signal, and he snatched up the receiver. No doubt he was morally right in using the first pretext at hand to keep her away from his bed, but he also knew, as a gentleman and an artist, that the lump of words he brought up was trite and kmull, and it was only because she could not accept him as being either, that she him, "Ms no pretty tepper, can I come now?" asked Lucette _ya any Odin. "I'm not alone," answered Van. A small pause followed, then she hung up. After he had stolen away, she had remained trap-rode the cozy Robinsons. Rachel, dangling a big handbag, had squeezed by immediately to the place Van had vacated, and Bob had moved one seat up. Because of a sort of pudor she did not inform them that the actress, obscurely and fleetingly billed as Teresa Zegras in the going up lift list at the end of the picture, who had managed to obtain the small but not unimportant part of the fatal gypsy, was none other than the pallid schoolgirl they might have seen in lottery _ they invited Lucette to a coke with them proselytical teetotalists in their cabin, which was small and stuffy and badly insulated. One could hear every word and whine of two children being put to bed by a silent seasick nurse. So late no, not children, but probably very young, very much disappointed honeymooners. "We understand," said Robert Robinson, going for another supply to his portable fridge, "we understand perfectly that Dr. Veen is deeply immersed in his interesting work personally. I sometimes regret having retired, but do you think, Lucy, prosit, that he might accept to have dinner Tom 01 with you and us and maybe another couple, whom he'll certainly enjoy meeting? Shall Mrs. Robinson send him a formal invitation? Would you sign it, too?" "I don't know, I'm very tired," she said, "and the enroll are getting worse. I guess I'll go up to my hutch and take your quietus." "Yes, by all means, let's HME dinner, all of us. I really needed that lovely cold drink." Having cradled the naked receiver, she changed into black slacks and a lemon shin, planned for tomorrow. Moming looked in vain for a bit of plain notepaper without caravel or crest, ripped out the flyleaf of Herb's journal, and tried to think up something amusing, harmless, and scintillating to say in a suicide note. But she had planned everything except that note, so she tore her blank life in two and disposed of the pieces in the WC. She poured herself a glass of dead water from a decanter, gulped down one by one 4 green pills, and, sucking the fifth, walked to the lift, which her one click up from her 3-room suite straight to the red-carpeted promenade deck bar. There, 2 slug-like young men were in the act of sliding off their red toadstools, and the older one said to the other as they turned to leave, "You may fool his lordship, my dear, but not me. Oh, no." She drank a Cossack of class vodka Hatol, vulgar, but potent stuff, had another, and was hardly able to down a third because her head had started to swim like hell from sharks, Tobakovish. She had no purse with her. She almost fell from her convex ridiculous seat as she ambled in her sheet pocket for a stray banknote. "Betty D," said Toby the barman with a fatherly smile, which she for a leer. "Bedtime, miss," he repeated and patted her ungloved hand. Lucette recoiled and forced herself to reton distinctly and haughtily, "Mr. Veen, my cousin, will pay you Tom 01 and bash your false teeth in. 6, 7 no, more than that, about 10 steps up. Dix marches. Legs and arms. Dimanche. Doeuner servi herb. Tout le monde pug. Ma Belmura Valley son Arstelier. Sa petite Jeanne, after much exercise, gulps twice and quietly a pink pudding onto the picnic nap. Apres qua she waddles off. These steps are something. Ivy high one dragging herself up, she had to hang onto the rail. Her twisted progress was that of a cripple. Once on the open deck she felt the solid impact of the black night, and the mobility of the accidental home she was about to leave. Although Lucette had never dived before, Violet from such a height, in such a disorder of shadows and snaking reflections, she went with hardly a splash through the wave that humped to welcome her. That perfect end was spoiled by her instinctively surfacing in an immediate sweep instead of surrendering underwater to her drugged lassitude as she had planned to do on her last night ashore if it ever did come to this. The silly girl had not rehearsed the technique of suicide as, say, free-fall parachutists do every day in the element of another chapter. Owing to the tumultuous swell and her not being sure which way to peer through the spray and the darkness and her own tentacling hair, she could not make out the lights of the liner. ATL easily imagined many-eyed bulk mightily receding in heartless triumph. Now I've lost my next note, got it? The sky was also heartless and dark, and her body, her head, and particularly those damned thirsty trousers, felt clogged with oceanous knocks. At every slap and splash of cold wild salt, she heaved with anise-flavored nausea, and there was an increasing number, or numbness, in her neck and arms. As she began losing track of herself, she thought it proper to inform Asenes of receding Lucettes, telling them to pass it on and on in a trick crystal regression that what death amounted to was only a more complete assortment of the infinite fractions of solitude. She did not see her whole life flash before her as we all were afraid she might have done. The red lubber of a favorite doll remained safely decomposed among the myosotes of an unanalyzable brook, but she did see a few odds and ends as she swam like a dilettante Tobakov. In a circle of brief panic and merciful torpor she saw a pair of new Verfleured slippers, which Bridget had forgotten to pack. She saw Van wiping his mouth before answering, and then, still withholding the answer, throwing his napkin on the table as they both got up, and she saw a girl with long black hair quickly in passing to clap her hands over a dactyl in a half-tom wreath. A brilliantly illumined motorboat was launched from the not-too-distant ship with Van and the swimming coach and the oilskin-hooded Toby among the would-be saviors, but by that time a lot of sea had rolled by and Lucette was too tired to wait. Then the night was filled with the rattle of an old but still strong helicopter. Its diligent beam could spot only the dark head of Van, who, having been propelled out of the when it shied from its outl sudden shadow, kept bobbing and bawling the drowned girl's name in the black complicated 06 father. Enclosed is a self-explanatory letter which, please, read and, if unobjectionable in your opinion, phone Vard to Mrs. Vinelander, whose address I don't know. For your own edification, although it hardly matters at this stage, Lucette never was my mistress, as an obscene ass, whom I cannot trace, implies in the write-up of the tragedy. I'm told you'll be back east next month. Have your current secretary ring me up at Kingston, if you care to see me. Ada, I wish to correct and amplify the accounts of her death published here even before I arrived. We were not traveling together. We embarked at two different ports and I did not know that she was aboard. Our relationship remained what it had always been. I spent the next day, June 4th, entirely with her, except for a couple of hours before dinner. We basked in the sun. She enjoyed the brisk breeze and the bright brine of the pool. She was doing her best to appear carefree, but I saw how wrong things were. The romantic attachment she had formed, the infatuation she cultivated, could not be severed by logic. On top of that, somebody she could not compete with entered the picture. The Robinsons, Robert and Rachel, who, I know, planned to write to you through my father, were the penultimate people to talk to her that night. The last was a bartender. He was worried by her behavior, followed her up to the open deck and witnessed but could not stop her jump. I suppose it is inevitable that after such a loss one should treasure its every detail, Eve 73, string that snapped, every fringe that frayed, in the immediate precession. I had sat with her through the greater part of a movie, Castles in Spain, or some title like that, and its liberal villain was being directed to the last of them, when I decided to abandon her to the auspices of the Robinsons, who had joined us in the ship's theater. I went to bed and was called around 1 a.m. Maritime, a few moments after she had jumped overboard. Attempts to rescue her were made on a reasonable scale, but, finally, the awful decision to resume the voyage, after an hour of confusion and hope, had to be taken by the captain. Had I found him bribable, we would still be circling today the fatal spot. As a psychologist, I know the unsoundness of speculations as to whether Ophelia would not have drowned herself after all, without the help of a treacherous liver, even if she had married her Voltaire. Impersonally, I believe she would have died in her bed, grey and serene, had V loved her, but since he did not really love the wretched little virgin, and since no amount of carnal tenderness could or can pass for true love, and since, above all, the fatal Andalusian wench who had come, I repeat, into the picture, was unforgettable, I am bound to arrive, dear Ada and dear André, at the conclusion that whatever the miserable man could have thought up, she would have poconcula soboi, put an end to herself, all the same. In other more deeply moral worlds than this pellet of muck, there might exist restraints, principles, transcendental consolations, and even a certain pride in making happy someone one does not really love, but on this planet Lucettes are doomed. Some poor little things belonging to her, a cigarette case, a tulle evening frock, a book dog-eared at a French picnic, have had to be destroyed, because they stared at me. I remain your obedient servant. Son, I have followed your instructions, anent that letter, to the letter. Your epistolary style is so involute that I should suspect the presence of a code, had I not known you belonged to the decadent school of writing, in company of naughty old Leo and consumptive Anton. I do not give a damn whether you slept or not with Lucette, but I know from Dorothy Vinelander that the child had been in love with you. The film you saw was, no doubt, Don Juan's last fling, in which Ada, indeed, impersonates, very beautifully, a Spanish girl. A jinx has been cast on our poor girl's career. Howard Hoole argued after the release that he had been made to play an impossible cross between two Dons, that initially Ulick, the director, had meant to base his fantasy on Cervantes' crude romance, that some scraps of the basic script stuck like dirty woo/slash to the final theme, and that if you followed closely the soundtrack you could hear a fellow reveler in the tavern scene address Hoole and Vice as Quicks. Hoole managed to buy up and destroy a number of copies, while others have been locked up by the lawyer of the writer Osberg, who claims the Gitanilla sequence was stolen from one of his own concoctions. In result, it is impossible to purchase a reel of the picture, which will vanish like the proverbial smoke once it has fizzled out on provincial screens. Come and have dinner with me on July 10th. Evening dress. Cher ami, nous filtnes, mon mari et mole. Profondément bouleversés par l'effroyable nouvelle _CSTTJEMN souviendrai toujours. Caprice la veille de sa mort cette pauvre fille mole est pour arranger les choses sur le Tobakov qui est toujours bondu, et que die sur mes gene prendrai plus, par un peu de superstition et beaucoup de sympathie pour la douce, la tendre Lucette _Juteus sirius de faire mon car quelqu'un aimable dit que vous aussi y series, d'alers, lm en parlfi elm came. Elle semblait tellement joyeuse de passer quelques jours sur le pont de Gaillards avec son cher cousin. La psychologie du suicide est un mystère que nul savant ne peut expliquer genai jamais vers tant d'alarmes, la plume mntum de doigts _nous revenons à Malbrook vers l'ami able _bien à vous, cordiale de Pretobac van. André and I were deeply moved by the additional data you provide in your dear, i.e., insufficiently stamped, letter. We had already received, through Mr. Gromchevsky, a note from the Robinsons, who cannot forgive themselves, poor well-meaning friends, for giving her that seasickness medicine, an overdose of which, topped by liquor, must have impaired her capacity to swim if she changed her mind in the cold dark water. I cannot express, dear Van, how unhappy I am, the more so as we never learned in the arbors of artists that such unhappiness could exist. Only love, this letter will never be posted. It will lie in a steel box buried under a cypress in the garden of Villa Armina, and when it turns up by chance half a millennium hence, no boy will know who wrote it and for whom it was meant. It would not have been written at all if your last line, your co of unhappiness, were not my of triumph. The burden oft had excitement must be. The rest of the sentence was found to be obliterated by a rusty stain when the box was dug up in 1928. The letter continues as follows: back in the States, I started upon a singular quest. In Manhattan, in Kingston, in Lahore, in dozens of other towns, I kept pursuing the picture which I had not badly disco/orj on the boat, from cinema to cinema, every time discovering a new item of glorious torture, a new convulsion of beauty in your performance. That illegible is a complete refutation of odious Kim's odious stills. Artistically, and artistically, the best moment is one of the last when you follow barefoot the Don who walks down a marble gallery to his doom, to the skvo/d of Dona Anna's black curtained bed, around which you flutter, my gris butterfly, straightening a comically drooping candle, whispering delightful but futile instructions into the frowning lady's ear, and then peering over that Moresque screen and suddenly dissolving in such natural laughter, helpless and lovely, that one wonders if any art could do without that erotic gasp of schoolgirl mirth. And to think, Spanish orange tip, that all in all your magic gamble lasted but 11 minutes of stopwatch time in patches off HVO or 3-minute scenes. Alas, there came a night, in a dismal district of workshops and bleary shebbeens, when for the very last time, and only halfway, because at the seduction scene the film black-inked and shriveled, I managed to catch the entire end of the letter is damaged. He greeted the dawn of a placid and prosperous century, more than half of which Ada and I have now seen, with the beginning of his second philosophic fable, a denunciation of space, never to be completed, but forming in rear vision, a preface to his texture of time. Pen of that treatise, a rather mannered affair, but nasty and sound, appeared in the first issue, January, 1904, of a now famous American monthly, The Artisan, and a comment on the excerpt is preserved in one of the tragically formal letters, all destroyed save this one, that his sister sent him by public post now and then. Somehow, after the interchange occasioned by Locine's death, such non-clandestine correspondence had been established with the tacit sanction of Demon, and o'er the summits of the tacit he, banned from paradise, flew on, beneath him, like a brilliance facet, Mount Peck with snow's eternal shone. It would seem indeed that continued ignorance of each other's existence might have looked more suspicious than the following sort of note: Agavia Ranch, February 1905. I have just read Reflections in Sidra, by Yvonne Veen, and I regard it as a grand piece. Dear Professor, the lost SHQFTS of Destiny and other poetical touches reminded me of the envo or 3 times you had tea and muffins at our place in the country about 7 years ago. I was, you remember, presumptuous phrase, a petite fille mod H1E practicing archery near a vase and a parapet, and you were a shy schoolboy, with whom, as my mother guessed, I may have been a wee bit in love, who dutifully picked up the arrows I iced in the lost shrubbery of the lost castle of poor Lucette's, and happy at Et's childhood, now a home for blind blacks, both my mother and I'm sure, would have backed Dasha Sachis to turn it over to her sect. Dasha, my sister-in-law, you must meet her soon. Yes, she's dreamy and lovely, and lots more intelligent than I, who showed me your piece, asks me to add she hopes to renew your acquaintance maybe in Switzerland, at the Bellevue in Montreux, in October. I think you once met pretty Miss Kim Block and, well, that's exactly dear Dasha's type. She is very good at perceiving and pursuing originality and all kinds of studies which I can't even name. She finished shows, where she read history. Our Lucette used to call it sale histoires, so sad and funny. For her your le ton fibreuse, because once upon a time, once upon libellula wings, not long before my marriage, she attended, I mean at that time, I'm stuck in my turnstile, one of your public lectures on dreams, after which she went up to you with her latest little nightmare all typed out and neatly clipped together, and you scowled darkly and refused to take it. Well, she's been her uncle demented to have him admonish le Botunebreuse to come to Montreux Bellevue Hotel, in October, around the 17th, I guess, and he only laughs, and it's up to Anka and me to arrange matters. So congs again, dear Yvonne. You are, we both think, a marvelous, inimitable artist who should also only laugh, if cretinic critics, especially lower upper middle class Englishmen, accuse his turnstile of being coy and arch, much as an American farmer finds the parson peculiar because he knows Greek dushevno klanieus, am solely bowing, an incorrect and vulgar construction evoking the image of a bowing soul, nashamuseok no derogama professoru, to our unsight unseen dear Professor J. O. Kotorum Nago. Slonchel, about whom have heard much, ot dobrago dementia dita lovica I sestritsen, from good demon and my sister. Esuvaginim, with respect, Andre Vainlander fumished space, i.e. space mublu, known to us only as furnished and al11, even if its contents be absence of substance which seats the mind, 2 is mostly watery so far as this globe is concerned. In that form it destroyed Lucette. Another variety, more or less atmospheric, but no less gravitational and loathsome, destroyed Demon. Idly, 1 March Momg, 1905, on the terrace of Villa Armina, where he sat on a mg, surrounded by 4 or 5 lazy nudes, like a sultan, Van opened an American daily paper published in Nice. In the 4th or 5th worst airplane disaster of the young century, a gigantic flying machine had inexplicably disintegrated at 15,000 feet above the Pacific Lizhinsky and Laysanov Islands in the Gayvale region. A list of leading figures dead in the explosion comprised the advertising manager of a department store, the acting foreman in the sheet metal division of a facsimile corporation, a recording firm executive, the senior partner of a law firm, an architect with heavy aviation background, a first misprint here, impossible to straighten out, the vice president of an insurance corporation, another vice president, this time of a board of adjustment, whatever that might be. I'm hungry, said a Mausada Lebanese beauty of 15 sultry summers. You spell, said Van, continuing in a state of fascination to go through the compilation of labeled lives, the president of a wholesale liquor distributing firm, the manager of a turbine equipment company, a pencil manufacturer, 2 professors of philosophy, 12 newspaper reporters, with nothing more to report, the assistant controller of a wholesome liquor distribution bank, misprinted and misplaced the assistant controller of a Ost company, a president, the secretary of a printing agency. The names of those big shots, as well as those of some 80 other men, women, and silent children who perished in blue air, were being withheld until all relatives had been reached, but the tabulatory preview of commonplace abstractions had been thought to be too impossible not to be given at once as an appetizer, and only on the following morning did Van learn that a bank president lost in the closing garble was his father. The lost shahs of every man's destiny remained scattered all around him, etc. Reflections in Sidra. The last occasion on which Van had seen his father was at their house in the spring of 1904. Other people had been present: old Eliot, the real estate man, 2 Laviers, Gromchevsky and Gromwell, Dr. Ikes, the alt expert, Rosalind Knight, Demon's new secretary, and Solemn Kittersween, a banker who at 65 had become an avant-garde author, In the course of one miraculous year he had produced The Waistline, a satire in free verse on Anglo-American feeding habits, and Cardinal Grish/Cin, an overtly subtle yammick stalling the Roman faith. The poem was but the twinkle in an owl's eye. As to the novel, it had already pronounced seminal by celebrated young critics, Norman Gersh, Louis Dear, many others, who lauded it in reverential voices pitched so high that an ordinary human ear could not make much of that treble volubility. It seemed, however, all very exciting, and after a great bang of obituary essays in 1910, Kither Sween, the man and the Urider Sween as poet, and Kither Kilman Laver Sween, a tentative biography, both. The satire and the romance were to be forgotten as thoroughly as that acting foreman's control of background adjustment or Demon's edict. The table talk dealt mainly with business matters. Demon had recently bought a small, perfectly round Pacific island, a pink house on a green bluff and a sand beach like a frill, as seen from the air, and now wished to sell the precious little palazzo in East Manhattan that Van did not want. Mr. Sween, a greedy practitioner with flashy rings on fat fingers, said he might buy it if some oft pictures were thrown in. The deal did not come off. Van pursued his studies in private until his election, at 35, to the Ratner Chair of Philosophy in the University of Kingston. The Council's choice had a consequence of disaster and desperation. The two other candidates, solid scholars much older and altogether than he, esteemed even in Tartary where they often traveled, starry-eyed, hand in hand, had mysteriously vanished, perhaps dying under false names in the never-explained accident above the Smiling at the 11th hour, for the chair was to be dismantled if it remained vacant for a legally limited length of time, so as to give another, less coveted but perfectly good seat the chance to brought in from the back parlor. Van neither needed nor appreciated the thing, but accepted it in a spirit of good-natured perversity or perverse gratitude, or simply in memory of his father who had been somehow involved in the whole affair. He did not take his task seriously, reducing to a strict minimum, 10 or so per year, the lectures he delivered in a nasal drone mainly produced by a new and hard-to-get voice recorder concealed in his waistcoat among anti-infection venous pills, while he moved his lips silently and thought of the lamplit page of his sprawling script left unfinished in his study. He spent in Kingston a score of dull years, variegated by trips abroad, an obscure figure around which no legends collected in the university or the city. Unbeloved by his austere colleagues, unknown in local pubs, unregretted by male students, he retired in 1922, after which he resided in Europe. 08 Arriving Mont Rue Belkva Sunday dinner time, adoration sorrow rainbows. Van got this bold cable with his breakfast on Saturday, October 10, 1905, at the Manhattan Palace in Geneva, and that same day moved to Mont Rue at the opposite end of the lake. He put up there at his usual hotel, Les Trois Cygnes. Its small, frail, but almost mythically ancient concierge had died during Van's stay 4 years earlier, and instead of Ivy's and Julian's discreet smile of mysterious complicity that used to shine like a lamp through parchment, the round rosy face of a recent who now wore a frycoat, greeted fat old Van. "Lucien," said Dr. Veen, peering over his spectacles, "I may have, as your predecessor would know, all kinds of queer visitors, magicians, masked ladies, madmen KCSJE. And I expect miracles of secrecy from all three mute swans. Here, a prefatory bonus merci infiniment," said the concierge, and, as usual, Van felt infinitely touched by the courteous hyperbole, provoking no dearth of philosophical thought. He engaged 2 spacious rooms, 509 and 510, an old-world salon with golden green furniture, and a charming bed-chamber joined to a square bathroom, evidently converted from an ordinary room, around 1875, when the Hotel Ibis renovated and splendified, with thrilling anticipation, he read the octagonal cardboard sign on its dainty red string, "Do not disturb. Prior to ne pas déranger." Hang this notice on the outside. Inform telephone exchange. Évasez en particulier la téléphoniste, no emphasis, no limpid-voiced girl in the English version, _ he ordered an orgy of orchids from the rez-de-chaussée flower shop, and one ham sandwich from room service. He survived a long night, with alpine chuffs heckling a cloudless dawn, in a bed hardly two-thirds the size of the tremendous one at their unforgettable flat 12 years ago. He breakfasted on the balcony and ignored a reconnoitering gull. He allowed himself an opulent siesta after a late lunch, a second bath to drown time, and with stops at every other bench on the promenade SRRNT a couple of hours strolling over to the new Bellevue Palace, just half a mile southeast. One red boat marred the Blue Milter. In Casanova's days there would been hundreds. The grebes were there for the winter, but they had not yet returned. Artis, Manhattan, Montreux, our little Rouse is dead. Wimble's wonderful picture of father, those demented diamonds staring at me, painted into me. Mount Russet, the forested hill, the town, lived up to its name and autumnal reputation, with a warm glow of curly chestnut trees, and on the opposite shore of Lehman meaning Loire, loomed the crest of Sex Noir, Black Reich. He felt hot and uncomfortable in silk shirt and grey flannels, one of his older suits that he had chosen because it to make him look slimmer, but he should have omitted its tightish waistcoat. Nervous as a boy at his first rendezvous. He wondered what better to hope for, that her presence should be diluted at once by that of other people, or that she should manage to be alone, for the first minutes, at least. Did his glasses and shot black mustache really make him look younger, as polite whores offend? Hen he reached at long last the whitewashed and blue-shaded Bellevue, patronized by wealthy Estatelanders, Rhinelanders, and Vinelanders, but not placed in the same superclass as the old, tawny and gilt, huge, sprawling, lovable Trois Cygnes. Van saw with dismay that his watch still lagged far. 7 p.m., the earliest dinner hour in Lille hotels. So he recrossed the lane and had a double kirsch, with a lump of sugar, in a pub. A dead and dry hummingbird moth lay on the window ledge of the lavatory. Thank goodness, symbols did not exist either in dreams or in the life in between. He pushed through the revolving of the Bellevue, tripod over a gaudy suitcase, and made his entrée at a ridiculous run. The concierge snapped at the unfortunate green-aproned cameriere, who had left the bag there. Yes, they were expecting him in the lounge. A German tourist caught up with him, to apologize, civilly, and not without humor, for the offending object, which, he said, was his. If so, remarked Van, you should not allow spas to slap their stickers on your private appendages. His reply was inept, and the whole episode had a faint paramnesic tang, and next instant Van was shot dead from behind. Such things happen, some tourists are very unbalanced, and stepped into his next phase of existence. He stopped on the threshold of the main lounge, but hardly had he begun to scan the distribution of its scattered human contents, than an abrupt flurry occurred in a distant group. Ada, spurning decum, was hurrying toward him. Her solitary and precipitate advance consumed in reverse all the years of their separation, as she changed from a dark glittering stranger with the high hairdo in fashion to the pale-armed girl in black who had always belonged to him. At that particular twist of time they happened to be the only people conspicuously erect and active in the huge room, and heads turned and eyes peered when the two met in the middle of it as on a stage. But what should have been, in culmination of her headlong motion, of the ecstasy in her eyes and fiery jewels, a great explosion of voluble love, was marked by incongruous silence. He raised to his unbending lips and kissed her signeous hand, and then they stood still, staring at each other, he playing with coins in his trouser pockets under his humped jacket, she fingering her necklace, each reflecting, as it were, the uncertain light to which all that radiance of mutual welcome had catastrophically decreased. She was more Ada than ever, but a dash of new elegancy had been added to her shy, wild charm. Her still blacker hair was drawn back and up into a glossy chignon, and the lucette line of her exposed neck, slender and straight, came as a here-trending surprise. He was trying to form a succinct sentence, to warn her about the device he planned for Sikirmga rendezvous, but she interrupted his throat clearing with a muttered injunction, "Zbrit usn. That mustache must go," and tummed away to lead him to the far corner from which she had taken so many years to reach him. The first person whom she introduced him to, at that island of fauteuils and androids, now getting up from around a low table a copper ash bowl for hub, was the promised Belle S. Ur, a shon plumpish lady in gobe mesgrey, very oval-faced, with bobbed auburn hair, a sallowish complexion, smoke-blue unsmiling eyes, and a fleshy little excrescence, resembling a ripe maize kernel, at the side of one nostril, added to its curve by an afterthought of nature as not seldom when a Russian's face is mass-produced. The next outstretched hand belonged to a handsome, tall, remarkably substantial and cordial nobleman who could be none other than the Prince Greeman of the preposterous libretto, and whose strong honest clasp made Van crave for a disinfecting fluid to wash off contact with any of her husband's public parts. But as Ada, beaming again, made fluttery introductions with an invisible wand, the person Van had grossly mistaken for André Vinelander was transformed into Ulick, the gifted director of the ill-fated Don Juan picture. "Vasco da Gama, I presume," Ulick murmured. Beside him, ignored by him, unknown by name to Ada, and now long dead of dreary anonymous ailments, stood in servile attitudes the 2 agents of Lemino, the flamboyant comedian, a bearded boor of exceptional, and now also forgotten, gems, whom Ulick passionately wanted for his next picture. Limario had stood him up twice before, in Rome and San Remo, each time sending him for preliminary contact those 2 seedy, virtually insane, people with whom by now Ulick had nothing more to discuss, having exhausted everything, topical gossip, Lemino's sex life, Hull's hooliganism, as well as the hobbies of his, Ulick's, 3 sons and those of their, the agent's, adopted child, a lovely Eurasian lad, who had recently been slain in a nightclub fracas which closed that subject. Ada had welcomed Ulick's unexpected reality in the lounge of the Bellevue not only as a counterpoise to the embarrassment and the deceit, but also because she hoped to sidle into W% at Daisy New. However, having no spells left in the turmoil of her spirit for business blandishments, she soon that if Limario were finally engaged, he would invent her part for one of his mistresses. Finally Van reached Ada's husband. Van had murdered good André Andreevich Vinelander so often, so thoroughly, at all the dark crossroads of the mind, that now the poor chap, dressed in a hideous, Almeria double-breasted suit, with those dough-soft features slapped together anyhow, and those sad hound baggy eyes, and the dotted lines of sweat on his brow, presented all the depressing features of an unnecessary resultection underscore through a not too odd oversight, or rather undersight. Ada omitted to introduce the 2 men. Her husband enunciated his Narn, patronymic, and surname the didactic intonations of a Russian educational film narrator. Obni memzaya, Darago y, let us embrace, old boy, he added in a more vibrant voice, but his mournful expression unchanged, oddly remindful of that of Kosygin, the mayor of Yukon * receiving a Girl Scout's bouquet or inspecting the damage caused by an earthquake. His breath carried the odor of what Van recognized with astonishment as a strong tranquilizer on a neocodeine base, prescribed in the case of psychopathic pseudobronchitis. As André's crumpled forlorn face came closer, one could distinguish various Yvonlets and lumps, none of them, however, placed in the one-sided jaunty position of his kid sister's neck. He kept his dun-colored hair as shone as a soldier's by means of his own clippers. He had the core/ctnny neat appearance of the one bath per week esto tien hobaro. We all fluked to the dining room. Van brushed against the past as he shot an arm out to forestall a Dorolranmi waiter, and the past, still fingering his necklace, recommenced him with a sidelong dolorous glance. Chance after the seating arrangement. Lee Mario's agents, an elderly couple, unwed but having lived as man and man for a sufficiently long period to warrant a silver screen anniversary, remained unsplit at table. Ulick, who never once spoke to them, and Van, who was being told by Dorothy. As to André, who made a thready sign of the cross, over his unbuttonable necking in his napkin, he found himself seated between sister and wife. He demanded the carte de Van, affording the real Van mild amusement, but, being a hard liquor man, cast only a stunned look at the Swiss white page of the wine list before passing the buck to Ada, who promptly ordered champagne. He was to inform her early next morning that her cousin proizvodet produces, ud of idol no sympathetic no vpeshitelnye, a remarkably sympathetic, in the sense of fetching, impression. The dear fellow's verbal apparatus consisted almost exclusively of remarkably sympathetic Russian commonplaces of language, but not liking to speak of himself he spoke little, especially since his sister's sonorous soliloquy, lapping at Van's mesmerized and childishly engrossed him. Dorothy preambled her long-delayed report on her pet nightmare with a humble complaint. Of course, I know that for your patients to have bad dreams is a Zhidovskaya prerogativa, but her reluctant analyst's attention every time it returned to her from his plate fixed itself so insistently on the Greek cross of almost ecclesiastical size shining on her otherwise unremarkable chest that she thought fit to interrupt her narrative, which had to do with the eruption of a dream volcano, to say, I gather from your writings that you are a telltable cynic. Oh, I quite agree with Simone Trosser that a dash of cynicism adams a real man, yet I'd like to warn you that I object to anti-chthkx10x jokes in case you intend mocking one. By now Van had more than enough of his mad, but not interestingly mad, convive_. He just managed to steady his glass, which a gesture he made to attract Ada's attention had almost down, and said, without further ado, in what Ada termed Affenvards a mordant, ominous, and altogether inadmissible tone, tomorrow morning, je vervoe caparer, mockure. As my lawyer, or yours, or both, have, perhaps, informed you, Locine's accounts in several Swiss banks and he trotted out a prepared version of a state of affairs invented in toto. I suggest, he added, that if you have no other engagements, sending a questioning glance that avoided the Vinelanders by leaping across and around the three cinematists, all of whom nodded in idiotic approval, you and I go to see Mater Jorad, or Raton, name escapes me, my advisor, Enfin, in Lausanne, half an hour drive from here. Yuho has given me Sinane papers which I have at my hotel and which I must have you sign with a sigh. The matter is tedious. All right? All right, but, Ada, Clarion Dora, you forget that tomorrow morning we invented to visit the Institute of Floral Harmony in the Ch Toperin. You'll do it after tomorrow, or Tuesday week, said Van. I'd gladly all three of you to that fascinating glutameditation, but my fast little Unsiretti seats only one passenger, and that business of untraceable deposits is terribly urgent. I think Ulick was dying to say something. Van yielded to the well-meaning automaton. I'm delighted and honored to dine with Vasco da Gama, said Ulick, holding up his glass in front of his handsome facial apparatus. The same garbling, and this gave Van a clue to Ulick's source of recondite information, occurred in the Chimes of Chose, a memoir by a familiar chum of Van's, now Lord Chose, which had climbed, and still clung to, the bestseller trellis mainly because of surreal, indecent but very honey references to the Villa Venus Inn. Ranton Brooks. While he munched the marrow of an adequate answer, with a mouthful of charlotte, not the charlotte and charlotte roux served in most restaurants, but the hot toasty crust, apple filling, of the authentic castle pie made by Tacaman, the Haute vs head cook, who hailed from California's Rose Bay, two urges were cleaving Van asunder, one to insult Ulick for having placed his hand on Ada's when asking her to pass him the butter 2 or 3 courses ago. He was incomparably more jealous oft had liquid. I'd mail then of Andre and remembered with a shiver of pride and hate how on New Year's 1893, he had lashed out at a relative of his, foppish Van Zemski, who had permitted himself a similar caress when visiting their restaurant table, and whose jaw he had broken later, under some pretext or other, at the young prince's club, and the other to tell Ulick how much he had admired Don Juan's last fling. Not being able, for obvious reasons, to satisfy urge number 1, he dismissed number 2 as secretly smacking of a poltroon's politeness and contented himself with replying, after swallowing his Arnber-soaked Jack Chose's book is certainly most entertaining, especially that bit Apples and Diothea, and the excerpts from the Venus Shell album. Ulick's eyes darted aside in specious recollection, whereupon he bowed in effusive tribute to a common memory, but the rascal should have neither divulged my name nor botched my thespianism during that dismal dinner, enlivened only by the charlotte and 5 bottles of Mom, out of which Van consumed more than 3. He avoided looking at that part of Ada which is called the face, a vivid, divine, mysteriously shocking part, which, in that essential form, is rarely met with our non-human beings. Pasty and warty marks do not count. Ada on the other hand could not help her dark eyes from tumming to him every other moment, as if, with each glance, she regained her balance, but when the company went back to the lounge and finished their coffee there, difficulties of focalization to beset Van, whose points de repure disastrously decreased after the 3 cinematists had left. Andre, Adoka, Dushka, Darling, Raskazija pro Rancho, pro Scott, tell about the ranch, the cattle emu no, it cannot fail to interest him. Ada, as if coming out of a trance, o Tn, you were saying something? Andre, Yagovoridu. Raskazi emapros hit yo bnt, I was saying, tell him about your daily life, your habitual existence. Avuz zaglianet k nam, maybe he d us up. Ada, Ostaf, totem interesnego, what's so interesting about it? Dasha, turning to Ivan, don't listen to her. Massa interesnego, heaps of interesting _dello breda agrumno, bolnuyushi dello, trebuyushi ne menshi truda, kem uchianea dissertatia, his business is a big thing, quite as demanding as a scholar's. Nashi selskahos yist vena mashin ih our agricultural machines and their shadows, Ito tsalia koleksia predmetov modernoi skulturn is hivopasi, is a veritable collection of modem art, which I suspect you adore as I do. Ivan, to Andre, I know nothing about farming, but thanks all the same. A pause. Ivan, not quite knowing what to add. Yes, I would certainly like to see your machinery someday. Those things always remind me of long-necked prehistoric monsters, sort of grazing here and there, you know, or just brooding over the sorrows of extinction, but perhaps I'm thinking of excavators. Dorothy, Andre's machinery is anything but prehistoric. Laughs cheerlessly. Andre, Slovam, me/osti prosim, anyway, you are most welcome. Buditzarit veram eskuzinvoy, you'll have a rollicking time riding on horseback with your cousin. Pause. Ivan, to 8:30 tomorrow moming on TB early for you? I'm at the Trawasignes _I11 come to fetch you in my tiny car, not on horseback, smiles like a corpse at Andre. Dasha, Davalno skukino, rather a pity, that Ada's visit to lovely Lake Lehman need be spoiled by sessions laviers and bankers. I'm sure you can satisfy most of those needs by having her come a few times chez vous and not to Lausanne or Geneva. The madhouse babble reverted to Lucine's bank accounts. Yvonne Dementievic explained that she had mislaying one checkbook after another, and nobody knew exactly in how many different banks she had considerable amounts of money. Presently, Andrei, who now looked like the livid Yukonsk mayor after sea-sharpening the Katkin Week fair or fighting a forest fire with a new type of extinguisher, grunted out of his chair, excused himself for going to bed so early, and shook hands with Van as if they were parting forever, which, indeed, they were. Van remained with the two ladies in the cold and decent lounge where a thrifty subtraction of Faraday light had taken place. "How did you like my brother?" asked Dorothy. "On Redchashiki Lovek, he's a most rare human being. I can't tell you how profoundly affected he was by the terrible death of your father, and, of course, by Lucette's bizarre end. Even he, the kindest of men, could not help disapproving of her Parisian sans gxne, but he greatly admired her looks, as I think you also did. No, do not negate it. Because, as I have always said, her prettiness seemed to complement Ada's, the two halves forming together something like perfect beauty, in the Platonic sense, that cheerless smile again. Ada is certainly a beauty, a real Mirnanaka, even when she winces like that, but she is beautiful only in our little human terms, within the quotes of our social aesthetics, right, Professor? In the way a meal or a marriage or a little French tramp can be called perfect. Drop her a curtsy, gloomily remarked Van to Ada_o, my Ada knows how devoted I am to her, opening her palm in the wake of Ada's retreating hand. I've shared all her troubles. How many pajarn, tight-crotched, cowboys had to fire because they delily ey glazki, ogled her. And how many we've gone through since the new century stalled. Her mother and my mother, the Archbishop of Ivankovo and Dr. Swissair of Lumbago, where mother and I reverently visited him in 1888, three distinguished uncles, whom, fortunately, I hardly knew, and your father, who, I've always maintained, resembled a Russian much more than he did an Irish broom. Incidentally, in her delirium, you don't mind, Ada, if I divulge to him. Ces potens de familk. Our splendid Marina was obsessed by two delusions, which mutually excluded each other: that you were married to Ada and that you and she were brother and sister, and the clash between those two ideas caused her intense mental anguish. How does your school of psychiatry explain that kind of conflict? I don't attend any longer, said Van, stifling a yawn, and, furthermore, in my works, I try not to explain anything, I merely describe. Still, you cannot deny that's inane insights. It went on and on like that for more than an hour, and Van's clenched jaws began to ache. Finally, Ada got up, and Dorothy followed suit but continued to speak standing. Tomorrow dear Aunt Beloskunsky Vitenkonsky is coming to dinner, a delightful old spinster, who lives in a villa above Valvy_Terriblement Grande Dame et Tout 3a. Elle aime to queener Andriusha and disons chu un simple cultivateur comme lui en aurait pas dbl épouser la fille d'une actrice et un marchand de tableaux. Would you care to join us, Jean? Jean replied, alas, no, dear Daria Andreevna, je dois surveiller les kilos. Besides, I have a business dinner tomorrow at least. Smiling, you could call me Dasha_I do it for Andrei, explained Ada. Actually the grand dame in question is a vulgar old Ada. Uttered Dasha of gentle reproof before the two ladies proceeded toward the lift. Ada glanced at Van, and he, no fool in amorous strategy, refrained to comment on her forgetting her tiny black silk handbag on the seat of her chair. He did not accompany them beyond the passage leading liftward and, clutching the token, awaited her planned return behind a pillar of hotel hall mongrel design, knowing that in a moment she would say to her accursed companion, by now revising, no doubt, her views on the Book.2 Bruise, as the lifts I tummed read under a quick thumb, "Och, sumo kazabnla, forgot my bag." And instantly flitting back like Veer's Ninon, she would in his arms. Their open mouths met in tender flurry, and then he pounced upon her new, young, divine, Japanese neck which he had been coveting like a veritable Jupiter Ola Inus throughout the evening. Will straight to my place as soon as you wake up, don't to bathe, jump into your linen clothes Z and, with the burning sap brimming, he again devoured her, until, Dorothy must have reached the sky, she danced 3 fingers on his wet lips and escaped. "Wipe your neck," he called after her in a rapid whisper, who, and wherein this tale, in this life, had also attempted a whispered cry. That night, in a post-mont dream, he sat on the talc of a tropical beach frill of sunbuskers, and one moment was rubbing the red, irritated shaft of a writhing boy, and the next was looking through dark glasses at the symmetrical shading on either side of a shining spine with fainter shading between the ribs belonging to Lucette or Ada sitting on a towel at some distance from him. Presently, she turned and lay prone, and she, too, wore sunglasses, and neither he nor she could perceive the exact direction of each other's gaze through the black amber, yet he knew by the dimple of a faint smile that she was looking at his. It had been his all the time, raw scarlet. Somebody said, wheeling a table nearby, "It's one of the Vane sisters," and he awoke murmuring professional appreciation, the oniric wordplay combining his name and surname, and plucked out the wax plugs, and, in a marvelous act of rehabilitation and link-up, the breakfast table clanked from the corridor across the threshold of the adjacent and, already munching and honey-crumbed, Ada entered his bedchamber. It was only 7:15. "Smart girl," said Van, "but first of all I must go to the petit android, W_C_, that meeting, and the 9 that followed, constituted the highest ridge of their 21-year-old low. It's complicated, dangerous, ineffably radiant coming of age. The somewhat Italianate style of the apartment, its elaborate wall lamps with ornaments of pale caramel glass, its white noblesse that produced indiscriminately light or maids, the slat eyes, veiled, heavily curtained eye windows which made the moaming as difficult to as a crinolined prude, the convex sliding of the huge white Nuremberg Virgin-like closet in the hallway of their suite, and even the tinted engraving by Randon of a rather stark 3-mast ship on the zigzag green eye waves of Marseille's harbor. In a word, the Albigean atmosphere of those new trysts added a novelistic touch. Alexei and Anna may have asterisked here. Hitch Ada welcomed as a frame, as a form, something supporting and guarding life, othem vis unprovidenced on Desdemonia, whereinists are the only gods. When after 3 or 4 hours of frenetic love Van and Mrs. Vinelander would abandon their sumptuous retreat for the blue haze of an extraordinary October which kept dreamy and warm throughout the duration of adultery, they had the feeling of still being under the protection of those painted praepi that the Romans once used to set up in the arbors of Rufo Monticulus. "I shall walk you home, we have just returned from a conference with the Luzon bankers and I'm walking you back to your hotel from mine." This was the phrase consacra that Van invariably uttered to inform the fates of the situation. One little precaution they from the start was to strictly avoid equivocal exposure on their lakeside balcony, which was visible to every yellow or mauve floread on the platbands of the promenade. They used a back exit to leave the hotel. A path, presided over by a nostalgic-looking sequoia, which American visitors mistook for a Lebanese cedar, if they remarked it at all, them to the absurdly misnamed Medumberrier, where a princely Polonia, mulberry tree, snuffied Ada standing in state on its incongruous terrace above a public W.C_, was shedding generously its heart-shaped dark green leaves, but retained enough foliage to cast arabesques of shadow onto the south side of its trunk. A ginkgo, of a much more luminous greenish gold than its neighbor, a dingily yellowing local birch, marked the comber of a cobbled lane leading down to the quay. They followed southward the famous Filaites promenade which went along the Siva side of the lake from Valvwy to the Château de Byron, or Chillon's castle. The fashionable season had ended, and wintering birds, as well as a number of knickerbockered Central Urarans, had replaced the English families as well as the Russian noblemen from Nipissing and Nipigon. My upper lip space feels indecently naked. He had shaved his mustache off with howls of pain in her presence. And I cannot keep sucking in my belly all the time. Oh, I like you better with that nice overweight. There's more of you. It's the maternal gene, I suppose, because Demon grew leaner and leaner. He looked positively quixotic when I saw him at Mother's Hainril_. It was all very strange. He or Blumuming_ Donsky's son, a person with only one arm, threw his remaining one around Demon and both wept comme de Jontaines. Then a robed person who looked like an extra in a technicolor incarnation of Vishnu made an incomprehensible sermon. Then she ended up in smoke. He said to me, sobbing, I will not cheat the poor grubs. Practically a couple of hours after he broke that promise we had sudden visitors at the ranch, an incredibly grey seal of 8, black-veiled, and a kind of duenna, also in black, with 2 bodyguards. The hag demanded certain fantastic sums which Demon, she said, had not had time to pay, for popping the hymen, whereupon I had one of our strongest boys throw out VCU, the entire compagnie. Extraordinary, said Van. They had grown younger and younger. I mean the girls, not the strong silent boys. His old Rosalind had a 10-year-old niece, a primed chickabiddy. He would have been poaching them from the hatching chamber. You never loved your father, said Ada sadly. Oh, I did, and do tenderly, reverently, understandingly, because, after all, that minor of the flesh is something not unfamiliar to me. But as far as we are concerned, I mean you and I, he was born on the same day as our uncle. Damn, I know. It's pitiful. And what use was it? Perhaps I oughtn't to tell you, but his visits to Agavia kept getting rarer and shoner every year. Yes, it was pitify_al to hear him and Andre talking. I mean, Andre n'a pas le verbe facile, though he greatly appreciated quite understanding it Demon's wild flow of fancy and fantastic fact, and would often exclaim, his Russian tsk and a shake of the head complimentary and all that. What a balagur, wag, you are. And then, one day, Demon warned me that he would not come any more if he heard Agam. Poor Andre's poor joke, nu I balagur javien, dementa labyrintavish, or what Dorothy, olympiable, priceless for impudence and absurdity, Dorothy, thought of my camping out in the mountains with only Mayo, a cowhand, to protect me from lions. Could one hear more about that? Asked Van. Well, nobody did. All this happened at a time when I was not on speaking terms with my husband and sister-in-law, and so could not control the situation. Anyhow, Demon did not come even when he was only 200 miles away, and simply mailed instead, from some gaming house, your lovely letter about Lucette and my picture. One would also like to know some details of the actual cover tour, frequency of intercourse, pet names for secret ivolts, favorite smells, pietoque momenta. No, handkerchief quick. Your right nostril is frill of damp jade, said Ada, and then pointed to a lawn-side circular sign, rimmed with red, saying, Chiens Antirdes, and depicting an impossible black mongrel with a white ribbon around its neck. Why, she wondered, should the Sivas magistrates forbid one to cross Highland Terriers with poodles? The last butterflies of 1905, indolent peacocks and red admirable SZ, one Queen of Spain and one clouded yellow, were making the most of the modest blossoms. A tram on their left passed close to the promenade, where they rested and cautiously kissed when the whine of wheels had subsided. The rails hit by the sun acquired a beautiful cobalt sheen, the reflection of noon in terms of bright metal. "Let's have cheese and white wine under that pergola," suggested Van. "The Vinelanders will lunch at, do some kind of musical gadget, play jungle jingles." The open bags of a Tyrolese couple stood unpleasantly near, and Van bribed the waiter to carry their table out, onto the boards of an unused pier. Ada admired the waterfowl tufted ducks, black with contrasty white flanks making them look like shoppers. This and the other comparisons are all Ada's, carrying away an elongated flat carton, new tie, gloves, under each arm, while the black tuft recalled Van's head when he was 14 and wet, having just taken a dip in the brook, which had retuned after all swimming with an pumping movement of the neck, the way horses walk, small grebes and big ones, myth crests, holding their heads erect, with something heraldic in their demeanor. They had, she said, wonderful nuptial rituals, closely facing each other, so, putting up her index fingers bracket-wise, rather like two bookends and no between, and, shaking their heads in turn, with flashes of copper. "I asked you about Andre's rituals, ach, Andre is so excited to see all those Ururan birds. He's a great sportsman and knows our western game remarkably well. We have in the west a very cute little grebe with a black ribbon around its fat white bill. Andre calls it Pestrocliovea conga. And that big conga there is Halushka, he says. If you scowl like that once again, when I say something innocent and on the whole rather entertaining, I'm going to kiss you on the tip of the nose, in front of everybody, just a tiny mite artificial, not in her best vein _ but she recovered instantly. Oh, look at those seagulls playing chicken." Several Russes, a few of which were still wearing their tight black summer bonnets, had settled on the vermilion railing along the lakeside, with their tails to the path, and watched which of them would stay staunchly perched at the approach of the next passerby. The majority flapped waterward as Ada and Van neared. One twitched its tail feathers and made a movement analogous to bending one's knees, but saw it through and remained on the railing. I think we noticed that species only once in Arizona, at a place called Salt Sink, a kind of man-made lake. Our common ones hail quite different wingtips. A crested grebe, afloat some way off, slowly, very slowly started to sink, then abruptly executed a jumping fish plunge, showing its glossy white underside, and vanished. "Why on earth," asked Van, "didn't you let her know, in one way or another, that you were not angry with her? Your phony letter made her most unhappy." "Pa," uttered Ada _ she put me in a most embarrassing situation. I can quite understand her being mad at Dorothy, who meant well, poor stupid thing, stupid enough to warn me against possible infections such as labial lesbianitis _ labial lesbianitis, but that was no reason for Lucette to look up Andre in town and tell him she was great friends with the man I had loved before my marriage. He didn't dare annoy me with his revived curiosity, but he complained to Dorothy of Lucette's neopravdania gestokost, unjustified cruelty. "Ada, groaned Van, I want you to get rid of that husband of yours, and his sister, right now. Give me a fortnight," she said, "I have to go back to the ranch. I can't bear the thought of her poking among my things." At first everything seemed to proceed according to the instructions of some friendly genius, much to Van's amusement, the tasteless display of which his mistress neither condoned nor condemned. Andre was laid up with a cold for most of the week. Dorothy, a born nurser, considerably surpassed Ada, who, never being ill herself, could not stand the sight of an ailing stranger, in readiness of sickbed attendance, such as reading to the sweating and suffocating patient old issues oft Golos Phoenixa. But on Friday the hotel doctor bundled him off to the nearby American hospital, where even his sister was not allowed to visit him because of the constant necessity of routine tests, or rather because the poor fellow wished to confront Disaster in Manly Solitude. During the next few days, Dorothy used her leisure to spy upon Adam. The woman was sure of three things: that Ada had a lover in Switzerland, that Van was her brother, and that he was arranging for his irresistible sister secret trysts with the person she had loved before her marriage. The delightful phenomenon of all three terms being true, but making nonsense when hashed, provided Van with another source of amusement. The three swans of Invicta. Anyone who called, flesh or voice, was told by the concierge or his acolytes that Van was out, that Madame Andre Vinelander was unknown, and that all they could do was to take a message. His car, parked in a secluded bosquet, could not betray his presence. He regularly used the service lift that communicated directly with the backyard. Lucien, something of a wit, leaned to recognize Dorothy's contralto: La voix qui viru tulipanu, la trompette en utate pas contente ce matin, etc. Then the friendly fates took a day off. Andre had had a first copious hemorrhage while on a business trip to sometime in August. A stubborn, independent, not overbright optimist, he had ascribed it to a nosebleed having gone the Tong way and concealed it from everybody so as to avoid stupid talks. He had had for years a two-pack smoker's fruity cough, but when a few days after that first post-nasal blood drip he spat a scarlet gob into his wash basin, he resolved to cut down on cigarettes and limit himself to cigar/ci, cigarillos. The next contretemps occurred in Ada's presence. Just they left for Europe, he managed to dispose of his blood-stained handkerchief before she saw it, but she remembered him saying, "Vottena, well, that's odd," in a bothered voice. Believing with most other Estotiens that the best ditters were to be found in Central Europe, he told himself he would see a Zung specialist whose name he got from a member of his lodge, meeting place of brotherly money makers, if he again coughed up blood. The American hospital in Valvy, next to the Russian church built by Vladimir Chevalier, his granduncle, proved to be good enough for diagnosing advanced tuberculosis of the left lung. On Wednesday, October 22, in the early, Dorothy, frantically trying to locate Ada, who after her usual visit to the Three Swans was spending a couple of profitable hours at Pafia's hair and beauty salon, left a message for Van, who got it only late at night when he returned from a trip to Sorciachari, in the Valais, about 100 miles east, where he bought a villa for himself et ma cousine, and had supper with the former owner, a banker's widow, amiable Madame Scarlet, and her blonde, pimply but pretty daughter, both of whom seemed erotically moved by the rapidity of the deal. He was still calm and confident. After carefully studying Dorothy's hysterical report, he still believed that nothing threatened their destiny, that at best Andre would die right now, sparing Ada the bother of a divorce, and that at worst the man would be packed off to a mountain sanatorium in a novel to linger there through a few last pages of epilogical mop-up far away from the reality of their united lives. Friday morning, at 9 o'clock as bespoken he drove over to the Bellevue, with the pleasant plan of motoring to Sorciachari to show her the house at night. A thunderstorm had rather padly broken the back of the miraculous summer. Even more padly the sudden onset of her flow had curtailed yesterday's caresses. It was raining ivy, and he slammed the door of his car, hitched up his slacks, and, stepping across puddles, passed between an ambulance and a large black yak, waiting one behind the other before the hotel. All the wings of the yak were spread open. Two bellboys had started to pile in luggage under the chauffeur's supervision, and various parts of the old hackney car were responding with discreet creaks to the grunts of the loaders. He suddenly became aware of the rain's reptile cold on his balding head and was about to enter the glass revolvo, when it produced Ada, somewhat in the manner of those carved wood barometers whose yield either a male pupperite or a female one. Her attire, that mackintosh over a high-necked dress, the fichu on her upswept hair, the bag slung across her shoulder formed a faintly old-fashioned and even provincial ensemble. On her there was no face, as Russians say to describe an expression of utter dejection. She led him around the hotel to an ugly rotunda, out of the miserable drizzle, and there she attempted to embrace him, but he evaded her lips. She was leaving in a few minutes. Heroic, helpless Andrei had brought back to the hotel in an ambulance. Dorothy had managed to obtain 3 seats on the Geneva Phoenix plane. The 2 cars were taking him, her and the heroic sister, straight to the helpless airport. She asked for a handkerchief, and he pulled out a blue one from his wind jacket pocket, but her tears had started to roll and she shaded her eyes. While he stood before her with outstretched hand. Part of the act, he inquired coldly. She shook her head, took the handkerchief with a childish merci, blew her nose and gasped and swallowed, and next moment all was lost. She could not tell her husband while he was ill. Van Uwald have to wait until Andrei was sufficiently ill to bear the news, and that might take some time. Of course, she would HME to do everything to have him completely cured. There I was a one-acre in Arizona sort of patching up a bloke before hanging him, said Vam. And to think, cried Ada with a kind of square shake of stiff hands as if dropping a lid or a tray, to think that he dutifully concealed everything. Oh, of course, I can't leave him now. Yes, the old story, the flute player whose impotence has to treated, the reckless ensign who may never return from a distant war. Annie Recanepas! Exclaimed Adm, the poor little man. How dare you sneer? As had been peculiar to his nature even in the days of his youth, Van was apt to relieve a passion of anger and disappointment by means of bombastic and arcane utterances which hurt like a jagged fingernail caught in satin. The lining of hell, Castle Troy, Castle Bright, he now cried, Helen of Troy, Ada of Ardis. You have betrayed the tree and the moth. Pierstigny, stop, sis. Ardis the first, Ardis the second, tanned man in a hat, and now Mount Russet Pierstigny. Repeated Ada, like a fool dealing with an epileptic. Oh. Qui mi rendre mon hulon ach, Pierstigny. Etle failune. Jet imply, pre and supply, stop, Van. Tu sais quoi en vase mourir. But, slapping every time his forehead, to be on the very brink of, and then have that idiot Tumkeats. Boj moi, I must going. Say something to me, my darling, my only one, something that might help. There was a narrow chasm of silence broken only by the rain drumming on the eaves. Stay with me, girl, said Van, forgetting everything, pride, rage, the convention of everyday pity. For an instant she seemed to waver, or at least to consider wavering, but a resonant voice reached them from the drive, and there stood Dorothy, grey-caped and mannish-hatted, energetically beckoning with her unfurled umbrella. I can't, I'll write you, Mum read my P.O. love in tears. Van kissed her leaf-cold hand and, letting the Bellevue worry about his car, letting all Swans worry about his effects and Madame Scarlet worry about Evelyn's skin trouble, he walked some 10 kilometers along soggy roads to Rennes, and thence flew to Nice, Biskra, the Cape, Nairobi, the Basset Range and OER the summits of the Basset. Would she write? Oh, she did. Oh, every old thing turned out superfine. Fancy raced fact in never-ending rivalry and girl giggles. Andrei lived only a few months longer, Popal Tam, finger counting, 1, 2, 3, 4 say, 5. Andrei was doing fine by the spring of 1906 or 7, a comfortably collapsed lung and a straw-colored beard, nothing like facial vegetation to keep a patient busy. Life forked and reforked _ yes, she told him. he insulted Van on the mauve-painted porch of a Douglas hotel where Van was awaiting his Ada in a final version of Les Enfants Maudits. Monsieur de Tobuc, an earlier cuckold, and Lord Erminin, a second, the duel in the company of a few tall yuccas and Sean cactuses. Vinelander wore a cutaway, he would Van, a white suit. Neither man wished to take any chances, and both fired simultaneously. Both fell. Near Cutaway's bullet stmck the outsole of Van's left shoe, white, black-heeled, tripping him and causing a slight formulamed, excited ants, in his foot. That was all. Van got his adversary plunk in the underbelly, a serious wound from which he recovered in due time, if at all. Here the forking swims in the mist. Actually it was all much duller, so she did right as she had promised. Oh, yes, yes. In 17 years he received from her around 100 brief notes, each containing around 100 words, making around 30 printed pages of insignificant stuff, mainly about her husband's health and the Luel fauna. After helping her to nurse Andre at Agavia Ranch through a couple of acrimonious years, she begrudged Ada every poor little hour devoted to collecting, mounting, and rearing, and then taking exception to Ada's choosing the famous and excellent Grotenoviche Clinic, for her husband's endless periods of treatment, instead of Princess Alicine's select sanatorium. Dorothy Vinelander retired to a subarctic monastery town, Ilumna, now Nova Stabia, where eventually she married a near Broad or Bread. Tender and passionate, dark and handsome, who traveled in Eucharist eels and other sacramental objects throughout the Severnria territory, and who subsequently was to direct, and still may be directing half a century later, archaeological reconstructions at Gerlo, the Liascan Herculanum Z. What treasures he dug up in matrimony is another question. Steadily but very slowly Andre's condition kept deteriorating. During his last 2 or 3 years of idle existence on Vanu's articulated couches, whose every plane could be altered in hundreds of ways, he lost the power of those still able to nod or shake his head, frugal in concentration, or faintly smile when inhaling the smell of food, the origin, indeed, of our first Beatitudes. He died one spring night, alone in a hospital room, and that Sarn summer, 1922, his widow donated her collections to a national park museum and traveled by air to Switzerland for an exploratory interview with 52-year-old Van Veen _O Part 4. Here a heckler asked, with the arrogant air of one wanting to see a gentleman's driving license, how did the prof reconcile his rehearsal to grant the auteur the status of time myth, the fact that it, the future, could hardly be considered non-existent, since it possessed at least one future, feature, involving such an important idea as that of absolute necessity _throw him out. Ivanhoe said I shall die. Refuting the determinist statement more elegantly, unconsciousness, far from awaiting us, with flyback and news, somewhere ahead, envelopes both the past and the present from all conceivable sides, being a character not of time itself but of organic decline natural to all things whether conscious of time or not. That I know others die is irrelevant to the case. I also know that you, and, probably, I, were born, but that chrs not prove we went through the crinal phase called the past. My present, my brief span of consciousness, tells me I did, not the silent thunder of the infinite unconsciousness proper to my birth 52 years and 195 days ago. My first recollection goes back to mid-July, 1870, i.e., my 7th month of life. With most people, of course, retentive consciousness starts somewhat later, at 3 or 4 years of age, when, one morning, Mr. Riviera Villa, a chunk of green plaster ornament, dislodged from the ceiling by an earthquake, crashed into my cradle. The 195 days preceding that event, being indistinguishable from infinite unconsciousness, are not to be included in perceptual time, so that, Insofar as my mind and my pride of mind are concerned, I am today, mid-June 1922, quite exactly 52, ETT arc DC mon style plafond paint. In the same sense of individual, perceptual time, I can put my past in reverse gear, enjoy this moment of recollection as much as I did the hum of abundance whose stucco pineapple just missed my head, and postulate that next moment a cosmic or corporeal cataclysm might not kill me, but plunge me into a permanent state of stupor, of a type sensationally new to science, thus depriving natural dissolution of any logical or chronal sense. Furthermore, this reasoning takes care of the much less interesting, albeit important, universal time. We had a thumping time chopping heads, also known as objective time, really, woven most coarsely of private times, the history, in a word, of humanity and humor, and that kind of thing. Nothing prevents mankind as such from having no future at all if, for example, our genus evolves by imperceptible, this is the ramp of my argument, degrees a novo sapiens species or another subgenus altogether, which I will enjoy other varieties of being and dreaming, beyond man's notion of time. Man, in that sense, will never die, because there may never be a taxonomical point in his evolutionary progress that could be determined as the last stage of man in the cline tumbling him into neo homo, or some horrible, throbbing slime. I think our friend will not bother us any although my purpose in writing my texture of time, a difficult, delectable and blessed work, a work which I am about to place on the dawning desk of the still absent reader, is to purify my own notion of time. I wish to examine the essence of time, not its lapse, for I do not believe that its essence can be reduced to its lapse. I wish to caress time. One can be of space and its possibilities. Take, for example, SRRED, the smoothness and sword swish of speed, the aquiline glory of ruling velocity, the joy cry of the curry, and one can be an amateur of time, an epicure of duration. I delight sensually in time, in its stuff and spread, in the fall of its folds, in the very impalpability of its grayish gauze, in the of its continuum _ to do something about it, to indulge in a simulacrum of possession. I am aware that all who have tried to reach the charmed castle got lost in obscurity or have bogged down in space. I am also aware that time is a fluid medium for the culture of metaphors. Why is it so difficult, so degradingly difficult, to bring the notion of time into mental focus and keep it there for what an F01T, what humbling, what irritating fatigue? It is like rummaging one hand in the glove compartment for the road map, fishing out Montenegro, the Dolomites, paper money, a telegram, everything except the stretch of chaotic country Ardez and something soprano, in the dark, in the ram, while trying to take advantage of a red light in the coal black, with the wipers functioning metronomically, chronometrically, the blind finger of space poking and tearing the texture of time. And Aurelius Augustinus, too, he, too, in his tussles with the same theme, 1500 years ago, experienced this oddly physical torment of the shallowing mind, the shikataki, tickles, of approximation, the evasions of cerebral exhaustion, but he, at least, could replenish his brain God-dispensed energy, have a hear about how delightful it is to watch him pressing on and interspersing his cogitations, between sands and stars, with vigorous little fits of prayer. Lost again. Where was I? Where am I? Mud road. Stopped car. Time is rhythm, the insect rhythm of a warm humid night, brain ripple, breathing, the drum in my temple. These are our faithful timekeepers, and reason corrects the feverish beat. A patient of mine could make out the rhythm of flashes succeeding one another every 3 milliseconds, 0.003 on. IV had nudged, had comforted me, a few minutes ago at the stop of a thought. Yes. Maybe the only thing that hints at a sense of time is rhythm, not the recultant beats of the rhythm but the gap between two such beats, the grey gap between black beats, the tender interval. The regular throb itself merely brings back the miserable idea of measurement, but in between, something like true time lurks. How can I extract it from its soft hollow? The rhythm should neither too slow nor fast. 1 beat per minute is already far beyond my sense of succession, and oscillations per second make a horrorless blur. The ample rhythm causes time to dissolve, the rapid one crowds it out. Give me, say, 3 seconds, then I can do both perceive the rhythm and the interval a hollow, did I say? A dim pit? But that is only space, the comedy villain, retuming by the back with the pendulum he pedals, while I grope for the mean of time. What I endeavor to grasp is precisely the time that space helps me to measure, and no wonder I fail to grasp time, since knowledge gaming itself takes time. If my eye tells me something about space, my ear tells me something about time. But while space can contemplate it, naively, perhaps, yet directly, I can listen to time only between stresses, for a brief concave moment warily and worriedly, with the growing realization that I am listening not to time itself but to the blood current coursing through my brain, and thence through the veins of the neck heartward, back to the seat of private throes which have no relation to time. The direction of time, the artist of time, one-way time, here is something that looks useful to me one moment, but dwindles the next to the level of an illusion obscurely related to the mysteries of growth and gravitation. The irreversibility of time, which is not heading anywhere in the first place, is a very parochial affair. Had our organs and orgitrons not been asymmetrical, our view of time might been amphitheatric and altogether grand, like ragged night and jagged mountains around a small, twinkling, satisfied hamlet. We are told that if a creature loses its teeth and becomes a bird, the best the latter can do when needing teeth agam is to evolve a serrated never the real dentition it once possessed. The scene is Eocene and the actors are fossils. It is an amusing instance of the way nature cheats, but it reveals as little relation to essential time, straight or round, as the fact of my writing from left to right does to the course of my thought. And speaking of evolution, can we imagine the origin and stepping stones and rejected mutations of time? Has there ever been a primitive form of time in which, say, the past was not clearly differentiated from the present, so that past shadows and shapes showed through the still soft, long, larval now? Or did that evolution only refer to timekeeping, from sand glass to atomic clock and from that to portable pulsar? And what time did it take for old time to become Newton's? Ponder the egg, as the French cock said to his hens, pure time, perceptual time, tangible time, time free of content, context, and run me commentary. This is my time and theme. All the rest is numerical symbol or some aspect of space. The texture of space is not that of time, and the piebald four-dimensional sport bred by relativists is a with one leg replaced by the ghost of a leg. My time is also motionless time. We shall presently discuss of flowing time, water clerk time, water closet time. Underscore the time I am concerned with is only the time stopped by me and closely attended to by my tense-willed mind. Thus it would be idle and evil to drag in passing time. Of course, I shave longer when my thought tries on words. Of course, I am not aware of the lag until I at my vatch. Of course, at 50 years of age, 1 year seems to pass faster because it is a smaller fraction of my increased stock of existence, and also because I am less often bored than I was in childhood between dull garn and duller, but that quickening depends precisely upon one's not being attentive to time. It is a queer enterprise, this attempt to determine the nature of something consisting of phantomic phases. Yet I trust that my reader, who by now is frowning over these lines, but ignoring, at least, his breakfast, will agree with me that there is nothing more splendid than lone thought, and lone thought must plod on, or to use a less ancient analogy drive on, say, in a sensitive, admirably balanced Greek car that shows its sweet temper and road-holding assurance at every turn of the Alpine highway. Two fallacies should be dealt with before we go any further. The first is the confusion of ternrixiral elements with spatial ones. Space, that has been already denounced in these notes, which are now being set down during half a day's break in a crucial journey. His trial will take place at a later stage of our investigation. The second dismissal is that of an immemorial habit of speech. We regard time as a kind of stream, having little to do with an actual mountain torrent showing white against a black cliff or a dull-colored great river in a windy valley, but running invariably through our chronographical landscapes. We are so used to that mythical spectacle, so keen upon liquefying every lap of life, that we end up by being unable to speak of time without speaking of physical motion. Actually, of course, the sense of its motion is derived from many natural, or at least familiar, sources: the body's innate awareness of its own bloodstream, the ancient vertigo caused by rising stars, and, of course, our of measurement, such as the creeping shadow line of a gnomon, the trickle of an hourglass, the trot of a second hand. And here we are back in space. Note the frames, the receptacles. The idea that time flows as naturally as an apple thuds down on a garden table implies that it flowers in and through something else, and if we take that something to be space, then we have only a metaphor flowing along a yardstick. But beware, animemeus, of the Marcel wave of fashionable art. Avoid the Proustian bed and the assassin pun, itself a suicide, as those who know their Verlaine will note. We are now ready to tackle space. We reject without qualms the artificial concept of space-tainted, space-parasite time, the space-time of relativist literature. Anyone, if he likes, may maintain that space is the outside of time, or the body of time, or that space is Sufi_ased with time and vice versa, or that in some way space is merely the waste product of time, even its corpse, or that in the long, infinitely long, run time is space. That sort of gossip may be pleasing, especially when we are young, but no one shall make me believe that the McNement of matter, say, a pointer, across a carved-out area of space, say, a dial, is by nature identical. The passing, of time. Movement of matter merely spans an extension of some other palpable matter, against which it is measured, but tells us nothing about the actual structure of impalpable time. Similarly, a graduated tape, even of infinite length, is not space itself, nor can the most exact odometer represent the road which I see as a black mirror of rain under turning wheels, hear as a sticky rustle, smell as a damp July night in the Alps, and feel as a smooth basis. We, poor Spat-ians, are adapted, in our three-dimensional lacrimavel, to extension rather than to duration. Our body is capable of greater stretching than volitional recall can boast of. I cannot memorize, though I sought only yesterday to resolve it into mnemonic elements, the number of my new car, but I feel the asphalt under my front tires as if they were parts of my body. Yet space itself, like time, is nothing I can comprehend, a place where motion occurs. A plasm in which matter concentrations of space plasm is organized and enclosed. We can measure the globules of matter and the distances between them, but space plasm itself is incomputable. We measure time, a second-hand trots, or a minute-hand jerks, from one painted mark to another, in terms of space, without knowing the nature of either. But the spanning of space CLKRS not always require time, or at least does not require more time than the now point of the specious present contains in its hollow. The perceptual possession of a unit of space is practically instantaneous when, for example, an expert driver's eye takes in a highway symbol, the black mouth and neat arc of old within a red triangle, a blend of color and shape recognized in no time, when properly seen, as meaning a road tunnel, or something of less immediate importance such as the delightful Venus sign 0+2, which might be misunderstood as permitting horlets to thumb rides, but actually tells the worshipper or the sightseer that a church is reflected in the local river. I suggest adding a pilcrow for persons who read while driving. Space is related to our senses of sight, touch, and muscular effort. Time is vaguely connected with hearing. Still, a deaf man would perceive the passage of time incomparably a blind limbless man would. The idea of passage. Space is a swarming in the eyes, and time a sing in the ears, says John Shade, a nuxlum as quoted by an invented philosopher, Martin Gardner, in The Ambidextrous Universe, page 165. Space flutters to the ground, but time remains thinker and thumb, when Monsieur Bergson uses his scissors. Space introduces its eggs into the nests of time, a before here, an after there, and a circled clutch of Minkowski's world points. A stretch of space is organically easier to measure mentally than a stress CW of time. The notion of space must have been formed that of time, Gio in vitro, the indistinguishable inane, Locke, of infinite space is mentally distinguishable, and indeed could not be imagined otherwise, from the ovoid void of time. Space thrives on surds, time is irreducible to blackboard roots and birdies. The same section of space may seem more extensive to a fly than to S. Alexander, but a moment to him is not hours to a fly, because if that were true, flies would know better than wait to get swappered. I cannot imagine space without time, but I can very well imagine time without space. Space-time, that hideous hybrid whose very hyphen looks phony. One can be a hater of space, and a lover of time. There are who can fold a road map. Not this Ivy writer. At this point, I suspect, I should say something about my attitude to relativity. It is not sympathetic. Many cosmogonists tend to accept as ATL objective truth is really the flaw inherent in mathematics which parades as truth. The body of the astonished person moving in space is shown end in the direction of motion and shrinks catastrophically as the velocity nears the speed beyond which, by the fiat of a Lula, no speed can be. That is his bad luck, not mine, but I sweep away the business of his clock slowing n_time, which requires the utmost purity of consciousness to be #RLY apprehended, is the most rational element of life, and my reason feels insulted by those flights of technology fiction. One especially grotesque inference, drawn, I think by Engelwein, from relativity theory and destroying it, if drawn correctly, is that the galactonaut and his domestic animals, after touring the speed spas of space, algorithm younger than if they had stayed at home all the time. Imagine them filing out of their airark rather like those lions, juvenilified by romp suits, exuding from one of those huge chartered buses that stop, horribly blinking, in front of a man's impatient sedan just where the highway widens to squeeze through the narrows of a mountain village. Perceived events can be regarded as simultaneous when they belong to the same span of attention. In the same way, misidla simile, unremovable obstacle, as one can visually possess a unit of space, say, a vermilion ring with a frontal view of a toy car within its white kernel, forbidding the lane into which, however, I turned with a furious coup de volant. I know relativists, harnpaired by their light signals, and traveling cloaks, to demolish the idea of simultaneity on a cosmic scale, but let us imagine a gigantic hand with its thumb on one star and its mimesis on another. Will it not be touching both at the same time, or are tactile coincidences and more misleading than visual ones? I think I had better back out of this passage. Such a drought-affected hippo in the most productive months of Augustine's bishopric that clepsydras had to be replaced by sandglasses. He defined the past as what is no longer and the future as what is not yet. Actually, the ulture is a phantasm belonging to another category of thought essentially different from that of the past, which, at least, was here a moment ago. Where did I put it? Look at. But the search itself is already past. The past is changeless, intangible, and never to be revisited. Terms that do not fit this or that section of space which I see, for instance, as a white villa and its whiter, newer, garage, 7 cypresses of unequal height, tall Sunday and shot Monday, watching over the private road that loops past scrub oak and briar down to the public one connecting Sorciere the highway to Montreux, still 100 miles apart. I shall now proceed to consider the past as an accumulation of sensa, not as the dissolution of time implied by immemorial metaphors picturing transition. The passage of time is merely a figment of the mind with no objective counterpart, but with easy spatial analogies. It is seen only in rear view, shapes and shades, auroras and larches silently tumbling away, the disaster of receding time, ebulkments, landslides, mountain roads where RLRKs are always falling and men always working. We build of the past and then use them spatiologically to rear and measure time. Let us take a familiar example. Zembray, a quaint old town on the Minder River, near Sorciere, in the Valais, was being lost by degrees among new buildings. By the beginning of this century it had acquired a definitely modem and the preservation people decided to act. Today, after years of subtle reconstruction, a replica of the old Zembray, with its castle, its church, and its mill extrapolated onto the other side of the Minder, stands opposite the modernized town and separated from it by the length of a bridge. Now, if we replace the spatial view, as seen from a helicopter, by the Chronicle one, as seen by a retrospector, and the material model of old Zembray by the mental of it in the past, say, around 1822, the modem town and the model of the old come out to be something else than two in the same place at different times. In spatial perspective they are at the same time in different places. The space in which the town coagulates is immediately real, while that of its image, as seen apart from material restoration, shimmers in ATL imaginary space, and we cannot use any bridge to walk from the one to the other. In other words, as one puts it when both writer and reader flounder at last in hopeless confusion of thought by making a reamslel of the old turn in one's mind, and on the Minder, all we do is to spatialize it, or actually drag it out of its own element onto the shore of space. Thus the term 1 century does not correspond in any sense to the 100 feet of steel bridge between modem and towns, and that is what we wished to prove and have now proven. The past, then, is a constant accumulation of images. It can be easily contemplated and listened to, tested and tasted at random, so that it ceases to mean the orderly alternation of linked events that it does in the large theoretical sense. It is now a generous chaos out of which the genius of total recall, summoned on this summer morning in 1922, can pick anything he pleases. Diamonds scattered all over the parquet in Is, a russet black hat beauty at a Parisian bar in 1901, a humid red rose among artificial ones in 1883, the pensive half-smile of a young English governess, in 1880, neatly reclosing her charges prepuce after the bedtime treat, a little girl, in 1884, licking the breakfast honey off the badly bitten nails of her spread fingers, the same, at 33, confessing, rather late in the day, that she did not like flowers and vases, the awful pain striking him in the side while 2 children with a basket of looked on in the merrily burning pine forest, and the stand-led quonk of a Belgian car, which he had 01, one taken and passed yesterday on a blind of the Alpine highway. Such images tell us nothing about the texture of time into which they are woven, except, perhaps, in one matter which happens too hard to settle. Does the coloration of a recollected object, or anything else about its visual effect, differ from date to date? Could I tell by its tint if it comes earlier or later, lower or higher, in the stratigraphy of my past? Is there any mental urine whose dream delta decay might be used to measure the age of a recollection? The main difficulty, I hasten to explain, consists in the experimenter not being able to use the same object at different times, say, the Dutch stove with its little blue sailing boats in the nursery of Ardor Manor in 1884 and 1888, because of the two or more impressions borrowing from one another and forming a compound image in the mind. But if different objects are to be chosen, say, the faces of two memorable coachmen, Ben Wright, 1884, and Trofim Fartukov, 1888, it is inaccessible, insofar as my own research goes, to avoid the intuition not only of different characteristics but of different emotional circumstances, that do not allow the two objects to be considered essentially equal before, so to their being exposed to the action of time. I am not sure that such objects cannot be discovered. In my professional work, in the laboratories of psychology, I have devised myself many a subtle test, one of which, the method of determining female virginity without physical examination, today bears my name. Therefore we can assume that the can be performed, and how tantalizing, then, the discovery of certain exact levels of decreasing saturation or deepening brilliance, so exact that the something which I vaguely perceive am the image of a remembered but unidentifiable person, and which assigns it somehow, to my early boyhood rather than to my adolescence, can be labeled if not with a name, at least a definite date, e.g., January 1, 1908, Eureka, the AEG worked. He was my father's former house tutor, who brought me Alice in the Camera Obscura for my 8th birthday. Our perception of the past is not marked by the link of succession to as strong a degree as is the perception of the present and of the instants immediately preceding its point of reality. I usually shave every morning and are accustomed to change the blade in my safety razor after every second shave. Now and then I happen to skip a day, have to scrape off the next a tremendous growth of loud bristle, whose obstinate presence my fingers check again and again between strokes, and in such cases I use a blade only once. Now, when I visualize a recent series of shaves, I ignore the element of succession. All I want to know is whether the blade left my silver plow has done its work once or twice. If it was once, the order of the two bristle-growing days in my mind has no importance. In fact, I tend to hear and feel the second, grittier, morning first, and then to throw in the shaveless day, in consequence of which my grows in reverse, so to speak. If now, with some poor scraps of teased-out knowledge relating to the colored contents of the past, we shift our view and regard it simply as a coherent reconstruction of elapsed events, some of which are retained by the ordinary mind less clearly, if at all, than the others, we can indulge in a little easier game with the light and shade of its avenues. Memory images include after images of sound, regurgitated, as it were, by the ear which recorded them a moment ago while the mind was engaged in avoiding hitting, so that actually we can replay the message of the church clock after we have left Turtzen and its hushed but still echoing steeple behind. Reviewing those last steps of the immediate past invoke less physical time than was needed for the clerk's mechanism to exhaust its strokes, and it is this mysterious less which is a special characteristic of the still fresh past into which the present slipped during that instant inspection of shadow sounds. The less indicates that the past is in no need of clocks and the succession of its events is not time, but something more in keeping with the authentic rhythm of time. We have suggested earlier that the dim intervals between the dark beats have the feel of the texture of time. The same, more vaguely, applies to the impressions received from perceiving the gaps of unremembered or neutral time between vivid events. I happen to remember in terms of color, grayish-blue, purple, reddish-gray, my 3 farewell lectures, public lectures on Mr. Bergson's time at a great university a few months ago. I recall less clearly, and indeed am able to suppress in my mind completely, the 6-day intervals between blue and purple and between purple and gray _ but I visualize with perfect clarity the circumstances attending the actual lectures. I was a little late for the first, dealing with the past, and observed with a not unpleasant thrill, as if arriving at my own funeral, the brilliantly lighted windows of Counterstone Hall and the small figure of a Japanese student who, being also late, overtook me at a wild scurry, and disappeared in the doorway long I reached its semicircular steps. At the second lecture, the one on the present, during the 5 seconds of silence and inward attention which I requested from the audience in order to provide an illustration for the point or rather the jewel in my waistcoat I was about to make regarding the TME perception of time, the behemoth snores of a white-bearded sleeper filled the house which, of course, collapsed. At the third and last lecture, on the future, sham time, after working perfectly for a few minutes, my secretly recorded voice underwent a obscure mechanical disaster, and I preferred simulating a heart attack and being carried out into the night forever, insofar as lecturing was conceived, to trying to decipher and sun out the batch of crumpled notes in pale pencil which poor speakers are obsessed with in familiar dreams, attributed by Dr. Freud of Signe Mondio to the dreamer, s. having read in infancy his adulterous parents' love letters. I give these ludicrous but salient details to show that the events to be selected for the test should not only gaudy and graduated, 3 lectures in 3 weeks, but related to each other by their main feature, a lecturer's misadventures. The 2 intervals of 5 days each are seen by me as twin dimples, each brimming with a kind of smooth, grayish mist, and a faint suggestion of shed confetti, which might leap into color if I allowed some casual memory to form in between the diagnostic limits. Because of its situation among dead things, that dim continuum cannot as sensually garrowed for, tasted, hearkened to, as veins hollow between rhythmic beats, but it shares with it one remarkable indicium, the immobility of perceptual time. Synesthesia, to which I am inordinately prone, proves to be of great help in this type of task, a task now approaching its crucial stage. The flowering of the present now blows the wind of the present at the top of the past, at the top of the passes I have been proud to reach in my life, the umbrail, the flula, the furca, of my clearest consciousness. The moment changes at the point of perception only because I myself am in a constant state of trivial metamorphosis. To give myself time to time I must move my mind in the direction opposite to that in which I am moving, as one does when one is driving past a long row of poplars and wishes to isolate and stop one of them, thus making the green blur reveal and offer, yes, offer, its every leaf cretin behind me. This act of attention is what I called last year the deliberate present, to distinguish it from its more general foamy tamed, by Clay in 1882, the specious present. The conscious construction of one, and the familiar current of the other give us 3 or 4 seconds of what can be felt as nowness _ this nowness is the only reality we know, it follows the colored nothingness of the no longer and precedes the absolute nothingness of the ultra _ thus, in a quite literal sense, we may say that conscious human life lasts always only one moment, for at any moment of deliberate attention to our own flow of consciousness we cannot know if that moment will be followed by another. As I shall later explain, I do not believe that anticipation, looking forward to a promotion or fearing a social blunder as one unfortunate thinker puts it, plays any significant part in the phenomenon of the specious present, nor do I believe that the future is transformed into a third panel of time, even if we do anticipate something or other, a turn of the familiar road or the picturesque rise of 2 steep hills, one with a castle, the other a church, for the more lucid the Vorvulsion, the less prophetic it is apt to be. Had that rascal me decided to risk it just now, he would have collided head-on with the TMCK that came from the bend, and the view might have been eclipsed in the multiple smash. Our modest present is, then, the time span that one is directly and actually aware of, with the lingering freshness of the past still perceived as part of the nowness _ in regard to everyday life and the habitual comfort of the body, reasonably healthy, reasonably strong, breathing the green breeze, relishing the aftertaste of the most exquisite food in the world, a boiled egg. It clks not matter that we can never enjoy the true present, which is an instant of zero duration, represented by a rich smudge, as the dimensionless point of geometry is by a sizable dot in printer's ink on palpable paper _ the normal motorist, according to psychologists and policemen, can perceive, visually, a unit of time as short in extension as 1/10 of a second. I had a patient, a former gambler, who could identify a playing card in a 5 times faster flash L. It would be interesting to measure the instant we need to become aware of disappointed or hull-filled expectations. Smells can be very sudden, and in most people the ear and sense of touch work quicker than the eye. Those two hitchhikers really smelled the male one revoltingly. Since the present is but an imaginary point without an awareness of the immediate past, it is necessary to define that awareness. Not for the first time will space intend if I say that what we are aware of as present is the constant building up of the past, its smoothly and relentlessly rising level. How meager! How magic! Here they are, the two rocky mill-crowned hills that I have retained for 17 years in my mind with decalcomaniac romantic vividness, though not quite exactly, I confess. Memory likes the Itzabayatina, what one contributes oneself, but the slight discrepancy is now confected, and the act of artistic correction enhances the pang of the present. The sharpest feeling of nowness, in visual terms, is the deliberate possession of a segment of space collected by the eye. This is time's only contact with space, but it has a far-reaching reverberation _ to eternal. The present must depend on the conscious spanning of an infinite expanse _ then, and only then, is the present equatable with timeless space. I have been wounded in my duel with the impostor. And now I drive into Montreux, under garlands of heart-rending welcome. Today is Monday, July 14, 1922, 5:19 p.m. by my wristwatch, 11:52 by my car's built-in clock, 4:10 by all the timepieces in tome. The author is in a confused state of exhilaration, exhaustion, expectancy, and panic. He has been climbing with 2 Austrian guides and a temporarily adopted daughter in the incomparable Balkan Mountains. He spent most of May in Dalmatia, and June in the Dolomites, and got letters in places from Ada telling him of her husband's death, April 23, in Arizona. He stalled working his way west in a dark blue Argus, dearer to him than sapphires and morphos, because she happened to ha ordered an exactly similar one to be ready for her in Geneva. He collected 3 additional villas, 2 on the Adriatic and 1 at Ardor in the non-Hem Grisons. Late on Sunday, July 13, in nearby Alvanaz, the concierge of the Alron Palace handed him a cable that had waited for him since Friday, arriving Montreux Trois Signes Monday dinner. Tiny one, want you to wire me frankly if the date and the whole tralala are inconvenient. He transmitted by the new instantogram, flashed to the Geneva airport, a message ending in the last word of her 1905 cable, and despite the threats of a torrential night set out by car for the Vaud _ traveling too fast and too wildly, he somehow missed the Oberalpstein road at the Silvaplana fork, 150 kilometers south of Alvina, wriggled back north, via Kyavena and Splbjen, to reach in apocalyptic circumstances Highway 19, an unnecessary trip of 100 kilometers, by mistake east to Cha, performed an unprintable U-turn, and covered in a couple of hours the 175-kilometer stretch westward to Brig. The pale flush of dawn in his rear vision mirror had long since come to passionately bright daylight when he looped south, by the new PNNWALD road, to Sorciachari, where 17 years ago he had bought a house, now Villa Jolina, the 3 or 4 servants he had left there to look after it had taken advantage of his lengthy absence to fade away, so, with the enthusiastic help of two hitchhikers stranded in the vicinity, a disgusting youth from Hilden and his long-haired, slatternly, languorous Hilda. He had to break into his 01VN house. His accomplices were mistaken if they expected to find loot and liquor there. After throwing them out, he vainly courted sleep on a sheetless and finally himself to the bird-mad garden, where his two friends were copulating in the empty swimming pool and had to be shooed off again. It was now around noon. He worked for a couple of hours on his Texture of Time, begun in the Dolomites at the Lammermuir, not the of his recent hotels. The utilitarian impulse, the task was to keep him from brooding on the ordeal of happiness awaiting him 150 kilometers west. It did not prevent a healthy longing for a hot breakfast from making him interrupt his scribbling to seek out a roadside inn on his way to Montreux. The Three Swans, where he had reserved rooms 508-509-510, had undergone certain changes since 1905. A portly, plum-nosed Lucien did not recognize him at once and then remarked that Monsieur was certainly not de perishing, although actually Van had almost reveled to his weight of 17 years earlier, having shed several kilos in the Balkans rock-climbing crazy little Acrasia, now dumped in a fashionable boarding near Florence. No, Madame Vinlandhre had not called. Yes, the hall had been renovated. Swiss-German Louis Wicht now managed the hotel instead of his late father-in-law Luigi Fantini. In the lounge, as seen through its entrance, the huge memorable oil three-ample-haunched Letus swapping lacustrine impressions had been replaced by a neopyramidal masterpiece, showing 3 yellow eggs and a pair of plumber's gloves on what looked like wet bathroom tiling. As Van stepped into the elevator followed by a black-coated receptionist, it acknowledged his footfall with a hollow clank and then, upon moving, feverishly began transmitting a fragmentary report on some competition, possibly a tricycle race. Van could not help feeling sorry that this blind fictional box, even smaller than the slop pail lift he had formerly used at the back, now substituted for the luxurious affair of an ascensive hall of mirrors whose famous operator, White Whiskers, 8 languages, had become a button. In the hallway of 509, Van recognized the Brusselot à la Sonde picture next to the pregnant-looking white closet, under whose round sliding doors the corner of the carpet, now gone, would invariably catch. In the salon itself, only a lady's bureau and the balcony view were familiar. Everything else, the semi-transparent shredded wheat ornaments, the glass floriades, the silk-covered armchairs, had been superseded by hock modern fixtures. He showered and changed, and finished the flask of brandy in his dressing case, and called the Geneva airport and was told that the last plane from America had just. He went for a stroll and saw that the famous Blurier, that spread its great limbs over a humble lavatory on a raised terrace at the top of a cobbled lane, was now in sumptuous purple-blue bloom. He had at the cam opposite the railway station, and then, automatically, entered the flower shop next door. He must be gaga to have forgotten what she said the last time about her strange anthophobia, somehow stemming from that debauch at Troyes 30 years ago. Roses she never liked anyway. He stared and was easily outstared by small carols from Belgium, long-stemmed pink sensations, vermilion. There were also zinnias, and chrysanthemums, and potted aphelandras, and Toux Gracial fringe tails in an inset aquarium. Not to disappoint the courteous old florist, he bought 17 odorless Baccarat roses, asked for the directory, opened it at Ado, Montreux, lit upon Ardor, Yolanda, MLLEC Crut_ me de Dusses, 6, and with American presence of mind had his bouquet sent there. People were already hurrying home from work. Mademoiselle Ardor, in a sweat-stained frock, was climbing the stairs. The streets had been considerably quieter in the Sourdine past the old Mom's Pillar. Upon Ivy Hitch the present Queen of Portugal figured once as an actress, no longer stood at the Comer of Chemin de Mustrux, old corruption of the town's name. Must trucks roar through must rucks? The had drawn the curtains. He tenched them all open as if resolved to prolong to its utmost limit the torture of that day. The ironwork balcony jutted out far enough to catch the slanting rays. He recalled his last glimpse of the lake on that dismal day in 1905, after parting with Ada_Fuligula ducks were falling and rising upon the rainpocked swell. Concentrated enjoyment of doubled water. Along the lake walk scrolls of froth curled over the ridges of advancing grey, and every now and then a welter heaved sufficiently high to splash over the. But now, on this radiant summer evening, no waves foamed, no birds swam, only a few seagulls could be seen, fluttering white over their black reflections. The wide lovely lake lay in dreamy serenity, fretted with green undulations, luffed with blue, patched glades of lucid smoothness between the acres, and, in the lower right corner of the picture, as if the artist had to include a very special example of light, the dazzling wake of the westering sun pulsated through a lakeside Lombardy poplar that seemed both liquefied and on fire. A distant idiot leaning backward on water skis behind a speedboat started to rip the canvas. Fortunately, he collapsed before doing much harm, and at the same instant the drawing room telephone rang. Now it so happened that she had never, at least, in adult life spoken to him by phone, hence the phone had preserved the very essence, the bright vibration, of her vocal cords, the little leap in her larynx, the laugh clinging to the contour of the phrase, as if afraid in girlish glee to slip off the quick words it wrote. It was the timbre of their past, as if the past had pooed through that call, a miraculous connection. Artis, 1886 comment. Non, pa huatant 6. Goldenly, youthfully, it bubbled with all the Melk X110 characteristics he knew, or better say recollected, at once, in the sequence they came, that entrain, that whelming of quasi-erotic pleasure, that assurance and animation, and, what was especially delightful, the fact that she was utterly and innocently unaware of the modulations entrancing him. There had been trouble with her luggage. There still Ivis_her two maids, who were supposed to have flown over the day before on a Laputa freight airplane, with her trunks, had got stranded somewhere. All she had was a little valise. The concierge was in the act of making some calls for her. Would Van come down? She was Nevroyotno Golodnaya, incredibly hungry, that telephone voice, by resurrecting the past and linking it up with the present, with the darkening slate blue mountains beyond the lake, with the spangles of the sun wake dancing through the poplar, formed the centerpiece in his deepest perception of tangible time, the glitter now that was the only reality of time's texture. After the glory of the summit there came the difficult descent. Ada had whammed him in a recent letter that she had changed considerably, in contour as well as in color. She wore a corset which stressed the unfamiliar stateliness of her body, enveloped in a black velvet gown of a flowing cut, both eccentric and monastic, as their mother used to favor. She had had her hair page boy fashion and dyed a brilliant bronze. Her neck and hands were as delicately pale as ever, but showed unfamiliar fibers and raised veins. She made lavish use of cosmetics to camouflage the lines at the outer corners of her fat carmined lips and dark-shadowed eyes, whose opaque iris now seemed less mysterious than myopic owing to the nervous flutter of her painted lashes. He noted that her smile revealed a gold-capped upper premolar. He had a similar one on the other side of his mouth. The metallic sheen of her fringe distressed him less than that gown, hull-skirted, square-shouldered, of well below the calf length, with hip padding which was supposed both to diminish the waist and disguise by amplification the outline of the now buxom. Nothing remained of her gangling grace, and the new mellowness, and the stuff had an irritatingly dignified air of obstacle and defense. He loved her much too tenderly, much too irrevocably, to be unduly depressed by sexual misgivings, but his senses certainly remained stirless, so stirless in fact, that he did not feel at all anxious, as she and he raised their flashing champagne glasses in parody of the crested grebe ritual, to involve his masculine pride in a half-hearted embrace immediately after dinner. If he was expected to do so, that was bad; if he was not, that was even worse. At their earlier reunions the constraint, subsisting as a dull ache after the keen agam of fate's surgery, used to be drowned in sexual desire, leaving life to pick up by and by. Now they were on their own _ the utilitarian trivialities of their table talk, or, rather, of his gloomy monologue seemed to him positively degrading. He explained at length, fighting her attentive silence, sloshing across the puddles of pauses, abhorring himself, that he had a long and hard journey, that he slept badly, that he was working on an investigation of the nature of time, a theme that meant struggling with the octopus of one's own brain. She looked at her ivoryist hat. I'm telling you, he said harshly, has nothing to do with timepieces. The Ivor brought them their coffee. She smiled, and he realized that her smile was prompted by a conversation at the next table, at which a newcomer, a stout sad Englishman, had begun a discussion of the menu with the mater d'hd. "Tell I'll start," said the Englishman, "with the bananas." "That's not bananas, sir. That's ananas, pineapple juice." "Oh, I see. Well, give me some clear soup." Young Van smiled back at young Adm oddly. That little exchange at the next table acted as a kind of delicious release. "When I was a kid," said Van, "and stayed for the first, or rather, second time in Switzerland, I thought that verglass on roadway signs stood for some magical town, always around the Comer, at the bottom of every snowy slope, never seen, but biding its time. I got your cable in the Engadine, where there are real magical places, such as Alron or Alruna, which means a tiny Arabian demon in a German wizard's mirror. By the way, we have the old apartment upstairs with an additional bedroom, number 5080, dear. I'm afraid you must cancel poor 508. If I stayed for the night, 510 would do for both of us, but I've got bad news for you. I can't stay. I must go back to Geneva directly after dinner to retrieve my things and maids, whom the authorities have apparently put in a home for stray females because they could not pay the absolutely medieval new Droitstad. Isn't Switzerland in Washington state, sort of, Apris tout? Look, don't scowvy," patting his brown blotched hand on which their shared birthmark had got lost among the freckles of age, "like a babe autumn woods, on put les swiver and reconnaissant only Masco de Gama's disfigured thumb and the beautiful almond shallowed nails. I promise to get in touch with you in a day or two, and then we'll go on a cruise to Greece with the Baynards, they a yacht and 3 adorable daughters who still swim in the Tan, okay. I don't know what I loathe more," he replied, "yachts or Baynards, but can I help you in Geneva?" He could not. Baynard had married his Cordula. After a sensational divorce, Scotch veterinanes had to saw off her husband's antlers. Last call for that joke. Ada's Argus had not yet been delivered. The gloomy black gloss of the Hackney yak and the old-fashioned leggings of its driver reminded him of her departure in 1905. He saw her off and ascended, like a Keynesian glassman, like Sir Time standing at attention, back to his desolate 5th floor. Had they lived together these 17 tetched years, they would have spared the humiliation. Their aging would have been a gradual adjustment, as imperceptible as time itself. His work in progress, a sheaf of notes tangling in his pajamas, came to the rescue as it had done at Sorciachari. Van swallowed a Favrum tablet and, while waiting for it to relieve him of himself, a matter of 40 minutes or so, sat down at a lady's bureau to his lucubrasciuncola. The ravage and outrage of age. Deplored by poets. Tell the naturalist of time anything about time's essence? Very little. Only a fancy could be caught by this small oval once containing duvet de ninon, a face powder, with a bird of paradise on the lid, which has been forgotten in a not quite closed drawer of the Bureau's Ark of Triumph, not, however, triumph over time. The blue-green-orange thing looked as if he were meant to into thinking it had been waiting there 17 years for the smiling finder's dream slow hand, a shabby trick of feigned restitution, a planted coincidence and a bad blunder, since it had been Lucette, now a mermaid in the groves of Atlantis, and not Ada, now a stranger somewhere near Morges in a black limousine, who had favored that powder. Throw it away lest it mislead a weaker philosopher. What I am concerned with is the delicate texture of time, void of all embroidered events. Let us recapitulate. Physiologically, the sense of time is a sense of continuous becoming, and if becoming has a, the latter might be, not unnaturally, a steady vibration, but for log's sake, let us not confuse time with tinnitus, and the seashell hum of duration with the throb of our blood. Philosophically, on the other hand, time is but memory in the making. In every individual life there goes on from cradle to deathbed the gradual shaping and strengthening of that backbone of consciousness, which is the time of the strong. To be means to know one has not to be implies the only new, kind of, sham, time, the future. I dismiss it. Life, love, libraries, have no alter. Time is anything but the popular triptych, a no longer existing past, the durationless point of the present, and a not yet that may never come. No. There are only two panels. The past, ever existing in my mind, and the present, to which my mind gives duration and, therefore, reality. If we make a third compartment of fulfilled expectation, the foreseen, the foreordained, the faculty of prevision, perfect forecast, we are still applying our mind to the present if the past is perceived as a storage of time, and if the present is the process of that perception. The alter, on the other hand, is an item of time, has nothing to do with time and with the dim gauze of its physical texture. The future is but a quack at the court of Chronos. Thinkers, seal thinkers, feel the present as pointing beyond itself toward a not yet realized future, but that is topical utopia, progressive politics. Technological sophists argue that by taking advantage of the laws of light, by using new telescopes revealing ordinary print at cosmic distances through the eyes of our nostalgic agents on another planet, we can actually see our own past, Goodson discovering the and that sort of thing, including evidence of our not knowing what lay in store for us, and our knowing now, and that consequently the future did exist yesterday and by inference does exist today. This may be physics but is execrable logic, and the tortoise of the past will never overtake the Achilles of the future, no matter how we parse distances on our cloudy blackboards. What we do at best, at worst we perform trivial tricks, when postulating the future, is to expand enormously the specious present, causing it to permeate any amount of time with all manner of information, anticipation and precognition. At best, the future is the idea of a hypothetical present based on our experience of succession, on our faith in logic and habit. Actually, of course, our hopes can no more bring it into existence than our regrets change the past. The latter has at least the taste, the tinge, the tang, of our individual being. But the future remains aloof from our fancies and feelings. At every moment it is an infinity of branching possibilities. A determinate scheme would abolish the very notion of time. Here the pill floated its first cloudlet. The unknown, the not yet experienced and the unexpected, all the glorious intersections, are the inherent parts of human life. The determinate scheme, by stripping the sunrise of its surprise, would erase all sun rays. The pill had really stalled to work. He finished changing into his pajamas, a series of fumbles, mostly unfinished, which he had begun an hour ago, and fumbled into bed. He dreamed that he was speaking in the lecturing hall of a transatlantic liner and that a bum resembling the hitchhiker from Hilden was asking sneeringly, how did the lecturer explain that in our dreams we know we shall awake? Is not that analogous to the certainty of death, and if so, the auteur at daybreak? He sat up with an abrupt moan, and trembling, if he did not act now, he would lose her forever. He decided to drive at once to the Manhattan Inn. Jennifer Van welcomed the renewal of structures after a week of black _ash fouling the Bolsler so high that no amount of flushing could dislodge it. Something to do with olive oil and the Italian TYLR water closets. He shaved, bathed, rapidly dressed. Was it early to order breakfast? Should he ring up her hotel before starting? Should he rent a plane? Or might it, perhaps, be simpler? The door folds of his drawing-room balcony stood wide open, banks of mist still crossed the blue of the mountains beyond the lake, but here and there a peak was tipped with rur under the cloudless turquoise of the sky. 4 tremendous trucks thundered by one after another. He went up to the rail of the balcony and wondered if he had ever satisfied the familiar whim by Gongplach. Had he? Had he? You could never know, really. 1 floor below, and somewhat adjacently, stood Ada engrossed in the view. He saw her bronze bob, her white neck and arms, the pale flowers on her flimsy peignoir, her bare legs, her high-heeled silver slippers. Pensively, youngly, voluptuously, she was scratching her thigh at the rise of the right buttock, Lottery's pink signature on vellum at mosquito dusk. Would she look up? All her flowers tummed up to him, beaming, and she made the royal grand gesture of lifting and offering him the mountains, the mist, and the lake with 3 swans. He left the balcony and ran down a shone spiral staircase to the 4th. In the pit of his stomach there sat the suspicion that it might not be room 410, as he conjectured, but 412 or even 414. LV / would happen if she had not understood, was not on the lookout. She had. Ivy Hen, a little later, Van, kneeling and clearing his throat, was kissing her dear cold hands, Great Tfi_ally, Great Hully, in full defiance of death, with bad fate rooted and her dreamy afterglow over him. She asked, did you really think I had gone? Obmanshchitsa, deceiver, Obmanshchitsa, Van kept repeating with the favor and gloat of blissful satiety. I told him to turn, she said, somewhere near Morges, Morses or Valrusses. A Russian pun on Morges, maybe a mermaid's message. And you slept, you could sleep. I worked, he replied, my first draft is done. She confessed that on come back in the middle of the night she had taken to her room from the hotel bookcase, the night porter, ATL avid reader, had the key, the British Encyclopedia volume, here it was, with this article on space-time, space, it says here, rather suggestively, denotes the property, you are my property, in virtue of which, you are my Viltui, rigid can see cupy different positions. Nice. Nice. Don't laugh, my Ada, at our philosophic prose, remonstrated her lover. All that matters just now is that I have given new life to time by cutting off Siamese space and the false auteur. My aim was to compose a kind of, in the form of a treatise on the texture of time, an investigation of its veily substance, its illustrative metaphors gradually increasing, very gradually building up a logical love story, going from past to present, blossoming as a concrete story, and just as gradually reversing analogies and disintegrating agam into bland abstraction. I wonder, said Ada, I wonder if the attempt to discover those things is Wolf the stained glass. We can know the time, we can know a time, we can never know time. Our senses are simply not meant to perceive it. It is like Part 5. I, Van Veen, salute you, life, Ada Veen, Dr. Lagasse, Stepan Nutkin, Violet Knox, Ronald Oranger. Today is my 97th birthday, and I hear from my wonderful new every rest chair a spade scrape and footsteps in the snow-sparkling garden, and my old Russian valet, who is deafer than he thinks, pull out and push in nose-ring drawers in the dressing room. This part 5 is not meant as an epilogue, it is the TME introduction of my 97% TME, and 3% likely, Ada or Ardor, a family chronicle. Of all their many houses, in Europe and in the tropics, the Ch2 recently built in EX in the Swiss Alps, with its pillared front and crenellated turrets, their Favant, Crawley in midwinter, when the famous glittering air, Le Crystal DX matches the highest forms of human thought, pure mathematics and decipherment, unpublished ad. At least twice a year our happy couple indulged in fairly long travels. Ada did not breed or collect butterflies anymore, but throughout her healthy and active old age loved to film them in their natural surroundings, at the bottom of her garden or the end of the world, flapping and flitting, settling on flowers or filth, gliding over grass or granite, fighting or mating. Van accompanied her on picture-shooting journeys to Brazil, the Congo, New Guinea, but secretly preferred a long drink under a tent to a long wait under a tree for some rarity to come down to the bait and be taken in color. One would need another to describe Ada's adventures in Autoland. The films and the crucified actors, identification mounts, can be seen by arrangement at the Lucinda Museum, 5, Park Lane, Manhattan. 02 He had lived up to the ancestral motto, as healthy a vein as father has been. At 50 he could look back at the narrowing recession of only one hospital coffeter, with a pair of trim feet tripping away along which he had ever wheeled. He now noticed, however, that furtive, furcating cracks kept appearing in his physical well-being, as if inevitable decomposition were sending out to him, across static gray time, its first emissaries. A stuffed nose caused a stifling dream, and, at the door of the slightest cold, intercostal neuralgia waited its blunt spear. The more spacious his table grew, the more cluttered it became. Such absolute necessities of the night as nose drops, eucalyptic pastilles, wax earplugs, gastric tablets, sleeping pills, mineral water, zinc ointment, a spare cap for its tube lest the original escape under the bed, and a large handkerchief to wipe the sweat accumulating right jaw and right clavicle, neither being accustomed to his new fleshiness and misistance to sleep on one side only, so as not to hear his halt. He had made the mistake one night in 1920 of calculating the maximal of its remaining beats, allowing for another half-century, and now the preposterous hurry of the Count du Nil titillated him and increased the rate at which he could hear himself dying. During his solitary and quiet peregrinations, he had developed a morbid sensitivity to night noises in luxury hotels, the gogophony of a truck rated 3 distressables, the Saturday night gawky cries exchanged by young apprentices in the empty street, 30, a radiator-relayed snore from downstairs, 300. But, though indispensable at times of total despair, earplugs had the disadvantage, especially after too much wine, of magnifying the throbbing in his temples, the weird squeaks in his unexplored nasal cavity, and the atrocious creak of his neck. Venebres to ATL echo of that creak, transmitted vascularly to the brain before the system of sleep took over. He put down the eerie detonation that took place somewhere in his head at the instant that his senses played false to his consciousness. Antacid mints and the like proved sometimes insufficient to relieve the kind of good old-fashioned heartburn, which invariably amicted him after certain rich sauces, but on the other hand, he looked forward with juvenile zest to the delightful effect of a spoonful of sodium bicarbonate in water that was sure to release 3 or 4 belches as big as the speech balloons in the annies of his boyhood. Before he met, at 80, tactile and tender, ribald and learned, Dr. Lagasse, who thenceforth resided and travelled with him and Ada, he had detested physicians. Notwithstanding his own medical training, he could not shake off a sneaky, credulous feeling, befitting a yokel that the who pumped up a sphygmomanometer or listened into his wheeze already knew, but still kept secret, Lvaat fatal illness had been diagnosed with the certainty of death itself. He Riley his late brother-in-law, when he caught himself concealing from Ada that his bladder troubled him on and off or that he had had another spell of dizziness after paring his toenails, a task he performed himself, being unable to endure any human hand to touch his bare feet. As if doing his best to avail himself of his body, soon to be removed like a plate for herefrom one collects the last sweet crumbs, he now prized such small indulgences as squeeze 'em out the vermicule of a blackhead, or obtain me with the long nail of his little finger the gem of an itch from the depths of his left. The right one was less interesting, or permitting himself what Baudelaire used to brand as le plaisir anglais, holding one's breath, and making one's 01.vn water, and secret, while lying chin deep in one's bath. On the other hand, the pams of life affected him more acutely than in the past. He groaned, on the tympanic rack, when a saxophone blared, or when a subhuman young moron let loose the thunder of an infernal motorcycle. The obstructive behavior of stupid, inimical things, the wrong pocket, the ruptured shoestring, the idle hanger toppling with a shrug and a hingle-tingle in the darkness of a wardrobe, made him utter the Oedipian oath of his Russian ancestry. He had stopped aging at about 65, but by 65 he had changed in muscle and bone more sharply than people who had never gone in for such a variety of athletic pursuits as he had enjoyed in his prime. Squash and tennis gave way to ping-pong, then, one day, a favorite paddle, still ivory from his grip, was forgotten in the playroom of a club, and the club was never revisited. During his 6th decade some punching bag exercise had done duty for the wrestling and pugilistics of his earlier years. Gravitational surprises now made skiing grotesque. He could still click foils at 60, but a few minutes of practice blinded him with sweat, so fencing soon shared the fate of the table tennis. He could never overcome his snobbish prejudice against golf, it was too late to begin, anyway. At 70, he tried jogging breakfast in a secluded lane, but the clacking and bouncing of his breasts reminded him too dreadfully that he was 30 kilograms heavier than in his youth. At 90, he still danced on his hands a recurrent drearn_normally, 1 or 2 sleeping pills helped him to hold at bay the monster of insomnia for 3 or 4 hours in one blessed blur, but sometimes, particularly after he had completed a mental task, a night of excruciating restlessness would grade into morning migraine. No pill could cope with that tonnant. There he sprawled, curled up, uncurled, turned off and turned on the bedside light, a gurgling new surrogate real lammer having been forbidden again by 1930, and physical despair pervaded his unresolvable being. Steady and strong struck his pulse, supper had been adequately digested, his daily ration of 1 bottle of Burgundy had not exceeded, and yet that wretched restlessness continued to make of him a TL outcast in his OUTL home. Ada was fast asleep, or comfortably reading, a couple of doors away. The various domestics in their more remote quarters had long passed over to the inimical multitude of Lewel Slears that seemed to blanket the surrounding hills with the blackness of their repose. He alone was denied the unconsciousness he so fiercely scorned and so assiduously courted. 03 During the years of their last separation, his libertinism had remained essentially as implacable as before, but sometimes the score of love-making would drop to once in 4 days, and sometimes he would realize ashook that a whole week had passed in unruffled chastity. The series of exquisite harlots might still alternate with nuns of Arniter charmers at chance raisons, and might still broken by a month of inventive love in the company of some frivolous women of fashion. There was one red-haired English virgin, Lucy Manferston, seduced June 4, 1911, in the walled garden off her Norman Merlier and carried away to Fielta on the Adriatic, whom he recalled with a special little shiver of lust, but those false romances only fatigued him, the indifferently plumbed Palazzina H. would soon be given away, the badly sunburnt girl sent back, and he would need something really nasty and tainted to his manhood. Upon starting in 1922 a new life with Ada, Van firmly resolved to be true to her. Save for a few discreet, and achingly draining, surrenders to what Dr. Lenavine has so aptly termed onanistic voyeurism, he somehow managed to stick to his resolution. The ordeal was morally rewarding, physically, as pediatricians are often cursed with impossible families, so our psychologist presented a not uncommon case of subdivided personality. His love for Rada Ivas, a condition of being, a steady hum of happiness unlike anything he had met with professionally in the lives of the singular and the insane. He would promptly plunge into boiling pitch to save her, just as he would have sprung to save his honor at the drop of a glove. Their life together responded antiphonally to their first summer in 1884. She never refused to help him achieve the more and more precious, because less and less frequent, gratification of a fully shared sunset. He saw reflected in her everything that his fastidious and fierce spirit sought in life. An overwhelming tenderness impelled him to kneel suddenly at her feet in dramatic yet utterly sincere attitudes, puzzling to anyone who might enter with a vacuum cleaner. And on the same day his other compartments and subcompartments would be teeming longings and regrets, and plans of rape and riot. The most hazardous moment was when he and she moved to another villa, with a new staff and new neighbors, and his senses would be exposed in icy, fantastic detail, to the gypsy girl Isaac 1ng Peaches or the laundry woman's daughter. In vain he told himself that those vile hankerings did not differ, in their intrinsic insignificance, from the anal pruritus which one tries to relieve by a sudden fit of scratching. Yet he knew that by daring to satisfy the corresponding desire for a young wench he risked wrecking his life with ADM. How horribly and gratuitously it might hurt her, he foreglimpsed one day in 1926 or 27, when he caught the look of proud despair she cast on nothing in particular before walking away to the car that was to take her on a trip in which, at the last moment, he had declined to join her. He had declined and had simulated the grimace and the limp of podagra because he had just realized, what she, too, had realized, that the girl smoking on the back porch yodeled offer her marl goes to Master as soon as Master's housekeeper had left for the film festival in Sindbad. The chauffeur had already opened the car door, when, with a great bellow, Van Ada and they RKX1E off together, tearful, voluble, joking about his at S. Fimney, said Ada, what black, broken teeth they those Blyadushki. Ursus, lucette in glistening green, subside, agitation of passion, Flora's bracelets and breasts, the welk of time. He discovered that a touch of subtle sport could be derived from constantly fighting temptation while constantly dreaming of somehow, sometime, somewhere, yielding to it. He also discovered that whatever fire danced in those lures, he could not spend one day without Ada, that the solitude he needed to sin did not represent a matter of a few seconds an evergreen bush, but a comfofiable night in an impregnable fortress, and that, finally, the temptations, real or conjured up sleep, were diminishing in frequency. By the age of 75 fortnightly intimacies with cooperative Ada, mostly Blitzpartienne, sufficed for perfect contentment. The successive secretaries he engaged got plainer and plainer, culminating in a coconut-haired female with a hoarse mouth who wrote love notes to Ada, and by the time Violet Knox broke the lackluster series Van Veen was 87 and completely impotent. 04 Violet Knox now nears Ronald Oranger_ed, born in 1940, came to live with us in 1957. She was, and still is 10 years later, an enchanting English blonde with doll eyes, a V-et carnation and a tweed-cupped little rump _ but such designs, alas, could no longer flesh my fancy. She has been for typing out this memoir the solace of what are, no doubt, my last 10 years of existence. A good daughter, an even better sister, and half-sister. She had supported for 10 years her mother's children from 12 marriages, besides laying aside something. I paid her generously per month, well realizing the need to ensure unembawantast silence on the part of a puzzled and dutiful maiden. Ada called her Fialaka and allowed herself the luxury of admiring little Violet's cameo neck, pink nostrils, and fair ponytail. Sometimes, at dinner, lingering over the liqueurs, my Ada would consider my typist, a great lover of Kuei Chantro, with a dreamy gaze, and then, quick, peck at her flushed cheek. The situation might been considerably more complicated had it arisen 20 years earlier. I do not know why I should have devoted so much attention to the hoary hairs and sagging apparatus of the venerable Veen. Rakes never reform. They burn, sputter a few last green sparks, and go out. Far greater importance must be attached by the self-researcher and his faithful companion to the unbelievable intellectual surge, to the creative explosion, that in the brain of this strange, friendless, rather repulsive nonagenarian, cries of no, no. In lectorial, sororial, editorial brackets. More fiercely than ever he execrated all sham art, from the crude banalities of junk sculpture to the italicized passages meant by a pretentious novelist to convey his fellow hero's cloudbursts of thought. He had even less patience than before with the SIG.DM_D_, School of Psychiatry. Its founder's epoch-making confession: in my student days I a deflowerer because I failed to pass my botany examination, he prefixed, as an epigraph, to one of his last papers, 1959, entitled The Farce of Group Therapy in Sexual Maladjustment, the most damaging and satisfying blast of its kind. The Union of Marital Counselors and Cathinicians at first wanted to sue but then preferred to dehumify. Violet looks at the library door and lets in plump, Sean bow-tied Mr. Oranger, who stops on the threshold, clicks his heels, and, as the heavy hermit turns with an awkward sweep of mazy robe, darts forward almost at a trot, not so much to stop with a masterful slap the avalanche of loose sheets which the great man's elbow has sent sliding down the lectern slope, as to express the eagerness of his admiration. Ada, who amused herself by translating, for the Oranger editions en regard, Griboidov into French and English, Baudelaire into English and Russian, and John Shade into Russian and French, often read to Van, in a deep medium-esque voice, the published versions made by other workers in that field of semi-consciousness. The verse translations in English were especially liable to distend Van's face in a grotesque grin which made him look, when he was not wearing his dental plates, exactly like a Greek cum-dial mask. He could not tell who disgusted him more, the well-meaning mediocrity, whose attempts at fidelity were thwarted by lack of mystic insight as well as by hilarious errors of textual interpretation, or the professional poet who embellished with his own inventions the dead and helpless author, Whiskers. Here, private parts there, a method that nicely camouflaged the paraphrast's ignorance of the from language by having the of inept scholarship blend with the whims of flowery imitation. As Ada Mr. Oranger, a bomb catalyzer, and Van were discussing those matters one afternoon in 1957, Van's and Ada's Information and Form had just come out. It suddenly occurred to our old polemicist that all his published works, even the extremely abstruse and specialized Suicide and Sanity, 1912, Compitalia, 1921, and W7 and An Alienist Cannot Sleep, 1932, to cite only a few, were not epistemic tasks set to himself by a savant, but buoyant and bellicose exercises in literary style. He was asked why, then, did he not let himself go, why did he not a big playground for a match between inspiration and design, and with one thing leading to another it was resolved that he would write his memoirs to be published posthumously. He was a very slow writer. It him 6 years to write the first draft and dictate it to Miss Knox, after which he revised the typescript, rewrote it entirely in longhand, 1963 to 1965, and redictate the entire thing to Indefatigable Violet, whose pretty fingers tapped out a final copy in 1967. P. I.Y. My dear, 058 Yuho resented the insufficiency of her brother's fame, felt soothed and elated by the success of The Texture of Time, 1924. That work, she said, always reminded her, in some delicate way, of the sun and shade games she used to play as a child in the secluded avenues of Ardor Park. She said she had been somehow responsible for the metamorphoses of the lovely larvae that had woven the silk of Bean's time, as the concept was now termed in one breath, one breeze, with Bergson's duration, or Whitehead's bright fringe. But a considerably earlier and weaker work, The Poor Little Letters from Terra, of which only half a dozen copies existed, 2 in Villa Armina and the rest in the stacks of university libraries closer to her heart because of its non-literary associations, there 1892-93 Sojourn in Manhattan. 60-year-old Van crustily and contemptuously dismissed her meek suggestion to the effect that it should be republished, together with the Sidra Reflections and a very amusing anti-Signory pamphlet on time in Drearns _70-year-old Van regretted his disdain. Ivan Victor Vitry, a brilliant French director, based a completely unauthorized picture on Letters from Terra written by Voltaire half a century before. Vitry dated Teresa's visit to Anti-Terra as taking place in 1940, but 1940 by the Tinanine calendar, and about 1890 by ours. The conceit allowed Sinane pleasing dips into the and manners of our past. Did you remember that horses or hats? Yes, hats when heat waves swept Manhattan. And gave the impression which physics fiction literature had much exploited of the capsulist traveling backward in terms of time. Philosophers asked nasty questions, but were ignored by the wishing to be gulled moviegoers. In contrast to the cloudless course of demonian history in the 20th century, with the Anglo-American coalition managing one hemisphere, and Tartary, her golden veil, mysteriously ruling the other, a succession of wars and revolutions were shown shaking loose the jigsaw puzzle of terrestrial autonomies. In an impressive historical survey of Terra rigged up by Vitry, certainly the greatest cinematic gems ever to direct a picture of such scope or use such a vast of extras, some said more than 1 million, others, 500,000 men and as many mirrors, kingdoms fell and dictatordoms rose, and republics, half sad, half lay in various attitudes of discomfort. The conception was controversial, the execution flawless. L.N.K. at all those tiny soldiers scuttling along very fast across the trench-scarred wilderness, with explosions of mud and things going poof poof in silent French, now here, now there. In 1905, Nonve, a mighty heave and a long dorsal ripple, unfastened herself from Sweden, her unwieldy co-giantess, while a similar act of separation the French Parliament, parenthetical outbursts of vive emotion, voted a divorce between state and church. Then, in 1911, Norwegian troops led by Amundsen reached the South Pole and simultaneously the Italians stormed into Turkey. In 1914 Germany invaded Belgium and the Americans tore up Pan Am. In 1918 they and the French defeated Germany while she was busily defeating Russia, who had defeated her OUTL Tartars some time earlier. In Norway there was Sigrid Mitchell, in America Margaret Undset, and in France, Sidney Colette. In 1926 Abdelkrim surrendered, after yet another photogenic war, and the Golden Horde again subjugated Rus. In 1933 Adolf Hitler, also known as Mittler from Tummeltal, mutilate, came to power in Germany, and a conflict on an even more spectacular scale than the 1914-1918 war was underway, when Vitry ran out of old diamantaries and Teresa, played by his wife, left Terra in a cosmic capsule after having covered the Olympic Games held in Berlin. The Norwegians took most of the prizes, but the Americans won the fencing event, an outstanding achievement, and beat the Germans in the final football match by 3-1. Van and Ada saw the film 9 times, in 7 different languages, and eventually acquired a copy for home use. They found the historical background absurdly foul-fetched and considered starting legal proceedings against Vitry not for having stolen the idea, but for having distorted terrestrial politics as obtained by Van with such diligence and skill from extrasensorial sources and manic dreams. But 50 years had elapsed, and the novella had not copyrighted. In fact, Van could not even prove that Voltaire was he. Roulx ferreted out his authorship, and in a magnanimous gesture, he allowed it to be publicized. 3 circumstances contributed to the picture's exceptional success. One factor was, of course, that organized religion, disapproving of Terra's appeal to sensation-avid sex, attempted to have the thing banned. A second attraction came from a little scene that Canny Vitry had not cut out. In a flashback to a Revolution M former France, an unfortunate extra, who played one of the under-executioners, got accidentally decapitated while pulling the comedian Steller, who played a reluctant king, into a guillotinable position. Finally, the third, and even more human reason, was that the lovely leading lady, non-vegan Baumgetta Vitry, after titillating the spectators her skimpy skins and sexy rags in the existential sequences, came out of her capsule on anti-Terra stark naked, though, of course, in miniature, a millimeter of maddening femininity dancing in the charmed circle of the microscope like some lewd elf, and revealing, in certain attitudes, I'll be damned, a pinpoint glint of pubic floss, gold-powered. LF_T tiny dolls, _T relics of coral and ivory, appeared in souvenir shops, from Agony, Patagonia, to wrinkle balls, Le Bras d'Or _L_F.T clubs sprouted. Let _girlies minced mini menus out of roadside snack kits like spaceships. From the tremendous correspondence that piled up on Van's desk during a few years of world fame, one gathered that thousands of more or less unbalanced people believed, so striking was the visual impact of the Vitry-Veen film, in the secret government concealed identity of Terra and Antiterra _demonian reality dwindled to a casual illusion. Actually, we had passed through all that politicians, dubbed Old Felt and Uncle Joe in forgotten comics, had really existed. Tropical countries meant, not only wild nature reserves but famine, and death, and ignorance, and shamans, and agents from distant atoms _our world was, in fact, mid-20th century _Terra convalesced after enduring the rack and the stake, the bullies and beasts that Germany inevitably generates when Alfie won-winning her dreams of glory. Russian IRA's ants and poets had not to Estateland, and the barren grounds, ages ago they were dying, at this very moment, in the camps of Tartary. Even the governor of France was not Charlie Chose, the suave nephew of Lord Gaulle, but a bad-tempered French general. 06 Nirvana, Nevada, Vanyada by the way, should I not add, my Ada, that only at the very last interview with poor dummy mummy, soon after my premature premonitory nightmare about, you can, sir she employed mon petit nom, Vanya, Vanyusha never had and it sounded so odd, so tend ____, voice trailing off, radiators tinkling. Dummy mum, laughing. Angels, have to sweep one's soul clear of horrible images. My black nurse was Swiss laced with white whimsies. Sudden ice hurtling down the ramp broken-hearted stalactite. Recorded and replayed in their joint memory was their early preoccupation with the strange idea of death. There is one exchange that at H. would be nice to enact against the green moving backdrop of one of our artist sets. The talk double guarantee in Etemity _stand just before that. I know there's a Van in Nirvana, I'll be with him in the depths Mogo Ada, of my Hades, said a DM. True, true, bird effects here, and acquiescing branches, and what you used to call golden gouts as lovers and siblings, she cried, we have a double chance of being together in eternity, in terrarity _ 4 pairs of eyes in paradise. Neat, neat, said Van. Something of the soft one great difficulty. The strange mirage shimmer standing in for death should not appear too in the Chronicle, and yet it should permeate the first amorous scenes. Hard but not insurmountable, I can do anything, I can tango and tap dance on my fantastic hands. By the way, who dies first? Ada_Van. Ada_Vanyada. Nobody. Each hoped to go first, so as to concede, by implication, a longer life to the other, and each wished to go last, in order to spare the other the anguish or woe ties, of widowhood. One solution would for you to marry Violet, thank you. Jaistu du tribades dans ma vie, saszcmt. Dear Emile says term chu on yevite d employer. How right he is. If not Violet, then a local Gogon girl. Or Yolanda Kickshaw. Why? Good question. Anyway, Violet must not given this part to type. I'm afraid we're going to wound a lot of people, open work American lilt. Oh come, art cannot hurt. It can, and how? Actually the question of mortal precedence has now hardly any importance. I mean, the hero and heroine should get so close to each other by the time the horror begins, so organically close, that they overlap, intergrade, interake, and even if Vamada's end is described in the epilogue, we, Ivy writers and readers, should be unable to make out, myopic, who exactly survives, Dava or Veda, Anda or Vanda. I had a schoolmate called Vanda. And I knew a girl called Adora, little thing in my last Flora more _ what makes me see that bit as the purest sanglot in the what is the worst part of dying? For you realize there are three facets to it, roughly corresponding to the popular tripartition of time. There is, first, the wrench of relinquishing forever all one's memories. That's a commonplace, but what courage man must have had to go through that commonplace again and again and not give up the rigmarole of accumulating again and again the riches of consciousness that will be snatched away. Then we have the second facet, the hideous physical pain. For obvious reasons let us not dwell upon that. And finally, there is the featureless pseudo-future, blank and black, an everlasting non-lastingness, the crowning paradox of our boxed brain's eschatologies. Yes, said Ada, aged 11 and a great hair tosser, yes, but take a paralytic who forgets the entire past gradually, stroke by stroke, who dies in his sleep like a good boy, and who has believed all his life that the soul is immortal. Isn't that desirable? Isn't that a quite comfortable arrangement? Cold comfort, said Van, aged 14 and dying of other desires. You lose your immortality when you lose your memory. And if you land then on Terra Coelestis, with your pillow and chamber pot, you are made to room not ith Shakespeare or even Longfellow, but ith guitarists and cretins _ She insisted that if there were no hoocher, then one had the right of making up a future, and in that case one's very own auteur did exist, insofar as one existed oneself. 80 years quickly passed, a matter of changing a slide in a magic lantern. They had spent most of the moment reworking their translation of a passage, lines 569 to 572, in John Shade's famous poem, _Saviton mn deum cac Brit, v dobsu on potrial klinas hyon, on ihv strashayat li ubiashcha, li ubim, revnuyashcha ego drug k drusk _ we give advice to widower. He has been married twice, he meets his wives, both loved, both loving, both jealous of one another. Van pointed out that here was the MB. One is free to imagine any type of hereafter, of course, the generalized paradise promised by Oriental prophets and poets, or an individual combination, but the work of fancy is handicapped to a quite hopeless extent by a logical BAM. You cannot bring your friends along, or your enemies for that matter, to the party. The transposition of all our remembered relationships into an Elysian life inevitably turns it into a second-rate continuation of our marvelous mortality. Only a Chinaman or a retarded child can imagine being met, in that next installment world, to the accompaniment of all sorts of tail-wagging and groveling of welcome, by the mosquito executed 80 years ago upon one's bare leg, which has been amputated since then, and now, in the wake of the gesticulating mosquito, comes back, stomp, 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 here I am, stick me on. She did not laugh, she to herself the verses that had given them such trouble. The sinewy-brained shrinkers would gleefully claim that the reason the three boths had been skipped in the Russian version was not at all, oh, not at all, because cramming 3 cumbersome amphibrachs into the pentameter would have necessitated adding at least one more verse for carrying the luggage. Oh, Van, we did not love her enough. That's whom you should have married, the one sitting feet up, in ballerina black, on the stone balustrade, and then everything would have all right. I would have stayed with you both in Ardis Hall, and instead of that happiness, handed out gratis, instead of all that we teased her to death. Was it time for the morphine? No, not yet. Time and pain had not been mentioned in the texture. Pity, since an element of pure time enters into pain, into the thick, steady, solid duration of I can't bear it pain, nothing grey gauzy about it, solid as a black I can't, oh, call Lagasse_Van found him reading in the serene garden. The doctor followed Ada into the house. The Veens had for a whole summer of misery, or made each other that it was a touch of neuralgia. Touch. A giant, with an effort contorted face, clamping and twisting an engine of agony. Rather humiliating that physical pain makes one supremely indifferent to such moral issues as Lucette's fate, and rather arnism, if that is the right word, to constate that one bothers problems of style even at those atrocious moments. The Swiss-titter, who had been told everything, and had even turned out to have known at medical school a nephew of Dr. Lapineur, displayed an intense interest in the almost completed but only partly corrected book, and drolly said it was not a person or persons but le book in which he wanted to see worried a 2 ces acrox before it was too late. It was what everybody thought would be Violet's supreme achievement, ideally clean, produced on special Atticus paper in a special cursive type, the glorified version of Van's hand with the master copy bound in purple calf for Van's 97th birthday, had been immediately blotted out by a regular inferno of alterations in red ink and blue pencil. One Carl even surmised that if our time-racked, flat-lying couple ever intended to die, they all die, as it were, into the finished book, into Eden. Or Hades, into the prose of the book or the poetry of its blurb. Their recently built castle in X was inset M.A. Crystal Winter. In the latest the list of his main papers included by some bizarre mistake the title of a work he had never written, though planned to write many pains, Unconsciousness and the Unconscious. There was no pain to do it now, and it was high pain for Ada to be completed. Collever, mon Dieu, Dr. Professor. Ed. Lagasse exclaimed, weighing the master copy which the flat pale parents of the altar in the brown leaf woods, a little book in the Ardis Hall nursery, could no longer prop up in the mysterious first picture, people in one bed. Ardis Hall, the ardors and arbors of Ardis. This is the leitmotif rippling through Ada, an ample and delightful chronicle, whose principal part is staged in a dream-bright America, for are not our childhood memories comparable to Vineland bomb caravels, indolently encircled by the white birds of dreams. The protagonist, a scion of one of our most illustrious and opulent families, is Dr. Van Veen, son of Baron Demon, Veen, that memorable Manhattan and Reno figure. The end of an extraordinary epoch coincides with Van S' no less extraordinary boyhood. Nothing in world literature, save maybe Count Tolstoy's reminiscences, can vie in pure joyousness and Arcadian innocence with the artist part of the book on the fabulous country estate of his art-collecting uncle, Daniel Veen. An ardent childhood romance develops a series of fascinating scenes between Van and pretty Ada, a truly unusual gamine, daughter of Marina, Daniel's stage-struck wife. That the relationship is not simply dangerous cousinage, but possesses an aspect prohibited by law, is hinted in the very first pages. In spite of the many intricacies of plot and psychology, the story proceeds at a spanking pace. Before we can pause to take breath and quietly survey the new surroundings into which the title's magic carpet has, as it were, spilled us, another attractive girl, Lucette Veen, Marina's younger daughter, has also been swept off her feet by Van, the irresistible rake. Her tragic destiny constitutes one of the highlights of this delightful book. The rest of Van's story comes frankly and colorfully upon his long love affair with Ada. It is interrupted by her marriage to an Arizonian cattle breeder whose fabulous ancestor discovered our country. After her husband's death, our lovers are reunited. They srnd their old age traveling together and dwelling in the various villas, one lovelier than another, that Van has erected all over the Western Hemisphere. Not the least adornment of the Chronicle is the delicacy of pictorial detail, a latticed gallery, a painted ceiling, a pretty plaything stranded among the forget-me-nots of a brook, butterflies and butterfly orchids in the margin of the Romarls, a misty view desk ride from marble steps, at gaze in the ancestral park, and much, much more. Zayats, hair, sounds like sights. The German gynecologist on page 181, there is a Latin cuniculus in Niku/in, grandson of the great rodentiologist Konikolinov, p_341, and a Greek logos in Legacy, the tutor who attends Van in his old age. Note also Coniglieto, the Italian cancer of the blood, p_298_p13. Miserno, Franco-Russian form of miserable in the sense of paltry, p_13_c est bien le cas le dire, and no mistake. p.13_lutenaissance, birthplace. p.13_ in z dire, so to say. p13_ Jane Austen, allusion to rapid narrative information imparted through dialogue, in Mansfield Park. p_13_ barefoot, not barefoot, both children are naked. p_13_ Stabian Flower Girl, allusion to the celebrated mural painting, the so-called Spring, from Stabia in the National Museum of Naples, a maiden scattering blossoms. p_16_ Raspberries, ribbon, allusions to ludicrous blunders in Inwells of Mandelstam's, in the New York Review, December 23, 1965. p_16_ Belikinsk, the Russian twin of Iviat Horse, city in N_W_ Canada, p17_ Connaissance de cause, knowing Lvayatit Ivas all about, fl, p1s Aardvark, apparently, a university town in New England. p1 Gamaliel, a much more fortunate statesman than RW_G_ Harding. p19. Interesting condition, family way. p_19_ Lolita, Texas, this town exists, or, rather, existed, for it has been renamed, I believe, after the appearance of the notorious novel Russ_Peignoir. p.20_ Beaumilieu, right in the middle. p.20_ Farragut, apparently, the key of electricity. p.20_ Brox, allusion to a bric-a-brac painter. p.23_ Entendons News, lets it clear, fr_p_24_ Yukonets, inhabitant of Yukon, Russ underscore P.25 underscore Lamour, Amber, Fr, Vambre allusion to electricity P.25 underscore my lad, my pretty, etc. Paraphrase Ophaverse in Houseman P underscore 25 underscore Belati ta, fragmentation and distification of a passage in a little ballad by the Italian poet Guido Cavalcanti, 1255–1300. The relevant lines are, you frightened and rak little voice that comes weeping from my woeful heart, go with my soul and that ditty, telling of a destroyed P underscore 27 underscore nus, German for nut P.2s underscore Christosic, little Christ, Russ, P.2s underscore Rukolaruyashchi, Russ underscore, from Father Raucolant, cooing. P underscore 29 underscore hospital, borrowed from a passage in Dickens' Bleak House. Joe's pun, not a poor Joycean one. P underscore 30 underscore Agiaordhue, Hewitt, today, Fr underscore, Germ P.30 underscore Princess Lointon, distant princess, title of a French play P underscore 31 pour at trapper le client, to fool the customer P.34 underscore Jeopardy, etc. I bet you do not recognize me, Sir P.35 underscore Tour du Jardin, a stroll in the garden P underscore 36 underscore Lady Amherst, confused in the child's mind with the learned lady after whom a Rexpular pheasant is named underscore P underscore 36 underscore with a slight smile, a pet formula of Tolstoy's denoting superiority, if not smugness, in a character's manner of speech. Verso, lad, thumbs down. P underscore 39 underscore Sumiriknikov, the name is derived from Sumerki, dusk in Russian. P underscore 42 underscore lovely Spanish cm, really two poems Jorge Gilfin's Descanso and Jardin and his El Otono, Isla. P underscore 44 underscore Monsieur Aquins ans, etc. You are 15, sir, I believe, and I am 19. I know underscore you, sir, have known town girls no doubt, as to me, I'm a virgin, or almost one. Moreover underscore P underscore 44 underscore Rinchu unt de Tifois, just once. P underscore 45 underscore Maze va don jouer avec lui, come on, go and play with him. P underscore 45 underscore se morfondra, mope. P.45 underscore ofond, actually underscore P.45 underscore je ignore, I don't know. P.45 underscore cash, hide and seek P.46 underscore infusion de tiller lime tea. P underscore 4s underscore les amours du Dr. Murtvago, play on Zhivago, zhiv means in Russian alive and Mert dead, P underscore 4s underscore grand chrnc, big oak. P.49 underscore Keliju, the idea. P underscore 50 underscore Les Malheurs de Swan, cross between Les Malheurs de Sophie by Madame de Siger, new Countess Rostopchin, and Proust's Un Amour de Swan. P underscore 53 underscore monologue injurer, the so-called stream of consciousness device, used by Leo Tolstoy, in describing, for instance, Anna's last impressions whilst her carriage rolls through the streets of Moscow. P underscore 56 underscore N.ir Fowley, C. Wallace Fowley, Rambo, 1946, P underscore 56 underscore Swadizan, would be. P underscore 56 underscore Les Robes Verts, etc., the green and washed out frocks of the little girls. P.56 underscore Angel Moy, Russ underscore, my anger P underscore 57 underscore en vain. Etc., in vain, one gains in play the Oka liver and Palm Bay, P underscore 57 underscore Bambin Angelique, angelic little lad. P.59 underscore Groot, Dutch, Great P.59 unmakin etc., a thing as long as this that almost wounded the child in the P.60 pensive reads Pascal's metaphor of man, roseau pensant. P.61 horsecafi, an old anagram. It leads here to a skit on Freudian dream charades, symbols in an Orchel orchestra, P.62 P.61 Bavard, blotting pad. P.62 Camargue, La Camargue, a marshy region in S. France combined with Comer, mosquito, in Russian and moustique in French. P.63 S. A petite collation du matin, light breakfast. P.64 tartine au meal, bread and butter with honey. P.64 another good-natured anagram, scrambling the name of a writer with whom the author of Lolita has been rather comically compared. Incidentally, that title's pronunciation has nothing to do with English or Russian, pays an anonymous owl in a recent issue of the TLS, P.65 maze nete etc., now don't fidget like that when you put on your skirt. A well-bred little girl. P.65 truss and Book.2, looking very pretty. P.66 Calice, Victoria P.66 Peschenegg, a savage. P.67 Grandifil, girl who has reached puberty. P.69 La Riviere de Diamants, Maupassant and his La Parure, P.73, did not exist on Antiton P.70 copy etc., cop him in their garret. A grand O, swilling the floors. Duzen vulture, uninhibitedness P70 viba or, violet indigo blue green yellow orange red P_72 sans façons, unceremoniously. P_72 strapontin, folding seat in front. P73 Dutchernu, emaciated. P.73 Cabinet Hut P73 Allons Don, oh, come P73 assassin, the point, of a story or that murders artistic merit P73 quit a tout dire etc., telling it all to the widow if need be P.73 il pue, he stinks. P74 Adela, a Sean novel by Chateaubriand. P75 Unjuif, a Jew. P.76 et pourtant, and yet. P76 ce Beaujardin etc., this beautiful garden blooms in May, but in winter newer, never, 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 never is green etc. P_7s chord, Russ devil P.S3 muashi, Russ dearest, P_S3 party etc., exterior fleshy part that frames the mouth the two edges of a simple wound, it is the that licks. P_S4 Pascal Trezza, in this pun, which combines Pascal with Caltrezza, Italian, sharp wit, and Trezza, a proven 3-1 ord for Tres stalks, the French BAS negates the pensant of the Rousseau in his famous phrase man is a thinking reed P_S6 Katya, the ingenio intergenios fathers and children P.S6 a travail, a felicitous find. P_S6 Ada who liked crossing orchids she crosses here two French authors, Baudelaire and Chateaubriand P_S6 mon enfant, etc., my child, my sister, think of the thickness of the big oak at Tagny, think of the mountain, think of the tenderness P_S7 recuii, concentrated, wrapped. P.S7 canteen, a reference to the scrumpets, crumpets, provided by school canteens. P.90 Puisquan etc., since we broach this subject p.91 humant, inhale. p_92 tout le rest, all the rest. p.92 Zdrifstvut etc., Rus. 10 and the apotheosis p_92 mlle Stopchim, a representative of Madame de Sugar, Chlfi Ra Stopchine, author of Les Malhas dc Sophie, nomenclatorially occupied on anti-terra by Les Malhas de Swan. p_92 Aufu, fire. p.92 flambade, was in Florence p.92 Achet, Cendrillon, in the French original p.93 en croupe, riding pillion. p.94 Ariquians, backwards. p.97 the Nile is settled, a famous telegram sent by an African explorer. p.97 par/espourvu, speak for yourself. p.97 trempue, soaked. p.101 jevivu etc., I saw it in one of the waste baskets of the library. 13.101 Ocid *t Aprus, immediately after 13.102 Muniges etc., go easy on your Americanisms. 13.103 Lerchute etc., their fall is slow. One can follow them with one's eyes, recognizing Lodom, a name combining two contemporary bards. Bagagnotier, French name of bladder Senna. Flaubert's style is mimicked in this pseudo-quotation. p_105 Pornipas etc., so as not to put any ideas in her head. p_105 n lecture, outshare, trop cher Rennie, dear, too dear, his sister's words in Chateaubriand's Renou. p.106 Chiron, Deuter among centaurs, an allusion to Updike's best. p.106 London Weekly, a reference to Alan Bryan's New Statesman column. p.106 Huhensene, ultraviolet lamp 13.107 Bobo, little hurt. 13.107 Dumission etc., Tirfpl notice. 13.107 Les deux enfants etc., therefore the two children could make love without any fear. PIOS. Fate divers, news item. p.109 Blin, Russ pancake. p.109 Key Le Said, who knows. p_110 Heinrich M. E. Eiler, author of Pacus, etc. p.111 Ma soeur te souviens-tu/encore, first line of the third sextet of Chateaubriand's Romance à Hulunk combien j'ai dau souvenance, composed to an Auvergne tune that he heard during a trip to Mont Dory in Isos and later insoned in his novella Le Dernier Abencerrage. The final, fifth, sextet begins with O. Qui me rendre mon hulun. Et ma montagne et le grand citron, one oft leitmotifs oft present novel. p.111 Sestra moya etc., my sister, do you remember the mountain, and the tall oak, and the Ardor? p_LLL 13.112 p_112 p_112 13.114 p_114 p_115 p_117 p_iis p_121 o. Qui me rendra etc., oh who will give me back my Aline, and the big oak, and my hill? Lucille, the name of Chateaubriand's actual sister. La Dory etc., the dory and the agile swallow. Vendage, vine harvest. Corresponds to Maupassant's La Petite Roque. Chalet du Lit, bed Ivamelth. Horosho, Russ. All right Maranton etc., Verdun Overexpuler song. A play on Italian elettrocalamita, electromagnet Bagrov's grandson, allusion to childhood years of Bagrov's grandson by the minor writer Sergei Aksakov, AD 1791 to 1859. P 122. Hobro, Country Squires. P.122 Berry Yulki Proshligo, Rus. The Past Spogbles. P_124 Traktor, Rus pub. P.124 Avuar Eli, Ventriste, to be melancholy in one's cups. P.124 Au cou rouge etc., with the ruddy and stout neck of a widower still al 11 of sap. P.124 Gloutonnerie, gourmandise. P.125 Tant pies, 2 BACL. P.125 JERRVE etc., I must be dreaming. It cannot be that anyone should spread butter on top of all that indigestible and vile British dough. P_125 ETCENSK etc., and it is only the first slice. P125 Lekale/U, curds and whey. P.125 Schickfrock, Rus. From Germ. Schilkfrock, dressing gown. P.126 Toule etc., all the tires are new. P126 Tell on, thus a wild lily entrusting the wild ms. P.126 non etc., no, sir, I simply am very fond of you, sir, and of your young lady. P.127 Chu Wipus Je. What can I do about it? P_12s stumbling on melons arrogant fennels, allusions to passages in Marvel's Garden and Rimbaud's memoir. P_130 D'Accord, OK. P133 La Bonne Surprise, what a good surprise. EP_134 13.135 P_135 13.136 P_136 Amour propre, Sale Amour, Pun Bafode from Tolstoy's Resurrection Quelque Petite etc., some little laundress. Toulouse-Lautrec. Dura, Rus _, Femme. The Headless Horseman, main read's title is ascribed here to Pushkin, author of The Bronze Horseman. P136 Lermontov, author of The Demon. P_137 Tolstoy etc., Tolstoy's hero, Haji Murad, a Caucasian chieftain, is blended here with General Murat, Napoleon's brother-in-law, and with the French revolutionary leader Murat assassinated in his bath by Charlotte Corday. P138 Lut, from Lut HCE, ancient name of Paris. P139 Constatate etc., noted with pleasure. P140 Shivering Aurora, laborious old chose, a touch of Baudelaire. P142 Gallia Rus. Small blue butterfly. P142 Petit bleu, Parisian slang for pneumatic post, an express message on blue paper. P.142 cousin, Misculto P_143 Mademoiselle etc. The young lady has a pretty bad pneumonia, I regret to say, sir. P_143 Granial Mazza, a perfume named after M.T. Kazbek's Gran Almuza, Diamond's Facet, of Lermontov's The Demon. P145 Inquietant, disturbing. P.14s Yellow Blue Vas, the phrase is consonant with Yalyublia Vas, I love you in Russian. P_150 Maze, Ma pauvre Amy etc., but, my poor friend, it was imitation jewelry. P 151. Nichigo ne podklace, Rus. Nothing to be done. P 151. Elt le manget etc., she devoured him with her eyes. P 152. Petits vers etc., fugitive poetry and silkworms. P 153 Uncle Van, allusion to a line in Chekhov's play Uncle Vanya, swarming you.ith diamonds. P 157 Les enfants maudits, the accursed children. P. 157 du soilst etc., germ. You must not list them. P 157. En ne parle pas etc., one does not speak like that in front of a dog. P 158. Que voulez-vous dire, what do you mean? P 160. Forest Day _Rax pronunciation of Thursday. P 160. Furchtbar, germ. Dreadful _al we shall see the sky. P 161. Arrow, thus the H-dropping policeman in Wells' Invisible Man to find the latter's treacherous mend P 163. Mais tu sce etc., but what did your cousin do to you? P. 166 Petit bar, a tea biscuit. P 170. Unschicklich, germ. Imper, understood as not chic, by Ada, P. 173 Agon, Rus fire. P. 173 Microgalaxies, known on Telta as Les Enfants du Capitaine Grant, by Jules Verne. P. 173 Ehlers, elsewhere. P. 174 Alphabet, Rus. Alphabet. P. 175 Particule, DP 176. Patrician, a play on patrician one may recall Pajorets, Rus. Underhill, applying that epithet to a critic, would be expert in Russian as spoken in Minsk and elsewhere. Minsk and chess also figure in Chapter 6 of Speak, Memory, P 133, N _Y at 1966, P 177. Jerskijhevsky, a Slavist's name gets mixed here with that of Shijhevki, another Slavist. P 178. Je ne per etc., I Karl do nothing, but nothing. P 178. Buchstaben, germ, letters of the alphabet. P 178. CS tout simple, it's quite simple. Not easy. P 179. Cendrille and Cinderella. P. 179 Mom Petit, qui dis darling in fact. P. 1s1 elt est folie etc., she is insane and evil. PISI beer tower, pun on turbiachari. P. 1s2 chaku, Rus. T, diminutive. P. 1s2 Ivan Ilyich, Apuf plays a marvelous part in Tolstoy's The Death of Ivan Ilyich, where it sighs deeply under a friend of the widow. SP 182. Cousinage, cousinhood is dangerous neighborhood. P 182. On S. embrasse, kissing went on in every corner. P. 1s2 Arunda, Rus nonsense. P. 1s2 here uendida, germ. Here and there. P. 1s3 Rkfalate etc., was crazy one of his marrays. P. 1s4 tout est bien, everything is alright. P. 1s4 tant mieux, so much the better. P. 1s5 Tuzenbach, Van recites the last words of the unfortunate Baron in Chekhov's Three Sisters, who does not know what to say but feels urged to say something to Irina going to fight his fatal duel. P. 185 Contretan, Russian Rimspernunklatlan of Kontraton. P1S7 Kamera Stokha, Rus _ young chambermaid. P.1S7 _ NFIT, in DCLPISS _ Petinuger, little Negro in the flowering field. P.1SS _ CE Sira etc., it will be a dinner for 4P188. Wagging his left forefinger, that Jean did not miss his daughter, CP 178, where the name of the cream is also prefigured, P188. Lyovka, derogative or folksy diminutive of Lyov, Leo. P191. Antranu etc., Russian mispronunciation of father Antranu, so I did, between you and me. P_191 Phileas Aqua, son of water, bad pun on phylum aquae, the middle way, the thread of the stream, P192. Untatijev etc., a very aristocratic little Jewess P_192 3 of EA, it goes. P192. Sens ders, mispronunciation of sens dire without saying P193. Passe encore, may still pass muster. P_195 Lorsk etc., her fiancé had gone to war, the unfortunate and noble maiden closed her piano, sold her elephant P195. Club Cecil, Germ. Easy chair. P194. By chance preserved, the verses are by chance preserved, I have them, here they are, Eugene Onegin, 6, XXI, 122, P_196 Devant Legends, in front of the servants. P196. Fanny Price, the heroine of Jane Austen's Mansfield Park P.196 Grib, Russ. Mushroom. P196. Vodoj/A, Russ. PL of Vodokha, diminutive of vodka. P198. Zakusikny etc., Russ. Table with hors d'oeuvres P198. Petits soupers, intimate suppers. P198. Persty evidently Pushkin's Vinograd, as elongated and transparent as are the fingers of a girl, Dev Molodo y, jeune fille, P198. Celiudo Ilostari Sky. P_201 Nepentide, Russ. Do not wheeze. P.202 Vumi Komles, you unveil me with kindness P.202 Pravda, Russ it's true. P.202 Jelenot, Hazel Hen. P_203 Lefu etc., the so delicate fire of virginity that on her brow P_203 Poracciato Pomomu, an allusion to Famusov, in Gribo Edovskor ot Uma, calculating the pregnancy of a lady friend. P_203 Protestuyu, Russ. I protest P.203 Serios no, Russ seriously. P.203 Quake so it, what your it might be. P.203 and accuse etc., brings out its beauty. P.203 Cephilcal, anagram of electric P_204 tetrists etc., Latin name of the imaginary Peterson's grouse from Wind River Range, Wyoming P_205 great good man, a phrase that Winston Churchill, the British politician, enthusiastically applied to Stalin P_205 Valu, intentional. P.206 ict etc., gen a genuine German. P.207 Kegel Kugel, germ. Skittleball. P.207 underscore per tier etc. To go away is to die a little, and to die is to go away a little too much. P.20s underscore tangelo, a cross between the tangerine and the pomelo, grapefruit, underscore P.20s underscore favish, Rus. False P.209 underscore rosin, berryozin, Rus. Roses, birches P underscore 210 underscore ou come 3a, or like that. P.213 underscore sale etc. dirty little Philistine. P underscore 213 underscore accord, okay. P underscore 214 underscore je etc. Rus. Distortion of jet and pre. P.215 underscore trigorm etc. A reference to a scene in the Seagull. P underscore 215 underscore Husa, French Hollywood underscore Golivatos means in Russian known also as Hollywood. P underscore 216 underscore Enfin, at last. P underscore 217. Passati, pseudo-Russian pun on pass water 13.217. Cœur de Boeuf, bull's heart, in shape. 13.219 Quantu Voudras etc. Anytime, my lac LP underscore 220 underscore la modite etc. The confounded, governess. 13.220 Vos etc. Franco-Rus. Your expressions are rather free. 13.221 Kiti Eurochat etc. underscore, who was trying to turn her head 13.222. Ombres etc., shadows and colors underscore 13.226. Chew on la coiffe etc., to have her hair done in the open. P.226 un air entendu, a knowing look. P.22s underscore ne sais quand etc., knows not when he'll come back. P.229 mon beau page, my pretty page. 13.231 C est ma dernière, this is my last night in the manor. P.231 underscore je suis etc., I'm yours, it's soon done. 13.231. P underscore 232 P.232 13.234. P underscore 237 underscore Paris pour vous, speak for yourself immonde, unspeakable. Il la manget etc., he devoured her with disgusting kisses. Chew on vous culbute, that they tumble you. Moraine noir, black tie de I de ennuis, I have womes underscore P.240 underscore topinambour, tuber of the girasole, pun on pun, calembour P.240 underscore on en espas etc., what scurvy behavior. P underscore 241 underscore taperer underscore wild violet, as well as birdfoot, P.242, reflects the pansy character of Van's adversary and of the 2 seconds. P underscore 242 underscore Rafin, esq underscore, pun on Rafinesque, after whom a violet is named. P.242 underscore Durila, lottery musically jumbled. P.244 underscore party etc., picnic. P.246 underscore Pallida, Rus underscore, Wark LP.24s underscore Tvoyumat Rus. Thy mother, the end of a popular Russian oath. P.249 underscore Ich bin etc., Germ, I'm an incorrigible joker. P underscore 251. Uncle, my uncle has most honest principles, EUG. Onegin, 1, 1:1, P underscore 255 underscore encore etc., one more baby ghost, pun. P underscore 257 underscore the last paragraph of Pa 1T1 imitates, in significant brevity of intonation, as if spoken by an outside voice, a famous Tolstoyan ending, with Van in the role of Kitty Lyovine underscore 10. 13.260 13.260 13.260 13.261 13.262 13.262 P.263 13.263 P underscore 263 underscore comsi etc., cum si cum 3 in Rus. Mispronunciation, so. Mestecco, Rus. Little place. Bato Ivira, Sottish ship title of Rimbaud's poem here used instead of Ship of Paushani, Rus. Vulgar. De, Rus. Yes. Ceki etc., Ivy amounts to the same thing. Mo, aches. Aril, coating of certain seeds. Grant etc., Jules Verne in Captain Grant's Children has agony in a discovered message come out to be part of Patagonia P underscore 266 underscore Sireniana, allusion to Cyrano de Bergerac's Histoire comique d'états de la lune P.266 underscore Necto, Rus underscore, Quidem P.266 underscore Roman chick Rus underscore, Novelette P underscore 267 underscore Siglaminski, anagram of the Narn of a waggish British novelist keenly interested in physics fiction P underscore 269 underscore Aben Siraj, Zegris, families of Granada Moors, their feud inspired Chateaubriand, P.271 underscore Gilles / E Dejoit. Whore underscore P.275 underscore Maison Close, brothel. P underscore 276 underscore Vishabala, Rus. Bouncer. P.277 underscore Kabensler postcard, Germ. Art picture postcards. P.27s underscore Lagos, the little girl P.279 underscore subsident etc., mountains subside and heights deteriorate. P.2s1 underscore Smorchiama, let us snuff out the candle. P underscore 2s3 underscore Marmalade in Dickens, or rather Marmaladov in Dostoevsky, whom Dickens, in translation, greatly influenced underscore light touchings P.2s6 underscore Sturb, pun on germ. Sturban, to die. P.2ss underscore Keyprend etc. that takes wing. P.2ss underscore all are old etc. Swinburne. P.2ss underscore Larousse, pun, rouse, red hair in French. P.2s9 underscore Portant, yet P.2s9 underscore Cess, cease. P underscore 2s9 underscore Glands, Gen underscore, Luster underscore P underscore 290 underscore Maddle, Germ. Girl. P.290 underscore Vicio Stellali, Rus. Had done everything. P.292 underscore Relanced, from Father Relancer, to go after P.294 underscore Coiner etc., pun, to coin a phrase, P.294 underscore phrase, strawberry red. 13.295 13.295 13.297 13.299 13.299 P.301 underscore P.301 underscore P.302 underscore P.304 underscore P.304 underscore P.307 underscore 13.311 P underscore 311 underscore Crestic Anglo-Russian, Little Crest. Vanuisments, swooning in Van's arms I have not art etc. underscore, Hamlet. Sige Poos etc. if I may put it that way. La plus laid etc., the ugliest girl in the world can give more than she has. What a bosh, Jen underscore, piece of cotton wool. A lock you etc., in Indian file. Making follies, Father Fair de Folies living it up. Komendi, Russian French, come on dit as they say. Vuros etc. Sugar Rostopchin S books in the Bibliothèque Rose edition. Ivirus etc., The Intoxication of Speed, Conceptions on Sundays on Baser etc., One Single Kiss. Shuba, Rus. Furcoat underscore Ubats, Frolics. Mossio etc., Monsieur Yurkism underscore P.311. Jolies, pretty. P underscore 312. An alright etc., should never have received that scoundrel. P.312 underscore Ashettes, Cinderella's underscore P.314. Sumiriknikov, his name comes from Rus. Sumerki, twilight, see also P underscore 37 P underscore 314. Zdraste, a brev underscore form of Zdravstvud, the ordinary Russian greeting P underscore 315 underscore lit etc., pun on eider down bed P.316 underscore D'Alers, anyhow P underscore 316. Petard, Mr. Ben Wright, in his own right, is associated throughout with pets, farts, underscore P.316 underscore Bayronka, from Bayron, Rus. Byron. P.317 Rujauerisens, hilarious P underscore 317. Bechstein transposed syllables. P.317 Love under the lindens, O'Neill, Thomas Mann, and his translator tangle in this paragraph. P underscore 317. Vanishing etc., allusion to vanishing cream P underscore 31 S underscore ouch, germ. Also P.319 underscore Juvental, fam P underscore 319 underscore Photoki, Rus. Little photos. P.320 underscore foot, French swear word made to sound foot 13.321. 13.321 P.323 13.325 13.325 13.325 13.327 P underscore 32 S underscore P underscore 330 underscore Rs, LAT, Art. Carte du tendre, map of tender love, sentimental allegory of the 17th century Naben otter, germ. Orchids, and testicles, underscore Perron, porch. Romances, Tsiganchkina, Rus underscore, pseudo-Tsigan ballads Vinokerpi, Rus. The wine pourers Ernestei I/OA, large-grained caviar, Rus Gasly etc., Rus, the lights were already going out in the rooms. Nikakes Ned, Rus. Certainly not famous fly. CP underscore 109, Saromaya. Vorschmax, germ. Ortier Emras underscore ET pour cause, and no under underscore caravankik, small caravan of camels, Rus. P underscore 331 underscore Oberart etc., germ. Surspecies, subspecies. P.332 underscore Spasmoka, Rus underscore, little spasm. P.333 underscore Breder, dueling bravo. P.333 underscore Ofond, actually. P.335 underscore Focus Pocus, Rus underscore, bogus magic. P underscore 336 underscore O'Dyer etc., according to the reviewers. P.336 underscore Ginestra, Sistra, Italian, window, sister. P.337 underscore Aranushka, Rus. Folksy diminutive of Irina P underscore 337 underscore Okimi Randra etc., oh, who'll give me back my hill and the big oak P underscore 33s underscore secondant, Rus. Second. P.33s underscore Purulus, LAT, little lad. P.33s underscore Matovaya, Rus underscore, dull-toned. P.339 underscore N robe etc., in a pink and green dress. P.341 underscore R4, 4, a chess indication of position, pun on the woman's name. P.343 underscore CSTLEMOT, that's the right word. Widow's weeds. P.345 underscore Bajhimoy, Rus. Good heavens. P.349 underscore Ridge, money. P underscore 351. Seconds penches etc. Second thoughts are the good ones. P.351 underscore bone, housemaid underscore P.354 underscore diakon, deacon. P.355 underscore duso slash u etc. Distressed at being unable to be with you. P.356 underscore so you are maffied, etc. See Eugene Onegin, 8, 18, 1-4. P.357 Zatvoyo etc. Russ. Your health. P.35s underscore governantka etc. Russ. Governess novelist. P.359 underscore mu, little grimace. P.361 underscore kvalis etc. sprawling in their armchairs. P.362 underscore bouffant, puffed up. P.362 underscore gule etc. sermon facial angle. P.362 underscore grust no etc. Russ. She addresses him as my sad bliss. P.363 underscore troas, with a hole or holes. P.363 underscore engrammared, from prandra and grip, to conceive a dislike. P.364 underscore pravoslavnaya, Russ. Greek Orthodox underscore P.366 underscore das ouch gen underscore, and that too. 13.366 pendant quej etc. while I am skiing. P.372 underscore vesti, Russ. News. P.375 underscore obst, gen underscore, feud. P.37s underscore I love you with a brother's love etc. See Eugene Onegin, 4, 16, 3-4. P underscore 379 underscore couturele etc. mispronunciation of couturier, dressmaker, vous avez entendu, you've heard, about him, underscore P underscore 379 underscore 2 sayas etc. you know it will kill me. P.3s1 underscore insist etc. quotation from Saint Augustine. P.3s1 underscore Henry James, style is suggested by the italicized had. P.3s3 underscore and lady T and lard, in an ugly and fleshy version. P.3s3 underscore mtavato, Anglo-Russian, rather empty. P.3s5 underscore slip, fr underscore, panties. P.3s7 underscore puter, modesty, delicacy germ, your health underscore 3s9 underscore dimanche etc. Sunday. Lunch on the grass. Everybody stinks. My mother-in-law Sue allows her dentures. Her little bitches etc. After which, etc. CP underscore 375, a painter's diary Lucette has reading, underscore P underscore 3s9 underscore Knox, lat, at night. P underscore 392 underscore share Ami, etc. Dear friend, my husband and I, were deeply upset by the frightful news underscore it was to me and this I-11 always remember that practically on the eve of her death the poor girl addressed herself to arrange things on the Tobakov which is always crowded and which from now on I-11 never take again, slightly out of superstition and very much out of sympathy for gentle, tender Lucette underscore I had been so happy to do all I could, as somebody had told me that you would be there too. Actually, she said so herself, she seemed so joyful to spend a few days on the upper deck with her dear cousin. The psychology of suicide is a mystery that no scientist can explain. I have never shed so many tears, it almost makes me drop my pen. We returned to Malbrook around mid-August. Yours ever. P underscore 394 underscore and over the summits of the Tacit etc. Parody of 4 lines in Lermontov's The Demon, see also P 115. P underscore 394 underscore Le Botunabruas, wrapped in Byronic gloom. P.39s_K says JE, what do I know P.39s_ merci etc, my infinite thanks. P_399_ Italian, hotel manservant who carries the luggage upstairs, vacuum cleans the rooms, etc. P_400_ libretto, that of the opera Eugene Onegin, a travesty of Pushkin's poem P.402_ correctly, Russ. Correct. P.402_ Hobaro, country squire. P.402_ Candivam Aimer_ mispronunciation of carte de UNS P.402_ Hydovskia, Russ. Vulgar Jewish P.403_ Jever etc. Ivan to get hold of you, my dear P.403_ engine, in Sean P.403 Luzon, Aimer_ mispronunciation of Lausanne P.403_ Lu, place P.405, a pause this and the whole conversation parody Chekhov's mannerisms P.406_ Mirnanaka, Hybmo Russian caressive term P.406_ Potence de famille, family gossip P.407_ Terriblemic etc, terribly grand and all that. She likes to tease him by saying that a simple farmer like him should not have marned the daughter of an actress and an dealer doys etc. I must watch my weight P_407_ Ola News, from LATO/or, Swan, Lita's lover. P_407_ Lenclos, dystopied clothes, influenced by Ninon de Lenclos the courtesan in Vere de Vere's novel mentioned a bowl P.40s_ Alexei etc. Vrinsky and his mistress. 13.409 Phrase etc. Stock phrase. She yawns, she yon Dionsky, CP17_ etc., shedding of tears. P_410_ Napas le verb etc., lacks the gift of the gab. P_411_ Chiens etc., dogs not allowed. 13,412 Russes, black-headed gulls P_413_ Golos etc., Rus_, the Phoenix Voice, Russian language newspaper in Arizona. 13,413_ La Voix etc., the brassy voice telephoned ____ the trumpet did not sound pleased this moming _contretemps, mishap. Moth, see also P_111. P_416_ Sais etc., you know it will kill me. P.416_ Bajhime, Russ. Oh, my God. Et Triv etc., and enough of that painted ceiling SWLE of mine. 13,422 Artists, P_422_ Ponder, pun on Father Pondra, Tulayan, allusion to the problem what came first, egg or hen, P_424_ Anime etc., lat, Sol P.424_ Assassin pun, a pun on point assassin, from a poem by Verlaine. P.424_ Lacrimable, Italo-Swiss. Pseudo place name, Vale of Tears P.426_ Coup de volant, one twist of the steering wheel P.42s_ Dream Delta, allusion to the disintegration of an imaginary element. P.432_ Unfortunate thinker, Samuel Alexander, English philosopher. P_434_ Villa Jolana, named in honor of a butterfly, belonging to the subgenus Jolana, which breeds in the Ponnwald, see also P103. P_434_ Vinlandichari, French Distoltian of Vinelander. A la sonde, in soundings, for the same ship CP_408, P_436_ comment etc., what's that? No, not 88, but 86. Droits etc., custom house dues. Apris tout, after all. Onpiyut etc., CP 194. Look you brashunkola, bit of writing in the lamplight. Juve, fluff. Simpler to take off from the balcony mermaid, allusion to Lucette _ Stepan Nutkin, Van's valet. Blyadushki, little whores, echo of P _ 323, _ Blitzparty N, Germ, quickies, quick chess games, P _ 452 _ Compitalia, lat, crossroads. E, P, I, referring to epistemic, see above. P.457 _ JAIX2 etc., I known 2 lesbians in my life, that's enough. P.457 _ term etc., term 1 avoids using. P.459 _ Le Bookingary, etc., the book, cured of all its snags. P.460 _ quell lever etc., what a good God. P _ 460 _ gamine, lassie.